Squad in the marriage annulment murder case. Tonight, we again present the famous Hearthstone of the Death Squad, implacable manhunter of the Metropolitan Police in one of his greatest investigations, entitled The Marriage Annulment Murder Case, with Peter Capell as Conrad Faulkner and Peggy Sanford as Isabel Gomez. And now, Inspector Hearthstone in the marriage annulment murder case. As the curtain rises, we see the luxurious living room of Conrad Faulkner, who is handsome, graying, and middle-aged. He is looking in a puzzled way at his very young wife as he holds in his hand a newspaper clipping, which she has just given him. And we hear him say the words that lead to one of Inspector Hearthstone's most famous murder cases.
This newspaper clipping, my dear Glenda, why did you give it to me? From where does it come?
From this afternoon's paper. Read it, Conrad.
It's about some man and his wife whose marriage was annulled. But I don't know the people.
Their marriage was annulled in court because it was proved they never lived together as husband and wife.
Yes, so it says, but...
Conrad, I wouldn't ask this if our own marriage be ended the same way. I mean by annulment. It's so much easier than divorce.
So my sweet little wife finally comes to the conclusion, as I warned her, that marrying me might be her great mistake.
You did warn me, Conrad. But when Father died and left you my guardian, I felt helpless and alone. I wanted someone to protect and care for me. I never thought... I couldn't be made to believe that...
That one day love would come to you, huh? And now you find it has?
Yes, deeply. Terribly, Conrad.
I needn't ask, Glenda. Is he of your age?
I'm torn between love for him and duty and gratitude and affection for you. But I'd rather die than live without him.
I'm not unprepared for this. After all, it's the course of nature.
I blame myself. When I first saw what was coming, I should have put him right out of my mind. But it was like lightning from the sky, Conrad.
Don't tell me anything more, Glenda. There are limits.
Where are you going, Conrad?
To my club, where I shall stay until we have the matter of an annulment of our marriage settled. Don't worry. It will end well.
Conrad, you don't hate me for this.
Hate is a bitter word.
Oh.
And the fantastic world in which we live, who can predict?
What?
I may meet this young lover of yours, Glenda, and be his best man at your wedding.
Conrad!
Goodbye.
I'll phone Eric right away.
Hello? Eric Jackson speaking.
Eric, this is Glenda. I told Conrad, and he said it was all right.
Glenda, sweetheart.
Wait, Eric. There was something in the way he said it that makes me afraid.
Afraid?
Something in the tone of his voice, something in his eyes I'd never seen before.
If he threatened you, I'll...
Conrad isn't the kind who threatens.
Tell me exactly what he said, Glenda.
I told him I didn't want to hurt him, but that I loved you. And...
And early the following morning, we see the cold and calculating Inspector Hearthstone of the Death Squad, with his assistant, Detective Sam Cook, in the pastel-tinted bedroom of Glenda Faulkner. Its peaceful beauty contradicted by the horribly mutilated body of Glenda, which lies sprawling across her bed. And we hear the inspector say,
"A filthy sight, Sam. Clearly this is a murder of hate."
Yeah, Inspector. Stabbing her once wasn't enough. I counted 10 places across her breast.
The butler who reported the murder says her husband wasn't home last night.
Yeah, he said he spent his night at his club.
I wonder why.
He ought to be here by now. Butler rung him up at the club.
Hand me that newspaper on the floor beside her bed.
Here you are, Inspector.
Curious. A leading story was clipped from the front page.
That's yesterday afternoon Star Telegraph, Inspector. I guess she cut it out with that scissors on her sewing table.
Well, she couldn't have, Sam. These are pinking scissors. They don't cut a clean line, but in the pattern of a saw.
Well, they're the only scissors here, Inspector.
Sam, phone the Star Telegraph. Find out what story they carried on the third column of yesterday's late edition.
Yes, sir. There's a phone down the hall.
Come in.
You are Inspector Hearthstone? I'm Conrad Faulkner.
This murdered woman's husband?
Yes. But do not ask me to look at her. She was so young, so lovely.
The issue at this moment is to discover her killer, Mr. Faulkner.
If only I had not chosen last night of all nights to spend at my club.
You cannot undo the past. No doubt you had an excellent reason for leaving your wife alone last night.
A late business meeting, Inspector Hearthstone. And every minute of my absence can be accounted for.
Aren't you getting a bit ahead of yourself?
What?
I didn't ask you for an alibi.
But isn't the husband usually suspect when a wife is murdered, Inspector Hearthstone?
Not always.
You are a clever man, Inspector Hearthstone. I present the alibi, for I have a premonition that sooner or later I will be accused.
Perhaps you are the clever one.
Even at a time of tragedy, one cannot forget self-preservation is the first law of nature.
Perhaps you can throw some light on this newspaper, Mr. Faulkner.
Newspaper?
Have you any idea what the subject of the story clipped from it was?
Not the least idea, Inspector.
Detective Cook and I found it beside your murdered wife's bed.
It is completely a mystery to me. But how could it bear on Glenda's murder?
Inspector Hearthstone.
Oh, yes, Sam?
Star Telegraph says that the story cut out from that paper was about a couple who had their marriage annulled because they never lived together as man and wife.
Mr. Faulkner, perhaps the information Detective Cook gives me has a direct bearing on your wife's murder.
But how, Inspector?
On what terms did you leave your wife when you left to spend the night at your club? When did you last see her alive? Did you return to this house during the night? What was your true reason for leaving?
The reason I gave. Business. Glenda and I parted on the happiest terms. I know nothing of this newspaper story of annulment. It does not concern me.
It concerns me. When a girl obviously 25 years younger than her husband is murdered.
I was Glenda's guardian before our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Her father and I were long business colleagues. Wine merchants of international repute. I in Barcelona, he in New York.
Yes?
On his death, he appointed me her guardian.
You have already said that.
Then Glenda, left alone in the world, sought the wisdom and protection of age and asked me to be her husband. And our days were happy.
And ended in her murder. A murder associated in some strange way with a newspaper story about a marriage annulment. So the question is...
Is what?
Was your young wife seeking to end her marriage to you by annulment because you had never lived together as man and wife?
The suggestion offends me. Only one person had the motive to murder my wife.
Who?
A young man who was forcing unwelcome attentions upon her, Inspector Hearthstone, and whom she ordered out of her life yesterday. His name is Eric Jackson.
Eric Jackson?
Sounds phony to me, Inspector.
1 minute, Sam.
It is not phony, Detective Cook. Here is Eric Jackson's address, Inspector Hearthstone.
You give his address as your own office, Mr. Faulkner.
Exactly, Inspector. Eric Jackson is an employee of my firm. It is there where my murdered Glenda met him, only to have him form the unwelcome infatuation that caused her murder.
Detective Cook and I will see this man, Mr. Faulkner, hoping, of course, that it will relieve you of suspicion.
It will, Inspector. I'll have my butler show you out.
You rang, sir?
Show these gentlemen to the door, Pickett.
This way, Inspector Hearthstone.
Oh, don't trouble, Pickett. We know the way. Good day, Mr. Faulkner.
Pickett, bring me a double whiskey and soda.
Better wait till the cops get out of the house, sir. That Hearthstone is a slick one.
And what are you talking about?
About this newspaper clipping I heard you and the missus arguing about yesterday afternoon, sir.
Where did you find it?
I venture you dropped it out of your pocket in front of her door when you came back to murder her last night.
What?
I'm offering it for sale, sir, to the highest bidder. It's between you and the cops. Well, suppose you start off with, say, 10 grand.
Give me that clipping. And leave this house, Pickett.
There's Mr. Faulkner's office, Inspector Hearthstone.
Mm-hmm.
But for my dough, we're wasting our breath talking to that Eric Jackson, the guy he's trying to put the finger on.
Sam, we have only suspicion, without evidence so far, that Faulkner murdered his wife. I'm interested in his butler. Odd situation.
You mean Pickett?
He served 2 terms for blackmail.
What do you know? Oh, here's the door.
Yes? You wish to see someone?
I am Inspector Hearthstone of the Death Squad, Office of Criminal Investigation. This is Detective Cook.
The police? But nothing has happened here.
I heard you say you were Inspector Hearthstone. Can I help you?
We're looking for Mr. Eric Jackson. Is he around?
I'm Eric Jackson. But why...
We're investigating the murder of your employer's wife,
No.
Mrs. Conrad Faulkner. She was found murdered in her bed less than an hour ago.
Glenda murdered. Oh, no. No.
That is what you get, Eric Jackson, for your illegitimate love match with that girl, Mr. Faulkner's wife,
Who are you, sister?
Isabel Gomez. I work long for Mr. Faulkner. I see all this brewing. Murder had to result. I accuse Eric Jackson, the man you have come here to arrest.
Glenda murdered. Oh, why didn't I call the police in time?
Am I to assume by that, Mr. Jackson, that you had knowledge Mrs. Faulkner was in danger of being murdered?
Of a certain he knew in advance. He killed her. He would have to know.
Suppositions and accusations don't solve murders, Miss Gomez. Have you evidence?
Evidence? No. But facts, yes.
I'll hear your facts later, Miss Gomez. I suggest we go into this office, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, Inspector Hearthstone. It's mine.
Eric, suppose you start by telling me why you thought Mrs. Faulkner was in danger of being murdered.
Glenda was murdered because she loved me.
I've heard the contrary, but go ahead.
She phoned me late yesterday afternoon that her husband had agreed to have their marriage terminated so she could marry me. She told her husband, Conrad, that she was in love with me.
Did she say whether the marriage was to terminate by divorce or annulment?
Annulment? No, she didn't. But she did say there was something in her husband's eyes, something in the tone of his voice when he agreed to end their marriage that put her in deadly fear of him.
Why didn't you report that to the police?
She wasn't murdered because she asked for a divorce, or because of our love for each other, Inspector Hearthstone.
No.
Glenda was her husband's ward, as well as his wife. He was also the executor of her father's estate and the sole custodian of the fortune her father left her.
Yes?
He embezzled every cent of her money, and the books of this company will prove it. Glenda became suspicious of him. It wasn't a murder of passion, Inspector Hearthstone. It was a cold and calculated murder to keep her husband from behind prison bars.
That may throw a new light on the case.
I'm an expert accountant, and I know what I'm talking about. And Inspector Hearthstone,
Yes?
there's another reason Conrad Faulkner wanted Glenda out of the way.
What reason?
That woman in the outer office, Isabel Gomez, the one who accused me of murdering Glenda.
How? Why?
Because they worked the theft of Glenda's money together and want to be off together. And I can prove that, too.
Detective Cook. Sam,
Yeah, Inspector.
bring Isabel Gomez in here. Eric Jackson accuses her of theft and murder.
Hearthstone of the Death Squad and the marriage annulment murder case continues in just a moment. Is this show coming to you on your car radio? How are your brakes? The pedal getting too close to the floorboards? And how about your lights, horn, windshield wipers? If they're not in shape, you're taking chances. Why do it? There are repair shops everywhere. And now, back to Hearthstone of the Death Squad and the marriage annulment murder case. Investigating the murder of lovely young Glenda Faulkner, brutally stabbed to death in her own bed, Inspector Hearthstone is told by her older husband, Conrad Faulkner, that Glenda was receiving unwelcome attentions from Eric Jackson, a young man of her own age who works for him. Suspicion begins to point at Conrad when the inspector discovers a newspaper beside the murder bed with an item about a marriage annulment cut from it. And upon his questioning Eric Jackson, Eric accuses Conrad and Isabel Gomez, also employed by Conrad, saying that Isabel helped Conrad to embezzle his wife's fortune and that Conrad murdered his wife to prevent discovery. Now, a moment later, at Conrad Faulkner's office, Inspector Hearthstone is saying to his assistant, Detective Sam Cook,
Detective Cook, bring Isabel Gomez in here. Eric Jackson accuses her of theft and murder.
It is a lie. I do not steal. I do not murder.
I didn't say murder, Inspector Hearthstone. I said theft.
1 minute, Eric.
Swine. You pig, Eric.
Shut up, Isabel.
He is a swine, a pig, Detective Cook. Eric lies, Inspector Hearthstone. But he will not deceive you. What do you wish with me?
I wish to know why you're wearing only one earring, Isabel.
What? I must have dropped it in the other room. I go see.
No, you needn't. Here is its mate, a black jet earring. I picked it off the ground directly under the window of the bedroom where Glenda Faulkner was murdered.
Those earrings, they can be bought at any department store in New York. Every woman you meet wears them. They're the fashion.
We'll check up on that one fast, sister.
Heaven help me, then she is Glenda's murderess, Inspector Hearthstone. And all proved by a dropped earring.
It is not my earring, Eric Jackson.
The earring was not the only clue I found beneath the window.
What?
What, another?
This star sapphire cufflink. Can either of you identify it? Eric? Isabel?
I have never set eyes on it.
And you, Eric?
I think it's Conrad Faulkner's.
You lie, Eric. It is not Mr. Faulkner's.
You think it is the murdered girl's husband's cufflink, Eric?
I'm not certain, Inspector Hearthstone, but it looks like one of those he wore.
Thank you, Eric. And you, Miss Gomez. You will both please go to your homes and remain there. This office will be closed and sealed for police inspection. Come along, Sam.
Okay, Inspector. If I'm out of step, Inspector Hearthstone, slap me down, but why aren't we pinching that dame?
Do you think we could convict her on the evidence of this earring alone, Sam?
With the cinch that she and the murdered girl's husband were a twosome, and we got her earring and his cufflink hot off the murder scene.
Right so.
What are those newspapers you got under your arm, Inspector?
2 copies of yesterday's Star Telegraph, Sam, with the story of that highly interesting marriage annulment checked in pencil on one.
Where'd you get them?
In the waste paper basket in the reception room of Mr. Faulkner's office. But he may not have put them there.
That marriage annulment clipping seems to be turning up everywhere.
We'll confront Faulkner with it, Sam, at his house within the next few minutes.
Inspector Hearthstone, come in.
I'm here, too, Mr. Faulkner.
My apologies, Detective Cook. My butler, Pickett, left my employ suddenly and without reason, so I answered the door myself.
Your butler, Pickett, is a known criminal and blackmailer.
You astonish me, Inspector Hearthstone. I failed to check his reference when I employed him.
Oh, does this cufflink happen to be yours, Mr. Faulkner?
Yes. It is one of a set that was presented to me. I never wore them. I put them aside in my desk at the office. You found it there, of course.
No. On the ground directly beneath the window of your murdered wife's bedroom.
How it got there, I cannot say. But this newspaper clipping may interest you, Inspector Hearthstone.
Newspaper clipping? It does very much. Especially as it is a marriage annulment story from yesterday's Star Telegraph.
My butler, Pickett, attempted to blackmail me for $10,000 for it. He overheard my wife, Glenda, present it to me as a possible way to have her marriage to me annulled.
Really? So you admit it now? Admit that your wife came to you to have your marriage annulled? Just as I thought.
I agreed to her plea quite readily. Ours was a marriage of convenience rather than love, Inspector Hearthstone. We did not live together as man and wife. Our marriage could have been annulled. But I thought no more of this clipping until Pickett attempted to use it as a means of blackmail.
Faulkner, earlier today, you complimented me by calling me clever. And I returned it by saying perhaps you were the clever one.
You were very gracious, Inspector Hearthstone. But now is no time for pretty words. Undoubtedly, you have come to reveal who murdered my wife.
There is such a thing as being too clever, Mr. Faulkner.
I quite agree, Inspector. After all, the proof of the pudding
is in the eating. And figuratively speaking, neither you nor I have eaten yet. But the records of the police show that the refusal of a wife to live with her husband provides a prime motive for murder. Good day, Mr. Faulkner.
I'm not asking you this time why we're not making a pinch, Inspector.
Sam, radio headquarters from the car. 1, to search this house for the butler Pickett's body.
Right.
2, have the police auditors check the books in Faulkner's office. And 3rd...
Here's the car.
Back to headquarters quickly, Sam.
Now, back in Inspector Hearthstone's grim office at the Death Squad, we hear Detective Cook say,
I'll give it to you fast, Inspector. The butler Pickett's not dead. He's drunk as a lord, shooting money like crazy.
Get on with it, Sam.
Report on Isabel Gomez. The murdered Glenda Faulkner's husband, Conrad, is putting up for Isabel in a lush apartment on East 53rd Street.
Mm-hmm.
You got her black jet earring and his cufflink already, found at the murder scene.
Get on to the auditor's report on Faulkner's books, Sam.
Yeah, right here, sir.
Well, let me see it.
Haven't had time to read it myself.
The solution is in Faulkner's books, Sam, and in this neatly cut-out clipping of the marriage annulment story in the Star Telegraph.
Yeah? I got everybody outside, Inspector Hearthstone. Faulkner, Isabel, and Eric Jackson.
Bring them in, Sam. The case is solved.
Come in, all of you.
I reached the conclusion, Inspector Hearthstone, that your cleverness is bringing my wife's killer to arrest.
Mr. Faulkner, an audit of your books reveals that every dollar of your wife's estate held in trust by you was embezzled.
That is not a clever solution, Inspector. It is impossible.
Neither was it clever of you, Faulkner, to put up for this woman Isabel Gomez in one of the most expensive apartments in the city.
Is passionate love proof of murder, Inspector? I proudly say the money Conrad Faulkner spent on me was not embezzled from his murdered wife, Glenda.
Let me at her. It's like I said, Inspector. Faulkner killed Glenda. He embezzled her money. Isabel helped him murder her. You have all the evidence. Her earring, his cufflink, proof of a $500,000 theft.
Easy, Eric.
I'll kill them both.
Grab him, Sam. Eric Jackson is the murderer.
What?
Eric?
Yes, Eric Jackson.
You're a fool, Hearthstone. You're not fit to be a police officer.
I deal in evidence, and you gave me too much. You planted Isabel's black jet earring on the scene. You planted Conrad Faulkner's cufflink along with it. And you cut this story of the marriage annulment from the newspaper.
It's a lie.
You cut it out with these shears, found in a search of your room, Eric.
Glenda cut it from the newspaper herself, in her room, with her scissors.
The only scissors in Glenda's room were pinking shears. Shears that leave the pattern of a saw. You gave her the story, Eric. Gave her the idea to ask her husband for an annulment of their marriage so you'd be free to murder her and have her husband accused.
He embezzled her money. The proof is in his books.
The proof in his books is that you, Eric Jackson, forged entries and took the money. Here's proof you did.
All right, Hearthstone. I did.
Detective Cook, Charge him with willful murder. Take him to the cells.
Out of that door, Jackson. Start moving.
Is it not as I said, Inspector Hearthstone? You are the clever one, not I.
Through your sheer stupidity, Faulkner, you made me believe you were perhaps the most clever suspect I'd ever met in my long experience as a police officer. But that's neither here nor there. It's my job to bring murderers to heel. And your wife's killer will end up in the electric chair.
And thus, Hearthstone of the Death Squad writes solved in the files of the marriage annulment murder case. The part of Inspector Hearthstone was played by Alfred Shirley, written by Frank Hummert, directed by Henry Howard, and is a presentation of CBS Radio. Listen in next Thursday night at this same time for Hearthstone of the Death Squad in Murder and The Little Man with the Big Mustache. Coming right up, CBS Radio is proud to announce the premiere performance of Stars in the Air, a new program featuring Hollywood stars in special adaptations of all-time best screen comedies and romances. For tonight's premiere, Stars in the Air brings you James Stewart and Donna Reed in It's a Wonderful Life. Stay tuned for this Stars in the Air premiere, which follows immediately on most of these same stations. Blood and blood plasma are saving the lives of many a wounded man in Korea. We owe it to these brave men to supply the blood for their care. In the treatment of many casualties, there is no substitute for blood, and it is imperative that action be taken to ensure that an adequate supply is ready for immediate use. The Department of Defense is calling up for an immediate stepping up of blood collections. This month, our country is short 300,000 pints of blood. It's up to every one of us who is able to make up this staggering deficit. So call your Red Cross chapter or local blood donor center for an appointment to make your donation of blood for the armed forces. You will be doing your part in keeping America free. Listen for Hearthstone of the Death Squad in Murder and The Little Man with the Big Mustache at the same time next Thursday night. Your announcer is Harry Kramer. And remember, it's 2 hours of music, the nation's favorite songs every Friday night on the CBS Radio Network.
WOR Mutual is proud to present the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall.
Witherall's always getting mixed up in murders.
You wouldn't think so to look at him. He looks exactly like Shakespeare.
It's his beard, and he's proprietor of an important school for boys in New England.
And he writes thriller stories, too, the Lieutenant Hazeltine stories.
And the incidents by which Leonidas manages to get mixed up in crime are strange and unexpected, aren't they, Mr. Hamden?
They certainly are. For instance, at this moment, it's the very pleasant twilight hour in Dalton, and Witherall is at home in his study, reading. Down in the hall, Mrs. Mullet, his good friend and the general housekeeper for the neighborhood, is hard at work when...
I'll answer it, Mr. Witherall.
All right, Mrs. Mullet.
Were you expecting any visitors?
No, not that I know of. Mrs. Mullet, what's happened? Where are you? Mrs. Mullet! Mrs. Mullet! Operator, I want police headquarters. Hurry. Hurry! Mrs. Mullet went to answer the door, Sergeant, and I was sitting in the study. I couldn't see into the foyer. Suddenly, I heard her scream, and when I ran out to look for her, she'd vanished.
Not a sign of her, eh, Bill?
No, and from the way she screamed, I'd say something horrible had happened to her.
She didn't have any enemies, did she?
Oh, she was the friendliest, most harmless woman. Well, she worked for some of the best families in Dalton. That's why I can't understand this.
Well, I've put her on the missing persons list. I've done all the routine things. I can't do anything else.
But don't you see, she didn't just get up and walk off somewhere. She's been kidnapped.
But you say you didn't see anyone. No cars, no strangers, no evidence of any kind. I'd send out every squad car I'd got, but where'll I go?
Oh, you're quite right. I guess I'm not making much sense. All we can do is wait.
Yep, that's it. All we can do is wait.
Hello?
Miss Fidget?
Yes?
This is Leonidas Witherall.
Oh, sure, Bill Shakespeare. How's the beard?
Is Mrs. Mullet at your house?
Well, no. Why?
She disappeared a few hours ago. I've been calling various people in Dalton, hoping they might have seen her.
Well, no, I haven't seen her.
Oh. Sergeant McCobble?
Yes, Bill?
No word yet?
No word yet, Bill?
Oh, I'm going to bed, Sergeant. I'm exhausted. But call me the second she turns up, no matter what time it is.
You bet, Bill.
Yes?
Good morning. This is Leonidas.
Oh, hello, Mr. Witherell. No, she's not home yet.
I see. All right. Thank you. Coming. 1 second. Mrs. Mullet. Thank heavens. Are you all right?
Well, I can still stand up.
What's happened to you? I've been frantic. Why, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You've been gone almost 24 hours.
Mr. Witherall, I was kidnapped.
Oh, I thought so. Oh, here, sit down. Would you like some water? You look peaked.
Oh, my face is dirty, isn't it? And my hat. It's not on straight.
Yes. But go on. Tell me the story.
Well, remember when I went to answer the door?
Yes.
Well, I opened the door and I didn't see anyone. So I stuck my head out and presto, someone took hold of my arms and put a blindfold over my eyes.
Did you recognize anyone?
No, it was dark, and it all happened so fast. I'd know their voices, though.
Where did they take you?
Well, I don't know exactly. They made me walk down the street, and we got into a car. Then we went for a ride. Not long, about 10 or 15 minutes, I'd say.
What did they talk about in the car?
Nothing. Not till we got there.
Where?
Some house. I think they took me into the cellar, because from the street we walked down, not upstairs.
Then what happened?
They took my keys. I've got the keys to everybody's house I take care of. Why, I'd more than a dozen of them. Well, they never took the blindfold off. They just took the keys. Then they started to talk about Mr. Twink.
Mr. Twink?
Yes, I take care of his house. It's on Blackstone Road.
Oh.
Mr. Twink's on vacation. He went to Canada last week, and he left the key to his place with me.
Yes, evidently they wanted to get into Mr. Twink's home. Do you know why?
Well, sure I do. He not only left the key to his front door, he left the key to his safe. Besides, he told me the combination of the little door inside.
Why did he do that?
Well, Mr. Twink has a lot of confidence in me.
Oh, justifiably, yes.
You see, he has a lot of silverware in the safe, and he wanted me to clean them. Then there's some bonds. I had a bit of business to tend to for him.
Of course, your executive ability would help there.
Yes, I had to clip some coupons for him.
It's obvious those men were after all those valuables in the safe.
Oh, they were after the safe, all right. After they had the keys, they asked me to tell them Mr. Twink's combination, but I wouldn't. They tried just about everything they could think of.
But they didn't hurt you, I hope.
Well, they were going to. First, they offered me some money.
Which you spurned.
I wouldn't touch it.
No.
Then they argued with me and argued.
But you were firm.
Like a rock.
Excellent.
Then they went away somewhere, but they came back a few hours later. Fact is, they went away several times. And every time they came back, they asked me about that combination again.
Did they treat you very roughly?
Well, not like in one of those Hazeltine stories you write. But they wouldn't give me anything to eat. And when I got sleepy, they kept waking me up.
Oh.
And they were all set to really hurt me. But I got out.
You escaped? Ingenious.
Mm-hmm. That part was just like in one of your stories. I was tied to the chair, you see. And after a while, it got very quiet. I was sure they'd gone off somewhere. So I did what Hazeltine always does. I wiggled and squirmed. And finally, I got one hand loose. Then I untied the other knots and got the blindfold off.
What did you see?
Nothing. It was pitch black. So I just sneaked up to where I saw some lights coming through a door. And when I got to it, I just ran for all I was worth. I didn't look back for a second. I just ran and ran.
Did you come out of the cellar?
Yes.
Well, did you notice where you were?
Well, I was so tired and dizzy, I just ran around for a while without knowing where I was. I was too frightened to think. And then I fell down.
Oh, my.
Oh, I must have stayed there by the side of the road for a long, long time. When I came to, it was light, so I hurried over here. The road where I fell down was near the highway.
Highway G8, going toward Carnarvon?
Well, I think so. I've never been out that way before.
G8 toward Carnarvon.
Yes, that's it. That's where we'll start.
Start?
Well, aren't we going back there to capture that gang, just like Hazeltine would?
We're certainly not. You and I alone?
Hazeltine captures a gang alone.
Mrs. Mullet, the lieutenant is a fictional character, a product of my imagination.
But, Mr. Witherall...
practically speaking, the possibility of you and me capturing that gang, as you put it, is absurd. Besides, if they're really an organized gang, the chances are very good we'd never live through such an escapade.
Well, if you think I'm going to let those rascals go scot-free after kidnapping me, you're all wrong, Mr. Witherall. I'm going to teach them a lesson if I have to do it myself.
Mrs. Mullet, your intentions, however firm, wouldn't be very convincing in the face of a machine gun.
Well, machine gun or not, I'm going to find out who grabbed me. You come along. You're very smart about these things.
I don't think it'd be a battle of wits. It might be confined to gunplay.
Well, you can stay if you want to. Of course, Hazeltine never just sit there.
Mrs. Mullet, why not let the police handle it? I'll call Sergeant McCobble.
Yes.
This is definitely a problem for the sergeant.
Police headquarters, Sergeant McCobble.
This is Leonidas Witherall, Sergeant. Mrs. Mullet's just come back.
Swell, Bill. I'm glad to hear it. Say, where was she?
She was kidnapped.
She was? Well, who did it?
We don't know. Of course, she has some clues.
Yeah? Well, anything definite?
Well, not too definite, no.
Oh. Well, look, Bill, I was just leaving. There's been a big robbery. Now, you keep Mrs. Mullet at your place, and I'll drop by as soon as I finish this job. How's that?
But, Sergeant...
Sorry, Bill. Can't spare time to talk about it now. See you later.
But I
Bye.
thought... hello. Hello. Oh, he hung up.
Well, the police coming?
Not just yet. Soon.
Soon? You think I'm going to sit here and give those crooks a chance to get away? I'm going right now.
No, wait. You can't go after those men alone.
Well, you can come or not, but here I go.
All right. My car's outside. I'll go along. At least I may be able to keep you from getting yourself killed. Come along. I imagine the only way to locate this house is for you to recall every sound you heard, every small detail you can remember about that automobile ride.
Well, now, let's see. First thing was the bakery.
Bakery?
Yes, we'd been riding along about a minute when I smelled a bakery. Can't mistake it, you know.
Get right in. That's it. Your acquaintance with the shops in town should help. Whose bakery is about a minute's drive?
Well, let me think. Oh, Dougal's. It's the only one that's anywhere near your house.
Then we'll head for Dougal's. What did you notice after that?
Well, there was the bakery, then the tracks. I felt the car going over tracks.
Railroad tracks. We'll drive to Dougal's and then see which way we have to go to cross the tracks.
Fine. Now we're accomplishing something. We'll catch those crooks, Mr. Witherall. Step on it. There's the bakery.
The tracks are off to the left, up this street. So we'll turn left.
There are the tracks right up ahead there.
Yes. Look at that car coming toward us.
The big black one?
Seems the driver's crazy. The way he's swerving from side to side.
Maybe it's those gangsters. They may want to kill us.
Let go the wheel. Let go the wheel. You all right, Mrs. Mullet? They came within 2 inches of turning us over.
Yes, I was so scared there for a minute. Do you think it was the gangsters?
It's very possible. They may have followed you. They may know we're heading for their hangout.
I'm not turning back either.
You're not? That car wasn't a sufficiently dramatic example of what may happen?
We're going right straight ahead. Now let me think. After the track, there was the water. I heard water.
Much water? A brook?
No, it was louder than that. Sort of a waterfall.
How much time elapsed between the tracks and the water?
Well, I don't know. I'd say another few minutes.
Oh, there's a crossroads up ahead. I wonder which road leads to a waterfall. I don't know of any waterfall in this section. I'll try going right. Sure you heard that?
Positive. Could you go any faster?
Mrs. Mullet, if I'm going to get into a wild gun battle, I'd like to appreciate the beauties of the countryside before I expire.
But they'll get away, Mr. Witherall. They'll be gone before we get there.
Well, I admit I find myself harboring a wish that will prove to be true. I can't remember looking forward to an appointment with less anticipation.
Oh, go on, Mr. Witherall. We'll nab 'em just like in the Hazeltine stories. Hazeltine to the rescue!
Oh, shades of Shakespeare.
Say, Mr. Witherall, you were lucky turning to the right.
Lucky?
Well, sure. There's the little waterfall.
Yes.
After the water, we went to the house. Oh, while I was in the cellar, I heard waxing machines.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'd know that sound anywhere. They were doing the floors above us. Lots of hustle-bustle going on.
Well, at least after I get shot, I've a beautifully waxed floor to collapse on.
I wonder where that house is.
Well, it must be the one up ahead. There aren't any others around. Well, it couldn't be that house, though. I'm sure it belongs to Mr. Beagle. I heard he'd taken a house out here, a big estate.
Mr. Beagle? Why, I know him. He couldn't have done it.
No, he's one of the most active citizens in Dalton. Charitable, public-spirited.
I know, but I'd still say that's the house that took me to.
It's not possible.
Well, drive a bit closer anyway.
All right. In fact, we can stop here if you wish. Exquisite home, isn't there?
Now, exquisite or not, that's the place. The gang's in there. Now we'll rush over and grab them.
The architect... We'll what?
Grab them.
Oh, don't be so enthusiastic. It's unhealthy. Let's walk over.
Why, say, look at the lights. There's a party going on in there.
There certainly is. A party. Strange. If this is the house.
Well, there's not another one around. We followed the sounds in order.
But why would a party be going on? You know, Mrs. Mullet, this is beginning to intrigue me. You heard them waxing floors. Now there's a party. That makes sense.
Of course.
I'm going in. Suppose you walk down the road to the nearest gasoline station and call Sergeant McCobble. Tell him to come over, just in case you're right.
But it's Mr. Beagle's house. You just going storming into the party?
Not storming, gently breezing in.
But didn't you say if the gangsters are there, you'd be shot?
I want to know who kidnapped you, Mrs. Mullet. I also want to know why a party should be going on in this house. If this is where you were, yes, I'm going to take the chance. And if I get shot, well, as the gentleman I'm supposed to resemble has written, there's a destiny that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will.
Now you're talking like Hazeltine.
Ah, thank you, Mrs. Mullet. Now, let's see. Mr. Beagle came to Dalton about a year ago. Wealthy, intelligent, well-liked. It's very puzzling.
Be careful.
Oh, I shall. And you be quick. I may need the sergeant badly.
All right. Bye, Mr. Witherall. Good luck.
Bye.
Yes?
Mr. Beagle?
That's me.
I'm Leonidas Witherall.
Oh, yes. The man who looks like Shakespeare.
Well, I hope I'm on time for all the festivities.
What? What'd you say?
I said I hope I'm not late.
Oh, no, you're not late, no, but,
There's Cornelia Winterbloom.
hello.
And Susan Daw.
Yeah.
I didn't know we had so many mutual friends, Mr. Beagle.
Oh, didn't you? Makes it very cozy, doesn't it?
Yes, very.
Did you want something? You seem to be looking around.
Thank you. I was just admiring the decor. Splendid. I'd like to see the upstairs section, too, sometime.
You're the curious type, aren't you?
Oh, no, I'm merely interested in decoration, furniture.
Witherall, I didn't invite you.
You didn't? Well, someone did telephone me.
Nobody telephoned you.
Oh, well, perhaps it was a card. Yes, Mrs. Mullet, my housekeeper, brought the card to me with the morning mail. You know Mrs. Mullet?
Yes, I do.
Well, she works for quite a lot of people in town. Works for me and Mr. Twink. Do you know Mr. Twink?
Did you say you wanted to see the rest of the house?
Oh, I don't want to disturb you now with this party going on.
Well, I'll have my friends show you the place. You can start downstairs, in the cellar.
In the cellar?
Yes. You'll be very interested in what I have in the cellar. Louis, Jackie.
What's the matter, boss? What do you want?
I want you to show the house to Mr. Witherall. Take him down in the cellar first.
I got you. Come on, pal. We're going on a sightseeing tour.
Well, thank you, but perhaps later, eh?
Why don't you play something hot? Let's dance. Oh, yes.
You fellas show Witherall the cellar now. Come on, Maestro. Play something hot, will you?
And make it good and loud, huh, boys?
Sure. That's a great idea.
Okay, let's go, Witherall. Witherall, I said let's go downstairs.
Oh, yes, but later. Oh, Cornelia.
Yes, Leonidas.
Cornelia, may I have this dance?
Why, certainly. But it's hot swing. I've never seen you jitterbug, Leonidas.
I never have, but I'm going to do it now. Excuse me, gentlemen. Come on, Cornelia. As the boys at Meredith say, what is that phrase? Manufacture a rug? Oh, yes, let's cut a rug.
Leonidas! Oh, Leonidas, where in the world are you dancing to? We're going off the floor.
It's rather crowded here. I thought there'd be more room by that window. It leads to the terrace, I think.
Well, all right. Say, you're doing very well. I never thought Shakespeare could dance this way.
Oh, yes. If we can, just dance toward that French window, I could get out by the terrace.
Get out? What are you talking about?
May I cut in, Mrs. Winterbloom?
Oh, why, yes, of course. Do you mind, Leonidas?
Oh, I was enjoying this, so I hate to leave you.
Come with me, Witherall.
Let's go, Mrs. Winterbloom.
Oh, bye, Leonidas.
I'm waiting.
Yes, Louis. Sorry to keep you. You know, I've suddenly lost all interest in going into the cellar.
Get going there anyway. And don't try anything, Toots.
Toots, you embarrass me.
Don't go tossing off a couple of hints about what's cooking here. Because what's in my pocket ain't no water pistol.
Cooking? A pistol?
Leonidas Witherall! My goodness, you rascal. Why didn't you come over and speak to me?
Well, I've been busy, Toots. Susan.
Well, just you come over here to this sofa and sit down and chat with me. Will you pardon us?
Huh?
Pardon us. Come on, Leonidas.
Oh, I'm delighted, Mrs. Drap.
Well, how have you been? I haven't seen you in weeks. Mixed up in any murders lately?
I'm mixed up in one right now. Hopelessly mixed up.
Oh, really? Young man, Louis.
Yeah?
Would you do me a favor and get me some more punch, please?
Me? Okay. Yes. Give me the glass, Duchess.
Gimme, Duchess?
Yes. Curious guest, isn't he? Now, Leonidas, tell me all about it. Who's been killed?
No one yet.
No?
But they will be at any moment.
Well, why don't you stop it?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Oh, Leonidas, you wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you?
Oh, no. On the contrary, I'm talking shoulder to shoulder.
Oh.
Legs, shoulders. If this keeps up, we'll need some ration points.
Oh, how droll of you. Well, who's going to be killed?
I am.
Oh,
Oh, now I know you're just teasing me.
No, Susan, I'm going to be shot within a few seconds.
You know, that's what I like about you, Leonidas. You've such an extraordinary sense of humor.
Huh?
Yes. Well, who's going to shoot you? Cornelia? Me?
One of Mr. Beagle's friends.
Oh.
Susie, I've got to get out of here. Would you walk toward the front door with me?
Of course. I adore these games. We played murder at a party last week, but we didn't act it out this way. It was a quiz game called Stump It or Lump It.
Yes, the quiz I'm in now might be called Answer It or Drop Dead.
Really? Is Louis in it?
Yes, very much so.
Oh, you know Beagle does get the most exciting ideas for his parties. Well, come on. We'll sneak toward the front door, eh?
Yes, do it very casually,
Yes,
though. Come on.
Uh-huh.
Walk slowly.
Yes.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't seen me.
I see. You'll sneak out, and then we'll all look for you. Is that it?
I'm going to back up against this door and grab the knob.
Mm-hmm.
Smile, Susan. Smile at everyone.
I am. Oh, I am. Isn't this more fun?
I've got the knob in my hand.
Uh-huh.
Now I'll turn it.
Yes.
Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Talk.
Yes?
Talk about something. Or anything at all.
Oh, I see. To distract them, huh? Well, you know, I saw the most darling hat yesterday, Leonidas. I was in New York.
The knob's turned.
I just couldn't resist it. It was...
I'm all set now.
You know, it was one of those little stores on
Ready?
Broadway.
Going somewhere with the roll?
Oh.
Jackie, don't pound it.
Don't leave now. The party's just getting warmed up.
It's at a fever heat, if you ask me.
Stick around. There's going to be plenty of fireworks.
Oh, that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, Leonidas, he saw you. So I guess the game's spoiled. Call me when you want to start a new one, will you? How about musical chairs? I just love
Now, you fooled around enough with her all. Now you're going downstairs.
You'll have to make me. I'm not going into the cellar.
Come on, Jackie. Beagle's getting impatient.
The door to the cellar's over there with her all.
I'll not budge one step.
Oh, you won't, huh? You want to play rough? Okay, Bud, you asked for it.
All right, turn the lights on, boys. Stay where you are. Oh, yeah, don't try anything either.
What's this all about?
Well, where's Bill Shakespeare? Anybody see Leonidas Witherall?
Don't you see him, Sergeant? There were shots.
I heard the shots, Mrs. Muller. But I don't see him anywhere, do you?
Why, Leonidas was here just a minute ago.
Oh, well, he might be upstairs. See this stairway? All right, come on.
Goodness. He wasn't playing a game after all.
We'll go upstairs and... Say, wait. Well, if it isn't Louie and Jackie. How are you, boys? You fellas haven't been in town bothering me for a long time. They're probably in this frisk 'em. Okay.
We didn't do nothing.
Leave me alone.
All right, shut up, you two, before I hands you your heads. What'd you do with Bill Shakespeare?
He beat it when the lights went out.
Who turned him out?
I did. We were playing a little game. So what?
Oh, a little game, eh? Carrying those guns? Hold them, boys. Let's go, Mrs. Mullet. We're going upstairs.
Sergeant, they're in this, all right. I recognize their voices. Why, they're the two fellas that took me into the car.
Well, the boys will watch them till we get back. Then we'll have a nice, long talk. Come on up.
Yes.
Bill? Hey, Bill. Where are you?
Oh, I just...
You all right?
I hope nothing's happened to him.
Wait, I'll try this door. Nope, nothing doing. Well, we get down the hallway here. He might be down there.
Oh, hurry, Sergeant. They may have shot him.
I don't see Beagle anywhere either. I'll bet he's with Bill. Wait, I'll try this room.
Ah, Sergeant McCobble and Mrs. Mullet. Won't you come in?
You all right, Mr. Witherall?
Oh, a bit winded, that's about all.
Say, Bill, didn't you hear us calling?
Why, only just now, you see, the door was closed, and Mr. Beagle and I were having a very spirited and noisy conversation. Have your friends seen Louie and Jackie?
We got 'em, Bill. But now tell me, what happened?
Why, there's Mr. Twink's silverware.
Yes, the entire contents of Mr. Twink's safe is there on Mr. Beagle's bed, I believe.
Well...
do you care to explain, Mr. Beagle?
I'm not saying a word. I'm explaining nothing. I don't have to talk here.
I put out the lights, Sergeant, when Louie and Jackie were about to exterminate me.
Mm-hmm.
In the dark, I ducked and ran upstairs. I was sure Mr. Beagle would be planning to leave with his loot.
Why, that's the stuff I've been looking for all day. This is the robbery I was working on before.
Really?
Yeah.
Mr. Beagle wasn't quite the outstanding citizen we thought. After he took the keys from Mrs. Mullet, he gave them to Louie and Jackie. They robbed the safe while Mr. Beagle was purposely giving a party for some of the best-known people in Dalton. As a perfect excuse for his whereabouts during the robbery. Then Louis and Jackie came back to divide the loot, but unfortunately I suddenly appeared as an uninvited guest.
Oh, so they tried to get rid of you first, eh? I get it. Come on, Beagle, come on.
Relax, will you? Who do you think you're pushing around?
Now, Mr. Beagle, if you'll be so good as to return Mrs. Mullet her keys.
Well, Mr. Witherall, guess we did as well as Hazeltine anyway, didn't we?
Oh, we did just as well, Mrs. Mullet.
Say, what were you doing all the time I was fetching the sergeant?
Dancing to Hot Swing.
To Hot Swing?
Yes, that's mood music for a nervous breakdown.
Oh. Well, as Mr. Mullet used to say when he was alive, give me a nice old-fashioned waltz every time.
Yes, I agree. Let's go, Mrs. Mullet.
Wait a minute, Bill. Where are you going? She's a witness.
Oh, couldn't you spare the witness for just a few minutes, Sergeant?
Spare her? What for?
For a nice old-fashioned waltz. Shall we, Mrs. Mullet?
Why, Mr. Witherall.
This is Jerry Hendiga saying stay tuned for more of these great old radio classics.
If you live in or near New York, or if you plan to visit New York soon, we invite you to attend a broadcast of Leonidas Witherall. Just write a postcard with your name and address and send it to Bill Shakespeare. That's what Leonidas' friends call him. Bill Shakespeare, care of WOR, New York 18. We'll be glad to send tickets free of charge. Remember, to receive free tickets to a Leonidas Witherall program, send a note tonight to Bill Shakespeare, WOR, New York 18. The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall is heard over most of these mutual stations every Sunday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime and comes to you from the stage of the WOR Mutual Playhouse in New York. This is Mutual.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Maggie. I'm glad you called. No, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl I know has low ideas on high finance, and she's come up with one now where she may make a killing.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Deadly Dame. It's late afternoon in New York, and in the booth at Chico's, a young man named Johnny Fremont nervously toys with his drink while waiting for his light of love. And then, when she appears, it's obvious the light annoys her.
There you are.
Rita.
I'm surprised you showed up, Johnny. I didn't think you'd have the nerve.
What are you talking about?
I was just shopping at Lawson's. They told me Miss Rita Devlin's charge account has been closed.
Oh, well, I can explain that, honey.
You'd better.
Would you like a drink?
Later.
You sure? Chico makes a martini
Quit stalling, Johnny.
Well, it's like this, Rita. Things haven't been breaking so hot for Steve and myself lately.
What do you mean things haven't been breaking so hot?
Well, this oil deal we were supposed to handle didn't pan out. But things will pick up. We're working on a proposition now
Well, it was nice knowing you, darling.
Where are you going?
Home and pack.
No, you can't.
Can't I? Well, watch.
No, I won't let you go.
Get your hands off me.
Darling, listen to me.
What for? I did that once, and what did it get me? I left my husband because of you and your promises. Well, if this is the way you're keeping...
You've got to give me a little time, just till this deal gels.
Okay, when it does, give me a ring.
No, I won't let you go. I couldn't live without you.
That's very touching.
I mean it. I'd do anything in the world for you.
Anything?
You know that.
All right, we'll see. Suppose I showed you how to put your hands on $100,000. What would you say to that?
I'd say you were out of your mind.
How big is that partnership policy you and Steve Morgan carry on each other's lives?
100,000, but...
But what?
Well, it doesn't become payable unless one of us dies.
Well, why not work on it? Suppose Steve had an accident.
An accident?
Yeah. So he'd be fatally injured.
But how could that happen?
We could make it happen. If Steve were murdered...
Murdered?
Shut up, you fool. You want people to hear?
I'm sorry.
Well, am I right? If anything happened to Steve, that money would go to you.
Sure, what you're saying. I'd be the first one they suspected.
Why?
Because of the policy. Who else would have a motive to kill him?
Suppose it looked like somebody was trying to kill you. And
you're not making
Don't
sense.
interrupt. If someone made an attempt on your life and Steve got in the way of the bullet, that would leave you in the clear.
You know, you had me worried for a while.
What?
I didn't know you were joking.
Don't be a schmo. I was never more serious in my life.
But you must be. Who would want to kill me?
Well, I would if you don't start using your head. Why couldn't George be after you?
George?
My husband. After all, you did take me away from him. He's probably real annoyed.
Who would believe it?
Everybody, if you set it up right. All you have to do is go on record that George is after you.
How could I do that?
Oh, there's a million ways. What's wrong with a threatening letter? You show it to Steve and he spreads the word around. And when something happens to Steve, it all adds up.
Oh, you're crazy.
Okay, I'm crazy. And you certainly don't want me around.
No, wait.
Make up your mind, Johnny. I'm not going to wait forever.
Suppose I promise
I'm
you...
through with promises. Do we or do we not sit down and compose a letter from my husband for you to show to Steve?
Listen, Rita...
Do we or don't we?
All right.
That's my baby. Now, let's go over to my place. Get to work on the typewriter.
Who's there? Who's there?
It's only me, Johnny. Who'd you expect?
Don't ever do that again.
Oh, what's the matter, boy? You got the jitters?
No, but when I ask who's there, I expect an answer.
Hey, what's come over you? You're shaking like a leaf.
I'm all right.
Come on, you can tell your old sidekick. Listen, Johnny, if you're in a jam, I want to help.
You're right, Steve. I am in a jam.
Huh?
My life's been threatened.
What?
Take a look at this.
Dear Mr. Fremont, although I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, I understand we have one interest in common. I refer, of course, to Rita. Like you, Rita has always had a fatal fascination for me, and I swore if a man ever took her away, he'd pay with his life. Naturally, I'm looking forward to claiming yours. Sorry I missed you in Tijuana. Cordially, George Sales. Who's he?
Rita's husband.
But I thought her name was Devlin.
That's her maiden name. Steve, what am I going to do?
You're going to forget it. It's a rib.
No, it's from her husband, all right. Who else would know that I met Rita in Tijuana?
Oh, it could be any number of people.
Name one.
All right, even assuming you're right. What makes you think he isn't pulling your leg?
Does this look like it?
What the devil do you call that?
What does it look like?
Offhand, I'd say sugar.
Well, it's arsenic.
Arsenic? Where'd it come from?
I ordered some coffee sent up this morning.
Yeah?
I don't know what possessed me, but I tasted the sugar first. Then I noticed the metallic flavor.
Hey, you're right. You got to report this to the cops.
Oh, no. Rita doesn't want me to.
Listen, Johnny, I wouldn't ordinarily say this. Just because we're partners, I figure don't give me a license to butt in your private affairs, but there's an easy way out.
How?
Get rid of Rita.
What?
I don't want you to take offense, boy, but look, she's no good.
Steve, I'm going to surprise you. You're absolutely right.
Well, then why in heaven's name you...
I can't help myself. I know it sounds corny, but I couldn't get along without her. Every time she's threatened to leave me, I felt like it was the end of the world.
Look, kiddo, you got to pull yourself together.
It's no use. I can't give her up.
And you won't go to the police?
No.
Well, then, wait a minute. I got an idea. I got a pal named Mike Warren.
Who?
Mike Warren. He's a private detective.
Is he the one they call the Falcon?
Yeah. You're going to have a talk with him.
No.
Now, don't be a fool, Johnny. It's the only way.
But Rita wouldn't want...
She don't have to know.
Listen, Steve, maybe we're jumping to conclusions. Maybe you were right in the first place.
Huh?
Maybe it's a rib, like you said.
Don't be a fool, boy. That arsenic's no joke. Someone's out to get you.
But you don't understand.
I understand you need protection, and Mike Warren is the one to supply it. Now quit arguing and get your coat. Well, that's the story, Mike. What do you think Johnny ought to do?
Let's see that letter again.
Here.
When did you receive this, Johnny?
Wednesday.
Where was it mailed to?
Well, can't you see from the envelope it was sent to my hotel?
Now, look,
You'll
fella.
have to excuse him, Mike. Naturally, Johnny's upset. He didn't mean nothing, did you, pal?
I'm sorry, Waring.
You say you received this letter this past Wednesday?
Yes.
That was April 2nd.
Well,
How come the letter is postmarked April 5th?
Well, I guess I forgot. Come to think of it, it was Saturday.
Well, that's a funny kind of mistake to make.
Well, I've had a lot on my mind.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
What's the matter with you, Mike? You sound like you don't believe him.
All I can go by, Steve, is my own experience. I've seen a lot of threatening letters in my time, and it's amazing how few of them are signed. His girlfriend's husband seems to go out of their way to incriminate himself.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Did you notice the signature?
What about it?
It's typed like the rest of the note. Well, you'll have to admit that's fairly unusual, too. Most men can muster enough strength to pick up a pen.
What are you getting at?
Well, any one of these things alone might not mean anything, but when you add them all together, you're forced to one conclusion.
What?
This letter is a phony.
You're crazy.
And I'll let that pass.
Look, Mike, be reasonable. Who would do a thing like that?
Oh, there are a couple of possibilities. Could be the work of a crank, or then again...
Yes?
It could be yours.
What do you mean?
Well, it just occurred to me, Johnny, that you might have typed this note to yourself.
Are you calling me a phony?
Take it any way you like.
Why, you no good.
Now take it
Cut
easy,
it out,
fella.
Johnny.
Let me go.
Cut it. Come on, Johnny, behave yourself.
Did you hear what he called me?
Yeah. Now, look, Mike, I think you owe him an apology.
I don't see why.
Leave us alone, Johnny.
No.
Go on now, pal. This is between us. You trust me, don't you?
Well, yeah.
Well, then take off.
Okay. I'll meet you at Rita's later.
Fair enough. All right, Mike. What do you got to say for yourself?
I thought I said enough already.
You realize you call my partner a liar?
Oh, what's the matter with you, Steve? Can't you see it yet? If I will get your 10, he mailed that letter to himself.
Just give me one good reason why a man should do that.
Well, that's what bothers me. There isn't one good reason.
So?
So I'm convinced there must be a dozen bad ones. Let me know if any of them develop.
That you, Johnny?
Yeah. Open up, Rita.
Hiya, doll. I was wondering what happened to you.
Give me a drink.
What's the matter?
I need one, that's all.
Oh, what happened?
Everything. It's all loused up.
Oh, you stupid.
Honey, it wasn't my fault. I did everything the way we planned. I showed the letter and the arsenic to Steve.
So?
So it developed Steve has a friend who's a private detective. We went over to see him.
You didn't.
Steve insisted.
Now, I suppose if Steve insisted, you'd blow your brains out to oblige him.
Rita, you don't understand. There was nothing else I could do. If I was worried about my life, wouldn't I naturally try to protect myself? So we went over to see this Mike Waring.
Go on.
We weren't there more than a couple of minutes when he spotted the whole thing for a phony.
How?
He tied me up on the note.
Oh, you idiot.
Rita, I couldn't help myself. I got rattled. And then there were a couple of other things. And, well, to make a long story short, I tried to take a poke at Waring, and Steve broke it up.
Well, that's just fine. Where's Steve now?
Still with Waring, but he's due here any minute. What about this man you hired?
What about him?
We've got to call him off. If we don't... It must be Steve. What'll I do?
Well, the first thing is to pull yourself together. Look at your hands.
I can't help it.
You bet.
Rita.
Don't read on me. Can't you be a man for once? Go on, get it. I'm going to powder my nose.
Just a second, Steve.
Hiya, Mac. This Rita Devlin's apartment?
That's right.
Yeah, well, I got a little job here.
Well, who are you?
Oh, you might call me an exterminator.
Well, will you come back later? Miss Devlin's very busy.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy myself.
Yes, but you can't do any work while there are people in the apartment.
Oh, that's the only time to do it. So if you don't mind, I'll get right down to business. Huh?
What's the idea of the gun?
I told you I was an exterminator.
But I thought you meant...
Everybody does.
Oh, look, you got this all wrong. You're looking for Steve Morgan.
You'll do.
You don't understand. Steve isn't here yet. I'm Johnny Fremont. We were just going to call you. You made the trip for nothing.
Well, just so it won't be a total loss.
No!
Along about this time of year, we start to see the first signs of spring. Birds are beginning to sing, the first flowers are blooming, and youngsters will be playing out of doors. But there's one sign of spring that warns of danger instead of happiness ahead. Spring also means increased highway traffic, and heavier traffic means more accidents. Yes, that's just as sure as the changing of the seasons. So this is a good time to think about your own safety on the highways. First of all, why not check on your car and make sure it's in safe driving condition? Look at the tires, the windshield wiper, the brakes, the lights, and other safety equipment. But remember, even a car in perfect condition isn't safe unless it's driven carefully. Resolve now not to drive too fast, to stay on your own side of the road, to obey traffic laws, and to observe traffic signs and signals. Never drive after drinking. Be alert every moment behind the wheel. Yes, spring is here, so be sure you stay alive to enjoy it. Drive carefully. The life you save may be your own. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon. Three hours have passed since Johnny Fremont met the friendly exterminator in Rita Devlin's apartment. And now at Mike Waring's.
Hello?
That you, Mike?
Yeah?
Steve Morgan.
Oh, look, Steve, if you're calling about Johnny Fremont...
It so happens I am.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Well, when you break him down, you'll find I was right.
I wouldn't make book on that.
Well, I would. I've got $100 here.
You better hold on to it, or you won't be eaten. Johnny was just murdered.
He what?
You heard me.
Well, then I was wrong.
Doesn't seem possible, does it? You tell a guy he's got nothing to worry about. 3 hours later, he's pushing up daisies.
Where did it happen?
Over at his girlfriend's apartment.
Rita Devlin's?
That's right.
Where does she live?
At Cherokee Arms.
Well, I'm going over to see her.
I wouldn't.
I know I let you down, but I'd like to make it up to you.
And who's going to make it up to Johnny?
Oh, listen,
I
Steve...
listened to you once before, Mike. It was kind of expensive. So if you don't mind, I'll hang up now.
From Hollywood, it's time now for... Johnny Dollar.
Crutcher, Mr. Dollar. Lester Crutcher at Continental Insurance Company.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Crutcher?
Tell me, are you familiar with the Priest Expedition Collection?
Priest Expedition?
Some of the relics, artifacts of considerable archaeological import that were excavated from the ruins of the city of Ur in the valley of the Euphrates.
What?
Findings from the temple erected to the god Baal, which proved of such historical value to students of the ancient Babylonian civilization. You know.
Yeah, I certainly don't know. But what about it?
We carry some special insurance on that collection.
And what's happened to it?
Nothing yet. But I think you'd better come over and see me. Right away.
Okay, Mr. Crutcher. Why not? Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the loss of memory matter. Ancient Babylonia, Crutcher had said. So on the way down to his office, I stopped off at the library for a good look at the encyclopedia. And I learned that what was once Babylonia is now a part of the country of Iraq, one of the hot spots in the Middle East. Go ahead. Good, there might be some action, even international intrigue. On a map, I found the location of the long-forgotten city of Ur. The confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates River near the Persian Gulf was where it was. Romantic names, all of them. And not too far away, the exotic city of Baghdad. Yes, at long last, a trip to the Middle East.
Middle East?
Well, that's what the map said, Mr. Crutcher.
Near west is more like it, Dollar.
Huh?
You must have misunderstood me. The relics from the temple of the god Baal I mentioned are presently in the little town of Lakeview.
Lakeview?
Yes, right here in Connecticut.
I guess I did misunderstand.
They're owned by a Mr. Alvin Peabody Cartwright, who, I might venture to say, is a crackpot of the first order, but who happens to have placed a great deal of insurance with us on his life, property, art collection, and so forth.
I see. You mentioned a priest's expedition collection.
Of rare scrolls and tablets, principally, taken from excavations along the bank of the Euphrates River. Some of them over 4,000 years old, all of them of great historical and archaeological value. Here, this is a relatively unimportant piece that Mr. Cartwright gave to me some years ago.
Well, what is it?
What does it look like?
Well, like a tiny sort of sofa pillow. Only it's made out of dried mud or some... Hey, wait a minute. There are a lot of tiny marks on it.
Hieroglyphics, Dollar. Those are a perfect example of the cuneiform writing that was used by the ancients.
Oh, what's it say? Has anybody deciphered it?
It's a receipt for 24 fat sheep, 12 oxen, and 12 goats that were taken to the temple for sacrifice to the great god Baal.
Well, how about that? Does the whole collection consist of stuff like this?
Yes, and of priceless scrolls made of papyrus and leather. You've heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Oh, yeah, sure. That throw so much light on biblical times. Yeah, they've had a lot of publicity in time and life and so on.
Yes. Those in the priest collection cover much of the history of the Canaanites and Phoenicians.
And you've insured the collection?
It's this way. Mr. Cartwright has decided to sell it to the museum here in Hartford. Has promised them that his stepson, Alfred Hocking, who lives with him, would deliver it to them today. But now he's suddenly worried to death that something will happen to it en route.
So?
So, to keep him happy, we've issued a $20,000 transit policy.
Well, then what's he worried about?
Now he demands a guard for it, too.
Well, doesn't he trust his stepson, this Alfred?
Who knows? Who knows what old Cartwright thinks, whom he trusts.
Well, now look,
And after all, $250 plus whatever expense account you can dream up for a couple of hours' drive in the country.
What of his own... Oh? Well, sure, why not? Expense account item 2, $50 deposit on a rental car in which I promptly headed north and west on Highway 44. The 50-odd mile drive to Lakeview was easy and pleasant. Finding Cartwright's home was also easy. It sat prominently atop a hill on the outskirts of the little town with perhaps 2 acres of ground around it. All of it looking worth a lot of money, yet rather seedy and run down. Alvin Peabody Cartwright himself greeted me at the door.
I take it you're Mr. Dollar.
That's right. Mr. Cartwright?
Let me see your credentials.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. All right, here you are.
Yes, all right, you can come in. This way, in my study. Right here. And there, Mr. Dollar, is the box containing the Babylonian relics.
That one carton is all that's to be delivered to the museum in Hartford?
That's all. Young man, the contents of that sealed carton are worth $21,000, and it's sealed, you understand, so that neither you nor that worthless stepson of mine can get your hands on any part of it. Alfred, this is Mr. Dollar. Alfred Hocking.
Hi, Dollar.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see you sitting back there.
Yeah.
Now let me finish this phone call that you interrupted. You still there, Mr. Waring? All right, now. Huh? Yes, he finally got here. Dollar's his name. That's right.
Shall I sit down?
Yeah, sure.
Well, just you be sure he identifies himself. Yes, and that he's accompanied by my stupid stepson, whose name's Alfred Hocking. Now, if only one of them appears, or if the seals on the carton are broken, you're not to accept it. Make him bring it back to me in a... No. Call the police. Yes, that's what I said. Call the police. Otherwise, give the money to Mr. Dollar. Not to that half-wit stepson of mine. I don't trust him. Now, they'll leave here shortly, and I know it's late, but Waring, just make sure that you're there waiting for them with the money. Goodbye.
Mr. Cartwright.
Yes? Well, what?
If you're so concerned about it, I can't help wondering why you haven't asked the police to guard this shipment for you.
Because I don't trust them. I don't trust them any more than I trust this numbskull Alfred.
Thanks.
I don't trust anybody.
Oh, does that include me?
Of course it does. Why do you suppose I'm having both of you take it over there? I'll tell you why. To keep an eye on each other. Now, get yourselves out of here and on the way to Hartford. Just be sure you bring that cash right back here to me tonight.
You mean check, don't you?
I mean cash. I don't believe in checks. I don't believe in banks. I don't trust them. I've kept all I have in my big safe here in the house for the past 47 years, and I intend to continue keeping it there, where I can watch over it myself. Now, go on, you and this dumb Alfred. Get out of here.
Dumb, Alfred? I'm not so sure. On the other hand, as we drove back toward Hartford with Alfred at the wheel, he said he knew a backcountry shortcut. I decided he just wasn't as clever as he'd like to be. Hey, take it easy, Al.
I'll give it to you straight, Dollar. I'd hoped the old buzzard would let me make this delivery alone. Because believe me, if he had, he'd never see 1 red cent of that 21 grand we're going to pick up.
I take it you and your stepfather don't get along too well.
That's putting it mild. But I'm telling you, boy, that once I figure a way to relieve him of his dough, he'll never see me again. $21,000. Boy, that would get me so far away from here, I tell you.
You, been living with him long?
All my life. The crazy old Scrooge has never let me have any money of my own. And me, I got a right to blow myself, have a little fun, as much as anybody.
Well, maybe he thinks you ought to work for it. Hey, now, you better slow down, Al.
Work, did you say? When he's got more than he'll ever be able to use stashed away in that old safe in the cellar? Why should I have to work?
Hey, I said take it easy, Al.
Why don't those trucks stay off those back country roads?
Oh, now, Al.
Why should I work when all I need to do is to get my hands on some of that pile he's got in the safe and I can live like a king? He'll never spend it, and he'll never leave it to me when he kicks off. That's why I haven't knocked him off myself, but believe me,
Al, look, just stop this crate and let me take the wheel.
Yeah, why?
Oh, with all your ranting and raving, you're all over the road.
Sure, okay. Sure, you can drive.
Well, stop.
Sure, I'll stop.
Look out, we'll skid.
Let us skid.
Look out! There was a long period of deep, dull blackness, without sound, without feeling. And then, slowly, hazily, the light came back, but it wasn't clear. Everything seemed very confusing, very vague. I was conscious of a terrible throbbing in my head, and then it slowly passed, leaving only a dull ache. A strange and helpless feeling of not knowing who or what or where I was, until the shadow of a man rose from the ground beside me. Slowly took definite form as it wavered for a moment, then stood over me.
How about you, boy? Back to the world again?
World?
Yeah, you really hit that windshield frame. Here, let me help you sit up. I'll lean you up against what's left of the car. And now.
Car?
Sure. Yeah, this is the wreck we cracked up in. There you are. Nothing busted. You were just knocked out.
Cracked up?
Sure. On our way to Hartford.
Hartford?
Hey. What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I can't seem to remember anything.
What do you mean? Not anything.
I can't remember. My mind is all blank.
Well, you know who we are, don't you?
No.
What?
No, and my head, it's
Look. Are you kidding,
Hartford?
Bud?
Car?
Sure. Hartford, to deliver some stuff and collect a big wad of... You're sure you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Not even who you are?
I don't remember. I'm trying to, but
okay, now listen. Everything's going to be okay, real okay. You want to know who you are, huh?
Yeah, who I am.
Sure you do, and I'll tell you. Your name is Hocking. Alfred Hocking.
Alfred?
That's right, yeah. You're Alfred Hocking.
We were driving along here in the car. See, I was. You were keeping me company, you get it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Sure you do, sure. You see, I have to deliver some stuff in Hartford. It's in this box here in the car. There, you see it?
Box? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just came along for the ride. The ride to Hartford, see?
Oh.
Yeah, and after I deliver this stuff and pick up make a little pickup, that is, why, then you and me will part and go our merry ways, you see?
I don't know, I guess so.
Sure you do, sure you do. Yeah,
sure I do.
You feel better now, huh?
Yeah, much. If only my head would clear. If only I could remember something, anything.
Look, you're going to be okay. Al?
Al. I'm Al.
That's right.
Yeah. But you... I can't remember.
Huh?
Who are you?
Me? My name is Johnny Dollar.
Dollar?
Yeah, remember that.
Johnny Dollar.
That's right. Yeah.
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
We sometimes wonder, what is the life of a human being really worth? Not too much? Or maybe a great deal? Does it depend on whose life it is? Whatever the answer, one thing is certain. Fred Hargesheimer, since World War II, has felt that his life is worth quite a lot of gratitude. During the war in the Pacific, about June of 1943, Lieutenant Hargesheimer had his P-38 fighter plane shot out of the sky. Badly wounded, he bailed out over a tiny island, New Britain. It looked pretty small from where he hit the silk, but he found it much bigger when he hit the ground. It was bigger, and in complete control of the enemy. But Hargesheimer was lucky. After a month of lonely hiding, he was found by a group of friendly natives from the village of Nantambu. They cared for him and successfully hid him from enemy patrols for the next 4 months at the risk of their own lives. Then Hargesheimer was able to make it back to civilization. For the next 17 years, Fred Hargesheimer thought about those wonderful people of Nantambu. 12,000 miles away in the United States of America, Hargesheimer put a great plan into effect. He made speeches, took up collections, sold jewelry belonging to his family, and worked out a way to bring a bit of civilization and happiness to the little village of Nantambu. Needless to say, the villagers gave him a spectacular welcome upon his return. Fred Hargesheimer showed his gratitude to the people who had saved his life. But life is worth little without freedom, the right of all men, everywhere.
Now, Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the loss of memory matter.
Amnesia. Sudden, complete amnesia. And all the feeling of utter helplessness that goes with it. The man who was with me told me the crack up of our car on the way to a place he called Hartford. Hartford? Meant nothing to me. Nor did I recognize anything of the countryside or the road where we sat waiting, hoping someone would pick us up. Names, places, I remembered nothing. Not even who I was, or who the man with me was.
That's right. Dollar. I'm Johnny Dollar.
I see.
And your name is Hocking. Alfred Hocking.
Hocking.
Yeah, you're feeling better, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, look in the pocket of your coat.
Pocket?
Oh, isn't there a billfold there? Yeah, open it up.
Yeah, here it is.
There's a name in it? Sure, see?
Alfred P. Hocking.
That's right, that's you. And I'm Johnny Dollar. Just remember that and everything will be all right. Now, why don't some truck come along and pick us up, or a car?
What are we doing out here, Johnny?
You see this box? Well, I've got orders to deliver it to the museum in Hartford.
Museum, huh? What's in it?
No, just some old relics. Then I'll collect the money for it, and that'll be that. You can be on your merry way, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Sure.
But how come I'm going with you, Johnny?
Why, you live in Hartford, see?
Oh, I see.
You didn't even know that. You still don't remember anything.
Only what's happened since I woke up here. Look now.
Yeah?
Why don't you take me home first, if we can get a ride, that is, and maybe if I rest, I'll feel better.
No.
Maybe my mind will clear up.
No, first the museum.
But, Johnny...
All right, listen. The crazy old coot I'm delivering this stuff for, well, he phoned ahead that there'd be two of us, see, so you've got to come along to the museum.
Museum?
Yeah, the museum, the one in Hartford, like I told you.
Oh, yes, Hartford.
But once I get the money for it, I'll take care of you. Yeah, I'll take care of you.
You've done pretty good as it is, I guess.
Sure I have, Al. I mean, I've pulled you out of the wreck and all. Hey, look, here comes a big moving van, and if I know those boys, who'll pick us up. Come on, get up on your feet, and we'll flag him down.
The helpful driver of the big cross-country truck picked us up and was all for getting me to a hospital before anything else. But my companion, who called himself Johnny Dollar, assured him he'd do it as soon as our mission was accomplished. So the driver agreed to take us directly to the museum Johnny had mentioned. Johnny Dollar. The name had a strangely familiar sound, but I couldn't remember. Finally, in the city, they told me it was Hartford. We pulled up in front of a large, rather imposing granite building.
You sure somebody will still be there waiting to meet you, mister? It's getting pretty late.
Don't worry, driver. There'll be somebody, all right.
Okay, but you sure you don't want me to wait and take your friend Al to a hospital?
Like I told you, the minute we're through here, I'll take care of him. Come on, Al.
Sure. Thanks, driver.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, boys. If I couldn't give somebody in trouble a hand, I'd have no business driving this rig. Come on, here's your package.
Oh, thanks again. Now, come on, Al.
Okay, Johnny.
I'll do all the talking, and you just remember who you are.
Sure. Let me help you carry that.
You just push the bell button there beside...
Well, it's about time. Which of you is Mr. Dollar?
That's me. Hi, Mr. Waring. Here's my credentials.
Yes. Then you...
Al Hocking.
Oh, yes. Just as Mr. Cartwright said on the phone. But what happened to you?
I had a little car accident on the way.
Oh, yes. Are you feeling all right, Mr. Hocking?
Well,
Oh, sure. I'm going to take care of him as soon as we leave here. So, if you don't mind, you've got something for me, haven't you?
Yeah, of course. Seals are still intact.
Sure are, in spite of the accident.
Oh, very well. If you'll step inside, I'll give you the money.
Good. Come on, Al.
I must confess my bewildered mind was somewhat puzzled by what happened next. Mr. Waring opened a small wall safe and handed my companion a package. From it, he extracted and counted almost greedily $21,000. He signed a receipt, accepted a receipt for the packet of bills. Then we left the museum and hailed a taxi.
Hey, buddy, you know a drive-your-own-car place that's still open?
Sure do.
Then take us there, and there's an extra fin for you if you step on it.
Right you are.
Johnny, can't the cabbie take me home first?
I said I'd take care of you, didn't I? All right, now, don't ask any questions. We haven't got time.
Maybe I had lost all memory. Maybe my mind was befuddled, confused. The pain in my head nearly driving me out of whatever sanity I'd retained. Nonetheless, I had a strange feeling that things weren't what they should be. Still, my friend, this Johnny Dollar who'd saved me from the wrecked car... If only I could remember things from before we cracked up. There was something strange, too, in the way he slowly, painstakingly signed the application for the drive-your-own car, looking carefully all the while at the license he pulled out of his pocket. Then a few minutes later, we were on the road again, and we were heading, according to the highway signs, out of town and toward a place called Danbury on Route 6.
These rental cars could stand a little souping up.
Look, Johnny, I thought you were going to take me home.
I am.
But you said I live in Hartford.
Listen, if I know that stepfather of yours, the sooner we get out of the state.
What? What were you going to say?
Nothing. Now, listen. I got to get you to a hospital, see, and the best one I know is over the line in New York. You want to get your memory back, don't you?
Yeah, sure. But now look, Al.
Huh? What'd you say?
It's funny. I called you Al.
What's funny about it? Sure you aren't beginning to remember things, huh? How about it?
I wish to heaven I could. But now, look, Johnny, there's something funny about all this. I may be a bit muddled after that crack-up we were in, but it seems...
You are muddled. That's the reason you're getting crazy ideas, but don't. See? Just quit thinking and relax so you might do something you'd be sorry for. Yeah. Real sorry.
This determination of his to get across the state line. Things were wrong, and I knew it. But I didn't know why. A man's judgment is based on his experience. So are his reasoning powers, based on things he's done or that have happened to him, or at the very least on things he's known about in the past. And all of my knowledge of the past was gone from me. Anything I might do or say at this point would probably be wrong. So how could I argue with this Johnny Dollar? What's more, he had a gun. I'd felt it in his pocket when he bumped against me. Perhaps if I had a gun, I could stop him. Demand an explanation. I felt that I should. Why? I didn't know why, but somehow. Johnny?
Yeah?
Why are you so anxious to get into another state?
I told you to get you to a hospital. Now shut up.
Oh, listen to me.
Don't ask questions. Just leave everything to me.
Well, why is driving all this distance, 50 or 60 miles now, better than if you'd taken me to a hospital or doctor back in Hartford?
I told you to stop asking questions.
Yeah. Johnny, why do you carry a gun?
Why shouldn't I? Don't worry about it.
Are you supposed to?
Sure. I got a permit, so forget it.
Let me see it.
Hey, what is this? Later.
Now.
Later, I said.
Then I don't believe you.
All right, then here. Look in this card case.
I looked in Johnny Dollar's card case. His driver's license, business cards that said he was a freelance insurance investigator. And again, something vaguely familiar stirred in my cloudy mind.
You find it yet?
And then an identification card with thumbprint and snapshot. And the picture was not of the man beside me. Instinctively, I leaned over to look into the rear-view mirror, to look at myself. But he pulled the gun from his pocket, and before I could do it, he struck me hard across the head.
All right now, Al. We're gonna stop. You hear me, Al?
Yeah. Yeah. You hit me with that gun.
That's right.
That was a mistake. Because that second blow on the head. Why have we stopped?
You'll see. You see, you gave me an idea about this gun. Now, get out.
Sure. Why not?
Pretty wobbly, huh? All right, now. Look down over the side of the road there.
What about it?
See that deep ravine down there?
Why? Al?
That's why. Because you called me Al. And this time you meant it.
Yeah? I guess I did. Thanks to that poke on the head.
So, you got some of your memory back, huh? But not your strength. No. So before you do...
No, put that away. Oh, you're not going to... Expense account total so far, $95 even, including doctor bills. Repair bill on rental car is still to come, and strangely enough, old Cartwright is perfectly willing to pay it and any other expenses that may be involved. He's a changed man with his chiseling stepson out from underfoot. Also, I'll be required to appear in court against Alfred Hocking. And there'll be expenses involved there, too. The extra $500 Cartwright insisted I take doesn't go in this account since it came out of his own pocket. Not bad for just a couple of wallops on the head, huh? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week? Well, it's another case of mistaken identity, but believe me, a completely different affair. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Heard in our cast were Les Tremaine, Parley Bear, Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, Tom Henley, and Shepard Menken. Musical supervision is by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Time. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, presents The Casebook of Gregory Hood, starring Elliot Lewis, with our guest star, Gale Storm. In just a moment, you'll hear tonight's story, Fifth Avenue, with Gale Storm as Nida Miles. Say, do you know who's the best judge of wine in all this world? Well, as far as you're concerned, you are. That's right. What other person can decide what kind of wine you're going to like? So here's my suggestion. Try Petrie wine. You know, Petrie wine is the one and only wine for thousands of people. But the only way you can be sure it's the wine for you is to try it. Once you've done that, I'm pretty sure you'll agree that Petrie wine is the wine to suit your own particular taste. And the reason it's so good is because the Petrie family took time to bring you good wine. Many generations of knowledge, skill, and experience go into the making of every bottle of Petrie wine. Only the finest of luscious, big, sun-ripened California grapes are used. And Petrie wine is always made in the Petrie family's own honored tradition. So Petrie wine is a wonderful buy, a real wine value. Why don't you try a bottle of Petrie wine tomorrow? Those 5 letters on the label, P-E-T-R-I, are your assurance of good wine. Petrie wine. Well, it's that time again. Time to join Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney Sanderson Taylor for another story from Greg's casebook. Greg and Sandy are in New York City on business for Greg's world-famous importing house. It's a bracingly cold night, but in spite of the cold, Greg has insisted that he and Sandy climb aboard a Fifth Avenue bus
and settle down for a tourist's eye view of the famous thoroughfare. The bus is deserted except for a very beautiful young lady sitting across the aisle from them. Sandy is complaining bitterly about the draft.
This is the craziest thing we've done in the last 5 years, Greg. Could be in a nice warm cab, where they keep the doors closed.
Oh, you've lost the spirit of adventure, Sandy. Yeah. We're going back to California tomorrow night. A little cold weather will do us good while we can get it. Improves the circulation, puts a sparkle in your eye. Hey,
What's the matter?
look, there. That mansion. You recognize it?
Huh. That one?
Yeah.
Well, it does look familiar, Greg.
Familiar. We spent 2 of the happiest hours in our lives or thereabouts in that house, Sandy. Night before last.
Are you losing your mind? I've never been in that house. Night before last, Roy Del Ruth invited us to that screening, his latest picture.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the mansion that Aloysius T. McKeever spends his winters in. Remember?
Oh. Well, of course. And that picture, it happened on Fifth Avenue.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's that. Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Victor Moore in his hobo getup going through that hole in the fence. Oh, what a wonderful character. I don't know when I ever enjoyed a picture as much, Sandy. I'd like to see it again.
You'd like to? Boy, I'm going to. I'm going to take Mary to see it as soon as it opens in Berkeley. You know, Charlie Ruggles has always been a favorite of hers. Oh, wait till she sees him in this part. He was wonderful.
Oh, the whole cast. I fell in love with Gail Storm. I've always been mad about Ann Harding. Everyone gave swell performances, especially the leading man, Don DeFore.
Yeah, sure did. You know, it must be a lot of satisfaction to make a picture like that.
Yeah. Roy Del Ruth's made a lot of fine pictures, but this tops them all. Excuse me, allow me to pick your bag up for you. Oh, nothing much spilled out.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I don't want to seem inquisitive, but why are you carrying that gun?
Please, give me my bag.
Look, I'm not just being nosy, but if you're scared to death and carrying a gun, that's a bad combination for a little girl like you.
Give me my bag.
My name is Gregory Hood. If you're in trouble, I want to help you.
I'm not in any trouble. Give it here and please go away. I don't want to talk with you.
Okay, Miss Miles.
You know my name?
Yes, on this envelope in your bag. I'm very observant.
You might be sorry you noticed that. Now, please go away. I'm getting off the bus at the next stop.
Do you want me to get off with you? Bodyguard?
No. Now, go away, please. I don't want to talk with you.
Okay.
Well, you didn't make much of an impression on that young lady, did you, Greg?
Yeah, I'm afraid not. Something the matter with that girl, Sandy.
Ah, because she didn't throw her arms about you?
No, cynic. Because it's a little unusual for a girl as lovely as that, draped in that many $1,000s worth of mink, to be carrying a .32 automatic pistol in that full-grown alligator bag.
An automatic?
Yeah. And she's scared silly.
She's getting off, Greg.
I'm going to follow her, Sandy. I'm not going to get off at the same time she does. We'll jump off in the middle of the block, and we'll keep our eye on her.
Uh-huh.
Let's go.
Okay. Greg, that girl, she left a package on the seat there.
Oh, yeah. Well, give us an excuse for chasing her. I'll get it.
I'll take that package, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to return it to the young lady who left it here just a minute ago.
Give it here. Don't be a hero.
Look out, Greg. Just hang on to that gun arm, Sandy. Give me that gun.
I have to have that package. It belongs to me.
Grab him, Sandy. Yeah. Oh, stop him, Sandy.
Hey, wait until the bus stops. Get away. He got away, Greg.
Yeah, I lost my balance when he let go of the gun. Come on, Sandy. I don't want to lose that girl. Let's get off this bus.
What are you trying to do? Break your neck?
Now, jump, Sandy. Come on.
Hey, what's the matter with you two jumping off that moving bus? You crazy?
What happened to the man who jumped off just ahead of us?
He ran across the street against the light, the idiot. What's all this about? What's going on?
Oh, look, officer, nothing's going on. A young lady left a package on the bus. I jumped off to return it to her, that's all. She got off at the corner back there. Small girl, brunette, mink coat. You notice her?
You think I got nothing to do but watch who gets off the bus? She didn't jump. I didn't see her.
Thank you. Come on, Stanley. You see her?
No, I don't. Now she's gone, Greg.
Well, I know her name. Come on, let's go back to the Waldorf, try to locate her. This package she left behind must be pretty important. Oh, Sandy, there's no Night of Miles listed in the city directory or telephone book. I guess the only thing to do is buy an ad in a paper and advertise the fact that we have that package.
Yeah. What do you suppose is in it, Greg? What does it feel like?
Feels like a leather box, Sandy, because that's what it is. That's not much of a help. Take it down and ask the clerk to put it in the safe, will you?
Aren't you going to look and see what's in it?
Why, Sandy. Surprised at you.
I'm the one who's surprised.
Hmm?
Well, I'll take it down, Greg. Meet you in the lobby in a half an hour.
Yeah, I'll be ready by then. Quick shower and shave. Wish I could locate that Miles girl. I want to get this package back to her. And...
She was a very pretty girl, Greg.
Oh, well, that, too. Be within a half hour, sir.
Okay, in the men's bar.
Right. Nida. Hello, operator. It's Gregory Hood in the tower. Yes. I want you to check all the Class A hotels for me. I have a friend named Nida Miles. Miss Nida Miles. I know she's in town, but I don't know where she's staying. Yep, that's right. M-I-L-E-S. Hmm? And there's a $20 bill in it for you if you locate it for me. Well, you're welcome if you find it. Right, and thank you. Nida. Oh, darn it. Nida?
Just step back in that room, Mr. Hood. I don't want to have to use this gun.
Oh, no, not you again.
Sorry. I've been waiting to see you alone, Mr. Hood. I've been telling you ever since you grabbed that package this afternoon. You shouldn't have done that.
Why? It wasn't yours.
But the boss wanted it. The young lady wanted to have it.
Hmm?
You aced your way in where you weren't wanted, Hood. Now, where is it?
I haven't got it.
Get it.
I can't right now.
That's too bad. Now, Mr. Hood, we're going to take a little trip. Boss wants to see you.
Look, you're out of a book. Go away. This is the Waldorf. You can't kidnap me out of here.
Don't go betting your life on that. There's a car waiting downstairs. Walk through the lobby and get in it. I'll go with you just to keep you from making any mistakes.
Well, this is ridiculous.
Isn't it? Come on, get moving and don't take it too hard. You'll be in good company. We're entertaining a dame there called Nida out of the place.
What?
Yeah, she's waiting for you. If you don't arrive, it might kill her. So don't be tricky, Mr. Hood. Just keep moving. As soon as we get past this light here, Joe, twist it over to Lexington. Right. I want to put the blinders on Mr. Hood here.
You're going to blindfold me, huh?
Yeah. I hate to cover those pretty blue eyes of yours.
Oh, thank you.
There's not much sin in the real agent anyway. For the love of...
I didn't do anything. The half-witted cab jockey behind me ran me.
Come on, the light's changing. Take out of here.
Yeah.
Lock bumper.
This is pretty embarrassing, isn't it?
Just keep your seats.
No, I think I'll get out and help unlock
you-
bumpers. You wouldn't want to do any shooting in all this traffic. So long, Clancy.
See you later, Lucky.
Hey, Greg! Greg!
Huh? Oh, Sandy.
What happened, Greg?
Where'd you come from?
Well, I saw you leaving the hotel with that fella.
Huh?
Looked to me like he was holding a gun on you. So I grabbed the cab and followed you.
How come you always do the right thing? I was in a little trouble, Sandy.
Well, that's what I figured. So I gave my driver $20 to lock bumpers with the car you were in.
Oh,
see?
sheer genius. Now, let's get back to the hotel and get my suite changed. I want privacy when I take a look at what's in that confounded package. Now, that girl that left this package in the bus, Nida Miles.
Did the operator manage to find her registered one of the hotels?
No, and please stop taking words out of my mouth. Alligator jewel case with a sterling silver coat of arms. Black pearl. Beautiful, Sandy. A fortune's worth of black pearls. It's the most beautiful strand I've ever seen. Now, what in the devil was that Miles babe carrying them around with her for on a bus?
Well, even I can answer that.
Hmm?
She was making a rendezvous with somebody on the bus to pick them up after she left them on the seat.
Sandy, well, you're getting to be a great deducer. This strand of pearls must be well known. The manager of our branch here will probably be able to tell me who they belong to. That's the next move.
You think the pearls were stolen?
I don't know what to think, but we're in it. We might as well find out what it's all about. Tell you what, get on the phone. Mm-hmm. Who is it?
Mr. Hood?
No? Yes, who is it?
It's Miss Miles.
Huh. Speak of the angels. Hello, Hey!
Get back into the room, Mr. Hood. Please don't make me use this gun.
Well, okay, but...
Back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, give me those pearls. And get into that closet, both of you. And don't try to get help for 5 minutes.
Well, you're welcome to the pearls. They're yours, I suppose.
Get in the closet. Forget about me and the necklace. If you don't, you're going to be killed.
Greg Hood and Sandy are riding on a Fifth Avenue bus in New York City when Greg notices that the young lady sitting opposite them has left a package on the seat. He picks up the package, intending to return it to her, when a large gentleman attempts to get the package away from him. Greg manages to hang on to the package, is kidnapped, rescued by Sandy, and returns to the Waldorf to see what it contains. He opens it, finds a priceless string of black pearls, is admiring them, when the girl from the bus comes in, gun in hand, locks Sandy and Greg in the closet of their room, and leaves with the warning to forget all about her and the pearls. Not Greg. Released from the closet, he goes to see the manager of the New York City branch of Hood and Company.
It was the most beautiful strand of pearls I've ever seen, Mac. Graduating from the size of a pea up to the size of as big around as a penny. They were in an alligator jewel case about 8 inches long by about 3 inches wide. There's a crest on the case, a coat of arms, 2 tigers rampant against a wreath, and a shield. Some Latin words I don't remember. Here, it looked like this. I'll try to draw it.
I know about the pearls, Gregory.
Oh?
I know the man who owned them. I've seen them many times. We restrung them for him several years ago.
Oh, who is it?
The gentleman who owns them is named Carruthers.
Huh?
Charles P. Carruthers. Has an apartment in Park Avenue. Fine gentleman, very old family. The pearls, as a matter of fact, have been in the family for several hundred years.
Had been. Look, Mac, could you call him and make a date for me to drop over to see him? Tell him I want to buy the pearls. Or if he won't sell them to me, at least I want to see him.
I'm sure I can arrange that, Mr. Hood. Just a moment.
Oh, fine.
Get me Charles P. Carruthers on the phone, please.
I hope you don't think this is just idle curiosity, Mr. Carruthers.
Oh, indeed I don't, Mr. Hood. As a matter of fact, I'm quite flattered that a collector of your prominence would be so interested in my pearls.
I admire the tone of your phonographs, too.
Of course, there could be no question of my selling them. They've been in the family for hundreds of years.
Oh, I can understand that. I would like to see them, though. Black pearls just happen to be one of my hobbies. Hood and Company have sort of specialized in them for a couple of generations.
Yes, I know. I'll get them for you.
Oh, thank you.
I keep them here with me in this wall safe. I like to look at them sometimes, even when I'm here alone.
Oh?
I've had them out more than usual lately because of my approaching marriage.
Oh, I didn't know about that. You getting married soon?
Yes, in 2 weeks. To a very lovely girl. One who will wear these pearls as they should be worn, proudly. That's her picture there on the radio.
Beautiful. You're a lucky man, Mr. Carruthers.
Indeed I am, Mr. Hood. Here they are, the Carruthers pearls.
Yes. I see. They are everything I expected, Mr. Carruthers. I wonder if I could borrow them for a few hours. I know the request is a bit unusual, but I'm leaving for the coast in the morning, and I would like to have them photographed before I leave.
Well, Mr. Hood...
I'm writing a book on famous jewels, the ownership of them, their history. Wouldn't be complete without a mention and an illustration of your pearls.
Tomorrow morning, Mr.
Well,
Hood.
look, you know me. If you don't, you can establish that I am not an imposter by checking with the New York police. Mr. McIntosh, my local manager.
Well,
I have to have these pearls for just a few hours.
Greg.
Oh, quiet, Sandy. Mind your manners. I'm on the phone.
Now, how did you get that necklace back, Greg?
Well...
Study desk, I
Eileen Kilroy.
Hello, Kilroy. Greg Hood.
Now, what makes me so lucky? What do you want to know now?
Charles P. Carruthers of the Park Avenue Carruthers is engaged to marry a girl named Nida Miles.
Well, now, that's startling news. I had it in my column a month ago. What paper do you read anyway, Greg?
I love you, Kilroy, and we'll discuss that fact at great length later. Right now, I want to know where Miss Nida Miles lives.
Well, just a minute. I've got it right here in my file somewhere. Hang on, Hanson.
Oh, flatterer.
What is it all about, Greg?
Well, Sandy, it's pretty involved. I can't explain the whole thing to you while I'm talking to somebody else. You should try to curb that urge to be inquisitive.
She lives in an apartment at 626 East 72nd Street.
Uh-huh.
Now, what else do you want to know?
What do you know about the background of the Miles female? Where'd she come from?
Well, there you have me, Greg. Why, what's up?
Well, if I tell anybody, I'll tell you first. There may not be anything to tell. You must have something on her background. Where did she meet and capture the wily Carruthers millions?
Well, she was singing in a nightclub when that happened.
Yeah?
The club, Managua.
Oh?
Old Charles P. saw her, loved her, asked her to marry him, and she said yes, being very much in her right mind.
Oh, I see. Managua. That's Dude Defoe's joint, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll take you to lunch tomorrow. Good night, sweetheart. Come on, Sandy. We're going to take a cab ride over to East 72nd Street. Clerk?
Yes?
What apartment is occupied by Miss Nida Miles?
Miss Miles just went out a minute ago. I'm surprised that she didn't pass you in the entrance.
Oh, thanks.
Well, where are we going now, Greg?
I don't know, but I expect to find out. Come on. Dorman?
Yes, sir?
Did Miss Miles just take a cab away from here a minute ago?
Yes, sir, she did.
Would $10 help you to remember where she asked the driver to take her?
No, let me see.
I have a very important message for her. I have to locate her right away. All right, Pirate. 20?
Oh, yes, sir. She asked to be driven to the Club Managua. Well, thank you very much, sir.
That's okay. Is there any additional charge for whistling me up a cab?
No, sir.
I just hope we get there in time to do some good, Sandy.
Yes. Of course, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Club Managua on 52nd. Can you make it in 5 minutes for $1 a minute?
I can make it in 4 minutes for $2 a minute.
It's a deal. Get us there fast. Take a look inside, Sandy. Maybe she beat us here.
All right, Dick, I will.
Yeah.
There you are, driver.
Hello, Miss Miles. Fancy meeting you here. Come on.
Where are you taking
Well,
me?
let's just drop in this restaurant for a minute before we go to the Club Managua, shall we?
No, I have
Come
to...
on, or I'll call a policeman. I want to talk with you.
All right. I couldn't be in any more trouble anyway.
Here, let's take this corner booth. Get in there.
All right.
Now, we talk. I'll bring you up to date. You're engaged to marry a lot of money, the Carruthers millions. Somebody's blackmailing you. Who is it?
I can't tell you.
I'll tell you. It's Dude Defoe, isn't it? What's he got on you, youngster?
Why should I tell you?
Because I want to help you. What's he got? Letters? Pictures?
Yes, both. I have to get them back.
Oh, we'll get them back, all right. Let me see your purse.
No.
Yes. Give it here. Still got the black pearls. Gonna give him to Dude. He planned this whole thing, didn't he? It'll take a crook like him to plan anything as clever as this.
I had to do what he told me to. I had to. You can think whatever you like, but I'll be a good wife to Charles. He's good to me. He has respect for me. I'll make him happy.
Look me right in the eye and tell me that, baby.
All right. I'll be a good wife. I'll make him happy. I love him. He's good to me.
Okay. Come on, let's see Dude and give him those pearls, shall we? Uh-huh. This is his office, huh? All right, let me handle it.
Oh, hello, Nida.
Hello, Dude.
What'd you bring this guy with you for?
I'll answer that. I'm here to see that she gets a square deal. Where are the letters and pictures?
Where are the pearls?
Give them to me, Nina.
All right.
Thank you. Let's have your material now, hot shot.
There you are.
Look them over, Nina. See that they're all there.
All right.
You look familiar.
Huh? The name's Hood. Gregory Hood. I got news for you, dude. After we finish our little deal here tonight, if Miss Miles ever is bothered by you again, she gets in touch with me and you talk it over with the police. I stand pretty good with them, you know.
Yeah, I know. I've heard about you, Hood. How come you're mixing into this caper?
Dull evening.
Oh.
Just remember, next time you'll be dealing with me and not a scared little singer.
They're all here, Mr. Hood.
Okay. Here are your pearls, dude. Okay?
All buttoned up. That finishes it, Hood. Thanks, Nida.
You're not welcome. But you can have them this time. Tear those letters and stuff up, Nida. We're going to use them as a burnt offering to the god of matrimony. Right here in Dude's ashtray. Okay?
Well, Greg, now maybe you'll tell me why you gave those pearls to that blackmailer. I know sometimes I think
Sandy, hold on. I'll make it simple. Jude Defoe knew about that black pearl necklace Charles P. Carruthers owned. He also had a fine stack of blackmail literature on the girl Carruthers was going to marry. So he had her get the pearls one day. He had a paste copy made up of the strand and a duplicate alligator case made.
Oh, I see.
Good. So, the next opportunity Nida had, she switched the phonies for the real pearls. She was supposed to leave the real ones in her seat on the bus where one of Dude's gorillas could pick them up. We interfered, and that started all of the, excitement.
Well, it's a little clearer now, but...
I'll take you all the way. I had in my pocket the phony pearls, which I borrowed from Carruthers, when I met Nida outside the Club Managua tonight. While we were in the restaurant, I switched them for the real pearls while Nida was looking into my eyes. Right now, I've got the real pearls in my pocket.
Huh?
Dude's got the phonies in his safe, and Nida has burned up all the evidence he had to blackmail her with. I return the real ones to Charles P. Carruthers in a few minutes, and everybody will live happily forever after. I hope. Yeah. I'd like to be there when Dude finds out he has his own pearls.
Well, my goodness, Greg. Well, as usual, everything has worked out all right, and you've managed to escape alive, but there's a law of averages, you know.
Hey, it's 11:30. I have to get these pearls back to the owner, and we have a date to meet Roy Del Ruth and Gail Storm at 21 at midnight. I want to tell them my story about it happened on Fifth Avenue. No, I don't think I will. They'd never believe it. Why does everything happen to me, Sandy?
Very interesting story, Greg. You do let beautiful women lead you into the most amazing adventures.
Oh, I'm easily led, Herb.
I should think you'd have been scared. After all, she was carrying a gun.
Oh, but that's it. I like my women with arms.
Ooh, I'll let that one go. And what's our story going to be about next week, Greg?
Well, Herb, next week I'm going to tell about an adventure Sandy and me and Ray Driscoll, the designer, had in San Francisco a few months ago. It concerns a good-for-nothing son-in-law, an irascible father-in-law, and $50,000 in a suitcase. We call it Ransomed. See you next week, Herb.
The Case Book of Gregory Hood is written by Ray Buffum. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Elliot Lewis plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. Gail Storm was heard as Nida Miles. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Case Book of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Herb Allen saying good night for the Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now it's time to keep that weekly appointment with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we? Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. As usual, you're punctual to the minute.
Naturally, when I have an appointment with my favorite doctor.
Oh, well, draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah, all ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy. I was going over my notes on the case before you arrived. I came across this old theater program. I think it'll interest you.
Garrick Theater, Sir Basil Wentworth in a revival of Martin Reeves' famous play, The Road is Narrow. A production that you and the great Sherlock Holmes attended, I'm sure.
We certainly did, Mr. Bell, though at the time we had no idea that we were about to become involved in the tragic death of Martin Reeves. You've probably heard of him, haven't you, Mr. Bell?
It seems to me I had to read him in school, Dr. Watson.
He's rather out of fashion now, like so many other good things. But in the 1890s, apart from Lord Tennyson, there wasn't a more famous writer in England, or a more respected one. The story I'm going to tell you tonight, Mr. Bell, concerns the horrible circumstances surrounding his death.
Sounds like a mighty intriguing Sherlock Holmes adventure. But before you begin, Dr. Watson, do you mind if I...
You have your little talk? No, of course not, Mr. Bell.
Men, well-groomed hair helps so much in giving a man that prosperous, successful appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives. Kreml never plasters the hair down with sticky goo, which makes your hair and scalp feel so dirty. It never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look. You see, Kreml is a very highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a unique and utterly different combination of hair grooming ingredients that's never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. That's why Kreml keeps unruly hair so neatly in place longer, with such a handsome, healthy-looking luster. What I especially like about Kreml is that after you use it, you can run your hand back over your hair, and your hair never feels sticky or dirty. No greasy film comes off on your hand. Yet Kreml keeps hair in perfect order from morning till night, always looking so healthy and handsome. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the singular death of Martin Reeves?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure began late on a foggy evening many, many years ago. Sherlock Holmes and I had been to the Garrick Theater to see the revival of Martin Reeves' play, and I remember that we decided to walk home to Baker Street. As we approached the old familiar door of 221B, our footsteps echoed hollowly in the deserted street, and the chimes of a neighboring church reminded us of the fact that it was midnight.
A delightful evening, Watson. A good dinner, an excellent bottle of wine, and 3 hours of theatrical magic.
Well, personally, I found the play rather depressing.
Its theme is a morbid one, but the writing and construction are flawless. Yes, a magnificent play and well worth reviving. By the way, I noticed an item in the Times this morning concerning Martin Reeves. He's dangerously ill.
Oh, really? Well, he must be quite an old man.
82, to be precise.
Really, is he as old as that?
Curious career, Watson. His greatest success was written when he was a young man. In the past 50 years, he has never written anything to compare with tonight's play.
No, I don't think it... Holmes, look up at our window.
Hello. The gas is brightly lighted, whereas Mrs. Hudson invariably turns it low when we're out. And look at the silhouette on the blind. There's a man pacing up and down the room.
A visitor at midnight, Holmes. This looks ominous. Be careful now. It may be some sort of trap.
I think not, Watson. If some desperado were lying in wait for me, I doubt whether he'd be stupid enough to turn up the gas to advertise his presence.
Just the same, I wonder how he got in.
Presumably through the front door. Mrs. Hudson has instructions to let a client wait in our rooms if his business seems urgent.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
At your service, sir.
I'm Dr. Manners, Harvey Manners.
How do you do, Dr. Manners? This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
I must apologize for being here at such an hour of night, Mr. Holmes, but my business is urgent.
I'm sure it is, Doctor.
I left Carlisle this morning, arriving at St. Pancras Station 2 hours ago. I came directly here, persuaded your housekeeper to let me wait for you.
Then sit down, my dear doctor, and tell me what urgent business has brought you to London.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been acting in the capacity of personal physician for Martin Reeve, the playwright.
Martin Reeve? What an extraordinary coincidence. We've just returned from seeing the revival of his play, The Road is Narrow. We were talking about him as we walked home.
I understand the grand old man is dying.
He's not in good shape, Mr. Holmes. His heart's in very bad condition. Auricular fibrillation, Dr. Watson.
No, then at his age, I imagine you don't hold out much hope.
No, but I think with care, he might last a year or two. But the reason I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, is that I'm convinced that although he's a dying man, someone is trying to murder him.
To murder him? Good Lord.
What reason do you have for saying that, Dr. Manners?
Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been in almost daily attendance on Mr. Reeve. Last night, his coachman drove over to get me, saying that his master had suffered another bad attack. When I got to the house, I found that Mr. Reeve had received a severe shock. He was in a state of almost complete hysteria, and he kept insisting that he'd seen an apparition in his room a few hours earlier.
What kind of an apparition?
A ghost from his past, as he referred to it. I think that someone arranged for that apparition, that they knew of his heart condition, and also knew that a sudden fright could kill him.
It's possible, Dr. Manners, and it would be one of the least detectable methods of murder.
But who would want to kill a dying man?
Who lives at the house with him, Dr. Manners?
His daughter Catherine, his brother Silas, who's a drunken good-for-nothing, and his secretary, a fellow by the name of Hugh Kingslake.
Do you know the condition of Mr. Reeves' will?
No, but I do know he had dictated a new one a few days ago.
A fact that might easily have provoked a crisis. Dr. Manners, you say that Mr. Reeves spoke of seeing an apparition, a ghost from his past. Was he able to describe its appearance?
Well, he was a little incoherent, but he kept babbling something about blonde hair and blue eyes and a young man who'd come back from beyond the grave to haunt him.
Don't you think, Dr. Manners, that these might simply be the delusions of an old and a sick man?
I didn't overlook that possibility, I assure you, Dr. Watson, even though Mr. Reeves' mental faculties are remarkably acute for his age. But last night, after I'd given him a sedative, I examined his room. I found these, Mr. Holmes. That's when I decided to come to you.
Well, let's have a look at them. They look like blonde hair.
Yes, they are, Doctor. I found them on the bedclothes, and yet no one in that house has blonde hair.
Interesting. Very interesting. The hair is human, and yet the roots have minute particles of glue attached to them. Obviously, they're from a wig. Get out the timetable, Watson, will you?
We're going to Carlisle?
On the earliest possible train. Though the grand old man of the English theater is dying, we must do everything in our power to see that his death is not an unnatural one.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm Hugh Kingslake, Mr. Reeves' secretary.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? Your accommodations at the hotel are satisfactory, I trust, gentlemen?
Entirely, thank you, Mr. Kingslake.
Thank you.
Good. Frankly, I'm most relieved that you're here. Mr. Reeve received a severe shock the night before last. I quite agree with Dr. Manners that someone deliberately induced that shock, knowing the serious condition of Mr. Reeve's heart.
Have you any idea who that someone might be?
Well, it's a little difficult for me to talk, Mr. Holmes. After all, I'm only an employee here, but I can't help feeling that... Oh, good morning, Mr. Reeve.
Kingslake, who are all these men?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson and Mr. Silas Reeve.
How do you do, Mr. Reeve?
And what, may I ask, is the professional meddler Sherlock Holmes doing in my brother's house?
I'm here at the request of Dr. Manners.
Manners has no right to bring you here, sir. A lot of rubbish. All this talk about apparitions. Nonsense. Martin's in his second childhood. He's become a gibbering old fool. Personally, I wish he'd die and have done with it.
Well, upon my soul...
Never mind your soul, my good doctor. Why don't you mind your own business and get out of the house? We don't want detectives here.
Mr. Reeve, I've traveled some 200 miles to see your brother, and I have no intention of leaving this house without talking to him.
Then talk and the devil with you. If my dear, distinguished brother tells you that I've been sponging on him for years, it's perfectly true.
Uncle Silas.
Enter the beautiful Catherine to try and persuade her drunken old uncle to return to his room.
No, Uncle Silas. I came to get Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Dr. Manor said that Daddy can see them now.
Shall I take them up, Miss Reeve?
No, Mr. Kingslake. I will.
And don't be deceived by the Mr. Kingslake and the Miss Reeves gentlemen. My dear niece and this young man here have a dark secret. A secret that is perfectly apparent to every member of this household.
Uncle Silas.
They're in love. Delightful, isn't it?
Uncle, you're intolerable.
Will you lead the way, Miss Reeve?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes.
Don't forget to ask him about the play that made him so famous. You might learn some interesting facts.
I must apologize for Uncle Silas, gentlemen. I'm afraid he's like this all the time these days.
I quite understand, Miss
It
Reeve.
must be very distressing for you, my dear.
Oh, I'm used to it, Doctor. Here's Daddy's room. I won't come in with you. Too many people upset him.
Come in.
Please go in, gentlemen. I'll see you later.
Ah, there you are.
Who is it, Manners?
It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, Mr. Reeve.
Ah, good. Good. You can leave us, Manners.
Yes, Mr. Reeve. I'll see you both later.
Very well, Doctor.
Come. Sit on my bed. That's it.
How are you feeling, sir?
Old. Old and ill. But I'm glad you're both here. Manners displayed unusual enterprise in persuading you to visit me. There's been a lot of nonsense printed about my impending death. Anyone would think a great man is dying.
The author of The Road is Narrow is a great man, Mr. Reeve.
He was a great man, Mr. Holmes.
What do you mean, sir?
The author of that play died 45 years ago.
What?
And yet, his ghost appeared in this room 2 nights ago.
Mr. Reeve, are you saying that you didn't write The Road is Narrow?
Yes, my boy, I am. And it's a secret that's been gnawing at me for years. Now that I'm on my deathbed, I'd like to clear my conscience.
Then who did write the play, sir?
A young friend of mine, by the name of Colin McGrath. I started life as a lawyer's clerk in Keswick, a few miles from here. Colin lived in the same village, and we became great friends. One day, he gave me the manuscript of his play to look at, and I realized it was a work of a genius. Suddenly he died. No one knew about the manuscript.
You claimed it as your own, sir?
Yes. To my eternal shame, I did. Now, I want to make amends. Mr. Holmes, I want you to find out if any heirs of Colin McGrath still survive. If they do, I'll give them half of my estate.
Mr. Reeve, does anyone else know of this, fraud?
Yes. Knowing that I hadn't long for this world, I confided the secret to 3 members of my household.
And you're convinced that the apparition you saw the other night was that of the dead Colin McGrath?
There was no mistaking him. The blue eyes, the long golden hair. It was Colin, or his ghost come to haunt me on my deathbed.
This decision on your part to leave half of your estate to any heirs of the man you wronged, was that decision made before you had this strange visitation the other night?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Did you mention it to any member of your family, sir?
No. I did say something to Dr. Manners, and I didn't mention Colin McGrath's name.
It's obvious that someone wished to frighten you, knew your secret, and disguised himself to resemble Colin McGrath.
Yeah, it was Colin. Never forget his blue eyes. He was standing over there in the chest of drawers. He looked at me so reproachfully. So...
He's asleep. Yes, Watson. And while he lies there, some member of this household continues to plot his death. We must work fast.
Well, what are we going to do?
Split forces. I shall remain here for a while and see what may be found out. I'll meet you at our hotel later and we'll compare notes.
And what shall I do?
Go to the village of Keswick. Colin McGrath lived and died there. See what you can find out about him, Watson.
Of course I remember Colin McGrath.
Well, I should be very grateful for any information about him, madam. As postmistress, I imagine that very little village gossip has escaped you.
Of course it hasn't. I remember the McGrath boy well. He was no good. Didn't he marry poor old Mrs. Northrop's granddaughter Susan and then go and desert her just to kill himself? And the poor girl was going to have a baby. No good on earth. That's what young McGrath was. And you can tell him I said so if you ever reach the place I'm sure he went to.
Oh, I said, well, they had a child, you say. What happened to it, madam?
How should I know? I'm only the postmistress. You'd better go and see the vicar, young man.
It's a tragic story you've told me, Dr. Watson.
But you remember Colin McGrath, sir?
Oh, very well. And I always suspected something akin to genius in the boy. But he burned with too hard and gem-like a flame. As Walter Pater has said, he burned himself out, destroyed his life, and poor Susan Northrop's with it. She died of a broken heart less than a year after his death.
And their child?
There was no money, no one to look after the boy. He was sent to an orphanage in Liverpool.
Then that child, if he's still alive, stands to inherit half of Martin Reeve's fortune. If only we can find him. Oh, it's good to be back here at the hotel, Holmes. I've had an exhausting day.
I trust you had better luck than I did. What did you find out?
That Colin McGrath had a child, that his wife died shortly after the child's birth, and that the boy was sent to an orphanage in Liverpool.
In Liverpool? Go on, Watson.
Well, the vicar gave me this photograph where we are, of Mrs. McGrath. It was taken on their wedding day.
Let me see it. But this is amazing, Watson. One of our problems is solved.
Well, I'm blessed if I see how.
Let me explain it to you. After you left, I had quite a long talk with the secretary, Hugh Kingslake. It transpired that he knew nothing of his parents. He had been raised in an orphanage, and the only memento he has is a picture of his mother. A picture that he carries in his watch.
And that picture
is a duplicate of this one.
Great Scott, then the fellow calling himself Hugh Kingsley is really the Colin McGrath heir.
Precisely. A fantastic situation indeed. Come on, old chap. Grab your hat and coat. We must drive over to Mr. Reeves and break the good news that the missing heir is a member of his own household.
But we're still no nearer finding out who's been trying to frighten old Mr. Reeves.
Surely that's obvious now, Watson. Come in. Dr. Manners, what's wrong?
Please come at once, both of you. It's Mr. Reeve.
Hart?
Yes, Dr. Watson. This evening, he had another visit from that apparition. I'm only afraid this time the devilish plan may work and that Martin Reeve won't live through the night.
In a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes says is obvious. But first, more and more men today are beginning to realize they should take better care of the hair they've got. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not get your money's worth? Why not enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic keeps dry, stubborn hair neatly in place all day long, and always gives it such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never sticky or greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A quick massage with Kreml stimulates circulation right in the surface of the scalp, leaving your scalp feeling so alive, so invigorated. At the same time, Kreml removes loose dandruff. It's excellent to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, remember, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable. So men, just as soon as possible, buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Let Kreml always keep your scalp feeling clean and refreshed, your hair always looking its very best. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this story certainly has me on the edge of my chair. What happened next? You drove over to Mr. Reeves' house, I suppose?
Yes, Mr. Bell, we did. And as we went rattling down the country lanes, the flickering oil lamps on Dr. Manners' carriage lighting a shadowy path, I found it almost impossible to get a word out of Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, sometimes you're the most irritating man on earth.
And what prompts that little tirade, Watson?
You haven't opened your mouth since we left our hotel.
Purposeless conversation is a waste of time. Not much further, is it, Dr. Manners?
No, Mr. Holmes. We're nearly there.
Well, I don't consider conversation purposes when it clarifies the problem, Holmes. You said it was obvious who had been frightening Mr. Reeve. I suppose I'm stupid, but I find it far from obvious.
And yet the facts are clearly in front of your eyes. Eyes. That's it, Watson. Think about eyes.
The blue eyes of the supposed ghost, eh? But the Reeves family have all got brown eyes. Apparently it's a marked family characteristic.
Quite, Watson. That fact should lead you to the obvious conclusion.
Oh, you're always talking in riddles, Holmes.
Here we are, Mr. Holmes.
And Hugh Kingslake is standing at the front door. How is he, Mr. Kingslake?
Better, Mr. Holmes. Seems to have rallied a bit. But I'm glad you're all here.
I'll drive my carriage round to the stables. Be back in a moment.
Come in, gentlemen. With Mr. Reeves so ill, it may seem a little inappropriate to announce my news. But Catherine consented to marry me tonight. We're engaged.
Oh, really? My congratulations.
Yes, indeed. She's a charming girl.
Oh, Catherine, darling. I've told them our news.
Oh, it must seem a terrible time to announce it, Mr. Holmes, with poor Daddy lying so ill upstairs.
It's quite understandable, Miss Reeve. And before we go up and see your father, I'd like you both to know that we have something in the nature of a wedding present for you.
A wedding present?
Yes. You're both familiar with the story of Colin McGrath, I understand?
You mean that he was the true author of The Road is Narrow?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. Daddy told us all about it.
And did you also know that Mr. Reeve is planning to leave half his estate to the heir of Mr. McGrath?
I knew that, Dr. Watson. In my capacity as secretary, I had occasion to draw up a rough draft of the new will a few days ago.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Kingslake, that you'll be very interested to know that today Dr. Watson and I discover that you are the son of Colin McGrath.
That I am?
You is the heir? Well, that doesn't seem possible.
The fact is proven beyond a doubt, Miss Reeve.
Then if Mr. Reeve makes the new will, I stand to inherit half the fortune.
Yes, my boy, you do. That's what Mr. Holmes meant when he was talking about wedding presents.
Come here, somebody!
That's Uncle Silas. He's upstairs with Daddy.
What's wrong, Mr. Reeve?
Fire! I knocked over a lamp in Martin's room.
And Daddy's up there.
The room's ablaze.
What? Come on, Watson.
Well, the whole top landing's burning, Holmes.
Can't go through this way.
We just can't stand here. Mr. Reeve will roast alive. I'm going after him.
Come back, Kingslake.
Come back. Great Scott, he went right through the flames, Holmes.
Send one of the servants for the fire brigade. And tell the rest to bring buckets of water. And to bring them fast.
Dr. Watson, how is Hugh?
Well, he's going to pull through, Miss Reeve. He's badly burned, but he'll be all right, won't he, Dr. Manners?
Yes. A few weeks in the hospital, and he'll be as good as new.
And Father?
Well, I am afraid he's dead, Catherine.
Dead? Oh, poor Daddy.
Oh, my dear, he might have lived for a time, but the shock of the fire coming so close on top of the other one was too much for him. He died just as I took him from your fiancé's arms.
So that by knocking over a lamp, I was responsible for my brother's death?
Yes, Mr. Reeve. The credit is yours. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the local police might consider booking you on a charge of arson.
Rubbish! It was an accident, and you can't prove otherwise.
Possibly not. But there's one matter I can settle here and now. 2 nights ago, someone in this house tried to murder Martin Reeve by posing as Colin McGrath. The same despicable action was repeated tonight.
Well, one person that we can eliminate is Hugh Kingslake. He nearly gave his life just now, trying to save his employer.
Then who was responsible, Mr. Holmes?
A feature of the impersonation that especially struck your father, Miss Reeve, was the color of the eyes. He described them as a brilliant blue.
Then that rules out Catherine and me. We both have brown eyes.
Precisely, Mr. Reeve. I have devoted some considerable study to the art of disguise. There are wigs and methods of altering height and weight. But the color of the eyes cannot be altered. Watson, 10 minutes ago you had the opportunity of examining Mr. Kingslake's eyes without the tinted glasses he's in the habit of wearing.
Well, they did fall off when he stumbled back down the back stairs, but I can't say that I noticed the color of his eyes.
They were blue, Watson. Brilliant blue, just as his fathers were before him.
You mean that young Kingslake was responsible?
Yes, Mr. Reeve, I do.
But that's ridiculous, Mr. Holmes. He just hurt himself severely in trying to save Father.
True, Miss Reeve. But surely his reason was obvious. He intended to marry you. And when he learned a few days ago that your father planned to will half his estate to the McGrath heir, he decided to try and kill him before that will could be put into effect.
Oh, I see it all, Holmes. And then tonight, he realized that he was the heir.
Precisely, Watson. And so it was to his great advantage to see that his employer stayed alive to execute that new will. That accounts for his bravery in the fire tonight.
I can't believe it of him, Mr. Holmes.
I can. I've always disliked you, and I'll have great pleasure in prosecuting him.
It'd be hard to prove, Silas. After all, your brother did die a natural death.
Yes, Dr. Manners. I fear that legally there's very little we can do to Mr. Kinslake. But when he recovers and realizes that he risked his life for nothing, I think he'll find his own punishment. The change in the will was not made. The estate will be divided between the family, and I doubt if Mr. Kinslake will now acquire any of it by marriage.
No, of course he won't. I'll never see him again.
Oh, quite right, my dear, quite right. What a despicable scheme. And to think that his father wrote one of the greatest plays of our century.
I prefer to forget the fact, Watson. Emotional qualities are antagonistic to clear thinking. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money. And the most repellent man of my acquaintance is a philanthropist who has spent nearly $250,000 upon the London poor. Now, my dear chap, I think we should look up the next train back to London. Our work here is done.
In a moment, we'll hear about next week's story. But first, girls, here's a sensational beauty tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And really, ladies, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo brings out all your hair's natural sparkling beauty. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
And you can always count on Kreml shampoo to thoroughly cleanse your scalp and hair. It never leaves any dull, cloudy film. Then, too, the beneficial oil base helps keep hair from becoming dry and brittle.
That's right. Kreml shampoo leaves your hair so much softer, a silkier hair with satin smoothness. Your hair holds a better wave, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and see how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. And remember, a bottle of Kreml hair tonic or a bottle of Kreml shampoo makes a fine addition to that Christmas stocking. Well, Dr. Watson, I won't be seeing you before next Wednesday, so I'd like to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Bell, and the same to you, my boy. I'd also like to take this opportunity of extending the season's greetings to all our listeners and all our friends. On behalf of our sponsors, on behalf of Mr. Conway and myself, and on behalf of Mr. McKnight, our director.
So, Dr. Watson, we'll be meeting again next Saturday night. What new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us then?
The strange story of a weird jungle music that was heard in the peaceful English countryside and of a diabolical plot that failed. I call it The Singular Affair of the White Cockerel.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Sign of Four. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion. Help win the war against tuberculosis. Buy colorful Christmas seals and use them to dress up all your cards and packages. Buy the Christmas seals that help save lives today. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the singular affair of the White Cockerel. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. window in the joint that ought to be open according to the plans, Jerry.
Plans, nothing but plans. You spend more time planning than doing anything else, Bob.
That's why when we do something, we do it right. Yep. Here's the window, all right?
Yeah. Well, what's with your fancy plans, Bob? It ain't open.
But the plans say it will open. Let's try it.
Okay. But we're going to end up busting it and sounding off an alarm.
You nuts? What do you think I just cut those wires back there for?
So nobody could turn the lights on in this joint?
So the alarm bell wouldn't go off either.
Oh.
My plans say the alarm system here hasn't got juice of its own. It comes in on the electric light wires. Let's try this window.
Okay. Oh. Hey. The window opened, all right.
Sure. According to the plans. Now let's climb in. Be quiet when we do. I'll go first.
Yeah, and I'll keep a lookout behind us. Or do our fancy plans say there ain't gonna be nobody behind us?
And if we do everything on time, so far we're right on schedule. Well, I'm in. Here, give me your hands, Jerry. I'll pull you up.
Yeah, sure.
Now, up you go.
Okay. Thanks, I'll hop in by myself. There.
Shh, you fool.
Look, if you got this all planned, you planned it so there's nobody around, didn't you?
Yeah, but it's hard to figure what people will do to cross your ideas. And the safe should be right over there on that wall just in front of us.
According to the plans, huh?
Uh-huh. Come on, use your flashlight. Keep it shining on the floor.
Don't worry. There. How's that?
Okay. There's the safe. Let's go.
Ain't much of a safe, is it?
We don't want the safe, just what's in it. Let's get to work on it. I haven't got much time.
It's me.
Yeah. This safe is exactly what I thought it was. This is going to be easy.
Good.
Quiet a minute.
Yeah, sure. You got it?
Not yet. You can turn off your light if you want. Just feeling my way now.
Yeah, sure. There you are. It's off.
Now, quiet. I gotta concentrate.
Hey, what was that?
That was it. The safe's open.
Hey, you ain't kidding either, Bob. It sure is open.
Turn on the flashlight again.
Yeah, sure. There you are. Hey, look at those two rocks. Just like you planned.
2 diamonds. Big diamonds, Jerry. And matched like they were twins. And now they're going to make us a pile of dough. Just like I planned.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, my name is Ernest Harvey. I'm an insurance adjuster. Maybe you won't like my reason for coming to see you.
If it's to adjust my insurance, I won't. I'm satisfied with mine just the way it is.
Well, it's not for that, Blackie. I need your help in locating the Willebrand diamonds.
Oh, that pair of matchstones that disappeared last night?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what makes you think I can find them. It's a job for the police.
I realize that. The police are working on the case right now, but I think you can be of invaluable assistance regardless.
Thanks for the compliment. But what makes you think I can help in this particular case?
Well, we're certain that 2 well-known professionals stole those diamonds. I happen to know you have very definite contacts with the underworld.
Whatever characters I don't know me. Is that what you mean?
Well, somehow you can find out things that nobody else can. You realize those contacts might be helpful now, don't you?
Yes, I suppose so, Mr. Harvey.
Well, my firm will pay you well if you'll test those contacts, see if you can get us a lead on those missing stones.
Okay, Mr. Harvey, that sounds fair. Well, you've made your contact. Now I'll make mine. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Shorty. I knew you'd find out what I wanted to know. I'll call you later if I need anything. Bye.
Well, Blackie?
Well, Mary, that was Shorty, and we already have a break in the Willebrand diamond case.
Didn't take you long, did it, Blackie?
Only because it didn't take Shorty long. My first idea was that the thieves would break up the stones and we'd never find them. But their value is in their size and the fact that they are 2 perfectly matched diamonds. So they are intact, Shorty says.
What else did he say?
Well, according to the short one, The thieves are going to sell the diamonds to a foreign buyer.
Oh, they're going to be taken overseas.
Apparently. Foreigner is a Frenchman named Jacques Pierre. He's going to buy the stones this afternoon through a fence named Dalton.
Well, if I know my Blackie, Mr. Dalton is going to have a visitor before Jacques Pierre gets there.
You know your Blackie, all right.
Hmm.
I'm going to be Monsieur Jacques Pierre, mademoiselle, tout suite and all that.
Who are you calling?
Faraday.
Going to try out your French accent?
Not till I get down to see Dalton. And when I do get there, I'm going to talk him into the fact that I'm a Frenchman and out of those diamonds.
Oh, you think that will be easy, do you?
Easy or hard, I'm going to do it just the same.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Blackie.
And this is a bad day in my life. Don't make it worse.
Look, Faraday, are you interested in recovering the Willibrand diamonds?
No, I'm not in the least bit. What did you say?
You heard what I said. Look, pal, don't ask me how I found out, because that's not important. But I know where the stones are.
You do? Where are they? I'm really on a spot if I don't get those diamonds back.
You're not on a spot. You're not big enough. You're on a speck. Anyhow, that isn't what I called for.
It isn't. Well, what are you bothering me about? This is my busy day.
If anybody asked you to name the alphabet, that could be your busy day. Faraday, you can tell whoever it is that's putting pressure on you that you'll have those diamonds back this afternoon.
Just like that, huh?
No, sweetheart, just like this. Listen. Here's what I want you to
Yes? Yes, what can I do for you?
Bonjour, monsieur. Are you Monsieur Dalton?
Yeah. Dalton's the name. Got something to hock, Frenchie?
Hock? No, monsieur. I'm Jacques Pierre. I understand. Arrangements have been made for me to make a purchase from you. Is it all right to talk here?
In front of these two guys? Sure. These lugs are friends of mine. Jerry Brown, Bob Jackson.
Hi.
Hello,
It is indeed a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen.
It ain't such a pleasure. Now, look, Pierre. Jerry and Bob are partners in this deal with me. Let's talk about the Willibrand diamonds right now.
Certainement, certainement, monsieur.
Monsieur. This I've never been called.
May I see the diamonds, please?
Get them out, Bob. They're on the shelf in the safe.
Right. Have them for you in a jiff.
It is well to tell you, I will know if they are the twin stones when I see them. Is it not, Monsieur Dalton?
They're the McCoy, all right, pal. Well, Bob?
Here you are, boss. Nice and snug in this case. Part of the plan, boss. Part of the plan.
Why don't you shut up and hand over the stones to Dalton?
A good idea on both counts, Jerry. I'll take that case, Bob.
Here you are.
Thanks. Well, Mr. Pierre, here it is. And here they are. Beauties, aren't they?
Ah, mais oui, magnifique. May I examine them, please?
Sure. Go ahead.
This cigar from I leave on the counter. Do not be disturbed. It is not lit. These diamonds... magnifique. I've never seen their equal.
You like them, huh?
Beautiful, beautiful. Who is that just came in?
Huh?
Came in? Where? Nobody came in.
I didn't see nobody.
Me either.
Perhaps I made a mistake. Et voila. In this case now rest two beautiful diamonds. I am satisfied.
What do you mean you're satisfied? Of course you're satisfied. What about the money for them?
That I bring back with me this afternoon. After all, gentlemen, you did not expect I would come down with all this money to meet gentlemen of your reputation without first seeing the diamonds, did you?
What happened to the plan, Bob?
How don't you get lost, Jerry? Hey, boss, what goes on here?
Nothing, I guess. Frenchie says he'll be back this afternoon with the dough. That's okay with me.
Merci. And now you will please excuse me. Au revoir, gentlemen.
Hey, Dalton, you got the case, huh?
Yeah. Only doesn't feel right.
Hey, boys, the case is empty. Bob, you're nearest the door. Grab him. Don't worry. You ain't going anywhere, Frenchie. No place at all. I got a boss.
Shut the door and drag him back here.
Oh, Dieu.
That was a cute trick, Frenchie.
Well,
Only it didn't work. Get up those diamonds before we ship you back to France in plaster of Paris.
Diamonds? But I have no diamonds.
Hey, all of a sudden, boss, that accent sounds phony to me.
And that mustache and goatee look phony, too. Shove them over here, Bob, while I see if they're real.
Hey.
Hey, They came off in my hand.
Yeah, and look who Frenchie really is, boss. It's Boston Blackie.
That's right, I'm Blackie, and here's my calling card.
Oh! Now grab him, Bob. Hit him with that chair.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. Oh.
That got him, Bob. Now, grab him, and let's get him in the back of the shop.
Okay, Doc. Come on, get hold of us other round, Bob.
Sure, okay.
Hey, was that sock I got according to plan, too, huh?
Why don't you relax?
Coming to already. You can let go of him now. He can stand on his own 2 feet. Can't you, Blackie?
Proud of that chair you slugged me with, Bob?
Yeah.
You were just lucky.
You just hope I don't get lucky with this gun, Blackie. Search him, boys.
What are you searching me for, Dalton?
The Willie Brand diamonds.
All right, reach in his pockets, Bob. You can't find the diamonds by just patting his clothes.
Okay.
Any luck yet, fellas?
No, Dalton. He doesn't have them on this side.
He ain't got him in any of these pockets either.
Hey, what is this? He's clean, boss. He ain't got those diamonds nowhere.
No? Then he swallowed them, Jerry. Swallowed them as he beat it out of here. Come on. We're going to drag him up to Doc Jones and have him use a fluoroscope on this bum.
I'm sorry, Dalton, but the fluoroscope shows nothing.
It's a good thing they tossed you out of med school. You couldn't tell a case of mumps without a search warrant, Doc.
There's nothing wrong with me, Dalton. It's your theory. Blackie didn't swallow those diamonds.
I guess you fellas don't want me anymore.
Shut up, Blackie.
Doc, he's got to have swallowed them. He had to. They aren't on him. We went over everything he's wearing. He swallowed them all right.
Sorry, Dalton, but the fluoroscope shows that he did not swallow them. Believe me, he didn't.
And what happened to those diamonds? Where are they?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
All I know is he took them.
If I did, where are they? Look, you don't want me anymore, do you?
No, go on. Get out of here. We don't want you. We want those diamonds.
Dalton, you can't let him go.
Why can't I? He hasn't got the stones, has he? You want the whole police force ganging up on us? Beat it, Blackie.
Okay, but where are the rocks? Who does have them?
Yeah, Jerry. I wonder what happened to the plans.
Come in.
Hello, Faraday, old pal. We certainly pulled this one off with ease, didn't we?
Did we, Blackie?
I'll say we did. Dalton and his pals have no idea how I got those diamonds out of the shop and got rid of them.
Well, I don't blame him for being baffled. So am I.
What do you mean? The diamonds were in that cigar of mine. I had the cigar all prepared. It was hollowed out, and I slipped the diamonds in, threw it out on the street when those lugs grabbed me, and you were supposed to pick it up. You found the cigar on the street, didn't you?
I did not.
What?
I didn't find anything. You still have the diamonds, don't you?
No, of course not. I slipped them out of the case and put them in that cigar and tossed it in the gutter in front of the store, just as I told you I would on the telephone.
Well, I didn't find a cigar or anything else. What is this, Blackie, a double cross?
A double cross? Now, stop kidding, Faraday. You have the diamonds, haven't you?
Don't give me that, Blackie. You have them. And you're going to give them to me.
Faraday, you've never been so wrong about any 2 things in your life.
Well, that's fine. That's great. I promised the commissioner I'd have those diamonds for him, thanks to you and your ideas. Now, where am I?
In a jam, Faraday, and I'm in it with you. That makes it unanimous.
Where are those diamonds, Blackie?
You don't know?
No.
Well, that's something else that's unanimous, too.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. 2 valuable diamonds are stolen, and Boston Blackie attempts to get them back. Posing as Jacques Pierre, a buyer of stolen jewels, Blackie steals the diamonds from a fence named Dalton in a plan in which Inspector Faraday of the police is to assist. But something goes wrong with the plan, and Faraday does not get the diamonds. Blackie doesn't have them, nor do the thieves. But as we return to our story, the real Jacques Pierre enters Dalton's store.
Yes? Yes, what can I do for you?
I am Jacques Pierre, monsieur. I'm seeking a Mr. Dalton.
I'm Dalton. So you're really Pierre this time, huh?
This time? Of course. What do you mean? Has there been a mistake?
The whole thing was a mistake. But I took care of things. You want to buy those matched diamonds?
It is right. They are for sale?
Yes. For cash, right now.
That is agreeable with me. Where are they?
Right here in my pocket.
Very well. You show them to me. I will buy them.
Good enough. Take a look. Sure. And they gave me a beautiful headache. Some guy tried to lift them a while ago. Only I figured out his plan.
Plan?
Sure. He slipped the stones into a cigar and hurled the cigar into the street. Only I hopped out and got it a minute later. And now look, my boys don't know I caught the stones out of that cigar.
Oh?
You keep your mouth shut, and I'll turn them over to you at a real bargain. Half price.
Merci. It is a deal.
Where's the money?
Here. 10, 20, 25,000. That is the price, is it not?
That's right.
Here you are.
Thanks. And here are your diamonds. They're real, they're a bargain, and they're all yours.
Merci, I will take them. Au revoir.
Goodbye.
Taxi! Taxi!
Sure, mister. Where to?
Down the boulevard. I will tell you where to stop.
Sure thing, mister. Know yet where you want to go, mister?
Yes, I wish to go to
Well,
the...
wish again, Mr. Jacques Pierre, because I'm Boston Blackie, and you're going where I say.
You, Boston Blackie. And where are we going?
First to pick up my friend Mary Wesley, and then for a little ride in the country. All right. Yeah. You put your shirt back on now.
Merci.
Mary, find anything in the cab?
Not a thing, Blackie, not a thing.
You must be very disappointed, Mr. Blackie.
Frankly, I am. You don't have the diamonds on you. They are in the cab. You didn't swallow them. I didn't give you a chance to throw them out of the cab. Come on, put your shirt on, and I'll drive you back to town.
Merci, monsieur. But what then?
Then I guess I'll have to let you go. I saw Dalton give you those stones. I thought I was smart. Frenchie, I'd give a lot to know how you took French leave of those diamonds.
Hello.
Mr. Dalton?
Speaking.
This is Jacques Pierre.
Who?
Jacques Pierre, you know who I am. I purchased the Willebrand diamonds from you a few hours ago.
Did you?
Yes, you know that I did.
I don't even know that you're Jacques Pierre.
No, well, I can tell you the price I paid for the diamonds. It was $25,000, half the price you quoted me originally.
So?
So would I know that unless I were Jacques Pierre?
Okay, I guess you're on the level. What do you want?
I ran into trouble with Monsieur Boston Blackie. I had to dispose of the diamonds temporarily.
What do you mean?
I mean, I know where they are, but I will not be able to get them back without help.
Well, don't bother me about it. Get one of your own gang to help you.
Mr. Dalton, I have not what you call gang. I do my work alone. But this is something in which I will need help. May I borrow one of your associates?
Not a chance, Frenchie. The deal between you and me is closed. Tight. You're on your own.
Perhaps, but I think not.
Spread that out a little so that it makes sense.
Certainly. You will help me, Monsieur Dalton, because if you do not, it will be necessary for me to inform your two assistants that you sold me the diamond and forgot to tell them about it. Comprenez? That means understand?
I understand. I'll meet you pronto. That means right away.
Look, Blackie, don't clutter up my office. I feel bad enough without having to look at you.
You feel bad, Faraday. How do you think I feel? I know Pierre had those diamonds when he got into that cab.
How do you know?
Because I was watching while Pierre got them from Dalton. Pierre got into the cab with those diamonds, and he didn't throw them out of the cab on the way out into the country.
Hey, maybe he tossed them out when you stopped for Miss Wesley.
No, I watched them very carefully then. And on the way out to the country, Mary sat right beside me and Pierre in the front seat and watched him for me.
You searched Pierre while Miss Wesley searched the cab, huh?
Uh-huh. Neither one of us found anything. But Pierre put those diamonds somewhere, did something to them, and unless I miss my... Holy mackerel, I've got it.
If you don't come up with those diamonds pretty soon, you're going to get it.
Faraday, listen. I know what Pierre did with those diamonds. Slipped them into the cuff on Mary's coat sleeve.
What?
That's the one place I never thought to look. In the cuff of Mary's sleeve. Look, Faraday, Mary's life is in danger. Pierre's going to try to get those diamonds from her, and he'll stop at nothing to do it.
I'll send a couple of squad cars to her place right away. I'll contact the radio cars in her neighborhood. They should be there in a couple of minutes.
Well, I'll get Mary on the phone and try to stall things.
Right.
Oh, Mary, be at home. Or should I hope that you're not at home?
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie. But look, don't call me by name.
No, I won't.
Somebody's there already, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, look, take it easy. Faraday's sending up a couple of squad cars. But it may take a few minutes. We've got to stall.
I see.
Look, who's there? Pierre?
That's right.
Anybody else?
Right again.
Dalton?
Yes.
Oh, well, they have lots of company. Dalton's men are with him, huh?
No.
Dalton's alone? Huh, that's funny. He doesn't like that lug to do his own dirty work. That's what he hired Bob and Jerry for. Listen, wait, I've got it. Call me Jerry, Mary, and put Dalton on the phone.
Well, all right, Jerry. Just a minute. Mr. Dalton, somebody named Jerry wants to talk to you.
All right.
Here he is, Jerry.
Hello, Dalton.
Yes, Jerry. How did you know I was here?
You ain't up to any tricks, are you, Mr. Dalton?
Why, no, Jerry. What makes you think so?
'Cause me and Bob know what was supposed to happen according to the plans. And you double-crossing us wasn't in our plans.
Double-crossing you?
Yeah, we know what you done. You sold Frenchie those diamonds without even telling us you found them. Now, we don't like that, Dalton.
Radio cars are already on their way.
Quiet, Faraday. Dalton thinks I'm a stooge.
Is, Bob there, Jerry? Let me talk to him. I can explain everything.
Bob ain't, well, he ain't in sort of a talking mood, Dalton. When it comes to double crosses, I do all the gabbing.
Well, look, what do you want?
No deal if that's how you're figuring to squirm out. We're just down a block from you, and we're going to kill you when you come out of the building.
No. Look, Jerry, I'll do anything you say. I admit it, I found the stones, but I sold them to Pierre without telling you because I wanted to make a fast sale. I was going to give you your cut.
Yeah? We don't believe it.
Honestly.
Oh, no. You and Frenchie are working together. You got him with you right now, ain't you?
Well, yes, but... Hey, 2 cops just came in the door. 2 more came in another door. Here, you take the phone.
All right.
Faraday, your boys just got there.
Good. I sure didn't waste any time.
Oh, if Mary would only get on this
Hello.
phone now.
Hello, Blackie.
Mary, what's happening?
Plenty. Dalton and Pierre ran to the kitchen door, but 2 policemen were there first. They fired a shot at the floor. Pierre gave up, but Dalton's running toward the bedroom.
It's a dead end.
He knows that now, and he's ducked behind the sofa. Oh, Blackie, now he's heading toward the front door. He's trying to get behind the policeman, but he can't.
Good.
And then 2 more cops just came in the door. Oh, Blackie, Dalton took a swing at one of them. He knocked him down. He's trying to make the door, but Blackie, they got him. They got him.
In other words, it's all over, huh?
Yes, it's all over, Blackie, including the shouting.
That's good. Dalton and Pierre didn't get to your coat, did they?
No, you know, they came up here to ask about it. They wanted to look at it. Why, Blackie?
Because in the cuff of your sleeve, you'll find the missing Willebrand diamonds. Look, I'm in Faraday's office. Bring them down here right away, will you?
Don't worry, I will. Bye.
Bye. They got Dalton and Pierre Faraday, and Bob and Jerry ought to be a cinch to pick up.
Yeah, we'll get them all right.
Whew. Gee, this is the first case I ever solved by remote control.
You solved it. Where would you be if it weren't for my cops?
Where would you be if it weren't for my brains? Faraday, all that's important is that those diamonds are on the way here. Mary's bringing them down.
That means I've got to have you here until she arrives. It isn't worth it.
You know it is, pal. Just think. Those diamonds will be back here where they belong by tonight.
That's great. But I wish that you were back where you belong right now.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Well, this is great. You come to the park to get a hot idea, but the day turns out hot, and my idea turns out cold. Idea. Well, I thought I'd find something different in a public park, and I did. A small boy mashing his ice cream cone against my brand new trousers. And all to meet a deadline. Deadline. Story idea. Why didn't I do what I should have done in the first place?
Copy, boy. Hi, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya.
Hey, Smith, where's the lead on that fire?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday. What do you say, Bill?
Down towards that interview. Hiya, Dan.
How are you, Joe?
Where's the makeup on page 4?
Hi, Holliday.
What's a good word, boy?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya, Susie. Anything in box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Go to the park and get a story idea about romance. Sure, why not? What do I come back with? Gravel in my socks, sand in my shoes, and a June bug in my hat band. Holliday, why didn't you pick a different profession like driving a coal truck?
Mr. Holliday,
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a message in box 13 for you.
Oh, thank you, Susie. Thanks so much.
Don't mention it. Say, you got a faraway look in your eyes today.
Yes, but only as far as the dry cleaners.
Dry cleaners?
Have you ever had a small boy wipe his ice cream cone off on your trousers?
Oh, girls don't call them trousers. In our set, it's slacks.
So it is, Susie. So it is. Well, see you later.
Okay, if you say so. But I still don't like that look in your eyes. You look like you might get into trouble.
You know what I think after spending the day in the park?
What?
Trouble will be a welcome relief. Why did I ever have to decide to be a fiction writer? I could have stayed a newspaper reporter. I could have kept on writing those snappy obituary notices and worn a hat that turned up in front and shoes that did the same thing. Well, better see what's in this envelope. If you want real adventure, be at the corner of 7th and Main at 10 p.m. tonight. A black limousine will pick you up at that time. Do not try to engage the chauffeur in conversation. What's this? No signature. Oh, no signature. Black limousines, chauffeurs who won't talk. Meetings on street corners at 10 o'clock at night. Well, this should be interesting. Oh, there it is, a black limousine. And look at that chauffeur.
This way, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks. What a character this driver is. He looks like he spent his nights on a nice cold slab down at the morgue. Wonder if I can get him to talk.
Driver. I said driver. Oh, chauffeur. Oh, you.
Oh, pardon me.
Through there, Mr. Holliday.
So you do talk. I was beginning to wonder about that.
This way, Mr. Holliday.
Who's that?
It's only me, Mr. Holliday.
That black suit, it makes you almost invisible, you know.
Yes, I know. Follow me. You're curious about the way you were brought here. Did it frighten you?
Maybe. Maybe not.
This room, please. My office.
Well, this is very cozy.
Well, I'm glad you find it so. To eliminate a lot of questions, I'd like to say this. I know all about you. All? You're a successful writer. Apparently you fear nothing, and I would presume that some of your adventures spring from that ad you run every week in the Star-Times.
Did you find it interesting?
Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. Do you catch many people with that ad?
I caught you. Or is that vice versa?
I had you investigated, Holiday. I know where you live, what you do. The newspapers have told me of your experiences.
What are you leading up to?
You'll notice I had you brought here by a devious route. I wanted to be sure no one knew you were here.
Go on.
How much do you know about insurance, Holiday?
A great many people buy it. A great many don't.
And of those who do buy, a great many intend to defraud, to steal from their insurance company.
Now, look, if this is a racket, I'm not interested.
My name is Abner Blake. I'm the chief investigator for Northern Insurance.
Oh.
Do you remember the disappearance of Dr. Max Alexander?
I read something about it. Why?
He carried a very large policy with us. He's been gone almost 7 years. When his 7 years are up, the law will permit his widow to collect. And Holiday.
Yes?
I don't think Alexander is dead.
This man has the coldest, frostiest eyes of any professional man-trailer I've ever seen. And he's loaded with energy. Energy which I'll bet has helped him track down the people who tried to cheat his insurance company. Boy, I'm glad I'm on his side.
If you'll think back, Dr. Alexander performed a very delicate brain surgery on a prominent man. The operation was not successful.
I remember that. He was criticized in some circles for taking a chance.
Immediately after the patient died, Alexander walked out of the operating room, the hospital, and so far as we've been able to prove, right out of this world. But I still feel that he's alive, somewhere.
And you believe it's an insurance fraud?
I'm sure it is. And I have a reputation, Holiday. No one has ever attempted to defraud Northern Insurance and has been successful.
You, suspect Mrs. Alexander?
Hardly. She's barely left her house in all these years. She receives no mail except from her daughter.
Her daughter?
She lives in New Mexico.
What about your regular men?
They've looked everywhere. They've come up with absolutely nothing.
Police?
Same thing.
And you're afraid you'll have to pay off?
No. Not if I have a smart man, a resourceful one, a man who can be as relentless as I am. And I think that man is you.
If Shakespeare were alive, he would cast Abner Blake in the role of Macbeth and throw him an extra part as one of the witches. But that's no affair of yours, Mr. Holliday. You've got to find a man who's been gone for almost 7 years. And if you were the hero of this story, you'd go to the files of a newspaper and look into the past.
Well, if it isn't Dan Holliday, what are you doing down the morgue of the Star-Times?
What would anybody be doing down in the morgue, Mac?
Well, some of them just lay there. You know me, Dad. I just got to have my little joke once in a while. Now, what was it you're looking for?
Oh, the clips on a citizen named Dr. Max Alexander. What have you got on him?
The works, Dan. The whole works.
Prominent man dies following delicate operation. Doctor criticized for taking chance. Dr. Alexander walks out of operating room and disappears. Grief-stricken wife employs private investigators when police fail to find Dr. Alexander. Dr. Alexander given up for dead. Not a bad-looking citizen, the doctor. He's been shot from more angles than this Philadelphia at Atlantic City. Kindly eyes, intelligent face, strong chin. Yes, Doctor, when I see you, I'll know you. And I hope to see you soon.
Yes?
Oh, I'm Dan Holliday, Miss Alexander. I'd like to talk to you about your husband.
My husband is dead.
Well, some people think he isn't.
They found something? They think he's alive? Come in.
Now then, Mr. Holliday, who are you? And why are you looking for the doctor?
A commission from the insurance company. I hoped you might give me some information.
It was on all the front pages.
That's exactly as it happened.
Yes. He was never seen again. Oh, Mr. Holliday, if only you could find some trace of him.
I'm going to try.
You don't know how terrible it is. Almost 7 years. But still, I've had the feeling that he'll come back someday. You'll look for me, too.
Well, of course.
I miss him so.
What about your daughter?
After her father's disappearance, she couldn't stand it here in town. She went to our ranch in New Mexico.
Oh?
Her father's disappearance broke her heart. I pray you find him.
Mrs. Alexander, so do I. Mrs. Alexander is a grief-stricken old lady. One who sincerely wants her husband back. So, where to look first? This is the build-up to the main story, Holiday, and if you're smart, you'll bring in all the characters.
Where to, mister?
I want a drawing room to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Well, Holiday, you've got a railroad ticket and an hour to make the train. Better get back to your apartment, a quick shower, pack your bag, and get on your way.
We've been waiting for you, Mr. Holliday.
Well, gentlemen, is this a pleasant intrusion? And I hope you are gentlemen.
We were positive you wouldn't mind.
Oh, of course not. People break in here regularly.
Good. Sit down.
If you don't mind, I like the air up here.
As you wish. I understand you like to travel, Mr. Holliday.
Travel? A wonderful pastime, travel.
Ever think of South America?
Often. You see, I'm a Carmen Miranda fan.
How would you like to go to South America? For me. All expenses paid. For as long as you want to stay.
What would I have to do?
Just forget a few things.
Like New Mexico?
Particularly New Mexico.
Give me about 2 weeks and I'm your man.
You don't seem to understand. You're leaving tonight.
Well, that's what I mean. But I'm going west.
No. South.
You and I would make a nice compass together. Now, suppose you point north and walk right out of this apartment. Oh, and don't forget your gorilla.
You mean Spencer?
If that's his name, I mean Spencer.
You'll hurt his feelings talking that way.
Well, that makes us even. Just looking at him hurts mine.
Is it South America?
In a way. At least I'm showing you the open-door policy. Now, get out, you and your gorilla.
Spencer.
I wouldn't recommend that.
So?
I said get out.
Have you ever stopped to consider something, Mr. Holliday?
What?
You may never get to New Mexico. You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well. Now you've got all the ingredients for a story. Insurance investigator doesn't believe doctor is dead. Wife doesn't believe doctor is dead. 2 men try to stop Ryder from making further investigation. All right, Holliday. Write the rest of the plot. Or maybe you'd better hit the sack. This is very pleasant. I've got a comfortable drawing room, and I'll bet it's got 1,000 springs to ease my worries. Uh-oh. The man with the urge to send me to South America. Well, I've got something for him. Let's go. Now, fellow, what's the big idea breaking in here?
I'm sorry. I must have come into the wrong drawing room.
You came into the wrong apartment a couple of hours ago. Now, what do you want?
I just want to go to sleep.
In my traveling bag?
I was looking for my razor. I wanted to shave.
You just had a close one. Come on.
Where?
To find out if you got space in this train. If you haven't, we'll make some for you. Under guard in the baggage car. This is fine. I couldn't prove a thing. My friend had space, and to the conductor, it seemed like a perfectly logical thing to mistake car 19 for car 18. I wonder who this man is and who's in back of him.
Next stop, Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. Well, that's the end of the line for me. And I hope I don't mean that too literally. Long distance? I want to speak to Catherine Alexander at the Bar Cross Bar Ranch just outside of Valmont. Yes.
Hello?
Miss Alexander?
Yes?
This is Dan Holliday. Wonder if I might come out to the ranch and see you.
Oh, you're the man who's looking for Father. Mother wired me about you.
Was it complimentary?
Mother said she believed if anyone could find Dad, you could. Come right out. I want to talk to you.
And I want to talk to you.
Cab, mister?
Yeah, ever hear of Valmont?
Sure did.
Know where it is?
Sure do.
Very far?
Sure is.
Can you take me there?
Sure can. You got enough money to pay for the trip?
Sure have.
Let's go, then.
Sure thing. This is New Mexico, Holiday. Breathe deeply and treat your lungs to a shot of straight ozone. 20 miles to Valmont, and all you've seen on the whole trip is 4 buzzards, 3 in the air, and the 1 driving. And if he's a cab driver, I'm a flying disc.
Car behind.
Yeah, so I hear.
Wants me to pull over.
Don't do it.
Know them fellas?
One of them is Spencer.
Friend of yours?
That depends on what you mean by friend.
I gotta pull up. Those guys are gonna run me into the ditch.
Can you fight?
Nope.
Then can you recommend a good dentist?
What for?
Something tells me that when this is over, I'm going to need a new set of teeth.
You feel better, young man?
Yeah, thanks. What happened after those 2 fellows jumped me? Who are you?
My name is Moran. I'm the caretaker up at the Bar Cross Bar Ranch. I was coming down this way when you were forced off the road.
Oh. What happened to the driver?
Last I saw of him, he was just a cloud of dust.
I remember now. I got out of the car. He drove away.
Those 2 fellows started to beat you up good. When they saw me coming, they ran off, too. You had a mighty close call, young man.
I had 3 of them. After this, my luck runs out.
Somebody after you?
And vice versa. Say, how far is the ranch?
Half a mile up the road. Better take it easy.
Come on, I've got to get to the ranch.
Feel you can make it?
My friend, I've got to make it. This is not good. Spencer and his gorilla followed me all the way out here trying to stop me at every turn. Maybe I'm getting warm. But if that's true, why hasn't someone else found Dr. Alexander?
Here's the ranch house, Mr. Holliday. They say Miss Catherine was expecting you?
Yes, but hardly in this condition.
You're Dan Holliday? Oh, what happened? You're all beaten up.
So this is Catherine Alexander. What a beautiful girl. And what beautiful eyes.
You'd better lie down, Mr. Holliday. You're badly hurt.
Oh, no, thanks, Miss Alexander. I don't feel that bad. I just look that way.
Anything more I could do, Miss Cathy?
Oh, no. No, and thank you so much. If you hadn't come along, Mr. Holliday might have been badly injured. Perhaps fatally.
Thank you, Miss Cathy.
Now then, how about a hot shower? You can get a rub down and change of clothes.
Miss Alexander, you read a man's mind.
Sometimes that's a pleasure, depending on the man.
You're depending on me?
What do you think?
Well, this is more like it. Hot shower, brisk rub down, little iodine on a few... Ouch, that stings. And Catherine was kind enough to loan me some riding clothes. That should indicate a sojourn in the saddle out on the desert, with the stars blinking their approval of my companion. Blinking approval? Holiday, you're an incurable romantic.
Isn't this beautiful? That gorgeous sky and the stars.
You love it, don't you?
I always have. Always will.
Have you been here long?
The Barcross Bar belonged to my dad. We used to come out during the summer. Now I live here all the time.
Alone?
Oh, there's always Moran.
Moran? He's a strange old fellow.
People around here say he's a little attached. But he's been wonderful to me.
Oh, say, those men who jumped me down the road. Moran, ever seen him before?
How could he? They were strangers.
Oh. Your mother told me you've been searching for your father a long time.
Yes. Mother and I have spent a fortune on private detectives, investigators, following up leads, but nothing ever happened.
Yes, I know. Oh, tell me, Miss Alexander.
Kathy, please.
Kathy, have you any idea where I might begin to look? I thought you might give me a starting point.
Not unless he would be back in the city. He just walked out one day. No one ever saw him again.
Well, I'd better go back there and start from scratch.
You don't have to leave right away.
I'd enjoy staying a while.
Maybe I have been lonesome. Perhaps I've forgotten what companionship can be.
Perhaps.
You'll stay a while?
A while.
Good. Say, the time. We'll be much too late for dinner. Come on, I'll race you.
You're on.
Hurry or I'll beat you. I'm at the corral gate already.
Kathy, look out! Kathy.
Mr. Holliday, what happened?
We were racing. The horse stumbled over that lower bar and threw her. Look at that gash in her head.
She's unconscious. I hope she isn't seriously hurt.
Don't stand there, man. Get into the house. Call a doctor.
Yes, a doctor. Doctor.
Hurry, will you?
Of course. Get into the medicine cabinet in the house. I need some bandages. She may be suffering from multiple contusions.
Multiple contusions?
Or even a compound skull fracture. Hurry, will you?
Compound skull fracture?
Iodine, if you can find it. Hurry, I said. There isn't much time.
Okay. Dr. Alexander.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, now I'm back in the city again, walking up the street towards that same grim gray house where I first met Abner Blake. Up the steps, Holiday, and write the final chapter.
That was a nice job, Holiday.
I was nice about it.
What do you mean?
You didn't see the look in Dr. Alexander's eyes when he recovered his mind. And that lovely, lovely girl being mixed up in a deal like this.
If you feel sorry for her, you're making a big mistake.
Yes, I know. She was following him the day he walked out into the country. She'd almost caught up with him when a hit-and-run driver knocked him down.
That's when she got the idea for the Disappearance Act.
Why not? The doctor's face had been so damaged no one would ever recognize him. And he'd lost his memory to top it off.
We've got the daughter and the mother in custody.
Just think, if she hadn't have fallen off that horse, I might never have been able to prove that Dr. Alexander was alive.
I know.
Hiding him on his own ranch was the daughter's idea, too.
Why not? No one would pay attention to an old man puttering around the place.
I've got a story, and I don't like it. Mother and daughter hide amnesia victim to collect insurance.
Oh, excuse me. Blake speaking. Yes, he's here. For you, Holiday.
Oh, thanks. Hello.
Mr. Holliday, this is Susie.
Oh, yes, Susie.
There's a message for you in box 13. Shall I read it to you?
Now, Susie, you know you're not supposed to open my mail.
But this is already open. It's a postcard.
Oh. Is it interesting?
I think it is.
All right, come on. Tell me what it says.
It says, rental for box 13, $15.
Oh, fine. Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Paul Brennan, Inter-Allied Insurance Company, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Paul. How's the world doing by you?
Oh, I got troubles.
Oh, like what?
Like Albert W. Winkler.
Winkler? Who's he?
Maybe you mean who was he?
Well, which is it?
Well, that's the trouble, Johnny. We don't know.
Huh?
Well, he's disappeared, and with him a hunk of emerald worth exactly 100,000 clams.
Wow.
Well?
Sure.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Inter-Allied Insurance Company, Dawson Building, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Blooming Blossom matter. Expense account item 1, $1 even. Taxi from my apartment to the offices of Inter-Allied, where Paul Brennan wasted no time in getting to the point.
Albert Winkler was a partner in a small jewelry firm down in New York. Real exclusive type place.
Fluid and Winkler?
Yeah, that's the outfit. Well, a few days ago, they got hold of an emerald. It's called the Green Eye of Calcutta. And, Johnny, the darn thing's big enough to choke a horse.
Okay, Paul, okay. I don't think you need go any further.
No, wait. They planned to put it on an exhibition at the big international jewelry show in Chicago next month, and Winkler took it home to work on it.
Oof. Insured for 100,000, you said.
Yeah, and Winkler's insured for 10.
Okay, so who killed him and stole the rock?
Listen, will you?
Go ahead.
Well, Sunday morning, his partner Blewett tried to phone him at his apartment. No answer. So Blewett sauntered down to the office thinking he might be there.
But no sign of him?
Right. Nor of the Green Eye of Calcutta. Only a note Winkler had left the night before saying he was taking the stone home to work on it.
Well, that makes it look as though maybe Winkler...
Listen. About that time, the phone rang there in the office. It was the police department, also looking for Winkler.
Oh?
Yeah, they'd been called by Winkler's landlord after a chambermaid had found his apartment completely ransacked and the old boy missing.
Uh-oh. Who's working on it? For the NYPD, I mean.
Sergeant Randy Singer, 18th Precinct, homicide. Old friend of yours, I believe.
Yeah, good man. Has he come up with anything?
Nothing. Well, Johnny?
Sure, Paul.
Now?
Now. Item 2, another $1 for a taxi back to my apartment where I slicked the stubble off my face, showered, dressed, and was about to head for New York when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar?
That's right.
Oh, good.
Well, who's that?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Dollar.
Huh?
I must talk with you, sir. It's important, very important.
Well, who are you?
Me? Well, this is Wilbert Kenworthy Blossom. Yes, and I must see you right away.
Well, what's this all about, Mr. Blossom, did you say?
Oh, why, that's right. How did you know that?
Oh, is this some kind of a gag?
It certainly is not. And to think that now I'll be working with you on a... Oh, it's wonderful, just wonderful.
What are you talking about?
Why, you, don't you see? I follow every single one of your cases, sir. Either in the newspapers or on the radio. Oh, I'm your biggest fan.
Is that all you called to say, Mr. Blossom?
It is not. I'm calling about the mysterious disappearance of Mr. Albert Winkler.
Winkler? You know something about him, his whereabouts?
I certainly do.
Where are you, Mr. Blossom?
Here at my house in New York, and I'll be waiting for you, sir. Goodbye.
No, wait. Give me your address.
Oh, yes, of course. How could you know where to come if I hadn't given you that?
Yeah.
That was silly of me. Well, goodbye.
The address, man, the address.
Oh, of course. Yeah. It's 825 East 73rd Street.
Item 3, $9.20, transportation and incidentals to New York City and 825 East 73rd Street. It turned out to be one of New York's famous old brownstone houses, well preserved and reeking of an era long past, when the city's wealthy and elite had built row on row of these monuments to a now forgotten financial aristocracy.
Oh, come in, Mr. Dollar. Come in. I'm Wilbert Kenworthy Blossom, and I cannot tell you how thrilled I am to be working with you on this.
I don't know how to describe it, but I'll try. The inside of Blossom's home was unbelievable. Ornate pre-Victorian furnishings, heavy velvet draperies, huge lamps and chandeliers, gilt-framed mirrors, even an ancient horsehair sofa. It was also filled with dusty piles of newspapers and magazines, hundreds of old books.
Travel books, Mr. Dollar, and mysteries. Oh, I just love mysteries.
One corner of the high-ceilinged living room was piled with old trunks and handbags, an old carpet bag even. Boxes of tools and utensils were stacked about, an ancient Victrola, beat-up sewing machine.
You just never know when you might want to sew something, do you?
Old guns and pistols, some of them museum pieces, a stringless tennis racket, a pair of rusty handcuffs locked to the base of a floor lamp without a shade, a broken bicycle pump.
That's just in case I ever find a bicycle to go with it, you understand. Yes.
Against one wall stood an old metal cabinet loaded with rusty surgical instruments and a worn-out catcher's mitt. Yet directly opposite was a corner shelf full of priceless porcelain figurines and rare pieces of china. Some of the old clocks and jewelry on the mantelpiece were collector's items. Fine original oil paintings lay among piles of old shoes. All in all, it looked as though the contents of half a dozen pawn shops had been dumped into it.
At auction sales, Mr. Dollar. Oh, yes, sir. I just cannot resist an auction sale or a bargain.
But what are you going to do with all this stuff?
Oh, just keep it. I like it. I like a lot of things.
Yeah, so I see. Including 12 gross of Spencer's superlative steel-tipped shoelaces, patented 1841.
They were a bargain, Mr. Dollar. Just like all this fine artwork is, too.
Yeah, sure.
Some of my friends pamper me a bit, though. You know, send me things they pick up at sale.
Yeah, now look, Mr. Blossom, you told me you know something about Albert W. Winkler.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Well?
And think of that magnificent emerald. Gone. Disappeared.
Yeah, but now you said...
And that poor Intralite Insurance Company. Oh, my. That's how I knew you would be called on this case. But $100,000 and $10,000 on Mr. Winkler.
Well, at least they're off the hook on him until he's proved dead.
Aha. And that's where I come in. With proof.
Proof? What proof? Have you seen Winkler?
Mr. Dollar, I have.
Well, where is he?
You understand, of course, that I know Mr. Winkler very well because I've seen him at his office so many times.
Yeah, okay, go on.
Oh,
go on.
Yes, indeed. Such beautiful, beautiful jewelry he had there. And, of course, he was always trying to buy some of the things I
But
had.
you say you've seen him where?
Well, Saturday I'd planned with a couple of old friends to attend a railroad auction. That was the Canyon City and Metropolitan Railroad.
Winkler was there at the auction sale?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Oh, no.
Well, why not? You said you knew him.
Oh, I didn't go to the auction. I wasn't feeling very well that day. I had a little cough. It was kind of like that.
Then how do you know he was there?
My friends went, and at least they talked about going.
Mr. Blossom.
And I'm sure they did, too, because they sent me something from... And what do you suppose it was?
I don't know. I don't care. Now, look here. You got me
It was the very thing that has solved this whole case for you.
What?
And think of it. This dull, drab, dreary life of mine has suddenly become... Why, it's almost like a mystery story, isn't it? Adventure and...
Look, Mr. Blossom,
think of it. I'm being a detective. I'm working with my idol, the famous Johnny Dollar. Oh, George.
Mr. Blossom, what did they send you?
What's that? Oh, yes, of course. Here it is, sir. It's right here between the erector set and the golf clubs.
This old trunk?
That's right.
Oh, great Scott, you think you do.
But at first, of course, I thought of calling the police. But knowing all about you...
Mr. Blossom, let me see that. Excuse me.
There are a lot of crumpled newspapers on top.
Yeah, I see. As old as the trunk. Good Lord.
It isn't pretty, is it?
Sergeant Randy Singer, homicide. Randy, Johnny Dollar, get somebody over to 825 East 73rd Street right away, will you? Body of Albert Winkler. Randy got there in a matter of minutes. Got the same story from Blossom that I had, then called for the lab crew to come and take over.
Now, who delivered this trunk, Mr. Blossom?
Why, it was just a delivery man.
Can you describe him? Would you know him if you saw him?
Yeah, well, he was big and strong. He was very strong.
Distinguishing features, scars or a limp or a beard or something?
Well, I told you, Johnny, he was big and strong.
How old?
Well, I would say he was somewhere between 25 and,
Yeah?
50. Yes, I'm sure.
Well, that's a lot of help.
Yeah, you better have those thick spectacles changed.
But he was big.
Yes, we know, and strong. What about his truck?
Oh, I didn't see that. He left it outside.
No.
Now, look. These friends of yours who did attend the auction, who were they?
Oh, yes. Now the investigation proceeds. Now the excitement...
Who were they, Mr. Blossom?
Well, there's Randolph Harrison and President...
Randy Singer took down the names of Blossom's 3 auction-minded friends. The lab crew arrived. Randy took off to dig up Blossom's friends, and I took a cab. That's item 480 cents to the apartment of Elwood Blewett, Winkler's partner in the jewelry business. Blewett lived alone in a modest but tastefully furnished 5 or 6 rooms on East 52nd Street.
Of course, Mr. Dollar. I'll be glad to help you all I can. Albert's death has been a terrible blow.
Yes. Well, tell me this, please.
Yes?
Did Mr. Winkler make a habit of taking valuable pieces of jewelry to his residence?
Yes, Albert often took pieces home with him to work on them, clean, polish, and so on.
Wasn't that a rather dangerous practice?
Frankly, I always thought so, but he felt there was far more chance of being robbed if he were alone at the office than at his flat, where he wouldn't be expected to have anything of great value.
Well, who has seen the Green Eye of Calcutta besides you and Mr. Winkler?
I'm not sure. Of course, almost anyone would have been able to recognize it.
Because of the publicity and pictures when you brought it over here?
Yes.
Come to think of it, Blossom indicated he'd been much impressed with it.
Wilbur Blossom?
Yeah. You know him?
He's been in the office many times. He and Albert were always bickering over pieces that either
Bickering?
of us had. Well, it was really something of a joke. Albert always wanted some of Blossom's heirloom pieces, and Blossom wanted some of the finer things we had.
Did he ever buy?
Never. He always wanted us to put them up at auction or at a bargain price. Hardly our way of doing things, needless to say.
When did you last see Blossom?
Why, last Friday. I was busy with an important client, and from the back room where Albert worked, I remember hearing Blossom insist that Albert show him the emerald.
What did he?
I don't know. The silly argument got so noisy that I closed the door on them. Oh, now, wait. Certainly you aren't thinking that perhaps Wilbur Blossom...
I'm not quite certain what I'm thinking, Mr. Blewett. Item 5, 10 cents, phone call to Randy Singer.
No, not a thing, Johnny. One of the 3 names on Blossom's list is in Europe. The other 2 did go to the railroad auction, but purchased nothing.
Randy, do a couple of things for me, will you?
Like what?
Phone whoever is stationed at Winkler's place that I want to look it over.
Sure, everything is just as it was, including the poker that was used to kill him.
Also, I want a copy of the picture of the trunk your lab boys took and the list of Blossom's friends.
I'll have them waiting for you.
And post a man at Blossom's place. Keep an eye on him. Yes, right away.
Johnny, have you learned something?
No, just, just for his protection's sake. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, but...
Blossom. Yeah, Blossom. Maybe I hadn't given enough thought to the strange little character. Or to why the trunk with Winkler's body had been at his place. But if he were involved, why call me in? Cover up? Possibility. But Wilbert Blossom kill a man? Yeah, maybe he could. Maybe he did. I'd better see him as soon as I get through with the inspection of Winkler's apartment.
Mr. Dollar?
Oh, hi, officer. Did Sergeant Singer call and tell you that...
He's on the phone here in the Winkler apartment now. Wants to talk to you. Says it's very urgent, sir.
Okay, thanks. Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, how did you know?
Huh?
The man I sent to cover Blossom's house for you got there too late.
What?
Whoever got in and attacked the poor old coot got away.
Attacked? Blossom?
Yeah, really did a job on him. Johnny?
Okay, Randy. Thanks.
Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment.
Democracy. As everyone knows, democracy means many things. Self-rule of the people, a higher standard of living, freedom of speech, press and religion, rights and privileges, liberty. But the most vital promise of democracy is mankind's right to dignity. For it is through the dignity of man that democracy has given mankind its greatest legacy of freedom.
Now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Blooming Blossom Matter.
Expense account item 6, $2.25 for a fast taxi ride to 18th Precinct Police Headquarters.
All right. As soon as I got your call, Johnny, I sent a uniformed man over to Blossom's house. From the way you talked, I thought maybe you suspected him.
Yeah, Randy, I'm afraid I did.
Boy, how wrong can you be? Anyhow, when he got there, he found the front door open and Blossom lying in the dark hallway.
Where's Blossom now?
The hospital, but he's okay, just bruised up a bit. They're letting him out.
Fingerprints? Anything to go on?
The lab's checking on the prints right now.
Uh-huh. Let me know.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nope. So, now let's find out who tried to put Blossom out of the way, and we'll have the guy who killed Winkler. And stole the $100,000 worth of emerald, then shipped Winkler's body to Blossom. Oh, and by the way, here's the picture of the trunk you asked for and the three names Blossom gave me. Harrison, Norton, and Scatterday. What are you going to do with them?
Randy, suppose the man who attacked Blossom is the one who did all the rest.
You got a better suppose?
Well, look, Randy, whoever wielded that poker on Winkler couldn't have been very strong. A really hefty wallop would have bent it out of shape.
And the lab agrees with you. But, of course, it didn't take much of a blow to finish off old Winkler. He didn't weigh much over 100 pounds, you know.
Yeah.
Any strong arm could have finished him off easily and without messing up the whole apartment.
And don't forget, whoever did him in also put him in the trunk and delivered it to Blossom's house. But why?
Yeah. Yeah, and where's the emerald? That's what you should be worried about. $100,000 worth of worry for your insurance company. Now, what are you going to do with that picture of the trunk and the list of Blossom's friends?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll see you later. Item 7, $5.50 for a taxi to the warehouse of the Canyon City and Metropolitan Railroad over in Jersey. There I finally managed to track down a man who knew something about their occasional auction sales of unclaimed baggage and stuff.
Insurance investigator, eh?
That's right, Mr. McKinney.
One of those boys with a fancy expense account, eh?
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Look, you had an auction sale here last Saturday, didn't you?
That's right. Handled it myself. Want to know something about something we sold off?
Exactly.
Then I'm your man. Always remember all about every single item I sell and who bought it and all about them.
That's fine. Because I want to know if any of the names on this list bought from you on Saturday.
Yeah?
Randolph Harrison. Man by the name of Harrison buy anything?
Nope.
How about Percival Wentworth Scatterday?
Nope.
Ellsworth Norton?
Nope.
You sure, Mr. McKinney?
I'm sure.
How about Blossom?
That a man's name?
Yes, Wilbert Blossom. Well?
No, sir. Nope, never heard of him. And like I told you, I never forget the stuff I sell or the fellows I sell it to.
Wait. This picture of a trunk.
Huh?
Have you ever seen this trunk?
Well, yes.
Did you sell this trunk on Saturday?
Yes, I did.
To whom? Come on, man, it's important.
Well, I was real early in the sale. Yeah, before most of the people got here. Bought this trunk and had it sent to his apartment in New York.
And his name?
Well, it was a funny kind of name. Blinky or Winky or...
Oh, no.
Winkler. Winkler. That was it. Albert Winkler.
Item 8, $2, 2 drinks for myself at the nearest bar. But they didn't help to kill my feeling of utter frustration. Item 9, 550 taxi back to 18th Precinct headquarters in New York for want of a better place to go.
Well, it's about time you got here, Johnny.
Oh?
We matched up the prints we found after Blossom was attacked.
You know who made them?
Yeah, here's his card.
Carlo Bernasconi. Any reckon?
Couple of a dozen arrests, only one conviction.
Anything to do with jewelry?
Better. Accessory to a hijack operation a couple of years ago. He drove the truck.
Hey.
Sure.
Got a mugshot of him?
We got him. Downstairs. Come on, I'll take you down.
Randy, what's he look like?
Like you'd expect the truck driver to look. Big husky brute.
Has he admitted anything?
Well, the threat of a murder charge made him talk, all right, but none of it makes any sense.
Of course it doesn't.
But he's our boy, all right. He killed Winkler, beat up Blossom.
I thought your lab decided whoever killed Winkler was a small fella.
Yeah.
So the theory about the same man killing Winkler and beating up Blossom doesn't work.
But, Johnny, holy... Come on down. Let's talk to this Bernasconi.
After I make a phone call.
Huh? Who to?
Yeah?
Get me a man named McKinney, Canyon City and Metropolitan Railroad warehouse over in Jersey. Make it fast, please.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you been over there, Johnny?
Just before I got here.
Did you find out anything?
No, but I'm going to now.
Like what?
Randy, for the first time, this whole thing is beginning to make sense.
Here's your party.
Mr. McKinney?
That's me.
This is Johnny Dollar, remember?
Sure do.
Good.
And say,
Now...
I've been reading in the paper since you left here about that body found in the trunk over there in New York.
Yeah, well, look.
Is that the same trunk you was over here asking about?
Yes. Now, you told me that trunk was bought by a man who gave his name as Winkler.
That's right.
Do you remember what he looked like?
Sure do. Why, I can give it to you as accurate as if it was in the police files.
Well?
Height, 5'9", maybe 9.5.
Go on.
Weight, between 155 and 58. You see, when I was young, I worked with a Carney show guessing weight and height, and if I didn't guess it right...
Yeah, okay. Now, how about the color of the eyes?
Well, I noticed them because of the way he squinted through them thick, old-fashioned steel glasses.
Thanks, Mac. I'm sending you a 10 spot on the next mail.
Well, now...
Well, Johnny?
Come on, Randy. Let's go down and see this Bernasconi.
You find something out new?
Yeah, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Now, look, Bernasconi, you're in plenty of trouble for the assault on Blossom. Maybe even more. But I'm the man who can save you from a murder rap, if you'll answer a couple of questions.
Sure. I told the cops.
All right. Did you pick up and deliver a trunk yesterday morning?
Sure, I told him. For a guy named Winkler.
You got the trunk from Winkler?
Sure, at his apartment on East...
What did he look like? How tall?
Maybe 5'8" or 10.
What? Johnny...
Slight build or heavy or what?
I'd say about medium. Maybe 150 pounds.
Johnny...
Now, look, mister...
Now, wait a minute, you look. Did you deliver that trunk to a man named Blossom?
Sure, at 825 East 73rd Street.
What did he look like?
Him I never seen.
I knew it.
He hollered from a window that the door was open and I should put the trunk in the living room. What a junk house.
But you must have seen him later when you came back and assaulted him.
It was night then. When he come to the door, I just slugged him and let him lay there. Then I went inside where the lights was on to look for... Well, I looked for the big rock I'd read about in the paper. But then I heard a prowl car coming, so I beat it. Trunk wasn't there anyway.
Okay, Bernasconi. See you later, Randy.
Now, just a minute.
Hey,
Johnny.
and what about me? You said it...
Item 10, 90 cents, taxi to Wilbert Blossom's old brownstone house on East 73rd.
Come in, Johnny.
Thanks, Mr. Blossom. All recovered from your beating?
Oh, of course I am. Here, sit down.
You said you wanted to help me on this case.
Oh, yes, indeed. Why, this chance to work with a man I consider the finest insurance investigator in the world.
Yeah.
That's why I called you when I got the trunk with Mr. Winkler's body in it.
Mr. Blossom, why don't you tell
All
the
my
truth?
drab, dull life, I've wanted to be a detective, an investigator. And this was my chance. My chance... Tell the truth, did you say?
Mr. Blossom, listen to some facts for a minute and see what conclusions you draw from them.
Oh, deductions. Like a detective.
To begin with, this house of yours so full of, well, junk.
I told you, Johnny, I like things. I like things.
But it also has a lot of fine paintings, sculpture, china, jewelry.
Oh, I like all sorts of things, especially if they're fine and rare. And bargains.
Like the Green Eye of Calcutta?
Oh, the most beautiful emerald in the world.
And I would conclude that you'd do just about anything to have that stone.
Yes, sir, Johnny. I'd reach the same conclusion.
Okay. Now, when Albert Winkler and the Emerald disappeared, it was in the papers that Inter-Allied had written policies on them. Conclusion?
Yes, sir. I would deduce that you would be called in.
Wouldn't it be smart, then, if the killer was afraid I'd eventually get around to him anyway? Wouldn't it be smart for him to call me in and offer to help me? As a cover-up for what he'd done?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Or at least he'd think it would. Oh, yes, I guess he thought it would.
Another thing, Mr. Blossom.
Oh? What is it, Johnny?
The body was packed in the trunk with old newspapers. Like these you keep piled around.
Oh, yes. And I would deduce...
So obvious that both Randy Singer and I overlooked them completely.
Oh, well, there's so many things piled around here. You couldn't be expected as... Johnny.
Yeah?
What really made you decide that... Well, I'd like to know.
All right. Albert Winkler was a frail little old man, about 4'11", not much over 100 pounds.
Yes, he was.
But the man who bought the trunk and had it sent to Winkler's apartment, who gave his name as Winkler, that man was about 5'9", 155 pounds. And he wore thick, old-fashioned steel-rimmed glasses.
But, Johnny, I can't see without them.
Then there's the truck driver. The man who ordered the trunk delivered to this house gave his name as Winkler, too. But Winkler was dead by then. Dead from a blow inflicted not by some big bruiser, but by somebody of, say, your build.
Oh, that awful truck driver who thought the emerald would be in the trunk and came here to steal it and who beat me up. I suppose you want the emerald.
Yeah.
Here, Johnny, I kept it in this old coffee pot that I picked up at an auction sale. Real bargain, too. Oh, isn't it a beautiful stone? Oh, if only Mr. Winkler would have sold it to me. At a bargain, that is. Then none of this would have happened. Well, I guess we better go now, hadn't we? It's such a silly thing. Me trying to act like a detective. I guess I didn't even make a very good killer. Did I?
Why? Just this overpowering passion to have things? Maybe. Or maybe it was just a reaction. A last desperate attempt to some way, any way, break from a lifetime of lonely, dull, drab idleness. I don't know. But for some crazy reason, I feel sorry for the funny little old character who turned killer. Expense account total, including incidentals and fare back to Hartford, $61.55. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a case so simple, so easy, so obvious, that it proves almost impossible to solve. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Heard in our cast were Howard McNear, Herb Ellis, Herb Vigran, Junius Matthews, Herb Butterfield, Frank Gersel, and Johnny Jacobs. Musical supervision is by Jerry Goldsmith. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Dan Cubberly speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Titled Husband Murder Case. The story opens in the fabulous McGinnis Mansion in New York, where one of the season's most fashionable weddings has just taken place. And we find the bride alone with her mother as she changes from her wedding gown to her going-away clothes. And we hear her say,
"Oh, come now, Mother. Admit it, you think it's utterly thrilling to have a real princess for a daughter. Look at me, darling. The Princess Minerva of Romany. Oh, if Dad had only lived to see this day."
Well, if he had, he'd have kicked that feller down the back steps.
Mother!
My own daughter, Minnie, marrying a guy that nobody can half understand when he talks, 'cause he can't even talk English good enough.
Mother, this is my wedding day. Don't make it unhappy.
Well, I'm only telling you what I think.
You'll learn to love Ludovic and appreciate him the way I do, Mother.
In a pig's eye.
Why, you should hear what he says about you.
What's he say about me?
Oh, Ludovic's simply crazy about you. He'd do anything in the world for you, Mother.
Well, then tell him to wash the oil out of his hair and stop soaking himself with perfume. You can't cover a skunk, Minnie.
Don't call me Minnie. My name is Minerva. And don't talk that way about Ludovic. He's my husband now.
Pardon, but impatience overcomes me. I cannot wait outside.
Oh, Ludovic, you're so impetuous.
But I could not wait.
Silly boy. You'll have me all your life. You like this dress?
Oh, my princess. Every second you grow more beautiful, more charming, more delectable. The Princess Minerva of Romany, the most fascinating woman in all Europe.
Plain Minnie McGinnis here in the United States.
Oh, madame, my princess need not fear the embarrassment of her humble ancestry being remembered. Its memory will fade away as quietly as twilight ends the day.
Isn't he wonderful, Mother?
Minnie and me was talking about you when you busted in here, Prince Ludovic.
Then I know why my ears, they burn.
I hadn't reached the spot where I was going to tell her that if you ever harmed one hair of her head, I'd kill you quick as a rat in a cellar.
Mother!
You married her because her old man left her $5 million round American dollars.
My Minerva, what you call a great heiress? But believe me, it is completely a surprise. I believed that I, the Prince of Romany, was making the marriage with a poor and humble girl.
Where'd you think the money to run this 20-room house come from? Think the fair is we're bringing it?
Your mother, Princess, she will have her little joke. Delicious.
Getting a bullet poked into you wouldn't be something to laugh about. Don't ever forget what I told you. Come in. Oh, it's you, Gladys. What's cooking?
Begging your pardon, madam.
Forget the madam stuff, Gladys. What's on your chest?
Oh, begging your pardon, madam. His Highness, the Earl of Pension, presents his compliments and wishes a word with His Royal Highness, the Prince of Romany, in the library. He's worried, Your Royal Highness, about his boat back to England. It's clearing the docks in half an hour.
You will tell the Earl that I shall see him presently.
Very good, Your Royal Highness.
This kind of monkey shines in my house.
Run along and see the Earl, Ludovic. After all, he was your best man at our wedding.
Your wish, my princess, is my command. But these Englishmen, they are born with ice water running through their veins. Absent from their hearts is romance. They put the sailing of a ship before a husband's first moments alone with his bride. But I shall see him a few brief moments, my princess.
Isn't he a darling, Mother?
There's something up between them two men, Minnie. Something vicious, something sneaky.
What do you mean, Mother?
Come downstairs with me. Maybe we can hear what they're talking about. I think he married you to murder you and get your money.
You've lost your mind.
Come with me, Minnie, come.
What do you want, Penton?
Don't be naive, old boy.
You're not taking a ship anywhere?
Quite so, Ludovic, quite so. Forgive me, won't you, for not wanting to cool my heels down here forever?
What do you want?
The initial payment on our bargain, old boy.
All in due time, my dear Penton.
The due time is now.
But
The bargain, and a strange bargain it was.
In 1 month, Penton, 1 month.
The bargain was that if either one of us married that bit of fluff upstairs, the lucky bloke would pay the other $250,000 for stepping aside.
And she took me because I was a prince, and you, my dear Penton, a mere earl.
20,000 was to be the first payment, the remainder to follow later. 5,000 a month, wasn't it? Well, old boy?
How can I pay you $20,000 now, Penton? I've been married to her only 1 hour.
She's so entranced with the idea of being a princess, Ludovic, she'll give you the money. Toddle up and get it. I don't mind waiting. A few minutes.
Her swine of a mother. She's already suspicious of me.
Jolly good reason, too, Ludovic. The old trout and I see eye to eye on that one.
I'll not endanger $5 million by making a false step now. Besides, I ask you, Penton, have you a single piece of writing to reveal our arrangement? Show me our agreement in writing.
I'd hate like the devil to kill you.
What?
As best man at your wedding, I'd feel called on to send you a wreath. But after all...
Killing. Everybody talks of killing. The old woman, she's already made the threat if I harm her daughter.
Oh, that's fruity. You think she means it?
Murder. It blazed from her eyes, Penton.
That presents a highly practical idea, Ludovic.
Idea?
Yes, quite. If you tried a double cross on me, I could kill you and put it on the old woman. When it came out that you had a few other wives... her motivation would be perfect.
And if I told what I know about you, Penton...
You couldn't, my friend. You'd be dead. Now go up and whisper 20,000 in your bride's ear, and be quick about it.
Well, did you hear that, Minnie? What did I tell you?
I'll have him arrested. I'll expose him, Mother. I'll get rid of him. I'll show him something.
There's only one way to get rid of a man like that.
I could kill him. I didn't love him. I only wanted to be a princess.
Maybe that Britisher ain't so smart as he thinks. Figures he could plan a murder on Bridget McGinnis and get away with it, does he? Come on.
Where, Mother?
Back upstairs. And when that prince of yours comes up, don't let on we heard anything.
And half an hour later, as the astute and dreaded detective, Mr. Chameleon, is riding up Fifth Avenue with Detective Dave Arnold, we hear...
Calling Mr. Chameleon. Commissioner of Police calling Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, I'll take it, Dave. Hello, Commissioner. Chameleon speaking.
Oh, hello, Chameleon. Now, proceed at once to the McGinnis mansion. I've got just your kind of murder waiting there.
Who killed whom, Commissioner?
Well, how should I know, Chameleon? All the information I have is that the Prince of Romney, who married the McGinnis girl today, was murdered. Report came from the bride's mother.
Old Bridget McGinnis, eh? Okay, I'll get over there. Bye. Step on it, Dave. Miss McGinnis, I'm told that you reported a murder here. I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters, and this is Detective Dave Arnold.
How do you do, ma'am?
I know funny ain't the right word for it, Mr. Chameleon, but I never got the education my daughter Minnie got. Anyhow, this is the kind of murder that just don't happen.
I understand the chap that your daughter married today in the season's most fashionable wedding was murdered.
Yes, the Prince of Romney. And poor Minnie's heart's just about breaking.
Well, naturally, Mrs. McGinnis.
She was wild about him. And him a prince of the blood, too. Minnie always had her heart set on marrying into royalty.
She inherited a fabulous fortune from her father, didn't she? At least that's what I heard.
$5 million, Mr. Chameleon. My poor dead husband, Mike, rest his soul, hid oil, dig in a cistern, and pulled out $10 million that he split between Minnie and me.
Have you any idea who killed the prince?
Sure. His best man did him in.
What?
The Earl of Fenton. Sounds like one of them dime novels I used to read when I was a kid. Earl killing princes and things.
You say the prince's best man at his wedding killed him? It's amazing.
Yes. Ain't it, Mr. Chameleon?
Did you actually witness the murder?
Sure, I wouldn't be telling you what I am.
All right, let me hear what happened, Mrs. McGinnis.
It was like this.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter and the prince was just starting off on their honeymoon. And sudden like, that Earl Penton come running in.
Yes?
The Earl said something about the prince owing him $250,000. The prince got real hot and said he was only $20,000.
Both big sums of money.
Then they really got to brawling. So to settle things down, my daughter Minnie stepped in and gave the Earl her check for $20,000. The prince didn't have a banking account big enough in this country, you see.
Oh, I didn't think you would. Go on, please.
The Earl takes the check
Mm-hmm.
and then pulls out a jackknife and sticks it nice as you please into the poor prince's heart.
A jackknife? It's a strange thing for an earl to be carrying.
It was the gift the prince gave him in honor of being his best man. He called it a hunting knife. It looked like something from a bargain basement to me. Hey there, Minnie, you been listening?
Not Minnie, Mother dear, but Minerva. Mother insists on calling me Minnie, Mr. Chameleon, but my baptismal name is Minerva.
Well, Minerva, have you anything to add to your mother's evidence?
Oh, not a word, Mr. Chameleon. Mother didn't forget a single thing. She has a perfectly marvelous memory.
Detective Arnold.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
Send out a general alarm for this Earl of Penton.
Save yourself the trouble, Mr. Chameleon.
What?
My maid, Gladys's husband, is a chauffeur here,
And he's got Earl Penton cornered in the library at the point of a gun, waiting for you to arrest him, Mr. Chameleon.
I think I'll talk to him first. Come along, Dave. And take off your hat. You're about to meet the nobility. Thank you for your information, ladies. See you later. For a newly bereaved bride, there's a strange lack of tears, Dave.
Yeah, and if you're asking me, Mr. Chameleon, both those dames are plenty on top of the ball. Pinch them and you've got the killers.
Well, here's the library, Dave. We'll speak to the Earl of Penton first. Wonder why the deuce he calls himself the Earl of Penton.
What?
After we've finished with him, we'll have a look at the international who's who. Find out if an Earl of Penton or a Prince of Romney ever existed. All right, open the door, Dave. The Earl of Penton? I'm Chameleon of the police.
Oh, splendid. Toss this fellow out of the room. Looking at the business end of a pistol makes me nervy.
Certainly, glad to. Let me have the gun, please.
Yeah, here you are.
You're the chauffeur here?
Yes, sir. Bill Spiller. And I'm telling you, I got this job chucked down my throat by Mrs. McGinnis. And I got no stomach for it.
I see. All right, you may go now, Spiller.
When you got a minute, Mr. Chameleon, my wife Gladys the maid, would like a word with you.
I'll be finished with the Earl Penton very quickly, Spiller. I'll see Gladys then.
I'll have her waiting, Mr. Chameleon.
Decent of you, old man. Thank you very much. But I say, have you any idea why those women should have me detained here at Pistol's Point? It's uncivilized.
Both Mrs. McGinnis and her daughter Minerva, the newly married and widowed Princess Romney, say that they saw you murder the prince.
Look here, Chameleon. They killed Romney. That old trout and her daughter would kill a man and sing hymns at his funeral.
They both say that you killed him with a hunting knife that the prince gave you.
Well, that winds up your case, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, really?
Quite. The bride came down here and said the prince wished to put a memory card in the holster of the knife and took it upstairs with her. Stupid thing to do. Puts the evidence straight on her.
They also say that you came upstairs, had a quarrel about $250,000 you claimed the prince owed you.
What?
And that the prince said it was only $20,000, and that his wife gave you a check for that amount, and that you blew up and killed him.
Oh, utterly stupid, Mr. Chameleon. I never left the room. I was waiting to tell the prince goodbye.
Would you prefer having Detective Arnold search you for that check or have me do it?
He stashed it under that big lamp on the table, Mr. Chameleon. I saw the end of it sticking out. Here it is, right here.
Well, my lord, the Earl of Penton.
It's what you call a plant, Chameleon. One of those women planted it on me. I've never seen that check before.
All you need do to keep out of the criminal courts, Penton, is prove that. You stay with this bird, please, Dave, while I talk to that maid, Gladys.
Mr. Chameleon and the titled husband murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the titled husband murder case. In the fabulous McGinnis mansion in New York, a shocking murder has occurred. Only a few hours after the marriage of Mrs. Bridget McGinnis's daughter Minerva to the Prince of Romany, the prince was found stabbed to death. Mrs. McGinnis has accused a man who calls himself the Earl of Penton and reveals that he had tried to extort money from the prince. And now in the McGinnis mansion, we have just heard Mr. Chameleon say to the Earl of Penton,
"All you need do to keep out of the criminal courts, Penton, is prove that. Dave, you stay with this bird, please, while I talk to that maid, Gladys."
Look here, Chameleon. Are you about to take the evidence of a maid over a peer of the realm?
You say that you're the Earl of Penton?
The title goes back some 100 years, Chameleon.
And Pentonville Jail is one of the oldest jails in England.
What's that?
Yes, it's the place where so many famous British murderers have been hung, isn't it?
Oh!
I'll see Gladys now, Dave. You keep your eye on Penton, please.
I'm Gladys, sir.
You have something to tell me, Gladys?
Yes, sir. His Highness, the Earl of Penton, didn't murder His Royal Highness, the Prince of Romany, sir.
Well, then who did?
Why, Mrs. McGinnis or her daughter, the Princess Minerva, sir. I heard all the causes leading up to the brutal crime, sir.
What causes, Gladys?
Well, the Prince and the Earl were having an argument, as gentlemen sometimes will, sir.
They were quarrelling?
Just a pleasant difference, sir, about a matter of money. The two gentlemen was talking about a strange bargain they had made.
Uh-huh. What was the strange bargain?
Oh, a very proper one, sir. Both gentlemen had agreed that if one married Miss Minerva, he would pay the other gentleman $250,000 for stepping aside.
So that is your idea of a gentlemanly agreement, eh? Well, to me, it sounds like clear murder evidence.
Oh, but don't you see, sir? Both the gentlemen knew all Miss Minerva wanted was a title. A fair arrangement to my way of thinking, sir.
I'm afraid in trying to help the gentlemanly Earl of Penton, you're helping him to the electric chair. Oh, thank you anyway, Gladys. Goodbye for now.
Half a minute, sir. Both Mrs. McGinnis and her daughter was listening to the gentleman talking. And so was I.
Oh, come now. All three of you at the keyhole?
There's 2 doors to the room, Mr. Chameleon. They don't know I heard. But I heard Mrs. McGinnis tell Miss Minerva the only way to get rid of a man like that was by killing him.
What?
Then both of them sneaked away, sir, with Mrs. McGinnis saying she could murder the prince and put the murder on the Earl of Penton. I'd go into the witness box and swear to that, sir.
I may call on you to do just that, Gladys. Mrs. McGinnis, before I leave,
Haven't you arrested that Earl of Penton for the murder yet, Mr. Chameleon?
Detective Arnold is holding him downstairs. I stepped in to ask you something first.
What, Mr. Chameleon?
Was your daughter's marriage to the Prince of Romany a love match or a marriage to get a title, so that she could be called Princess?
Oh, Minerva wanted the title all right, but the marriage was love on both sides, Mr. Chameleon.
Uh-huh. And what was your feeling about it?
I wanted Minerva to have what she wanted, Mr. Chameleon. And take it from me, the prince was one swell guy. He wasn't a money hunter like some of them foreigners.
Thank you, Mrs. McGinnis. Goodbye. What a liar you are.
Now, a few hours later, we hear Mr. Chameleon speaking to Detective Dave Arnold in police headquarters and saying,
Well, after we couldn't find an Earl of Penton or a Prince Ludovic of Romany in the international who's who, I asked to get in touch with the English and Continental Police.
Yes, sir. I've got the reports from them right here, Mr. Chameleon. They just came down.
Well, what's the dope on them?
Penton and Romany are phonies. They've been working together for years as confidence men in Europe until it got too hot for them. Then they came here.
Uh-huh.
But the big break is that the guy calling himself Penton is known as being pretty quick with a knife.
Well, well. Speaking of knives, Dave, there were 2 knives involved in this murder.
2 knives?
Mm-hmm. And get this, Dave. One of them was bought yesterday by Mrs. McGinnis.
What?
And not in a bargain basement, as she said, but from one of the most expensive places in town. Bought at the same shop that Romney bought his, and an exact duplicate.
Hey, that pins it tight on the old dame, then.
Looks that way, but we'll soon find out.
How?
By my disguising myself as a clerk in the place that she bought it. Then we'll go out to the murder house. I'll identify her. And we'll see what happens.
And now, inside the palatial living room of the McGinnis mansion, we see Mr. Chameleon in one of his clever disguises, this time as Peter Gates, a mild-mannered clerk at one of New York's most expensive cutlery shops. And we hear him speak in the voice of his disguise, saying,
Detective Arnold, it's my understanding that you wish me to identify the party who bought this knife from me yesterday. Well, that's easy.
Don't look at me, whoever you are.
Gates, sir. Peter Gates.
If you say I bought that knife from you, you're lying.
Oh, so you're the Earl of Penton? Yes, I thought so. Well, don't get up your blood pressure, my lord. I didn't say that you did. That lady over there bought the knife. I remember you perfectly, Mrs. McGinnis. Pleasure to serve you.
Say that again, you old fossil, and I'll conk you on the head. I never seen this guy, Detective Arnold. And I never been inside Smith & Jones, the dump where he worked.
Smith & Jones, eh?
Oh.
How do you know the knife came from Smith & Jones if you didn't buy it there?
It's Mr. Chameleon in disguise.
Oh, dear heaven, Mother. I warned you. I warned you not to kill Prince Ludovic.
I say, Chameleon, I told you that old trout did the prince in.
He wasn't a prince any more than you're the Earl of Penton. Your name is Sniffens. The prince's name was Martier, and both of you are crooks.
What's that?
Both with long police records in Europe. And you phony, are quick with a knife. We've got your record. Save your breath.
Then Mother didn't kill the prince. Oh, forgive me, Mother. Please, Mother.
Turn off your tears, Minerva. You killed your phony prince yourself.
I killed him. I killed him. Tell me why, Mr. Chameleon. I was mad about him.
You killed him because you overheard the strange bargain that he made with this man here, this bogus Earl of Penton. You're the murderer, Minerva McGinnis.
I killed him when I heard the low-down bargain he made. I married him because I...
Because you thought even with him dead, you'd go through life as the Princess of Romney. Only you won't. You're still Minerva McGinnis, any way you slice it.
It's a darn sight better name, Mr. Chameleon, than the Princess Romney.
I'm with you there, Mrs. McGinnis, to the limit.
My mother planned the murder, Mr. Chameleon. She planned it all. She got me to execute it.
That's why I'm arresting her, too, Minerva, as your accomplice.
You can't arrest me, Chameleon. Just try it.
You're a tough old baby, Bridget McGinnis, but you'll find out. Dave, handcuff them both. Take them in. It's a brutal shame that a time-honored name like old Mike McGinnis, boy, should be dragged in the dust by his wife and daughter. But murder is murder.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. It is directed by Richard Leonard, with music by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Dazed Girl murder case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marion. I'm glad you called. I'm sorry, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Mm-hmm. Some boy just came to see me with a proposition I couldn't possibly turn down. If we work it right, it may mean a killing.
Once again, The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the handy helpmate.
It is late afternoon in New York, and at the Miramar, a cheap hotel on the Bowery, one citizen finds release from the cares of the day. But the sound effects annoy Chuck Lewis, and when Chuck is annoyed, he does something about it.
All right, Tony. Get up.
Leave me alone.
Come on, bum. Get out of my room.
I ain't bothering anybody.
You're bothering me. That you, Willie?
Yeah.
Where the devil have you been?
I just went out for some air.
Oh, you just went... Well, what are you hanging around for, Tony? I told you to get lost.
Someone would think you own a joint.
What did you say?
Nothing. He's a wise guy, that Tony. I wouldn't let him get away with it, Chuck.
No? What would you do?
Well, what's the matter, pal? Everything rubs you the wrong way. Yeah, maybe this'll make you feel better.
Where'd you get that bottle?
I got friends.
You raise any dough?
No, I never saw such a bunch of tightwads in my life.
Come here a second.
Huh?
I said come here.
Now, look, Chuck...
What's the matter? Don't you understand English?
Oh, cut it out.
Now, empty your pockets.
Huh?
Quit stalling. Turn them inside out.
Oh, listen...
Are you going to do like I say?
Look, Chuck, I don't want you to think that...
You little rat. So you're holding out on me, huh?
No, honest, I was going to split.
Where'd you get this C note?
I found it.
You're lying.
Oh!
Where'd you get it?
You remember Marty Braddock?
How could I forget? If I ever lay my hands on it... Hey, wait a minute. You trying to tell me you ran into Marty?
No, but I met his missus.
Julie?
Yeah.
Well, what do you know? It must have been real tickle to see you. What'd you do, follow her home?
Yeah, I put the bite on her.
Yeah. Marty must be doing okay if his wife can shell out 100 clams.
Leave it to Marty. He's got a job at the Belmont Bank.
He what?
You know what I was figuring, Chuck? I bet he wouldn't mind a touch now and then to keep his old friends happy.
Oh, you jerk. Is that all you can think of?
Huh?
Where's your imagination? Marty working for a bank, you expect me to be satisfied with a couple of bucks? Now, if you said a couple of thousand, that would be different.
I don't get you.
No, but Marty will. Get my coat. We're going bye-bye.
Yes, sir? Can I help you?
Yes. Can you break this bill?
Well, certainly. How would you like it?
Oh, 551s will be fine.
5, 1, 2, 3...
You Marty Braddock?
Yes, that's right.
Wonder if you could spare me a few minutes. My name is Mike Waring.
Well, I'm very busy, Mr.
Well, that's all right.
Waring.
Bank is one of my clients. Just close your window.
Really, Mr. Waring,
That's okay. It's official business. Suppose we go into Sinclair's office.
Sure.
Better come around this way.
May I ask what this is all about?
You'll find out.
I hope Mr. Sinclair isn't annoyed with me.
Not yet, anyway. All right, sit down.
Thanks.
I don't know if you're familiar with what I do for the bank.
Well, no,
Well, I'm a private detective. One of my duties is to check personnel.
I see.
On the course of events, I sent your fingerprints to the FBI. I guess you know what they told me.
Yes, I guess I do.
Your application here doesn't mention anything about you serving 5 to 10 for armed robbery back in 1945.
All right, Waring, I won't take up any more of your time.
Now, just a minute.
What for? I've heard the spiel 20 times. I'm awfully sorry, Braddock, but naturally we can't afford to have an ex-con working for us. Isn't that how it goes?
Well, don't blame me. I'm just an innocent bystander. When did you get out?
What difference does it make?
Well, just humor me.
In 49.
What have you been doing since?
Getting kicked all over the place.
You really been trying to go straight?
Would you believe it if I said yes?
Who knows?
Look, if you get your kicks torturing people, that's swell, but I don't think I have...
No. I'm really interested.
Well, I was 19 when I pulled that job in Buffalo. It was the only crooked thing I ever did. I threw in with a couple of boys.
Yeah, I know, named Chuck Lewis and Willie Frank.
How did you know?
It's all down here. I see you're married.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Does your wife know?
Everything. I met her before I was sent up.
And she waited?
Yes.
Well, sounds like quite a girl. How is she going to take this?
The way she's been taking it all along, she won't complain.
Look, Braddock, if I were to forget about this for a while...
What?
Could I trust you not to make me sorry?
Listen, Waring, if you give me this break, I swear you'll never regret it.
I hope not. Okay, fella, get back to work.
All right, Willie. What do you got to say for yourself? Where's Marty?
I swear that's where he works, Chuck.
Funny, we didn't see him come out. Everybody else did.
Yeah? Well, what do you make of that?
Okay, Willie. You wait here in the alley.
You ain't gonna pull anything.
Just wait. If you see anybody, sing out. Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
You got a match?
Sure. Here, keep the book.
Yeah. You always were a sport. What's the matter, Marty? Don't you recognize me?
No.
I must have gained a few pounds.
Chuck Lewis.
So you didn't forget.
What are you doing here?
The question is, what are you doing here? Since when do they employ ex-cons in banks?
I don't work there.
Ain't the way I heard it.
Look, I don't care what you heard. Get out of my way.
Take it easy, pal. You'll last longer. Know what I mean?
So you still pack a gun?
You won't believe this, Marty, but this one's a present from your missus.
What?
Of course, in all fairness to Julie, she didn't know how we were going to spend the money.
We?
Oh, I forgot to mention, there's another friend of yours around. Willie Frank.
Look,
Chuck, for that alley.
You're not going to get away with this.
You're not going to get away with this. If I had a buck for every time I heard that, I could retire. Hey, Willie, look who's here.
Hiya, Marty.
What are you fellas up to?
We're going back in business.
No, we're not.
Well, you certainly wouldn't want the bank to find out they got an ex-con on the payroll.
They know it already.
Well, then that alters the case somewhat, but not enough. We're going to teach them it's not right to put temptation in your way. Now, me and Willie got a little plan.
I'm not interested.
Suppose I put it to you like this.
What did you do?
Keep out of the shoe. All right, Galahad, on your feet. You going to cooperate?
No.
I say you will. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your missus.
What?
As I recall, you're awfully sweet on that dame. I wonder if you'd like her as much if she had her face carved up.
So help me, Chuck. If you touch Julie, I'll kill you.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Now get this and get it straight. You're going to play ball. Otherwise, you'll go home one night and find your wife a mess.
He means it, Marty.
You're going to join the team?
Yeah.
That's a spirit. Now get on home. We wouldn't want Julie to get nervous about you. You know how little it takes to make some women worry.
Is that you, darling?
Yeah.
Let me take you. Marty,
It's all right, Julie.
what happened?
Nothing.
How can you say that? Sit down. I'm going to call Dr.
No,
Wolf.
no.
But look at you.
I tell you, I'm all right.
You're not. I've got a right to know what happened.
I ran into a couple of old friends.
Chuck and Willie?
Yeah.
It was my fault. If I'd been careful, Willie never would have followed me.
Well, how could you have even known he was in town? Julie, they want me to throw in with them again.
You wouldn't.
No? What do you suggest?
They can't make any trouble
They can
for
make
you.
plenty.
But Mr. Waring knows about your record.
Yes, but the bank doesn't. If Willie and Chuck went to the powers that be, I'd be out in the street in 5 minutes.
No, you wouldn't.
Look, who are we kidding? Can't you see old Sinclair's reaction when he learns he's got an ex-con in his temple of finance? It'll be the same old story all over again.
All right, then you'll quit the job.
Well, that won't satisfy Chuck. He said if I didn't cooperate, he'd...
He'd what?
Never mind.
Did he threaten you? I've got a right to know.
Yeah. Julie, what are we going to do?
You're going to do absolutely nothing.
What?
There are no buts about it. You leave it to me, darling. I'll think of something.
All right, take it easy. You want to bust my eardrum?
Well, how about a little service here?
You want service, try to Waldorf.
Tony, how would you like me to come downstairs and give you a punch in the nose?
Hey, who is this?
Chuck Lewis.
Oh. What's the matter, Chuck? Can't you take a joke?
No. You see Willie Frank around?
No, I ain't seen him all day.
Well, when he comes in, you tell him I want to... Never mind. I think that's him. Up!
Oh, what was that? Hey, Chuck!
Second.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett. That brings you down to my little nest.
What always brings me down? You.
Why, Sergeant, I never dreamed you cared. What's on your mind?
You do some work for the Belmont Bank, don't you?
That's right.
How you doing there?
They're satisfied.
Guess it doesn't take much, huh?
What are you talking about?
Well, I thought it was your job to investigate all their employees.
So?
So you slipped up kind of badly. Did you know they had an ex-con on the payroll?
No.
You're lying.
Now, look, Corbett. If you're referring to Marty Braddock...
Uh-huh.
Well, I figured the guy deserved a break.
So you destroyed the report.
How did you know that?
Because I was down at the bank to see Mr. Braddock. One of his old associates was just knocked off, a feller named Chuck Lewis.
No.
I'm telling you, yes.
And you think that Marty...
I think it's highly suspicious Mr. Braddock didn't show up for work today.
Well, what does his wife say?
I haven't seen her yet.
You mind if I join you?
I insist on it. After all, when you did your good deed for Braddock, you paved the way for murder. All right, Boy Scout, let's go.
20 minutes have passed since Sergeant Corbett apprised Mike of the murder of Chuck Lewis. And now we find the two at the apartment of Marty Braddock, whom the sergeant is sponsoring as chief suspect.
Well, looks like nobody's home.
Well, what'd you expect?
Well, maybe we better go in.
Yes, I was just going to suggest that. Allow me. But 5 will get
What
you...
are you doing there?
Huh?
If you don't get away from that door, I'll call the police.
Well, you won't have far to travel. This gent is one of them. You Julie Braddock?
Yes?
Well, this is Sergeant Corbett. My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, so you're the one.
Yeah, he's the one.
Well, what are you gentlemen doing here?
Well, I think we better discuss that inside.
What's wrong?
Well, what makes you think anything is wrong?
Did something happen to Marty?
No, but something will.
Where is he?
That's what we'd like to know.
I don't understand.
Now, you better sit down, Julie.
You got to tell me.
you ever hear of a man named Chuck Lewis?
No,
You're lying, Angel.
I swear I didn't.
Well, you should have. He was one of your husband's fraternity brothers.
You leave my husband out of this.
No, we can't. Chuck Lewis was murdered this afternoon.
And you think Marty did it?
Yes.
You're crazy.
Then why did he disappear?
Who says he did?
Well, he didn't show up for work.
Well, maybe he went over to see his brother in Jersey.
Oh, don't make me laugh.
He could have. His brother had a heart attack last week. Maybe he took a turn for the worse.
And Marty didn't say anything to you about it?
He doesn't like to worry me.
Just a real solicitous kid, ain't he?
I swear that's the truth.
Well, we'll see how it hits a jury.
They can't hold him, can they, Mr. Waring?
Well, that all depends. Was Marty in touch with Chuck?
No.
It'll be easy enough to find out.
I give you my word Marty hasn't seen him since he was sent up.
Well, then how do you account for the fact we found your husband's business card on Chuck's body?
That was my fault. I was in touch with him.
Come again?
I was out shopping last week and I ran into Willie Frank.
Willie Frank?
Yes, he was a friend of Chuck's. I gave him some money. But Marty knew nothing about it.
Do you expect us to believe that?
He had no motive.
Oh, yes, he had. Suppose Chuck was in touch with your husband. Suppose he threatened to go to the bank and tell them of Marty's past record. After all, this was Marty's big chance. He'd be peeved with anyone who tried to ruin it.
I tell you, Marty didn't kill him.
Well, then who did?
Me.
What?
You heard me. I did it.
You realize what you're saying?
Yes. I went to that place where he was living this afternoon. I went in through the rear entrance. There's one right on off 3rd.
Did anyone see you?
No.
No, you're not buying this, are you, Mike?
Well, there's an easy way to check. What did you do with the gun?
I threw it in a sewer.
Where?
I can't remember. But it was somewhere along the Bowery.
Oh, that's a hot one.
Why won't you believe me?
Because it's obvious you're shielding your husband. Yes, it was a nice try, Mrs. Braddock, but I'm holding out for Marty. And since I can't depend on you to notify me when he comes in, I'll have a couple of boys downstairs who will.
Hello?
Hello, is that you, Waring?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Marty Braddock.
What?
Listen, Waring, I want to talk to you.
Well, that makes us even, because I want to talk to you. I'll meet you at your apartment in 20 minutes.
No, let's make it someplace else. There are a couple of squad cars parked in front of my door. I got a hunch there's something wrong.
Something is. Where are you now?
Did anything happen to my wife?
No.
You swear?
Yep.
Okay, I'm in a drugstore on the corner of 12th and 4th Avenue.
All right, walk down to the corner of 12th and 5th. I'll combine a blue Nash. Don't stop to admire the color. Just hop in.
All right, Waring, what's up?
What makes you think anything is up?
There's too much hocus-pocus going on. What are the cops staked out in front of my house for?
They're looking for you.
Why?
Don't you know?
If I did, I wouldn't ask.
Well, a friend of yours named Chuck Lewis met a violent end today.
You mean he was murdered?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who did it?
Well, right now, the police are inclined to give you the honor.
I swear I didn't do it.
Why didn't you report for work this morning?
I was on my way when I got a call from my brother's doc. He wasn't feeling so hot.
So you went over to Jersey to see him?
That's right.
Without notifying Julie?
Well, she was out shopping.
So you didn't even think of leaving a note?
I was too excited. Look, it's easy enough to prove. What time was Chuck killed?
1:15.
Well, you can check with my brother. I was there from 10:30 to 3.
Mm-hmm. Was anybody else with you?
No.
I don't suppose your brother would mind perjuring himself to save your life.
You've got to believe me. I tell you, I didn't kill him.
Well, then that makes it look worse for Julie.
What are you talking about?
Well, I forgot to mention it, but she confessed.
She what?
She claims she killed Chuck.
Why, she's crazy. She didn't even know he was in town.
She says she ran into Willie Frank one day, who relayed the happy tidings.
You don't believe that? Can't you see what she's trying to do?
I got an idea.
Look, Mr. Waring, I was lying. I did know Chuck was around. He wanted me to throw in with him again. I was supposed to give him my answer today.
So?
So I gave it to him with a gun.
You got the gun now?
No, I got rid of it.
Where?
I threw it in the river.
What about this alibi of yours?
It's a phony. I had it all set with my brother in advance.
Listen, Waring, you've got to believe me. Julie knew nothing about this.
Well, if you say so.
What's the matter? Don't you believe me?
What I believe doesn't matter. The man you've got to convince is Sergeant Corbett. I'll arrange for you to have a crack at him.
That's the story, Sergeant. I killed Chuck Lewis. Julie had nothing to do with it.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
You're going to let her go now, aren't you?
Well, I'll think about it. All right, Haskell, take him away.
Right, Sergeant. Will you do me a favor, Waring?
Sure, Marty.
Tell Julie not to worry. Everything's going to be all right.
Everything's going to be all right. Now, that's what I call an optimist.
Well, don't tell me you believe that confession.
Well, I certainly do.
What about his wife's?
Well, her motive was obvious. She was trying to protect him.
And he's trying to do the same for her.
Well, you're crazy.
Well, how do you get around his alibi?
What alibi? He admits he set it up in advance with his brother. You notice there was no one else around to substantiate the story.
Well, I'm not satisfied.
Sure, because you hate to admit this is all your fault. If you'd notified the bank of his past record, none of this would have happened.
Well, I thought he deserved a break.
And he's going to get it. Right in the neck.
Now, wait a minute. Aren't we forgetting someone?
Who?
Willie Frank.
What about him?
Why couldn't Willie have killed Chuck?
Well, why should he?
Well, Chuck was a bully boy. Maybe Willie got fed up taking it.
Oh, he's been palling around with the guy for 13 years, and now suddenly he gets fed up. How convenient.
Well, I still think it bears investigating.
Well, you go ahead and investigate, Mr. Waring. I wouldn't stop you for the world. I got my boy right here.
All right, come on, Willie. Get up. Wake up, boy. You're late for reveille. Now rise and shine.
Cut it out, Chuck.
Surprise, it ain't Chuck.
Huh? Oh, you.
The name is Waring, Mike Waring.
You the one they call the Falcon?
Why, can you think of something worse to call me? Come on, get up.
What for? I ain't going no place.
I say you are.
Ow! Let me alone.
I bet you missed that treatment since Chuck is gone. What do you know about his murder?
Nothing.
They tell me you weren't around when he was killed.
That's right.
Where did you disappear to?
None of your business.
Don't give me that, you punk. Where were you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
I must have been loaded.
What did you have to celebrate? Chuck's death? What do you remember?
Nothing.
And you can't be sure you didn't kill him.
Listen, mister, you got no right to come in here and push me around. Who do you think you are, anyway?
You said it yourself. I'm the Falcon. Now get dressed. We're going places.
Oh, that you, Haskell?
No, it's only me, Sergeant. And look what I found. All right, you inside.
Oh, let me go.
Hey, what do you got there?
Wish I could think of a suitable name. At the moment, it calls itself Willie Frank.
Well, why did you bring him down for?
Because this is where he belongs. Don't you, Willie?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do I.
Well, if you had done a little investigating, as I suggested, you'd have discovered that Willie has no recollection of what he was doing at the time Chuck was murdered.
Well, I have.
Huh?
You should have asked me. Willie spent the day right here. He was picked up for vagrancy at 11 a.m.
But if he was in jail, he couldn't have killed Chuck.
No, he couldn't. You know, you surprised me, Mike. I didn't think the one and only Falcon could fall flat on his face twice in one day. But you did it, didn't you, boy? Now beat it. I got work to do.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike Waring was informed that Willie Frank, his nominee for the murder of Chuck Lewis, was turned down. And now Mike goes to break the news to the surviving candidate.
All right, Haskell, here's my pass. Open them up.
Right, Mike. Waring.
Oh, Marty?
Did you see Julie?
Nope, not yet.
You got to get her out. They promised to release...
Well, that's kind of impossible. You see, they never arrested her in the first place.
They didn't?
No. Sergeant Corbett never believed her confession.
So you held out on me?
Well, you held out on me. Why didn't you tell me you decided to throw in with Chuck and Willie?
I wasn't going to.
You're lying.
All right, so I was. There was nothing else I could do.
And you intended to go through with that holdup?
Yes. Look, I know you think I let you down, but I couldn't help myself.
Couldn't you?
No, it wasn't that I cared about the job or myself. I was afraid for Julie. Chuck threatened to go to work on her.
Did she know that?
No. Listen, Waring, the cops won't bother her anymore, will they?
Not as long as you stick to that story that you killed Chuck.
And why shouldn't I?
On the other hand, why should you? Okay, Marty, maybe someday I'll figure out the reason. Hey, Haskell, I want out. Hello, Julie.
Mr. Waring.
You, remember Sergeant Corbett?
Of course.
Aye.
Where's my husband?
Right where he belongs.
You've got no right to hold him. He didn't kill Chuck.
And he claims he did.
He's lying. He's trying to protect me. I did it.
What did you do with the gun?
I told you I dropped it in a sewer somewhere along the Bowery.
Oh, haven't we been through all this before?
Yes, but this time pay a little more attention. Detail a squad to make a search.
What are you babbling about?
She's telling the truth.
Of course I am.
Have you gone crazy, Mike?
No, she did kill Chuck.
Then you believe me?
Yes, I do. Though I'd give the world not to. Well, come on. We'll take you down to headquarters.
You want to stop somewhere for a beer, Mike?
No, thanks, Sergeant. I don't feel like celebrating.
Why not? You solved the case.
Yeah, well, I'm almost sorry I did. I'd have given anything if I could have proved that Julie Braddock didn't kill Chuck.
Why did she do it anyway?
Well, she told the truth all along. She was crazy about her husband, and she thought Chuck represented the source of danger to him, so she put him away.
It seems hard to believe.
And your boys found the gun in the sewer along the Bowery.
Yeah. That was the item that convinced me. What convinced you?
Marty's confession.
Well, it was no worse than hers.
Oh, yes, it was. He admitted to me that in order to protect Julie, he agreed to throw in with Chuck and Willie in sticking up the bank.
So?
So, that was his way of handling the matter. To him, it was the lesser of two evils. If he'd planned to go through with the holdup, he certainly wouldn't have killed Chuck. The only reason he made that confession was because he knew Julie was guilty.
I know this doesn't sound official, but I hope the jury goes real easy on her. Aren't many dames around that would do what she did.
No, and let's hope we don't run into another for quite a spell, because what this one did was murder. Well, good night, Sergeant.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Psychiatrists can tell you some very interesting things about the symbolism of money, and they may be right. Have you ever noticed the furtive way people deposit and withdraw money in a bank? As though it were an almost indecent act, something which should be done secretly and in private. Of course, bank employees are different. Money to them is a commodity, the raw material of their business. They handle it impersonally, without feeling. That is, most of them do. But every now and then, a man can't stand working around so much loot, and he dips his hand into the till and gets it caught. Not so the hero of our story. He has time and patience and brains. He robs a bank and is never caught by the police. Listen then as Mr. Frank Lovejoy stars in Death in Box 234, which begins in just a moment.
Here's actress Joan Bennett.
It's terrible to try to act with a dreadful cold. To feel better quickly, I take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets, the fast way to relieve cold distress.
4-way, 29 and 59 cents.
Here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Had dandruff for years? Now get rid of it in 3 minutes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair. Rub in 1 minute. Add water. Lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, embarrassing dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave hair up to 35% brighter. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today.
And now, Death in Box 234, starring Mr. Frank Lovejoy. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'm sure you'll agree the best way to rob a bank is from the inside. Well, I was on the inside. I was the guy you had to sign in with before you could get into your safe deposit box. It sort of gave me a sense of importance and power. Made me a little dizzy, too, thinking of all the loot in those 2,000 boxes. Jewelry, bonds, and cash. And it taught me patience. I had to wait a long, long time before I could put my plan to work. But finally, one day, a little old man walked into the bank carrying a covered birdcage.
Is this where I can get a safety draw, young fella?
If you mean a safety deposit box, this is the right place.
Bank, ever been robbed?
No, sir.
Don't trust banks. But I got to unload this cage somewhere.
You want to put a bird in a safe deposit box?
No, I got my money in the cage. Always keep it there, have for years. I own a pet store. Lots of bird cages, some covered, some uncovered. You want to hide something, hide it in the open. But now, I don't know. There's been so many stick-ups lately. Tell you what, I'll take one of the safety drawers.
Very well. If you'll just sign here, I'll get you a key. I turned to the key chart, my heart pounding. This was the kind of a customer I'd been waiting for. I searched the chart until I found 2 empty boxes, one above the other. I gave Mr. Jensen 234, and I mentally reserved box 233 for myself. After the old man had left with the empty bird cage, George, the guard, confirmed my suspicions.
Man, you know what that old guy had in that bird cage?
He told me it was money.
All I said was that cage was stuffed with dough, and not a bill less than a C-note.
George, I'm amazed that anyone who worked in a bank as long as you would be impressed by $100 bills.
In a bird cage?
George, you know it's against the bank's policy to discuss the contents of the customers' safe deposit boxes.
What are you bucking for, a vice presidency?
Merely reminding you, George. It would never do for me to betray my excitement to George. Just as it would never do for me to take out the box above Mr. Jensen's in my own name. For this, I needed someone else. Someone who needed money desperately. Someone with larceny in his heart. But not grand larceny, just petty larceny. I began to search the classified ads, and a couple of days later I found one that sounded just right. Young man wants work, it said. Will do anything for money. Phone UL 23742.
Hello?
Are you the man who placed the ad in the paper?
Yeah, that's right, Dad. You got a job for me?
If I told you that for just 3 hours a week you could earn $30, would you be interested?
Crazy. What's the gimmick?
Well, it might involve a little risk.
I've taken risks before. What do you want me to do?
I can't discuss it over the phone. If you'll meet me at the sandwich mill on the corner of Van Buren and Gilbert Streets tomorrow at 1:30, there's a $10 bill in it for you, whether you take the job or not. I'll be at the table by the door.
I'll be there.
I hadn't been in the sandwich mill for more than 5 minutes when he showed up. His name was Gil. He looked like he could use a buck, so I didn't waste any time putting my cards on the table. 3 times a week, I'll meet you here. I'll give you $20. You'll come to the bank, you'll put $10 in a deposit box and keep 10 for yourself.
It's too easy. What's in it for you?
Well, that's beside the point. If you do as I say, you'll have $30 a week. If you don't, you'll have nothing. First time you don't show up, the deal will be off. Have you got that straight?
Yeah.
How long will this go on?
Well, that depends when I no longer need your services. All the money you leave in the deposit box will be yours, plus a $1,000 bonus. Still interested?
Are you kidding? What have I got to lose?
Nothing. He couldn't lose. I couldn't lose. Nobody could lose but Mr. Jensen. And any old man who carries his dough around in a bird cage deserves to lose it.
Now that most medium-priced cars have raised their prices, must you settle for something less? Not if you buy an Ambassador V8 by Rambler, the medium-priced car that did not raise prices for $59. The luxurious but compact Ambassador, American Motor's finest, is next year's car at last year's price. Come test our best. See how Ambassador gives you full hat room, shoulder room, and leg room for all 6 passengers. Discover luxuries that even the most expensive cars do not offer. Personalized luxury, including front seats that adjust back and forward separately for your individual comfort and leg room. Thrill to the new experience of a perfect power-to-weight ratio that enables Ambassador's 270 horsepower V8 to outperform other cars in its class. Turn on a dime, park easily anywhere, because Ambassador has no useless overhang. Don't let yourself be priced out of the medium-priced field. Get next year's car at last year's price. The luxurious Ambassador at Rambler dealers.
And now, starring Mr. Frank Lovejoy, Act 2 of Death in Box 234.
Like I said, robbing a bank takes a good plan and lots of patience. I had both. 3 times a week, Gil, my hired stooge, deposited $10 in his safe deposit box. And once a week, Mr. Jensen deposited a bird cage full of $100 bills in his. There was only one hitch in the whole beautiful setup. I began to like the old man.
Everything under lock and key, young fella?
Safe and sound, Mr. Jensen.
That's the kind of talk I like to hear.
How's it with you?
Well, not so good.
Oh? What's the matter?
I'm having trouble with Priscilla.
Somehow I didn't think you were married.
I'm not.
Oh? Then Priscilla's your girlfriend?
At my age? Thanks, young fella. No, Priscilla's a parrot.
A lady parrot?
I think so. Never been sure, though. Had her for 10 years, and I'm still not sure. Hard to tell with parrots.
What kind of trouble has Priscilla been giving you?
Well, I worry about her. She's been off her feed. Hasn't had a single seed for nearly a week now. Usually eats right out of my hand. Now she just sits in a cage and droops. Well, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't worry about it.
If you were me, you would worry about it. What do you suppose I run that pet shop for? Ain't the money. I got more than I'll ever need. It's for friends.
Friends?
Sure. Priscilla and the other birds and the puppies, even the goldfish. Friends. They're all the friends I got. But it's more friends than most fellas my age has got left.
You see what I mean? He's a nice old guy. As George the guard escorted him in his birdcage into the vault, I couldn't help feeling like a heel. But only for a moment. On his way out, Mr. Jensen stopped at my desk again.
Well, young fella, I won't be seeing you so often anymore.
Oh, you're going away?
No. No, but you got all my money here now, so I'll just drop by every month or so to check up on you. Now, you take good care of it, young fella.
Don't you worry, Mr. Jensen. I'll take care of your money as if it were my own. Now, only one thing stood between me and Mr. Jensen's money. My friend George, the guard. George knew Mr. Jensen. George would blow the whistle if he saw Gil emptying Mr. Jensen's box. So George had to be put out of action during our action. But how? Well, in order to get anywhere in this world, you've got to use the other fellow's weakness. Gil's weakness, like mine, was that root of all evil, the love of money. And George's weakness was alcohol. He kept a pint stashed in the glove compartment of his car, and every day after lunch, he sneaked out to the parking lot for a quick belt. And a Mickey in George's pint would put him in the emergency hospital for the afternoon. That night, I called Gil to make sure he'd meet me at the usual time and place. And the next morning, on my way into the bank, I doctored George's booze. I by slowly. 10:30, 11, 11:30. Everything was set for the big heist, the perfect bank robbery. I'd covered every detail. Nothing could go wrong now. I'd thought of everything.
Good morning, young fella.
But this. There stood Mr. Jensen, looking like death dug up, a dirty bandage around his right hand.
I come in to look at my money.
Of course, Mr. Jensen. What happened to your hand?
It's that Priscilla. She bit me. Finally got her appetite back and had a piece of my hand for breakfast.
Have you seen a doctor?
No, but don't believe in doctors.
But you never can tell. A thing like that might be dangerous, give you blood poisoning.
Don't you worry about me, young fella. Nature'll take care of it. Always been a great believer in nature. It ain't the bite that bothers me. It's Priscilla. I can't understand why she turned on me. She was my oldest friend.
Mr. Jensen was in the vault for a long, long time, and I began to wonder if I'd missed my date with Gil. I couldn't leave, of course, until I was sure he was out of the bank. But at last he came back to the desk and returned the key.
Young fella, you're doing a good job. A real good job.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Yes, sir. I just counted every single penny of my money, and it's all there. Just as safe as if I was minding it myself. Nothing like counting money, you know. Especially if it's your own. Best indoor sport I ever heard of. Well, keep up the good work, Si.
I will, Mr. Jensen. You better get that hand looked at.
Now, look after my hand. You look after my money.
Look, Dad, you know how much dough I got in that safe deposit box?
Yes, Gil. Do you?
$240, and I could use it. You know, there ain't nothing that can stop me from going in there and taking it out.
That's right, Gil. It's your money.
Yeah, well, then that's what I'm going to do.
And lose your bonus?
What bonus?
$1,000.
$1,000? Who do I have to kill?
No one.
I don't dig you, man, but I learned a long time ago you don't get something for nothing.
That's right. Now, here's what you have to do for your $1,000.
Go, man.
Come into the bank at 2:30. I'll give you a large manila envelope and the key to box 234. That's just below yours. There'll be a different guard, so don't worry about being recognized. Take all the money out of the box and put it in the envelope. When you come back to my counter, return the key, give me the envelope. I'll give you an identical one with $1,000 in it.
Just like that.
I'm reading your mind, Gil. Don't try to walk out of the bank with the money. All I have to do is push one little button and you'll be shot before you reach the door. Remember that.
What about my $240?
Well, you come back tomorrow. You get it out of box 233, and that's the last time I want to see you. Have you got everything straight?
I got it straight.
I'm reading your mind again. Stop thinking about $10,000 reward leading to the arrest and conviction. You couldn't prove a thing. It's your word against mine, not a shred of proof or evidence. So just take your $1,240 and go quietly. When I got back to the bank, George was nowhere to be seen. And Big Joe, the guard who works the front door, was back at the vault. Right on the dot of 2:30, Gil came into the bank, took the manila envelope and the key to box 234 and disappeared into the vault, followed by Big Joe. 5 minutes later, he was back. He shoved the key across the counter, but he held onto the manila envelope full of money. I held onto the envelope containing the $1,000 bonus.
How do I know there's $1,000 in that envelope?
You don't?
Yeah, but I know what's in this envelope, and it's plenty.
I know.
More than $1,000. Lots more.
Don't be greedy, Gil.
I got a right to some of it.
All right, go ahead. Take it all. But you'd better hurry. The guard is looking this way. Now remember, there's the little button under the counter. My finger is on it, Gil. Shall I push it now?
Here's the envelope. Give me the grand.
I thought the day would never end, but of course it finally did. And I rushed home to my apartment, double-locked the doors, ripped open the envelope, dumped the money onto a coffee table in a beautiful green pile, and began counting. I was only up to $50,000 when I noticed there was blood on the money. Fresh, wet blood. And I discovered I'd cut my finger when I'd torn open the envelope. One of those deep paper cuts that don't hurt at first, but only bleed. I wrapped my handkerchief around it and went on counting. 100, 110, $118,000. Old man Jensen was right. There's no greater indoor sport than counting your own money. And every cent of it was mine now. Now here is where the story should end. With a bank robber skipping the country with his ill-gotten gains to spend the rest of his life in luxurious ease in some Central American banana republic. But this was no ordinary bank job, and I was too smart a bank robber. I didn't need to make a getaway. I went back to work the next morning.
It's early evening, and you're out visiting friends. The conversation is stimulating. Perhaps a pleasant game of cards has started. You're relaxed and enjoying yourself. But your enjoyment could be spoiled if you should suddenly feel a troublesome twinge of acid indigestion, heartburn, or gas. Then your evening is ruined. But not if you bring Tums along. You take a Tums tablet with no fuss or inconvenience. You relax and let the remarkable medically tested antacid ingredients in Tums go to work. Tums work fast. As a matter of fact, in a matter of seconds, you're feeling better. You're enjoying yourself again. You see, nothing but Tums works so fast to make you feel so good so long. So wherever you are, always carry Tums for quick relief from acid indigestion, heartburn, gas. T-U-M-S, Tums, 10 cents. 3-roll pack, a quarter. Or get the new 6-roll Tums pack, just 49 cents.
And now, starring Mr. Frank Lovejoy, Act 3 of Death in Box 234.
Yes, I went back to work the morning after I knocked off Mr. Jensen's safe deposit box for $118,000. I went back to work as though nothing had happened, and nothing did. George was back, too, looking peaked and blaming his illness on the lousy luncheon meat his wife put in his sandwiches. Gil came in and emptied box 233 and left without a word. And days went by without a sign of old Mr. Jensen. I gave my notice to the bank and made my plans to move out to the West Coast. But I began to feel lousy. And then I began to look like I felt. George noticed it first.
Hey, Harry, you look bad. I mean, real sick.
Gee, thanks.
I mean, bad. Like old man Jensen last time he was in here.
George, you say the nicest things. But I knew he was right. I had looked at myself in the mirror. I was flushed. There was a hollow look I'd never seen in my eyes before. I got scared. I couldn't figure it out. Somehow counting the money wasn't fun anymore. Finally, I woke up one morning with a raging fever. Going to work was out of the question. I was weak as a kitten. It was all I could do to pick up the morning paper from under my apartment door. I slumped back into bed, and then I saw it. A couple of paragraphs tucked away on the back page. A diagnosis of my illness. And I knew then I would never leave this bed. A cut. If I only hadn't cut my finger on that envelope when I counted the money. Oh, yes, the newspaper. Here's what it says. Bird bites, man dies. Mr. A.J. Jensen, 75, was found dead last night in the back of his pet shop at 8957 Tulane Avenue. Cause of death was determined after examining a serious wound on his right hand. The wound had been inflicted by a parrot which was infected by psittacosis, a deadly disease for which no cure is known. Every article of Mr. Jensen's clothing and personal belongings had to be destroyed as they were highly contaminated. Mr. Jensen died without any living relations or close friends, and apparently without any estate. By the way, I've got Mr. Jensen's money right here under my mattress, if you'd like to have it.
Suspense, in which Frank Lovejoy starred in William N. Robeson's production of Death in Box 234, written by Don Hahn. In a moment, the names of the supporting players and a word about next week's story of suspense.
Hi there, Frank. Fill her up, will you?
Sure thing.
Say, Frank, what's this I just heard on the radio about a big treasure hunt? Said I might have a Fram filter cartridge in my car right now worth $1,000 and not even know it.
Well, that's right. A regular filter check is important to today's cars. So important that Fram Corporation is paying from $1 to $1,000 in prizes to get people to check their filters now.
Not cash money, Frank.
Oh, yes, sir. This is Fram's silver anniversary. Last year, 10,000 secretly numbered Fram filters were distributed all over the United States and installed in cars during regular servicing. And if you have one in your car now, you could get up to 1,000 silver dollars. And I'd get up to $1,000 too.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's check my oil filter. And let's check my air filter, too.
Hurry, folks. Get in on the big Fram treasure hunt. You could win up to $1,000 in cash. Check your car filters now.
Supporting Frank Lovejoy in Death in Box 234 were Edgar Staley, Lou Krugman, and Sam Pierce. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with script by Mark Brady. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Hearthstone of the Death Squad in the terrifying letter murder case. Tonight we again present the famous Hearthstone of the Death Squad, implacable manhunter of the Metropolitan Police, in one of his greatest investigations entitled The Terrifying Letter Murder Case, with Ethel Wilson as Lizzie Ackers and James Meehan as Jonas Caswell. And now, Inspector Hearthstone in the terrifying letter murder case. The scene opens in a large office building as a strange-looking man stops before a door marked Jesse Caswell, public stenographer. The man opens the door, and we hear him saying,
You Jesse Caswell?
Yes, I'm Miss Caswell.
I got something I want you to type for me.
I'm sorry, but it's after 8 and I can't accept any work tonight.
Listen, Miss Caswell. How much do you usually get for typing out just a few lines?
50 cents is my minimum charge, but I don't see...
Well, suppose I put this $50 bill on your desk and said, it's yours, ma'am, for doing this little job.
$50? Well, that's a different thing. I'll put a piece of paper in my typewriter. All right. What is it you want me to type?
Start it off, to whom it may concern.
Go on. What next?
I've grown tired of life, and I've decided to end it all tonight. I hope my friends will understand and forgive.
I'll not type that kind of thing. I won't.
Do you see this gun, lady? You type what I say or else. Type it.
Don't point that revolver at me.
Type what I told you. Get going. And quit your squawking or I'll slap you in the mouth.
Here it is.
I'm not touching that letter. Put it on the desk.
But...
Now sign your name to it.
No.
Here's a pen. Sign it, and you won't get hurt.
What is this? What are you trying to do? I've signed it.
Now stay where you are.
Take that gun away. Oh, thank heaven you've come. Help me.
You. What are you doing here? No, don't kill me. Don't.
What? You're going to kill me, too. No.
And 30 minutes later, we see Inspector Hearthstone of the Death Squad on the murder scene with his assistant, Detective Sam Cook, as the hysterical scrub woman who found the two bodies is saying,
No, Inspector Hearthstone, I didn't hear no shots. I was on another floor cleaning.
You say your name is Lizzie Ackers?
Yes, sir. I saw the lights on in Miss Caswell's office, so I opened the door, and I saw them two bodies. It's terrible, sir. His hair makes me sick.
I understand, Lizzie. Now go into the next room for a while. We'll talk to you later.
I'll be right in here.
Close the door, Sam.
Okay. Why'd you stop questioning her so suddenly, Inspector?
Because I think the silent evidence of these two dead bodies is more important at the moment.
Looks like the woman killed herself after writing a suicide note. See the gun? Still in her hand.
The woman didn't kill herself, Sam. She was murdered. That's a phony suicide note. And that gun was put in her hand after the killing.
You mean this dead man killed her?
Now, how could a dead man murder her, Sam? What happened is that both these people were murdered by a third person. Question is, who? It's a fantastic situation.
You don't think that scrub woman, Lizzie Ackers, could have done it, do you?
Get her back in here, Sam.
Come in, Lizzie.
Yes, sir.
Lizzie, are you certain you didn't hear any shots?
I told you before I didn't, Inspector.
Oh, sorry, Lizzie, I forgot. What I meant was, did you see anyone leaving this office before you found the bodies?
If I had, I'd have told you. Say, I don't like the way you're sizing me up. If you're getting any idea about me, are you forgetting I called the cops myself?
Tell me, what do you know about this dead woman?
All I know is that her name is Jessie Caswell, and that she was a public stenographer, with all kinds of people coming in and out of her office.
And the sign on the door tells us that much.
Well, you asked me, didn't you?
Ever hear her quarreling with anyone?
I never heard Jessie Caswell fighting with no one. Only thing was...
Yes?
She told me some nut was trying to get money out of her by claiming she was one of them missing heirs to a big fortune. Like you read about in the papers, Inspector Hearthstone. But I never seen him or heard his name.
Missing heir. Sam, turn that murdered man's body over.
There you are, Inspector.
Now, Lizzie, look at this murdered man's face carefully. You know him?
No, I don't know him from Adam.
That's odd.
What you getting at now?
His name is Adam Ackers, a known triggerman just out from a 10-year stretch in prison. And your name is Lizzie Ackers. What's the connection? Quick, tell me.
Oh, he's my own stepson. But I swear I ain't seen him since before he went to prison. And I never had nothing to do with him before then either.
That's another one for the Marines, Inspector Hearthstone. Come along with me, Lizzie.
She may be telling the truth, Sam. Go and get on with your work, Lizzie.
I wouldn't have thought this of any cop, Inspector. Believing a poor woman like me.
Protecting the poor is the duty of the police, Lizzie. Get along now.
Yes, Inspector.
Sam, get headquarters on the phone while I go through this desk drawer.
Police headquarters.
Hello, Smith. Inspector Hearthstone wants to talk to you.
Hello, Smith. Phone every radio station at once.
Right, Inspector.
Have them announce that a pretty blonde woman about 35, named Jessie Caswell, public stenographer, believed to be the heiress of long-dead Ezekiel Caswell, Canadian coppermine king, was found murdered in her office along with Adam Ackers, notorious gang killer, tonight.
I've got it down, Inspector Hearthstone. What else?
Ask any relative or acquaintance of the murdered woman to communicate immediately with Hearthstone of the Death Squad.
That all?
Send a detail of men to Jessie Caswell's apartment to search for any letters or papers relating to the murder. Oh, and Smith.
Yes, Inspector Hearthstone?
Get a complete file together of the murdered woman's past life. Thank you. Goodbye.
What a bean you got for remembering things, Inspector. You knew straight off that dame was a missing heiress to all the copper mines in the world.
No, not at all, Sam. I found a carbon of a letter she wrote to a lawyer in her desk drawer. A man named Fielding.
What do you know?
Jessie foolishly thought the lawyer Fielding was trying to take her in when he wrote he believed she was the Caswell heiress. Fact is, Fielding is a top man in his profession.
So look up his address, Inspector.
I know his address, Sam, and it's not far from here. Come along.
What about the scrub woman, Lizzie?
I haven't marked her off my list yet.
Why, Inspector Hearthstone, come in. It's nice to see you.
And to see you, Mr. Fielding. What brought Detective Cook and me, Fielding, is an amazing murder. A pretty blonde woman named Jessie Caswell.
Yes, I just heard a news flash on the radio. She was a queer character.
We found a carbon copy of a letter to you in her desk.
You know, Inspector Hotstone, I'm certain that woman is the heiress to the Ezekiel Caswell fortune. But when I sent one of my men to see her about it, she practically threw him out of the office. Said we were trying to play some sort of phony missing heiress game to get money out of her.
When you were really trying to put a great fortune in her hands.
Exactly. Then I wrote her, and she accused me of being a confident swindler. I guess that's the copy of her letter to me that you found.
How positive are you, Fielding, that Jessie Caswell was the heiress to that big fortune?
Just about 99%. One of the soundest legal firms in Canada sent the case to me. Old Ezekiel Caswell died about 25 years ago. He was 80 years old then.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in all these years, nobody has turned up to claim the estate. So the time came to do something.
Did they advertise in the American papers for the missing heirs?
Yes, but with no results. That's when they engaged my help. And as I said, we concluded Jessie was the missing heiress. But she'd have no part of us.
Well, I guess that's all I need now, Fielding.
I wish I could help you more, Inspector.
You've supplied me with a magnificent motive for Jessie Caswell's murder. That is, if I can find the murderer. And in this case, it's not easy. Well, Sam, let's run along. Good night, Fielding.
Good night, Inspector.
If you don't mind my cutting in, Mr. Fielding.
Not at all, Detective Cook.
I'm wondering why you didn't ask the inspector how Jessie Caswell was murdered.
Why,
It may be because Mr. Fielding is devoid of curiosity, Sam. Good night again, Fielding.
Good night.
Hope I didn't put my foot in it, Inspector Hearthstone, but it just ain't natural for a guy not to ask how somebody was bumped off, unless he already knows.
Fielding is a man of good reputation, Sam.
So were plenty of others who got the chair, Inspector.
Let's get back to headquarters. Our radio appeal may have brought results.
Well, Inspector, you were on the beam.
Yes?
There are two parties waiting outside asking for you. Say they got all the answers about the murdered public stenographer, Jessie Caswell.
Ask them in, Sam.
Come in, Mr. Barnes.
I am Angus Barnes, Inspector Hearthstone. Meet my wife, Sarah Caswell Barnes.
Sarah Caswell Barnes?
Caswell was her maiden name, Inspector.
We just flew in from Canada, Inspector, and we heard your radio call by accident at the airport terminal.
You've got the wrong slant on that murdered woman. Jessie Caswell is not old Ezekiel Caswell's heiress.
Well, what makes you so sure of that, Mr. Barnes?
Because my wife, Sarah, here is the heiress. She is Ezekiel Caswell's granddaughter.
Then why didn't you claim the fortune before this?
Because we didn't know there was one, Inspector.
The first we heard of it was a week ago, Inspector Hearthstone. A friend in Canada told us he'd seen an ad in the newspaper looking for Grandfather Ezekiel's heirs.
So we hustled on to New York right away to find out about it. The lady, the public stenographer who was murdered, was only the old man's niece.
And your wife, being the granddaughter, would naturally be the real heiress, first in line.
That's it. Just to make sure of things, I brought my birth certificate with me. Here it is, Inspector. I was born in Ottawa, Canada, 1921.
Strange that Canadians would come to New York to claim the fortune of the Canadian-born Ezekiel Caswell.
What? Well, we thought this the place to come.
May I have your birth certificate for a few days, Mrs. Barnes?
Oh, couldn't you take a picture of it instead, Inspector? I don't like to leave it out of my hands. My mother always kept it in the family Bible.
Sam, here's an order. Have this birth certificate photographed and return the original to Mrs. Barnes.
Okay, Chief.
If that birth certificate is legitimate, Mr. Barnes, your wife probably is the heiress to a great copper fortune. Since Jessie Caswell is dead.
What do you mean by that, Inspector Hearthstone?
I mean you and your wife have a motive for murder.
Motive for murder?
And I mean, too, I have no proof you two just arrived here from Canada by plane.
But we did.
Of course we did.
We'll have you completely checked, Mr. and Mrs. Barnes. I'll tell you frankly, your story doesn't ring true.
There's your birth certificate, Mrs. Barnes.
Well, give it to me, not her, Detective Cook.
Sam, please have Mr. and Mrs. Barnes taken to the Elton Hotel and made comfortable there.
Listen here, you can't arrest us.
You can't do this to us.
I'm merely detaining you. Good night.
Come on, Mr. and Mrs. Barnes. I'll have Officer Smith take him over, Inspector.
Hello, operator. Give me Officer Smith, quick. Smith, Detective Sam Cook is turning a couple named Barnes over to you. When you get them outside, have the boys snap a few good pictures of them and send them to the chief of police at Ottawa, Canada.
The Barnes are on their way, Inspector. What's the idea of taking pictures of the birth certificate and holding Barnes and his wife?
One of the signatures on Sarah Barnes' birth certificate was written with green ink.
Oh. The same color Jesse Caswell's phony suicide note was signed with.
And the same color, Sam, that was in the murdered gangster's fountain pen when he was shot to death beside Jesse Caswell.
Wow. I guess that's beginning to tie things together nice.
Come in.
Telegram for Inspector Hearthstone.
Oh, thanks. To Inspector Hearthstone of the Death Squad. Regarding radio broadcast for relatives or friends of murdered Jesse Caswell. I am dead woman's brother. Arrive your office tomorrow a.m. Signed, Jonas Caswell.
Brother? Where does it come from, Inspector?
Montreal, Canada, Sam, and I have an idea it will give us the line that leads to our killer.
Hearthstone of the Death Squad and the terrifying letter murder case continues in just a moment. America is really strong for CBS Radio's 2-hour parade of music every Friday night on most of these same stations. Hits from the big shows, music from vaudeville's best days, Tin Pan Alley's best numbers, new and old. That's what you have waiting for you tomorrow night. The orchestras of Alfredo Antonini, Ray Bloch, and Paul Weston play the tunes. Earl Wrightson, Jimmy Carroll, and Georgie Price head 3 great singing casts. Robert Q. Lewis throws open his waxworks, all bringing you 2 solid hours of pleasure tomorrow night on CBS Radio. Don't miss a minute. And now, back to Hearthstone of the Death Squad and the terrifying letter murder case. Inspector Hearthstone's investigation of the incredible double murder of Jesse Caswell, public stenographer, and Adam Ackers, gangster, in her office, has revealed this. Jessie was apparently heiress to the vast mining fortune left by her uncle in Canada. But Sarah Barnes and her husband appear in Hearthstone's office declaring Sarah is the heiress, which makes them highly suspect. Just as Inspector Hearthstone ordered the Barnes held, he received a wire stating that the murdered woman has a brother, Jonas, and he is coming to see Hearthstone. It is now the following morning, and while awaiting Jonas Caswell's arrival, the inspector is called on one of the greatest sources of information known to the police, a stool pigeon. Detective Sam Cook is ushering one in now, saying,
Here's Bozo Sparks, Inspector.
Morning, Bozo. I suppose Detective Cook told you what I wanted to see you about?
Yeah, sure, about Jesse Caswell's murder.
Got any ideas, Bozo, on how Adam Ackers, the trigger man, got into her office and was killed beside her?
Funny, ain't it? After bumping so many off himself with so much ahead, Ackey got himself bumped off.
Well, somebody paid him to put the heat on Jessie Caswell, to make her type and sign a suicide note in her office. And then that person killed him to eliminate all evidence.
Well, I'm not saying I know anything personal, Inspector Hearthstone, but the grapevine talk is, well...
Get on with it, Bozo. Remember, the only reason you're walking the streets free is that you're useful to us.
Okay. Well, as I was saying, the talk is some guy from Canada offered Ackers $5,000 to bump off the Jesse Caswell dame, forgetting his price for a trigger job was only $100. And Ackey naturally took the guy up.
What was the Canadian man's name, Bozo?
If it was a choice between telling you and a chair, Inspector, I couldn't answer that. I don't know.
Thank you, Bozo. That'll be all.
Well, I'll be seeing you, Inspector. Bye.
Well, it wasn't much, Sam, but it helps. And... Hearthstone speaking. All right, send the man in. Sam, the murdered woman's brother is here. Let him in.
Okay, this way, mister. I'm Detective Cook.
I'd like to see Inspector Hearthstone, please.
I am Inspector Hearthstone, and you're Jonas Caswell.
How do you do, Inspector?
How do you do?
You got my wire? Who killed my sister, Jessie?
Well, we're not quite ready to make an arrest yet, Mr. Caswell.
We got a couple of pretty hot suspects.
That's encouraging, Detective Cook. Thing I can't understand is why anybody would want to murder Jessie. She was just a public stenographer. Why would they want to kill her?
The enormous Ezekiel Caswell fortune. Why else? Jessie was the heiress, wasn't she?
My sister Jessie wasn't heiress to anything, Inspector Hearthstone.
What's that?
Our uncle, old Ezekiel Caswell, died years ago. I always understood He'd left most of his great copper fortune to a lot of charities.
When did you last see your murdered sister, Mr. Caswell?
Matter of 10 years, I'd say. Back when she left Canada and came to New York to open up a public stenographer's office. But take my word for it, she was no heiress, Inspector.
You're her brother and ought to know. I suppose you want to claim your sister's body.
Yes. That's why I really came here. Would it be asking too much if Detective Cook helped me make arrangements? I don't know too much about New York.
Oh, gladly, Mr. Caswell.
Not on me, sir.
Well, before you leave, Mr. Caswell, you asked who killed your sister.
I understand you're not sure yet.
We have a man and wife under arrest this minute.
What?
Mr. and Mrs. Angus Barnes. The wife, Sarah, claims she's the granddaughter of Ezekiel Caswell and heiress to his millions.
Angus Barnes? And Sarah Barnes? Well, that's ridiculous. They're imposters. They have to be.
People like that often turn up, Mr. Caswell, when the lure of a missing heiress to a fabulous fortune is broadcast. I'm glad to have met you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Inspector. Detective Cook. Remember, I'll depend on you as you promised.
Well, Inspector, I guess he's got something about Barnes and his wife being imposters. The Ottawa police just reported that their whole story, including that birth certificate, looks strictly phony so far.
Sam, our next move is to get back to our first suspect in this case.
You mean that scrub woman, Lizzie Ackers? The stepmother of the gangster who was killed along with Jesse Caswell?
This report from Officer Smith reveals definitely that far from not seeing her gangster stepson Adam Ackers for years, he was actually seen walking up to that same office building with Lizzie every night. We'll hop into the car and go and talk to Lizzie now. Don't tell me again you weren't lying, Lizzie.
Well, suppose my stepson Adam Ackers was walking into the office building with me. What difference does that make, Inspector?
You are going to tell me the truth or be jailed this minute.
Oh, if I didn't tell you everything, it was because I was scared. Oh, what do you want to know, Inspector Hearthstone?
I want a description of the man or woman who paid your stepson $5,000 to force the murdered Jessie Caswell to type a suicide note just before she was killed. And you are going to tell me.
All right, Inspector. I'll tell you.
Now, with all his evidence assembled, Inspector Hearthstone is ready to close in on the murderer of Jessie Caswell, a pretty blonde public stenographer and missing heiress, and the trigger man, Adam Ackers. The scene is police headquarters, and we hear Inspector Hearthstone saying to Detective Sam Cook,
Now, Sam, watch this.
Right, Inspector.
Take this folder. It contains the death chair evidence we wanted.
Yes, sir.
And hand me each piece instantly I ask you for it.
Gotcha.
You've got all these people outside?
Every suspect, Inspector, each one in a separate room.
Good. Bring in Angus Barnes and his wife, Sarah.
Mr. and Mrs. Barnes, come in.
What do you want with us, Inspector Hearthstone?
Yes, what?
You'll soon find out. Our first police report from Ottawa, Canada, implied you were both imposters. Then we sent your pictures there.
Our pictures?
Sam, bring in Mr. Jonas Caswell.
Jonas Caswell, come in now.
What's that? Jonas Caswell? Well, whoever said we were imposters lied.
Slow down, Mrs. Barnes. Here's Jonas Caswell, Inspector.
You? Angus and Sarah here. I thought you were dead.
You thought they were dead, Jonas?
That's why I told you anybody claiming to be Angus and Sarah Barnes were imposters, Inspector. They were supposed to be lost at sea. And good riddance.
Then you think, Jonas, that they killed your sister, Jessie Caswell?
You're a better judge of that than I, Inspector.
Why, you...
Quiet, Angus. Now, Jonas, why do you say the death of these two people, Angus and Sarah Barnes, would have been a good riddance?
Look up their record in Canada, Inspector. One dirty business after another. Terrible reputation.
You're a liar.
Quiet, Mrs. Barnes. Now, Sam.
Yeah, Inspector.
Give me the second police report from Ottawa on Angus and Sarah Barnes.
Here you are, sir.
It shows both you, Angus, and you, Sarah, to be people of uncertain character.
Then the cops in Ottawa are liars.
Sure, they're liars. Give me that report.
This is the last time I'll tell you and your wife to shut up, Barnes.
Now give me that letter found in the murdered woman's flat. Thanks, Sam.
That's the letter Jonas Caswell sent his sister, right, Inspector?
Jonas, this letter advises your sister, Jessie, that a man named Fielding, a lawyer, who approached her about being the heiress of Ezekiel Caswell's fortune, was trying to take advantage of her. In short, to stay clear of him.
That's correct. Fielding was trying to swindle her. My sister Jessie was only a public stenographer. She wasn't any too smart.
A proper protection for a brother to give his sister, Jonas. But now, Sam, bring in the office scrubwoman, Lizzie Ackers.
Who's she, Inspector?
One moment, please, Jonas.
You want me now, Inspector?
Lizzie, there are 2 men in this room. Look at them carefully.
I am.
Was this man, Angus Barnes, the one who paid your triggerman's stepson $5,000 to force a suicide note from the public stenographer, Jessie Caswell, before she was murdered?
No, Inspector. I told you that before. It's this guy over here.
Ah, I wanted to be sure, Lizzie. Well, Jonas?
Know what, Hearthstone? You're more clever than I gave you credit for.
Hands up, Jonas Caswell.
Don't be dramatic, Detective Cook. I know the game is up. Yes, I killed my sister Jessie. Took a plane from Montreal, did the job, flew back, and then wired you, Hearthstone.
Telling you, Inspector, this guy's the coolest murderer we ever took in.
When a $50 million fortune is at stake, you've got to be cool.
The electric chair isn't, Jonas Caswell. I arrest you for the murder of your sister, Jessie Caswell. And I'll give you credit for supplying me with one of the nastiest murders in my career. Take him, Sam, and charge him.
Who gets the $50 million, Inspector? Old Ezekiel Caswell's fortune.
Well, that's not our affair, Sam. But poor Jessie Caswell was never the missing heiress. She was murdered because her brother mistakenly thought she was.
Right again, Hearthstone. My mistake. I wanted to get the fortune instead of letting my sister get it. I, as nephew, was next in line. I didn't know Sarah Barnes, the old man's granddaughter here, was still alive. Ha! So she gets the money. Would have gotten it whether I killed Jessie or not.
Yes. It looks like Sarah Caswell Barnes gets the fortune whether she deserves it or not. And you, Jonas, get the electric chair.
And thus, Hearthstone of the Death Squad writes solved in the files of the terrifying letter murder case. The part of Inspector Hearthstone was played by Alfred Shirley, written by Frank Hummert, directed by Henry Howard, and is a presentation of CBS Radio. Here is a special announcement. Beginning this coming Sunday, Hearthstone of the Death Squad will be heard every Sunday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Listen this Sunday for Hearthstone of the Death Squad in The Fabulous Engagement Ring Murder.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. When Mike Shayne isn't burning the midnight oil over some unsolved crime, he's generally doing the next most interesting thing, talking about one. Right now, he's leaning back in his easy chair doing a powerful ad of talking to his old friend, Inspector Faraday. It's a stag session, for Mike's assistant, Phyllis Knight, has gone home early this evening.
Of course, Faraday, I don't know much about the case except what I've read in the papers, but it seems to me that you're going after the wrong guy.
Mike, this Joe has got a prison record as long as a kangaroo's tail. Why should he sidestep a little thing like murder?
Just because he has got a prison record as long as a kangaroo's tail. Look, I remember a case back in New York that's almost a carbon copy of this. I've got some newspaper clippings on it in the files here. I'll read them to you just a second.
You don't get the point, Mike. This killing is gruesome, horrible. It would take a hardened criminal to carry it through.
Doggone it, they're here in the files somewhere. Now, Phil could turn right to it.
Yeah, she went home kind of early this evening, didn't she?
Yeah, she's got a girlfriend staying up at the apartment with her. Went home to help her pack up.
Friend from out of town?
Uh-huh. Girl had a fight with her fiancé and wants to play hermit for a few days.
I know. The old feminine trick. Goodbye forever. Till next Saturday night.
Right.
I'll get it, Mike. Hello?
Mike, oh, thank heavens you're still there.
This is Faraday, Phyllis. Mike's ransacking his files. I'll get him for
Wait
you.
a minute. You better hear this too, Inspector. Maybe it's your business.
What's wrong, girl? You sound scared blue.
I am. I know something's happened. I don't dare look.
All right, but what is it, Phil?
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me talk to her.
Here, she sounds like she's going to cry.
Hello, Angel.
Oh, Mike. Mike, get over here quick.
Now, wait a minute. Calm down, honey. Now, tell me what's wrong.
Well, you know Lois was leaving my apartment tonight, and I came home to help her pack.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Mike, she's not here. At least I don't think so.
Now, please, Angel, wait a minute. I can't tell what you're talking about.
Well, I found her trunk already packed and locked, and
Yeah?
and I think
Yep. Yeah. What, honey? What?
I think her body's inside. Well, at last. I thought you'd never get here.
Honey, we came as fast as we could.
Yeah.
Where's the trunk?
In the bedroom.
All right, now tell me what happened.
Well, I found the hall door off the lock, so I expected she'd be right back. I kept waiting, and then I started to worry. She had that row with Nelson. He threatened her.
You see what I mean, Faraday? A woman's intuition.
Well, the baggage man came. He started to take the trunk, but then I heard it.
Heard what?
Something slumped inside. And the trunk seemed so heavy, I told the man to leave it. We weren't going to send it after all.
Oh, great.
I looked at it real close, and when I saw the padlock... Oh, that's when I phoned you, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see it. It's smeared blood on the lock. But that's not unusual, honey. Maybe she cut her hand when she closed the trunk.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I'm no child. Look here in this closet. There. There are all Lois's dresses, still on the hangers. They weren't packed in the trunk.
It just means that she hasn't finished packing.
I thought of that, too, Mike. I started to push the trunk back against the wall, but it wouldn't budge. There's something inside of it, and it isn't clothing.
Well, let's see.
I'll say. It's loaded with something.
There. There, you hear that? Something slumped inside. Just as you tipped the trunk, Faraday.
Okay, I guess the only way we can satisfy you is to open it, if we can find the key.
Well, here, I've got it. It's here in her purse. That's another thing that scared me, Mike. Lois's handbag. Just laying here on the dressing table.
Let's have it, Phil.
Honey, wasn't that the hall door?
Of course, there's your girl now.
Oh, it's about time that she... No, it's Nelson.
Let's see. Yeah. You looking for somebody, partner?
Oh, I didn't think there was anybody here.
You always walk right in when there's nobody home?
Well, I meant, I thought Lois was here alone. I'll come back again.
No. We'd like you to stay. She may be in any minute.
Well, I really...
Come in a minute. Come on in. We'd like to talk to you ourselves. Come on.
I don't understand. You're friends of Lois?
Yes. This is Mike Shane and Inspector Faraday.
I don't understand.
You don't have to. Okay, Phil, let's have that key.
Here.
Thanks.
Hey, here, what are you doing? That's Lois's trunk. You haven't any right to go
Maybe
in.
not, but we like to open surprise packages.
Oh, I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a mistake.
All right, Mike. Now, let's swing her open.
Honey.
Yeah? What's inside?
No, don't look. I'm afraid you were right.
Coroner's on his way.
It doesn't seem real. Just a few hours ago, I was talking to her, and now...
I know, honey, I know. It's hard to take.
You, young fella, what's your name?
Huh? Nelson Carter.
Supposed to be the girl's fiancé, huh? You don't seem to be particularly upset.
I'm stunned.
What brought you here?
I came to see Lois. I was here this afternoon and we had another fight. I came back to apologize.
That's something new. First time you ever apologized for anything. You drove the poor girl half crazy.
Well, it was her fault. She wouldn't listen to me. I was right from the very start.
Oh, sure. So right you never let her have a thought of her own. You hounded her with your rightness. That's why she moved in with me, to get away from you and your pestering phone calls and your fights.
That's a lie. You came between us. Lois told me this afternoon you said she should forget me.
I told her so at breakfast. But she couldn't. She was still in love with you.
What?
She was going back to her apartment tomorrow morning.
There's something I don't get. If Lois was using Phil's apartment as a sort of hideout, how did this fella know she was here?
That's my business.
It's also ours, son. What time did you come here this afternoon?
Why, about 4:30.
The girl's been dead 3 or 4 hours.
Say, look here, if you're trying to pin this on me, you're crazy.
Maybe. Lois told me about your insane temper. You threatened to kill her.
I did not. Oh, you're a pack of fools. But I think I do know who did it.
Yeah? Who?
Wait a minute. Who can that be?
Oh, it's too soon for the coroner. I'll answer it.
Good evening. Good evening. Well, sorry to bother you at this hour, but we had some trouble about a pickup at this address.
Oh, what kind of a pickup?
Why, a trunk. I'm the traffic investigator for the transfer company. We gave one of our drivers a pickup order at this apartment, but he didn't bring it in. In fact, he's disappeared.
Oh, wait a minute. I can explain part of it. I told your driver I'd changed my mind. I didn't want the trunk sent.
Oh, I see. You're Miss Phyllis Knight.
That's right.
Haven't I met you somewhere before? Your voice sounds familiar.
It ought to, Mr. Shane. You used to hear it every day. Going up, sir? Floors, please?
An elevator operator.
In the Rust Building. Well, I'm sorry I disturbed you, but we're just trying to locate our driver. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
That's funny. Why should a baggage company driver disappear?
Right after he came for this trunk. I wonder...
All right, kids, let's get back to business. Now, Mr. Carter, you start to say you knew the killer.
Yeah, Lois's old boss, Joseph Spiegel. He's head of the Spiegel Chemical Laboratories. She told me this afternoon he was coming to see her.
Yeah, but he doesn't know she was here. Lois quit her job with him last week.
Assuming he did know, why should our next boss want to kill the girl?
Because he's a crook. I used to work in Spiegel's laboratory, and I discovered he was stealing formulas from other companies. So I quit. But not Lois. Oh, no. Now, she was his private secretary, and her boss was just a soul of honor. That's what started our fighting.
Yes, but when she learned you were right, she did quit. 3 days ago.
All right. But it sounds like a pretty flimsy reason to kill a girl.
Not if Lois had the goods on him. He wanted to stop her tongue.
You weren't fighting about that this afternoon?
No. No, she told me she was going to go to work for another chemical company. I told her when I married, I didn't want my wife working. Well, we both got pretty mad. She said she'd never marry me.
I can imagine how you took that with your conceit.
How about it, Mike?
I don't know. I'm a little worried, Faraday. This is Phil's apartment. She's been living here alone up till the past few days.
Yeah?
Lois and Phyllis are about the same height, same color hair. Maybe somebody thought he was killing Phyllis.
Huh? Who'd want to? I haven't an enemy in the world.
Oh, you've got hundreds, Angels, as many as I've got. Mike Shane and Phyllis Knight have sent plenty of lugs up the river.
Yeah, but Lois and I don't really look alike, Mike. A killer would be awfully certain before he did it.
Why should he, honey? Yours is the only name on the mailbox. If some crook hired a gunman to come to this address and knock off the girl living in apartment 616...
Listen, Mike, that stuff doesn't happen in San Francisco. Those are the old Al Capone days.
Well, maybe I'm a nervous Nellie. I just don't want Phil running any danger.
Mike.
Yes?
Come here a minute. Look here. Here. This ashtray.
I see what you mean. Mr. Carter, do you smoke?
What? Yes, a pipe.
Oh. There's a cigar butt in this ashtray.
Spiegel. He smokes them all the time. I told you he was coming here.
Maybe we should check that right now. You know where he lives?
Yeah, he's got an apartment at his plant. It's next to the laboratory. That's on Bay Street.
Okay, suppose Phil and I mosey over there right now and swap formulas with Dr. Spiegel.
Good, and if the coroner gets through here in time, I'll join you.
Oh, Mr. Shane. Have you got a gun?
You think I'll need it?
You might. Spiegel's a huge man with a cunning, fiendish mind.
Well, thanks for the warning. I'll be ready with a few shenanigans of my own.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. Quality of workmanship and materials has always been the hallmark of successful business. That is why Union Oil Company has copyrighted the name Stopware. You see, stopwear lubrication is more than just a grease job. It is a system that has been worked out from years of experience to give your automobile the best possible care. With stopwear lubrication, you can be sure that nothing on your automobile has been overlooked or hurriedly serviced. Each fitting is carefully and thoroughly lubricated according to the manufacturer's specifications. Only the finest, high-quality greases are used. And while your car is on the hoist, the Minutemen inspect out-of-sight points and check them for danger signs. As a proof of Stopware's superior lubrication, you receive a written guarantee with each job. Stopware lubrication jobs are a matter of pride with Union Oil Minutemen. And you'll know why when you take the wheel after a Stopware servicing. You'll find your car rolls smoother, handles easier, stands up better with regular Stopware lubrication. So, ladies and gentlemen, with correct car servicing so important these days, why take a chance on inferior work? Stopware, the best attention you can buy, costs no more than ordinary lubrication. Remember, Stopware is an exclusive, guaranteed process, available only at Union Oil Minuteman stations. It is a dark and foggy street in San Francisco's commercial district. Light streams out into the night through an open door, the entrance to the Spiegel Chemical Laboratories. In the doorway is the huge silhouette of a man.
Shane? Michael Shane?
Yes, sir.
I do not know you, sir.
I'm aware of that, Dr. Spiegel, but Miss Knight and I would like to talk to you. It's very important.
Impossible. Tonight I'm working in my laboratory.
It's about Lois Lavers, Doctor.
Lois? Oh. Come in. Close the door, please. We will talk in the laboratory. I must get back to my experiment. This way, please.
Thank you.
Jeepers, he is a giant, Mike.
Mm-hmm. And those thick glasses make him look like a movie horror man.
You said
Mr. Shane, you are a detective?
How did you know that?
Well, I rather expected Lois might talk to someone. She's a very neurotic girl. She imagines things.
I'm afraid she's past that, Dr. Spiegel. She's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
It's a pity. She had a fine brain.
But, too much imagination?
My laboratory. I caution you both not to handle the tubes or retorts. They are very fragile.
Oh. Golly, it's an elaborate place. What are you experimenting on?
That, madam, is my business.
Doctor, I believe you knew Nelson Carter, Lois' fiancé?
He used to work here. Capable, but of wild temper. And very jealous.
Of you, perhaps?
Yes. I used to take Lois to dinner so I could continue my work without interruption. Nelson misunderstood. Yes. I should not be surprised if he killed her.
Perhaps. You saw Lois this afternoon, Doctor. About what time?
A very good detective. About 5 o'clock, I would say.
How did you know she was staying in my apartment?
One moment. There is trouble with this retort. Better. How did I know? It is very simple. Lois telephoned me. Her last paycheck was incorrect. I brought her a new one.
Is that all you went to see her about?
No. Also, I asked her to come back. She was an excellent secretary. Mr. Shane, what are you doing?
Just admiring your laundry in this sink.
Laundry?
Does your experiment include bleaching of blood-soaked handkerchiefs, Doctor?
Good heavens.
Yes, they are my handkerchiefs, yes. But the blood is not from Lois's veins.
Ooh.
She was strangled, then stabbed to death by a sharp instrument, Doctor. Like this surgical knife here.
Perhaps I show you how I use that knife. In this cage...
Ooh, rats. Hundreds of them.
100, madam. Disease, very sick rats. When my experiments are concluded, they go in here. Into this bin.
Oh, no. Ooh.
Very dramatic, Doctor. But it doesn't fool us. Sure, you wanted Lois to come back to work, but she told you she was going to another chemical company. That scared you, Doctor. If she told about your stolen formulas and your other cookery...
So she did talk. I thought this was a trick. Don't you reach for your gun, Mr. Shane. My hand is already in my pocket.
You killed her.
You lie. She's not dead. It is a trick to get something on me. Get out. Get out of here, both of you. Now you will forget you ever came here. You will drop this investigation.
I don't take orders from you, Dr. Spiegel.
This time you will. Your young lady has sense if you have not. Good night.
Oh, I thought he was going to keep us in there and experiment on us.
Yes. He's a cold-blooded baby.
Yeah.
Mike.
Hey, the inspector. There, he's parked in that police car.
Oh, with Nelson.
Yeah.
Just got here in time to see the bums rush. What are the odds?
I don't know, Inspector. He's devilish enough to commit murder.
Should I take him in for questioning?
No, not yet. He'll be here. He doesn't scare out.
Mike found handkerchiefs soaking with blood. He said he was experimenting with rats.
I think he was sincere, though. He figured we were on the trail of those stolen formulas.
He killed her, I tell you. If the police don't get him, I will.
Oh, stop acting. You're too dead anxious to pin it on Spiegel.
Yes, and the good doctor threw the honor right back at Nelson. I'm on the fence. Spiegel had the motive, Nelson had the jealousy and the temper to do it. Each saw the girl about the time she died.
Mike, if you ask me, you're passing up a bet. The killer stuffed Lois into the trunk so her body could be smuggled out of the building. Find where the trunk was going, and perhaps we'll have the address of the murderer.
But she ordered the trunk picked up herself, Phil.
Maybe she didn't. Anyway, it's worth a try. Hop in, Angel. We're heading for that transfer company.
We appreciate it, sir. You're coming down and opening the office at this time of the night.
Well, lucky my wife saw you were a policeman, or she'd never have let me out of the house. This is our dispatch office.
Oh, by the way, have you located your missing driver?
Missing driver? I don't understand.
Why, your traffic investigator came to the apartment. The driver that was to pick up the trunk had disappeared. He was checking up.
Well, that's impossible. All of our men checked into that. And we don't have what did you call him, a traffic investigator?
Mike, he was a fake.
It's not so good. Probably never ran an elevator in the Rust building either.
This thing is getting screwier by the minute.
Oh, here we are. Here's the pickup order on the trunk. It's under the name, Phyllis Knight.
Not under Lois Lavers.
Well, let's see. It was a phone order. Received 5:25 p.m.
Yeah.
Trunk to be sent to 9053 Jennifer Street.
Seems to me I've heard that address before.
9053 Jennifer. 9053 Jennifer. Yeah, there's something about it.
I should hope so. It's the address of Michael Shane.
I was right, Inspector. I was right. Lois was killed by mistake. It was intended to be Phil.
Well, if that's the case, then Carter and Spiegel cancel out.
Correct, honey. The murderer had planned to kill Phyllis, send her body in that trunk to my apartment, and leave me to explain it to the police.
All right, maybe so. Say the motive is revenge. You got 100 enemies, Mike. One of them poses as a transfer company investigator, but who is he? He didn't leave a single fingerprint in Phil's apartment. Where do we start looking?
Oh, if I could only remember the guy. I know his voice. But where have I heard it? When did I? I must know him.
Well, he didn't know me very well, or he'd never have killed the wrong girl. Lois and I were the same height, same color of hair, Mike, but that's all.
Maybe he figured you changed a lot, honey, if he hadn't seen you in a long time, if he'd been away, if he'd been... Faraday!
Yeah, if he'd been away in prison. Kids, we're going to make a phone call right now. Hello, give me San Quentin.
Phil, honey, close that door to the other room. I can't hear a thing.
Hello, Inspector Faraday, San Francisco calling. Yes, I want to speak to him personally. Might get on that extension phone.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, Faraday. What's on your mind?
Plenty, sir. We need a list of all prisoners you've released from your little sanatorium in the past 2 weeks.
Past 2 weeks, huh?
Yeah.
I'm afraid it'll hardly make a list, Faraday. Only one man.
What's his name?
Now, let me see. It was Ford. Harold Ford.
That mean anything to you, Mike?
Well, never heard of him.
Who's that on the phone, Mike Shane?
Well, you got sharp ears, sir. We figured maybe you had released a prisoner who had a grudge against me.
Some old enemy of Mike's who might try his hand at revenge.
No, that's the only release we've had lately. In fact, Mike, you can subtract one enemy from your book. Died here last week. Al Smock.
Holy jumping. Now I remember. It's Al Smock's brother, Jack Smock.
That's right. He had a brother. Came up here and claimed the body. Does that mean anything to you?
Ha-ha! Does it? Set an extra plate in your dining room, Chief. We're sending you a new boarder.
Goodbye, sir, and thanks a million for your help.
Jack Smock. Jack Smock. He must have dyed his hair and put on glasses. Phil, you remember the case, the two brothers, about 4 years ago?
Yeah, vaguely. It was manslaughter. You helped send the one called Al Smock up for 20 years.
Right, honey, right. Jack was supposed to be brothers Al, alibi.
Yeah.
But our testimony tied him up in bow knots.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Al died in prison. Now brother Jack is out for revenge.
Oh, fine. But where is Brother Jack right now, and how do we catch him?
Got it, honey. Jack claimed the body, so he must have buried him. Now we gotta find that body.
We'll return to Mike Shane and his adventures in just a moment. Due to their position, the front wheel bearings of your automobile are subject to damage from dirt, water, grit, and brake dust. Because of their more exposed position, and because they are so important to safe, easy driving, front wheel bearings need the best possible lubrication. Failure to keep these bearings well greased can mean wheel shimmy, hard steering, and weakening of the whole front assembly. For these reasons, your neighborhood Union Oil Minuteman uses extra care when he lubricates your front wheel bearings. First, he washes out all the old grease and dirt with solvents. Then the bearings and races are individually cleaned until they are dry and shiny. Finally, the clean, polished bearings are carefully assembled in the races and greased with special equipment. With each bearing snugly sealed in a smooth, sturdy coating of Union Oil ball roll grease, your front wheels are all set for months of well-lubricated, easy rolling. The cost for the entire service is nominal, so for safer, easier driving, just stop in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil front wheel bearing service. Thank you. At police headquarters, Mike and Inspector Faraday each holds a telephone in his hands. They have checked every cemetery in the book.
Well, here's the last one. Shadow Mountain Cemetery.
Yes, sir. Here it is. Albert Smock, interred last Friday. The plot was bought by a Mr. Jack Smock.
Swell. What's his address?
Our records show it as 1960 Waterfront.
This is it, kids. Looks like a busted-down rooming house.
And somebody's head sticking out of every window.
Yeah, there's the sergeant at the entrance.
Good work, Sergeant. Anybody try to leave the building?
No, sir. I got 2 boys at the back door, 2 in the alley, and 2 by the fire escape.
Okay, let's go in, Mike.
I'm coming, too.
You are not. You want a hole in your head?
I might get one just standing here, Smarty. Smock may be in that crowd across the street.
Something to that, Mike.
Yes.
Sergeant, your job will be to take care of Miss Knight. We're all going in.
Right.
Come on.
Oh, jeepers, it's dark again. Why don't they light these stairs?
Quiet, honey, quiet.
All right.
He's on this next floor.
If he's in his room.
The landlord said room 305. Now, let me see. That'd be here to the left.
Keep close to the wall.
There it is. That door there.
There's no light shining under it.
Maybe he's playing possum.
Sergeant, you and Phil stay here, flatten out against the wall.
Yes, sir.
Now, you ready, Faraday?
Ready.
He's playing coy.
Open up, Smock. You're completely surrounded.
Okay, so you won't open up. All right, Faraday?
Yeah.
So that's his answer. Okay, Mike, let's go.
Down there!
Wait a minute, I'll get the light.
Oh, hurry up.
Here it is.
Happened. Mike. Oh, he's flat on the floor. Mike, are you all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, Inspector, okay. Climb out from under that table.
I knew somebody got hit, but who? He shot the gun right out of my hand.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know where to aim in the dark till he fired, and I saw his flash.
Thanks to you, Mike, I'm still breathing.
Yeah, well, this man on the floor won't be unless we get an ambulance quick.
You found out. I didn't think.
You're right, buddy. You didn't think, period. Revenge doesn't take much in the way of brains. Just an awful lot of lives.
Don't be silly, Phyllis. Mrs. Faraday will be glad to put you up for a couple of nights. Here, drink this down.
He's right, honey. Stay out of your apartment for a few days till you sort of forget what's happened.
Oh, all right. I was just thinking, you know, this was a freak case. Everything stacked up so strongly against Nelson Carter and Dr. Spiegel. And yet at the last minute, it turned out to be almost a complete stranger.
Because we were looking for the wrong motive.
Yeah, I'm worried about that guy Spiegel. He looks to me like a guy who'd commit plenty of murders.
And will before he gets through with his career.
No, you can spike that, Faraday. Lock him up for stealing chemical formulas. That'll keep him quiet.
Not a bad idea. Keep him so busy making little ones out of big ones that he can't make dead ones out of live ones.
Well, I hope, honey, that this little episode won't scare you out of the detecting business. Nearly getting bumped off by your boss's enemies.
He's got plenty more enemies besides Jack Smock.
Oh, I don't know. I'd stick anyway. My boss forgets the attractions of the job.
What? What? Why, honey.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, and Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Anything can happen in San Francisco, well, almost anything. And when it happens, you usually find Michael Shayne, Private Detective, somewhere around. That's why Mike and Phyllis Knight, his observant and easy-on-the-eye assistant, are locking the office at 9 a.m. and heading for the nearest corner to join Inspector Faraday on what the inspector describes as a wild goose chase, or, as Phyllis more aptly puts it, a junket on office time. It seems there are pirates in San Francisco Bay.
Oh, it's spring, Angel. Wonderful day. And I've always wanted to go aboard a yacht.
Yacht, my eye. It's probably phony, too. What about our clients? You haven't cleaned up on that insurance case
Oh, let him
yet,
wait, let
and
him
we
wait.
haven't-
16 men on a dead bench, just choco and a bottle of rum.
Oh.
Here's the elevator, darling.
Oh, this is going to too many pirate pictures. Pirates in San Francisco Bay. Do you suppose they're related to the Indians at Stanford?
What are you muttering about?
I always mutter when some publicity-seeking chorus girl lets herself be found drugged in her pajamas, wrapped in a blanket in the bottom of a canoe.
She's no chorus girl, honey. She's the wife of a college professor.
But when she says pirates boarded a yacht, killed her husband, and kidnapped her, well, now, really,
Yes,
Mike,
I
that's
know. You
just...
don't believe it. Well, I'm the open-minded type, darling.
Certainly are.
Here's where we get off. Oh, smell that air. As I said before, honey, it's spring.
Mm-hmm. And in the spring, the sap rises.
Over here, folks.
Oh, hi, Inspector.
Hello, Inspector.
Climb in.
Here, darling.
Thank you.
Sausalito, first stop. Oh, what a day for a motorboat ride. Why, Inspector, you're actually glowering. What's happened?
Plenty. I think I got my finger on the guy at the bottom of this deal. A movie press agent by the name of Jim Fonda. And never that guy pulling his Hollywood shenanigans in my town.
Why, Inspector, no pirates.
Oh, plenty of them, Phil. Too many of them. A whole brig full. There's 200 of them.
What? You've already got 200 pirates in jail? Holy smoke.
A brigantine is a pirate vessel, Mike.
Huh?
Right, Inspector?
Right, fellas. They might as well be in jail. For that anchor doesn't budge until I give the word.
Lafitte's men, I suppose, from around the Horn.
No, nothing so romantic, my dear. They're Captain Kidd's men from Central Casting in Hollywood. There's a movie company aboard the ship, and they're getting ready to sail down the coast on location when I climb down.
Oh, aren't you a bit rough on them, Inspector? After all, press agents have to have their fun. Or do you know something I don't know?
No, not a thing, Mike. I guess I lost my sense of humor. Hollywood had its laugh this morning. Now I'm going to have mine.
Huh?
You know, they have to pay those pirates every day, you know.
Yeah, I get it. Investigations, questions, delays. Well, where do we go first, the pirate ship or the yacht?
The yacht. Maybe Professor Porter will be there himself, if he isn't still playing dead.
Where's the wife?
She'll be there, too. And so will Jim Fonda, or I'll fire every detective on my staff.
Well, that might not be a bad idea.
Save the sarcasm, Mike.
Tony Cooley.
Well, there's the yacht.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow. There's nothing phony about this baby. She's big enough to go to sea.
Yeah, but she hasn't been away from that dock site since the professor bought her.
Hey, this doesn't look like a college professor's layout. A nice, tidy little investment there.
Yeah, teaching's a sideline with Professor Porter. They tell me he's got oil wells working for him.
If that's Annabelle, his wife, coming out to welcome us, they better be gushers. She looks very expensive.
Inspector Faraday?
Yes? Oh, and this is Michael Shane and Phyllis Knight, Mrs. Porter.
How do you do?
Good morning.
How do you do?
Please come into the lounge.
Thank you.
I'm a courteous man, Mrs. Porter, but I haven't time for courtesy this morning. I can't understand why an apparently sane woman would expect us to believe such a story.
Do you mind if we stroll around, Mrs. Porter? I've never been on a yacht before.
Yes, certainly. And now, Inspector, would you please explain why you got my
Big-hearted Mike. He just can't bear to hear a beautiful redhead bawled out, so he takes the powder.
Oh, look, Angel, this doesn't add up. You don't plot publicity gags in a playhouse like this one.
Huh? You've seen something, Mike. Or maybe it was just one look at the redhead.
I guess this is the master's stateroom. 2 beds.
What are you doing?
The one bed layouts in the guest cabin.
Mike, what did you see?
Huh? Oh, just Mrs. Porter. She used to be Annabelle Armstrong in the movies.
So what? Hey, now it's my turn. I spied something beginning with the letter P. Give you one guess.
Phil's in a blue bottle by the bed.
Think I'll have a look. Mike, this entire bottle wouldn't put a child to sleep.
Let me see it, honey. Oh, it doesn't spell anything backwards.
It spells something for me. These pills prove Annabelle went canoe riding with her eyes open.
Ow!
What'd you expect to find in the closet, pirates?
Oh, that bag that hit my foot felt like it was packed.
Hey, it is. And so's this one. Everything for a nice long trip. You know, I could take a honeymoon with this bag.
Say, the professor's a snappy dresser.
Oh,
Just
fine.
look at this sport coat.
Come on, Mike. Let's quit playing house. I want to watch Annabelle act.
Okay.
I might have known how it would turn out when I brought you along, Mike.
Why, what's up, Inspector?
It's murder, my boy.
While we're playing houseboat.
So her story stood up.
I'm buying it up to here.
Well, I haven't heard it, but I think I'll shop around.
Well, Fonda's the guy, all right. I just telephoned a general alarm. Ought to pick him up any minute.
You telephone?
Yeah, there's a phone. The yacht's permanently tied up to the pier. I also sent for Porter's secretary. He may have some information.
Inspector, do you mind bringing us up to date? We've been sightseeing.
Well, Mike, here's the story. Jim Fonda is Porter's nephew.
Yeah?
Sort of a family black sheep. He's been causing trouble. Everything from forgery to some sort of blackmail.
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems Fonda headed for the professor's home as soon as he hit town. The professor's secretary sent him to the yacht. That'd be yesterday afternoon. There was a row. Porter threatened to send Fonda to jail and shoved him off the boat.
Yeah?
Fonda yelled he'd be back and told Porter he'd better have it ready. Mrs. Porter thinks he meant a sum of money. Maybe the Secretary Taylor can clear that point.
Uh-huh. But where do the pirates come in?
Well, I'm coming to that.
I'll tell you, Mike. After Fonda left, Mrs. Porter developed a headache. That night she couldn't sleep. The professor went into the lounge to read, and Mrs. Porter took 2 sleeping pills.
3, my dear.
Mrs. Porter took 3 sleeping pills, Later, she was aroused by loud voices, and then a big, burly pirate with a red beard leaned over the bunk.
I believe his beard was black, Miss Knight.
Oh, yes. The light was on.
No, the cabin was dark. This man, dressed like a pirate, seized me, threw a blanket over me, and carried me to the canoe. It was one we kept tied to the yacht. There was a body wrapped in a blanket on the bottom. He paddled for several minutes, and then put the body overside.
Maybe you'd better ask the questions, Mike.
Well, you're doing fine, Angel.
Thanks.
Mrs. Porter, the cabin was dark. There was no moon. How did you know the man was dressed like a pirate?
He struck several matches.
Oh?
Yes, he was smoking a pipe.
I see. And why are you so sure that this man dressed as a pirate was Jim Fonda?
I knew Jim. He was publicity man on one of my pictures. Oh, maybe I should explain. I'm Annabelle...
Oh, not at all. I recognized Annabelle Armstrong the moment I came aboard.
Thank you. Well, Jim Fonda had two peculiarities. His eyebrows were highly arched, and his left eye twitched.
Hmm?
I recognized him despite his disguise the first time he lighted a match.
Did he know you had recognized him?
I'm not sure. He might have worn the pirate costume as a prank. Jim had an odd sense of humor. I believe he intended taking me with him. He tried to arouse me when he landed the canoe. I was too heavy to carry far.
Those sleeping tablets must have been pretty powerful.
Mr. Shane, those tablets are a mild, harmless sort. I was wide awake. Then from fright at first, and then I acted. Don't forget, I used to be an actress.
Why did you stay in the canoe after he left you?
Well, I yelled my head off and nobody came. It was dark and, well, I was afraid I'd fall into the water. I can't swim.
Well, that's sensible. Do you think you could locate the spot where your husband's body was dropped into the water?
I pointed out the spot when the police brought me to the yacht this morning.
That's right, Mike. We've had men grappling for the body all morning. There's no current and the water's quiet, so we ought to bring it up. Well, that's the police launch.
We found the body, Inspector.
That ties it up.
Bring it in, boy.
Well, you satisfied now, Angel?
No, I am not, and neither are you.
Mm-hmm. Say, I guess that'd be Mr. Taylor with the briefcase over there coming down the pier.
Huh? Oh, yes, the secretary. Dark and handsome.
Huh?
And not too tall.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike Shane and Phyllis Knight in their adventures. Probably no other possession you may have requires the attention and constant care that your automobile does. The hundreds of bearings and precision gears in a car need continual protection against rust, friction, heat, and abrasion. That is why regular stop-wear lubrication is so vital to the condition of your car. You see, stop-wear lubrication is more than just a grease job. It's a system that's been worked out from years of experience to give your automobile the best possible care. When you leave your car at a Union Oil Minuteman station for stop-wear lubrication, you can be sure that nothing on your automobile will be overlooked or hurriedly serviced. Each fitting is carefully and thoroughly lubricated according to the manufacturer's specifications. While your car is on the hoist, the Minutemen inspect out-of-sight points and check them for danger signs. Finally, as complete proof of Stopware's reliable lubrication, you receive a 1,000-mile written guarantee with each job. You'll find your car rolls smoother, handles easier, stands up better with regular Stopwear lubrication. Stopwear guaranteed lubrication is available only at Union Oil Minuteman stations. Professor Porter's body has been recovered from the bay, and Inspector Faraday is hurrying to meet the launch at the end of the pier. Mike and Phyllis are following. But Phyllis is reluctant to leave Mrs. Porter and the professor's secretary, Bill Taylor, together in the lounge of the yacht.
Come on, hurry, honey. They'll be here in a minute.
You're getting awfully careless, Mike.
I know what I'm doing.
I wonder.
Oh, cut it out, Angel, please.
Oh, Mike, get tough. Be yourself.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, don't let a good-looking redhead blind you.
So far, she's got all the answers, Angel. Good answers.
All of them.
All right, take it easy now. Yeah, okay. Bring it over here. Hey, give me a hand. This is heavy.
Okay, Sergeant, cut the ropes.
Right.
Hey, what are all those lumps? Some sort of weights. Made a sack out of the blanket.
Open it up, ma'am.
Okay, here we are.
Holy Jumping catfish. Well, I'll be...
I knew they were heavy reading, but I never thought of them as weights.
Well, the professor went down wrapped in culture, the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4... 12 volumes.
Mm-hmm. From A to J.
Mike, look over by the inspector, Mrs. Porter and Bill Taylor.
Of course, darling, they've got to identify the body. Oh. Look out, she's fading.
Take her back to the yacht, men.
Yes, I've got to see Annabelle in a swoon.
You better go with the ranger. Now, hurry.
Okay.
Doc says, can he have the body now?
Okay, take her to the morgue.
What about all them books?
You know what to do with evidence. The blank and everything go to headquarters.
Right.
Inspector.
Yes.
See any marks on the body?
Not a scratch. Hey, where's Porter's secretary?
Right here, Inspector. Bill Taylor.
Does Jim Fonda strike you as the sort of fellow who'd pull a job like this?
Well, I wouldn't like to accuse anyone of a thing like this.
How long have you known him?
About a year. Ever since I've been with Professor Porter. Shall we return to the yacht? I'm afraid Mrs. Porter's ill.
We can talk here. Miss Knight will look after her. Oh, this is my friend, Mr. Shane.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Shane?
Fine. Well, looks like Fonda put his trademark on this one.
I don't know. I only wish I'd never sent him to the yacht.
When was this?
Sunday. Yesterday afternoon.
Well, why did you send him?
Well, I never dreamed it. He was insistent.
Did Porter tell you to keep Fonda away from him?
Well, this is embarrassing, Mr. Shane.
Murder usually is, Mr. Taylor. Come on, let's have the story.
Well, Professor Porter disliked seeing his nephew.
Why? Was he afraid of him?
No, not exactly afraid. It was just that, Well, look, Inspector, can this be kept confidential?
Well, how can I tell you until I know what it is?
Well, a good many years ago, Professor Porter was involved in a rather nasty divorce case.
Well, nothing like that stand up. His past is clean.
Maybe he took on a new identity, Inspector. It's been done, you know.
Yes. Professor Porter did take a new name and arranged an entirely different past. You see, Professor Porter was William Steele.
Hey, wait a minute. I remember that case. Back on Long Island.
I don't know a great deal about it, however.
But Fonda did, huh? And made the most of it.
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Shane. But you see, I took care of Professor Porter's bank account, and he gave his nephew large sums of money.
How much does Mrs. Porter know about this?
I don't believe she knows anything about the divorce.
But she knew Fonda had something on her husband?
I suspect she did. She knew about the money because she spoke to me about it.
How often has Fonda been tapping the professor?
Almost every month. This was his second trip this month.
Speaking of trips, where were you going on your vacation?
My vacation? Oh, you found my bag.
What's this about a bag, Mike?
I found 2 bags fully packed in a closet. One belonged to you, Mr. Taylor, I believe.
And the other one?
To Mrs. Porter.
Well, that's easy to explain. You see, the professor sold the yacht, and I was moving my personal possessions. I presume that Mrs. Porter had the same thing in mind.
What about Professor Porter?
Well, he always put things off until the last moment.
Meaning?
Well, the moving van isn't due until tonight.
All right, Mike, that explains the bags. Now, let's get back to my office. I want Fonda.
And I'd like to see how Mrs. Porter's feeling.
All right, go ahead. The coroner's inquest hasn't been set, but I want to see you and Mrs. Porter tomorrow morning.
Okay, we'll be at Mrs. Porter's home.
Mike.
Huh?
Michael.
Yes, Angel?
Now I've seen everything.
How is Mrs. Porter?
Oh, she's beautiful, but bereaved. She's repairing her makeup.
Come on, I want to get to my office.
Mike, did you ask Mr. Taylor about the bags?
Yes, Angel, yes. But he knows the answer.
Any messages?
Hollywood's been calling every 20 minutes, Inspector.
What do they want?
Feller at Apex Studios wants his pirates.
Tell him we got a murder case to settle first.
Says you're going to have a lawsuit, too. Claims this is costing him thousands.
Why don't you turn him loose, Inspector?
The guy says you better do it pronto.
That boat's stuck till I get my hands on Fonda. Come on, Mike, fellas.
Okay.
Now, let's get down to business.
Yeah, let's go to work.
Well, it's about time.
What do you mean, Phyllis? Fonda left a trail a yard wide.
Too wide, Inspector.
You want to do me a favor, Inspector?
You too? What is it?
Check on that story about the sale of Porter's yacht.
Yes, Mike, I had that in mind.
Yes, Inspector?
Is Bolton back from that pirate ship?
He's waiting out, sir.
Send him in. Pick up any leads, Bolton?
Not a line. The guy just vanished.
Oh, he can't do that.
What did they tell you about Fonda?
Everybody had a good word for him. He came to town ahead of the picture crowd last Friday.
Oh? When was he on the boat?
Yesterday. They said he seemed worried about his uncle. Hadn't been able to see him.
Did he tell anybody why he wanted to see his uncle?
Nope. Seems that he didn't do much talking.
Does, Fonda smoke a pipe?
So you haven't found him, have you, Mike?
No. Why?
The pipe's a part of the description they gave me.
Mm-hmm. Left eye twitches, too.
You must know the guy.
No, just the woman he kidnapped.
Well, he can't get out of town. Must be holed up somewhere.
You searched the boat?
Yeah. Even turned up some girl pirates.
Any pirate costumes missing?
Wardrobe man says they're all there.
Well, how about the odd parts? Wigs, scarves,
I thought of that. Could be. But it'd take a week to check.
Okay, take a week, but check it.
Okay.
Hello?
That Hollywood guy's on the wire, crying.
Tell him I got a murder in my hands. The boat stays here.
Fonda's not on that boat, Inspector.
His friends are. Get back to that boat.
If I stay out there any longer, I'll turn pirate myself.
Got any ideas, Mike?
Well, I'd like to know about,
About that Porter yacht, Inspector.
Yes?
Professor sold it all right.
That satisfy you, Mike?
well, that cooks one idea anyhow.
I've got an idea, Inspector.
Let's have it, Phil.
Remember when lovely Annabelle was giving us Act 2?
Oh, let's don't be catty, Angel.
You be quiet. I know when you're getting ready to spring something.
I wish I knew as much.
All right, Smarty. Well, Mrs. Porter spoke of Jim Fonda in the past tense.
A natural reaction. Probably glad to have him out of her life.
Oh, you don't.
Just heard from the coroner's office, Inspector.
When's the inquest?
Tomorrow. Funny thing,
What's that?
Doc says Porter's been in the water 2 or 3 days.
Did you hear that, Mike?
Wow, that knocks the whole case into a cocked hat.
But Mrs. Porter said it happened last night.
Well, maybe she'll know the answer to this one.
Maybe I know the answers.
What?
Remember when we went through the staterooms in the yacht?
Yeah, you admired the beds.
Uh-huh. There were 2 in the stateroom and 1 in the guest cabin.
Yeah, they'd all been slept in.
Maybe yes, maybe no. But there was something missing.
Hey, I remember. The blankets.
Now you're cooking.
Look, this is no time for guessing games, Mike.
Let him alone. I thought he never would wake up.
1 blanket to wrap the professor in, 1 for his wife for a canoe ride.
Yeah.
That makes 2 blankets.
Where's the third one?
Maybe it was for Fonda.
You're wrong, Mike.
And about encyclopedias?
20 volumes to the set, covering everything from A to Z.
Right, Angel, right. Where's the other 8 volumes? Porter was dumped overboard with A to J.
And you think K to Z are with Fonda?
Say, anybody on the yacht with that dame?
Oh, Taylor's with a she'll keep.
Well, Fonda didn't keep very well.
Well, maybe I left her uncovered so she'd lead us to Fonda.
I've got a different slant, Inspector. The only place Annabelle will lead you is astray.
I guess we better get back to the yacht.
If you're still looking for Fonda, we'd better go. I doubt if there's anyone else there.
All right, let's go. Fonda's the lad I'm still looking for.
Then you better take along the boys with the long-handled rakes, Inspector.
We'll return to Michael Shane and his adventures in just a moment. The front wheel bearings on your automobile are made of finely machined, high-carbon steel. With proper lubrication, these bearings will last the lifetime of the car with no other attention. But notice, ladies and gentlemen, that we say, with proper lubrication. For front wheel bearings do require extra protection. They're exposed to damage from brake dust, grit, and water. In addition, they must support the heavy weight of your automobile. For these reasons, and because they're expensive and difficult to replace nowadays, front wheel bearings should be carefully and thoroughly lubricated. Your neighborhood Union Oil Minuteman knows this. That's why he takes such pains to do a thorough job of lubricating front wheel bearings. First, he washes out all the old grease and dirt with solvent. Then the bearings and races are individually cleaned until they're dry and shiny. Finally, the clean, polished bearings are replaced in the races. Then, with special equipment, every surface is snugly packed in a thick coating of Union ball roll grease, and your front wheels are all set for months of well-lubricated, easy rolling. The cost for the entire service of your front wheel bearing assembly is nominal. So for safer, easier driving, just stop in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil's front wheel bearing service. Thank you. Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday are back at the yacht. A crew with grappling hooks is just arriving. It would be Old Home Week if Mrs. Porter and Bill Taylor were there, but they've flown the coop. The inspector mutters to himself.
I hope this phone's still working. Hello, Sarge?
Yes, Inspector?
Get Cassidy on the short wave. Tell him to bring Mrs. Porter and Taylor back to the yacht.
So, you did have them tailed.
How do you think I keep my job, Mike?
Mike, Jack, you were right about the blankets, and the bags are gone, too.
Sure they're gone. Taylor told us they were moving into town.
And here's where the encyclopedia set came from.
Where is it? An empty shelf, and I never even noticed.
Say, let's go out on deck and see if they fished up anything, huh?
All right.
Hey, fellas, have you found anything?
2 tire cases and a couple of pairs of old shoes.
Well, keep on raking. Try up forward.
Okay.
It's beginning to add up, all right.
Yeah, sure it adds up. Fonda gets into town, goes to see Uncle Porter.
And tries to pick up $5,000.
No. I'm not buying the blackmail scenario.
Why, Mike?
Too well planted like the rest of the deal. Anyhow, a crook working a blackmail racket doesn't have to work as a press agent.
Okay, so Fonda goes to see Porter.
And Porter isn't in sight. Annabelle and Taylor give Fonda a cock and bull story. He gets suspicious and starts checking.
Yeah, but where?
Around the neighborhood, at the university.
And then?
Annabelle and Taylor get ideas. Maybe Fonda is the answer to a little job they've already done.
You mean Porter's murder?
You're on the beam, Inspector. My guess is Fonda stood to get a slice of the professor's estate, a big slice.
I'm beginning to like your story.
Well, wait a minute. Let me finish it. They decide to knock off Fonda, hang the Porter murder on him, and live happily ever after.
Take the whole pot, huh?
Right. So Taylor lets Fonda know that his professor uncle is on the yacht.
And when Fonda shows up Sunday night, Taylor drills him.
Hey, aren't you boys guessing a bit too far ahead?
Huh?
You've got no proof that Taylor shot Fonda. In fact, you've got no proof that Fonda's even dead.
No. But do you see what I see on that ledge?
You mean the lamp?
Yes, darling, a lamp. Where it couldn't do anybody any good.
No, it's not very ornamental.
Okay. Quit being clever. Move it.
All right. A bullet hole.
Yes, honey, a bullet hole. Not very old either.
And since no bullets were used to put the professor out of the way, and Taylor and the professor's wife are still alive...
What is it, Sarge? Another bundle, Inspector.
Well, Inspector, blanket number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the same kind of bulges as the other bundle.
Yes, Angel. Encyclopedia Britannica, volumes K to Z.
Looks like a police car.
Cassidy, you hope.
With our 2 murdering lovebirds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Cassidy, all right.
Here they are, Inspector.
Did you send for us, Inspector?
Yes, I wanted to finish our chat.
Why, what happened, Inspector?
Nothing much. We just found Fonda's body. Get out of the car, Taylor. You too, Annabelle.
Duck, guys, he's got a gun.
Get him, Faraday, get him! My gun's jammed! That got his tire.
The car's caught fire.
Yeah, come on, run for it, hurry.
They're both unconscious.
Yeah, pull him out.
Get her first. Easier that way.
Taylor's all in one piece anyway.
It's the same with the Dane. Just bumped her head.
Well, that's too bad. Mike, where are you going?
To get the robe out of the car before it's burned.
Have you gone crazy?
No. Now, here, let's throw this robe over Annabelle. Put it up over her face.
Hey, Taylor's stirring. He's coming out of it.
Good. But I can't have Annabelle awake. Maybe I better conquer her.
Let me.
Wake him up, Inspector.
Come on, you get up. Wake him up. Come on.
Where am I?
You're at the end of the road, fella.
Where's Annabelle? Mrs. Porter.
Mrs. Porter is dead.
Huh? Oh, no, she couldn't be.
Huh? Pull the blanket back, honey.
Was she dead? I mean...
I know exactly what you mean, boy. No, she talked. Talked plenty before she went. You've been out cold for 10 minutes, fella. Come on, you better talk fast.
I had nothing to do with it. Oh, I helped dispose of the bodies, yes, but she made me. She threatened my life. She acted like a madwoman. I didn't do it. I didn't.
Then who did?
Annabelle. She poisoned the professor and she shot Fonda.
He's lying. Don't believe him.
Oh, so you came too, huh?
But you said she was dead. You tricked me.
Which is nothing compared to what we're going to do to you, both of you.
Yes, we tricked you. And you accused her of murder. Now it's her turn. Where did he hide the gun?
At my apartment.
Oh, you fool. If you'd kept your mouth shut.
If you both kept your mouths shut, we'd still have caught you. Every clue that you planted, every clue that you thought would point to Fonda was a signpost leading us right to you. I don't want to talk to them anymore, Inspector. How about you?
Not me. I've had all I want. Take him away, Cassidy.
Mike, this is my apartment, remember?
Huh? Oh, yes, Angel, yes.
What are you thinking of, Mike? The redhead?
Redhead? Oh, her, no.
Oh, no. She did sort of go for it, in a mild sort of way.
Not me, honey. I knew she was a phony.
Don't give me that.
No, look, Angel, look. What do you think I am, a fool?
Yes, where blondes and redheads are concerned, yes.
Angel, from the word go, I had her tagged. She tried to identify Fonda as the guy who kidnapped her.
Well, I know it.
Well, could you picture Fonda picking her up, wrapping her in a blanket, carrying her to a canoe, and all the time striking matches to light a pipe he was smoking? Tut, Angel.
Well, then why didn't you say so before?
Just because you look so cute when you're jealous?
Jealous? What?
Angel, please, Angel, not here. The neighbors are watching.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Tom Petty and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is Ed Stevens substituting for John Lang, saying good night for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all our efforts to know that living costs are rising, and certainly the high taxes of war are cutting deeply into our incomes, so why not help yourself and your country by starting a victory garden now? Growing your own vegetables will not only make a big saving on your grocery bill, but will provide a healthy, interesting hobby. Those who have no yards of their own may be able to find space in nearby vacant lots. So wherever you live, whatever you do, serve yourself and the nation with a victory garden in 45. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Transcribe. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
If it's for me, I'm not here.
What if it's a case?
If it is, tell them no.
I will not.
Confound you, Archie. Do as I say.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Wolf's residence?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Wolf?
Yes, Mr. Wolf speaking.
Oh, I am in very much trouble. Could I see you, please, immediately?
Well, now, yes. What kind of trouble, miss?
Give me that phone, Archie.
No.
Hello?
Sorry, I had to turn the radio down too loud, you know.
May I see you right away?
Well,
I'll pay you $1,000 as a retainer fee.
Yes, indeed. I'll take the case. Come right over. The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I cannot, Mr. Wolf. I just cannot come there.
Well, where do you live?
I am staying at the Pole Hotel, room 304, and I...
Hello? Boss, that was a shot. Hello? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We've usually referred to this story as the case of room 304. The girl on the phone had a decided foreign accent. I wasn't quite able to decide what nationality she was, but it sounded like French. Anyway, there was what sounded like a shot, and then dead silence for a second or two. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Well, Archie, another woman? Bah.
Mr. Wolf, I heard a shot, and then the line clicked off.
Trouble. Women always trouble.
I said I heard a shot on the phone.
Indeed.
I'm going over to her hotel and see what goes on.
By all means, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah. Huh?
Now that I've been insulted to the tone of being called a radio...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolf, but we needed the money, and this was $1,000.
If you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my orchids, Mr. Wolf.
What about the girl, the shot?
Fascinating, isn't it? You figure it out.
Okay. I've got to get over there. Room 304, Paul Hotel. So long, boss.
Good luck, Mr. Wolf. Please phone me from time to time.
301, 302, 304. What do you know? The door's open. Oh, hello.
Who are you?
Archie Goodwin. Now it's your turn.
I'm Jay Bream, pilot for Jan Airlines.
You seen... Yeah, I guess you have. This girl's been shot.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah, dead. Real dead. What do you know about this?
I don't know anything. Say, who are you?
Looks like you're in a spot, pal. You better start digging, hadn't you?
I got here a few seconds before you did. I knocked on the door. The door was partially open, so I pushed it wide. And...
Go on.
Well, there was no answer. I couldn't see anyone, so I came in, and there she was.
You know her?
Well, yes. Why do you think I came here?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Look, what right have you got asking me all these questions? What's it to you?
Did you ever hear of Nero Wolf?
Of course, who hasn't?
Like I said before, I'm Archie Goodwin, Wolf's assistant. Now, would you rather talk, or should I call the police?
I've told you all I know.
Who is she?
Helen Rennie.
French?
I don't know. European, anyway.
Why'd you come here tonight?
I have a dinner date with her.
You mean you did have?
Yeah.
Let's turn her over. There. Got an automatic in her hand.
Yeah. I never saw it before. Hey, I wouldn't use the phone. The fingerprints.
It's okay. I'll use this handkerchief.
Who are you calling?
My boss.
Oh.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss.
Archie, I thought you were Nero Wolf. You sound very much like him.
Please, boss, be serious.
Oh, but I am?
I'm here at the girl's apartment, the one who called me. She's dead.
Beautiful?
Yes, was very beautiful.
She would be. How did it happen?
Shot. Neat round hole in her right temple. She's married and looks like she shot herself. When I turned her over, I saw a wedding ring on her finger and a .32 automatic still in her hand.
Are you alone?
No, a fellow named Jay Bream, a pilot. He was here when I arrived.
No one heard the shot?
Apparently not. No one showed up yet.
Very interesting. What do you do now, Mr. Wolf?
Should I call Inspector Kramer?
No, say nothing to anyone. Get over here at once and bring Mr. Breen, the pilot, with you. Goodbye. That's all you know about it, Mr. Breen?
That's right, Mr. Wolf. Just like I told Mr. Goodwin here.
The whole thing sounds... Hey, I just thought of something.
Pray tell, Archie.
It can't be suicide.
Oh, and why not?
How can a dead woman hang up a phone?
You finally arrived at that, Archie. Amazing. Of course she couldn't. She was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, Mr. Bream.
But I thought she committed suicide.
Please, Mr. Bream, it'll be better if you don't think. Where do you stay?
321 West 19th, apartment 5.
And your job?
I've 10 days vacation. Started yesterday.
One thing, Mr. Bream, I suggest you don't leave town. Furthermore, talk is not advisable. I strongly recommend that you adopt precautions.
Yes, sir.
Show Mr. Bream to the door, Archie.
Yes, sir. Right this way.
Good night, Mr. Wolf.
Good night.
I didn't want to tell you in front of Mr. Bream, but I found this in her purse when I sent him for a sheet to cover the body.
$1,000 check. Made out to Mr. Nero Wolf.
Well, boss?
I think it's time we phoned Inspector Kramer.
Should I?
Who else, Archie? Who else?
My apologies. I forgot how heavy that phone really is.
Archie.
Oh. Do you want me to talk to the inspector?
I'll do the talking.
Should I hold the phone for you?
You can get me some beer.
Inspector Kramer.
One moment. Here you are.
It's near a wolf, Inspector. I think you had better go over to the Paul Hotel.
Yeah, why?
I believe you'll find a dead woman there.
A dead woman? What is this, a gag, Wolf?
I'm afraid not, Inspector.
Well, how did you know about it? Have you been over there?
Telepathy, Inspector.
Mental Wolf, I'm too busy today to listen to nonsense. Telepathy. Don't give me that kind of stuff. If I find a body, I'll lock you and Goodwin up.
You watch your blood pressure, Inspector.
Never mind about my blood pressure.
One thing, Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you hold off the press for the present?
Why? What are you holding back, Wolf?
Will you stop your idiotic jabbing to what I ask?
Okay. By the way, Wolf, I suppose you know the girl's room number.
Naturally, Inspector. It is room 304. So hurry.
Oh.
Dear Inspector Kramer, he's so fond of me. Archie.
Yes, sir?
I suggest you call the bank in the morning and find the person who is handling Miss Renee's account. Try to bring all her canceled checks over here.
And what if they won't hand them over?
Then Kramer will get an order issued to do so. Simple?
Coming.
Well, where's Wolf?
Where do you think he'd be? In his big chair.
Good evening, Inspector. I expected you before this, Inspector. What kept you so long?
If I told you I had a flat tire, would you believe me? Now start giving, Wolf. What did you know about the dead girl?
Inspector Kramer, do sit down. Relax. Nervous tension is such a deadly thing.
Now listen here, Wolf.
Would you like some beer? Most soothing, you know.
Come on, what's the dope on this case?
Fill the inspector in on the details, Archie.
I was here talking to the girl over the phone. There was a shot, and then I went over to her hotel and found her the same as you did, dead on the floor. And the phone was placed back on the hook.
Come on, Wolf. There's more to this than that. Let's have it.
Really, Inspector?
Who was she?
You don't know?
I mean, what do you know about her? Now get this straight, Wolf. Please, Wolf. What's this all about? A girl's been shot. Her name is Helen Rennie. What's the dope?
Did you have a ballistics report made on the gun?
Well, not in this short time, but I will.
How did you make out your report?
Suicide, naturally.
Archie was talking to the girl on the phone at the time she was shot.
So she chooses to kill herself talking to your assistant.
Why, you big, flat-footed...
Inspector, precisely how can a dead girl hang up a phone?
Why, she,
You see, Inspector, quite impossible. And now I suggest you make out your report murder.
Murder? Wolf, tell me, why is it you're always mixed up in these cases?
That, Inspector, would be as difficult to answer as it would be to convince Archie of the danger of the female of the species.
Oh, what's the use? No one ever answers my questions. I give up.
Oh, Inspector, I do hope you will bring the girls' canceled checks tomorrow if they don't turn them over to us.
What?
The inspector is just going, Archie. Please see him to the door.
I'm not helpless.
Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
Please, boss, can't we have just a little air in here?
You've been out all the morning, isn't that enough?
Gonna get me an oxygen tank to use in here.
Did you contact the bank regarding the girl's account?
I did. I finally talked to the head of the accounting department. He told me about our personal agent here, Mr. Renfrew. He was handling all our financial affairs. Went to see Renfrew.
What did he have to say?
Very little. But he seemed very upset when he learned of her death. I didn't tell him how she died. He said Helen Rennie was here buying technical equipment for her government in Europe.
Technical equipment? What kind?
Laboratory stuff.
Did she make any definite purchases?
From the Arrow Company here in town, and Mr. Paul Morio is the head man of this Arrow Company. Mr. Renfrew, her agent, gave us quite a bit of an argument about coming over here today, said it was very irregular to show bank statements. But he finally gave in. I didn't need the inspector's help.
What time do we have the honor?
He said he'd be here at noon.
No. You know I'll be busy at that time.
Well, I didn't think you'd let...
Archie, you never do.
Your lunch will keep just this once, Mr. Wolf.
Not this once, nor any other time, Archie. You know I have lunch precisely at noon. Not after, not before. Understand?
Yeah.
I surmise you have the address of the Arrow Lab Supply Company.
Yes, sir. You want me to go have a talk with Mr. Morio who runs the place?
Sometimes, Archie, your conclusions are fantastic.
I'm leaving.
One thing more.
And?
After you return from your visit with Mr. Morio, would you be so kind as to entertain Mr. Renfrew until after my lunch? And don't stand there with the door open.
Sorry, boss. I'll go out through the coal chute. Do forgive me. Arrow Supply Company.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Morio in?
Yeah, I'm Morio.
My name's Archie Goodwin.
What can I do for you, Goodwin?
I'm Nero Wolf's assistant. You've heard of Nero Wolf?
I don't get around much. Tell me about him.
How should I answer that?
Any way you like.
Nero Wolf's a detective. Did you ever hear of a Miss Rene?
Stop shadowboxing, Mr. Goodwin. What's on your mind?
I understand you sold Miss Rene some laboratory equipment.
Is it a jail term? Now, listen, Mr. Goodwin, I have a nice, respectable business here, so what do you want? Spill it.
When'd you last see Miss Rene?
2 days ago.
Talked to her since?
Once on the phone.
What time was that?
Yesterday morning.
You called her from your office here?
No, from my hotel room. Now, look, let's quit playing cat and mouse. Why all the questions?
Miss Rene is dead.
Dead? Who did it? Now, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it?
What makes you think anyone did it?
It'd be the only reason cops would get into it.
You know, Morio, I'm beginning to wonder just how long you've been in the lab supply business. You know what a retort is? And don't tell me it's a snappy comeback.
Now, what's the matter, Goodwin? What's eating you?
Look, Morio, I came here to find out something about Helen Rene. Just what sort of equipment did you sell her?
It was heavy stuff, heavy chemical work.
Where is it?
We don't have samples, just pictures. Yeah, we ship it direct.
Oh, so the purchaser never sees what he's buying.
That's right.
Could I see what she purchased?
I'm afraid not, Goodwin. Besides, what difference would it make?
Did Miss Rene see what she bought?
No, I already explained that. Now, I'm busy, Goodwin, so if you don't mind...
Okay, I'll run along. Good afternoon, Mr. Morio. I'm sure we'll meet again. Soon.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss.
Yes, Archie?
Just left the Arrow Lab Supply Company, and as far as I'm concerned, something's rotten in Denmark.
Indeed.
This guy Morio, who runs the company, doesn't sound like a legitimate lab supply man. I think he's running some kind of a racket.
What makes you believe that, Archie?
Just not the type to be in a legit business. Things just don't jive. And she didn't see what she bought.
You believe, then, that he would have reason to want Miss Rene out of the way?
Yeah. Guy made me see red. I wanted to take a poke at him.
Archie, you're an idiotic hothead.
He said it was all heavy lab stuff she bought, and it was too late for me to see it.
Forget it now. Get over here as soon as you can.
Immediately?
Immediately. Have you forgotten you have an appointment with Mr. Renfrew at noon? Goodbye.
Coming.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Renfrew. Well, who's this? My goodness, come in.
Yes. Come in, my dear.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin, I brought my secretary along. I hope you don't mind.
Mine? Why, Mr. Renfrew, how could anyone object?
Mr. Goodwin, Miss Bennett.
Hello, Miss Bennett. First name?
Jean. Do you always use this approach, Mr. Goodwin?
Only at noontime, and my name's Archie. Well, this is a happy surprise. Please sit down, Jean. Allow me.
Thank you.
Well.
Wasn't it Mr. Renfrew you wanted to see?
Yes. Mr. Wolf will be down shortly, Mr. Renfrew. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Is something wrong, Mr. Goodwin?
Not a thing, Miss Bennett. Not from where I sit.
Don't believe a word he says, miss. His judgment concerning women is not to be trusted.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You're so kind. Mr. Wolf, Miss Bennett.
How do you do?
Mr. Wolf?
Mr. Renfrew, I presume.
Yes?
Now we can get down to business at hand, Mr. Renfrew.
Yes, by all means. I don't understand why we couldn't have discussed this on the phone, Mr. Wolf. The whole thing is highly irregular. Of course, I know you're trying to do your duty, but...
I prefer not to discuss the dead girl's business affairs on the phone, Mr. Renfrew. You should appreciate that.
Yes, I see. Now, what is it you wish to know?
How long have you known Helen Rene?
About a month.
When's the last time you talked to her?
Yesterday.
What time?
Why, about 2:30. I called her from my room. She was here on government business.
You brought the canceled checks?
Here you are, Mr. Wolf.
Quite sizable amounts, Mr. Renfrew. Very interesting indeed.
Yes? You see, Miss Renee made some very large purchases, Mr. Wolf, and of course they were all quite legitimate.
Would you mind if I kept these checks overnight?
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Renfrew. By the way, was Miss Rennie right or left-handed?
Why, left-handed, Mr. Wolf. Why?
Just inquisitive. Now, if you would excuse me, Miss Bennett, Mr. Renfrew, I have a very urgent appointment.
Well, if I can be of any more service, don't hesitate to call on me, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, dear. Poor Miss Renee. I hope the person who did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly.
Indeed.
I must run along now.
Yes, this way. Must you go too, Miss Bennett?
Good day, Mr. Wolf.
I must, and good day.
See you soon, Miss Bennett. Well, boss, what do you think? Isn't she a beauty?
I'm sure I'm not a fair judge, Archie. Do you happen to know where the Morio warehouse is?
Why, yes. It's at the other end of town near the river. Oh, no, not again.
9 o'clock tonight.
Okay. I suppose you want me to take a gander at what's in the warehouse, break in like a burglar?
Archie, if your mind were free of women, I do believe you could reach phenomenal heights in this your chosen profession.
Nothing around here but a bunch of old tubes and glassware. I hope Wolf knows what he's doing. I don't.
All right. Stand where you are and reach.
What's it?
Flip the lights on, Joe. That's better. Now, sing up and tell me what you're doing here.
I beg your pardon. I'm a little deaf. I couldn't hear you.
I said, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ellen. I was supposed to meet her here.
Make sense, will you?
You think I can?
What's the matter, Mac? Visitors?
And this bird refuses to talk.
Well, then knock it out of.
You two talk it over. Don't bother telling me how it comes out.
Hey, wait a minute, you. You ain't leaving.
All right, you win. This night is just full of surprises.
Ain't it? Let's see what you're talking.
Hey, who do you think you're shoving around?
Just full of questions, ain't you?
You know, someday you're going to end up by getting into trouble. It's illegal to push people around.
I guess you better understand.
Hey, are you kidding?
Get the point? Now, get up. Now, talk.
Why, you...
You still want to play, huh?
He's out like a light, Mac. What are you going to do with him?
You won't do any more snooping around here.
You know something, Mac? You got an awful disposition. I'm actually scared of you. You're that mean.
Yeah. Now, dump him outside.
Hey, boss. It's me, Archie, remember?
Archie, these interruptions are detestable. Can't you see I'm busy? Is that you, Archie?
I've been busy, too, boss. Look at my face. I had an accident.
From your appearance, I'd say that someone else had been busier. All right, Mr. Goodwin, as long as you insist upon interrupting my meditation, start at the beginning.
Mr. Wolf, I arrived at the warehouse. I went inside. I saw a lot of packing cases and a bunch of old glassware, worn-out junk. 2 men jumped me. I came to lying in the alley. I staggered to a cab and made it home. End of story.
Archie, your repertoire of words is most astonishing. And your description of Morrill's warehouse is without doubt most enlightening.
I thought you'd like it.
And now, Archie, I suggest you get Fritz to give you a piece of beefsteak for that eye of yours.
And after that?
I've arranged a gathering for 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Then I shall repair to my bed to suffer in silence.
You should be more careful on these nefarious expeditions. You might get hurt sometime.
Yes, I've been a careless fellow, Mr. Wolf. Good night.
Good night, Archie. Pleasant dreams.
Mr. Wolf, I'm glad you called me early. I was just about to leave town for a couple of days. What is this conference about?
Not at this time, sir, if you please.
I'm glad you could come along, Miss Bennett.
I'll be happy to assist in any way I can, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie?
Right. Well, good evening, Mr. Morio. I knew we'd meet again.
It's no fault of mine, Goodwin.
Please come in. Come in, Mr. Morio. You don't want to keep the rest of the guests waiting.
What do you want with me?
Why what? Nothing. Mr. Wolf, this is Mr. Morio.
Sit down, sir. Take the red leather chair.
For special guests, Mr. Morio.
Yeah? Now, gentlemen, you're probably wondering why I asked you here. Naturally, you know it has to do with the death of Helen Renee. Mr. Morio, I understand you and Miss Renee had some business transactions that involved quite a sum. That she purchased laboratory equipment.
That's right.
Archie told me that your warehouse contained nothing but second-hand junk. It was a shame, Mr. Morio, that this shipment was delayed by a shipping shortage. Otherwise, you might have gotten away with it.
Is this why you called me over here?
It is immaterial to the case at hand. Actually, I'm only interested in Helen Renee's murder.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I did it?
Didn't you?
No. Mr. Wolf, I admit everything you said about the equipment. But I've had no part in any murder.
I see. Mr. Bree, you're a pilot of Wallflower. If you had shot the girl and wanted it to look like suicide, in which hand would you put the gun?
Why, her right hand.
Indeed. Where did you first meet Miss Renee?
Boarding the plane at Orlyfield, Europe.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Renfrew.
Now, look here, Wolf. This has gone too far. I won't be put through any third degree. So if you'll excuse me, I have to get to the dip.
Sit down, Renfrew.
Well,
Mr. Renfrew, I'm astonished that anyone would be as amateurish as they were in this case.
I don't understand.
Could it be that you killed Miss Renee and attempted to make it look like suicide because she was about to tell me that through forgeries her bank account was $50,000 short?
Well, what reason would I have to kill her?
You told me yourself you phoned Miss Renee from your hotel the day she died. Yet there was no outgoing calls charged to your account.
Oh, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
She suddenly became suspicious of you. And you are probably the only person here who knew that she was left-handed.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
She was shot through the right temple, Mr. Renfrew, while talking on the telephone. With a gun in her left hand, wouldn't it be awkward for her to twist her arm around her face and shoot herself? In your excitement, you forgot you had shot her in the right temple.
And what else do you know, Mr. Wolf?
That you once worked in Europe where you met Miss Renee, arranged to represent her in this country. Only you would know how much she had in the account here.
I've heard enough of this nonsense.
Yesterday, you made a statement. Quote, I hope whoever did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly. Only the police, and Archie and I knew Miss Renee had not died naturally. How did you know that? Unless you are the murderer.
Don't make a move, any of you. I was forced to eliminate her. She accidentally learned about the shortage, and she became most unreasonable about it. Phoned you about it.
Oh, dear me. So utterly weary of these melodramatics. Put up that gun.
I've spent 15 years sweating, trying to get enough money to live the way that I want. And now I have it, and neither you nor anybody is going to take it away from me. I'll kill anyone who tries to follow me out of this house. Oh, no, Mr. Wolf. Stand back.
Mr. Renfrew, don't, please.
I will take that gun from you and...
Stop it, Renfrew. What the...
Well, Inspector, you certainly arrived at the proper time, even if you are late.
What do you mean, late? I've been standing out there listening to Renfrew for 5 minutes.
Boy, that's too close. Glad he missed you, Inspector.
Well, good night, Mr. Wolf.
Not so fast, Mr. Morio.
I suggest you hold Mr. Morio here for swindling Miss Rennie and her government. And, Archie.
Yes, sir?
Do you know how to care for a person who has fainted?
I certainly do.
Then look behind you. Your pretty Miss Bennett has collapsed.
I'll get it. Hello?
Is this Miss Jean Bennett?
Yes.
Is Archie Goodwin there?
Well, yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Archie.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
No one knows I'm here. Hello?
I thought I'd find you there, Archie.
How'd you know I was here?
I figured that by the skill you expressed on reviving a patient from a deep faint. Archie, on the way home, I want you to stop at the delicatessen and pick up the following things. Ham, beer, cheese, olives.
My boss.
How do you know you were here?
Pure deduction. That's why he's called the world's greatest detective.
Really?
Come here.
Yes. Archie, you shouldn't have... Oh. Archie.
Archie, you listening to me? Oh, well, guess you didn't hear a word of it. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Virgil Reimer was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Lucille Alex, Val Brown, Bill Johnstone, Hal Gerard, Betty Lou Gerson, Vic Rodman, and Ed Daly. This is Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Just listen to the stars on this Sunday's big show. Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Milton Berle, and Gordon MacRae. Plus Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Your MC on the big show, of course, is the glamorous Tallulah, and you're invited. And on Theater Guild on the Air this Sunday, you'll hear the comedy The Man in Possession, starring Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer. Don't forget, hear Ethel Merman on the big show Sunday on NBC.
Hey, Bill, when I get rich, you know what I'm going to do? What? I'm going to buy a motorboat just like this. That's what I'm going to do.
You're a piker, Joe. When I get rich, I'm going to buy a lake like this. If you're a good guy, maybe I'll let you use my lake for your motorboat. Still no sign of that party you're trying to find yet?
Yeah, not yet.
Say, what's the story on this thing we're on? They didn't tell me anything at headquarters except to meet you up here and take orders from you.
Well, we got a tip from some citizen that he saw something dumped in the lake. So we got to find it. And, hey, I think we did.
Huh?
And look over there.
That's it, all right, Joe. Nice work. Here, I'll kill the engines. Any idea who it is?
Yeah, some mug, probably. Got in bad with his boss or his mob and was invited to take a bath the hard way. Yeah, lean over with me. Help me drag him aboard.
Right. It's a fine job for 2 cops. Oh, well, it's better than directing traffic. I'll grab his legs. Get a grip on his coat.
Right. You ready?
Check.
All right, here goes. There you go. All right, that's it. Rest it on the deck, Bill. That's the idea.
That's that. Hey, recognize the guy, Joe?
No, he's no local hood, I can tell you that. Lapel in his coat hasn't been touched. I guess whoever knocked him off don't care if we are able to identify him.
Guess not. Anything else in his clothes?
Yeah, this wallet. No dough. Take a look at his identification card.
Name, Walter Peters. Address, Harrison Hotel. In case of accident, notify... Hey, do you see what I see?
I think so. Well, it's a good thing this was a waterproof wallet, or maybe it was a bad thing. Depends on what Inspector Faraday says when he sees what we're looking at.
You got something there. How do you like that? In case of accident, notify Boston Blackie.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, what do you mean you don't know the dead guy? Wasn't your name in his wallet? Didn't you see it?
In case of accident, notify Boston, Blackie.
I saw it, Faraday, and I read it for you so that you'd know what it says. But I still don't know Peters. I never saw him in my life.
Wait a minute. You're holding something back, Blackie.
Yes, my temper. Now, excuse me, Inspector. I have a date with Mary. She's much prettier than you. Her apartment is much nicer than the morgue here, so I really must run along. You stay here if you like. Talk to Peter's body. Your mind and his have a great deal in common.
Blackie, we fished Peter's body out of the lake this morning.
Congratulations. What'd you use for bait?
Ha.
Skip it.
I'm sorry I got you down here. But after your name was on that card, I thought you might help us find out what racket this guy was in.
You thought. That's where you made your first mistake.
Inspector Faraday. Yeah, Joe, what is it?
We just had the police laboratory go over the clothes we took off that dead guy Peters.
So?
So nothing. Except that we found they were hand-tailored, good material, and were soaked with salt water.
After you dragged them out of a lake, what did you expect? They'd be soaked with kerosene?
No, I just thought I'd tell you, that's all.
You see what I'm up against, Blackie. I get no help at all from anybody.
I wouldn't say that. Salt water, you said, Joe?
That's right, Blackie.
And the body was fished out of a lake?
Hey, that's right. Lakes don't have salt water in them.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh.
You know, Faraday, this is getting interesting. That guy must have been drowned twice. But why?
Why, he asked me. How do I know why? I don't even know why he was drowned once.
Oh, Blackie, the next time I come to pick you up at your apartment, I'm just not going to do it.
You're not making any more sense than Faraday generally does, Mary. The next time you come to pick me up, you're not going to... What kind of talk is that?
You know just exactly what I mean. Aren't we ready to go yet?
Patience, my dear, patience. The show doesn't go on for an hour, and I get bored sitting in my seat reading theater programs.
Well, you could talk to me, you know.
Well, isn't that what I'm doing now? It's so much more comfortable here. You know, I haven't...
Now, I know why I wanted to leave here, Blackie. That's either somebody who needs your help and wants it, or Faraday who needs your help but never wants it. Let's not answer the door.
Aren't you at all curious, Mary?
Oh, yes, I am. I'm dying to see how the play we're going to starts.
Well, suppose that is somebody who needs help at the door. I wouldn't feel right about not answering.
Oh, golly, I guess I wouldn't either. I'll go.
Thanks, Mary. I knew you'd feel that way.
Maybe it's only the boy with the papers. No, nothing that good could happen to me. Yes?
Blackie here?
Yes.
Please come in. I'm Boston Blackie.
Thanks. Hi, Blackie. I'm Bess.
Bess?
That's right. I run a tugboat down at the waterfront. Who's this?
I'm Mary, and I'm pleased to meet you.
Is there something I can do for you, Bess?
Yeah. Get rid of this dame so you and I can talk.
Blackie, did you hear that?
People on the next block could hear that. Miss Wesley is a friend of mine, Bess. Anything you want to say to me, she can hear.
Okay. Blackie, you ever hear of a guy named Walter Peters?
Not that I can... Oh, yes, I did. That name belongs to the body the cops fished out of the lake today. It's down at the morgue now.
That's the guy, all right. Like to know what the score is about his getting knocked off?
Yes.
Well, it's nothing to nothing. The cops have got a corpse that means nothing to them, and maybe I can put you next to a murder that means nothing to me, but does to you.
In that case, why not tell me about it, Bess?
Why not find out for yourself? If you're as smart as you're supposed to be, you won't have any trouble.
What am I supposed to do?
Be aboard my tug, the Alamo, first thing in the morning. You're on your own from there in.
Sounds like you're building a mystery for no reason, but I'll be there.
I thought you would. So long.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bess. Be aboard her tug tomorrow morning. Mary, I wonder what that means.
Well, for one thing, that means you'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to find out.
You didn't mind leaving that Mary Wesley friend of yours on shore, did you, Blackie?
I wouldn't say that exactly, Bess, but Mary isn't much of a sailor, and she didn't mind. Now, suppose you give me a hint as to why you wanted me on board this morning.
Figure that out for yourself. I got trouble enough handling the wheel on this tug. Hey, I want you to take a look at my crew, Blackie. A one-man crew. Hey, Daddy!
Yeah, Bess?
Come on, sit a minute, will you?
Hold everything. I'll be up.
You want me to take a look at your crew, and Danny's your crew, right, Bess?
You don't know how right.
Well, Bess, what is it? What's up? Say, who's this guy?
Never mind. Just a paying passenger, that's who he is. I'm heading for my supplies this afternoon. How's the coal?
We could use some.
That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. That's all, Danny.
Okay. I'll be in the galley if you want anything.
Well, Blackie,
I don't believe it. I saw that guy dead in the morgue only this morning. He's Walter Peters.
glad you came aboard, pal.
I'll know in a minute after I talk to him.
That's where you're wrong. You ain't gonna talk to him. Oh, the traffic's worse in this harbor than at 6th Avenue. Get out of that barge! Out of the way, you!
Say, did you say I'm not going to talk to him?
That's what I said. You see, this ain't as simple as it seems.
Oh, what makes you think it seems simple? And, Bess, I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to talk to that guy right now.
Blackie, come back here. Oh, if I didn't have to handle this wheel, I'd make you come back.
You're big enough to have a good chance of doing it, too, Bess. But I've got to find out what this is all about. Hey, you! You down there in the galley.
Yeah? You wanted to see me?
I most certainly did, and do. Look, who are you?
Who wants to know?
I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, you're Blackie, huh?
That's right, and I think you're Walter Peters, only Peters is dead. I saw him in the morgue myself. Now, what goes on here?
I can't tell you on account of Bess, but... Look, Blackie, I'll meet you later. Keep your shirt on. I'll be in your apartment at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Blackie, either get out of my office or start walking up and down. You're getting me dizzy.
What's your excuse when I'm not here? Now, listen, Faraday.
You listen. I'm getting a call from the FBI any second. They think they've got a lead on who Walter Peters was.
What I want to tell you is that Walter Peters wasn't anything. He is. I saw him an hour ago on a tug.
Walking up and down is making you dizzy, too.
Faraday, I tell you, I saw him on a tugboat. I talked to him. He wouldn't crack on the tug, but he said that he'd meet me in my apartment at 4 o'clock.
If Walter Peters comes up to your apartment at 4 o'clock, there'll be 4 guys carrying him. That's probably the FBI. Hold everything. Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Jameson, Harbor Squad.
Yeah, Jameson.
What happened to Walter Peters' body?
What happened to Walter Peters' body? Well, it's in the morgue. That's what happened to it.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm calling from the morgue now. The guy in charge ain't here, and neither is Peters' body.
What?
Just thought you might know something about it. So long, Inspector.
Blackie, Peters...
I know, I heard. Well, pal, what goes on from here in? You still think I didn't see Peters?
Oh, this is all I need. First, a guy is fished out of a lake, only his clothes have salt water in them. So he's been drowned twice.
Listen.
Now it turns out Walter Peters is alive.
Now, take it easy.
No, it can't be. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Blackie, get out of here. Walter Faraday speaking.
Jones, the FBI, Faraday. We've finished checking on that Walter Peters for you. We know who he was.
Oh.
One of the cleverest smugglers we ever ran across. Customs never could get anything on him. They examined him and his luggage with a microscope, but he kept bringing in thousands of dollars worth of jewels every trip he took.
I can believe it. The guy is a miracle man.
Oh, what do you mean, Inspector?
How would you expect me to know? Thanks, Jones. So long.
So Peters is a smuggler, eh, Faraday? And apparently somebody tried to knock him off, but he beat the rap somehow and is hiding on Bess's tugboat. Well, that makes sense.
Oh, it does it? Nothing makes sense on this case, including you. Blackie, how come your name was on Peters' identification card?
Are we back to that in case of accident notify Boston Blackie thing again?
We sure are. Maybe you were working with this Peters. Maybe you were in the smuggling thing. He crossed you. You knocked him off.
Oh.
He had your name on his card so that we'd have a lead to his killer. And you're telling me all this bunk about talking to a dead man just to throw me off.
Faraday?
I know. It's ridiculous. But it shows I'm thinking. Blackie, what could have happened to the morgue keeper and Peters' body?
I haven't the slightest idea, unless Peters wasn't dead, and I did talk to him on board Bess's tug.
How are we going to find out? That's what bothers me.
I guess we're going to have to wait until 4 o'clock this afternoon when that guy I met on the tug is due at my apartment. Well, before that, maybe I can do something about it, though.
Yeah? What?
I've got an idea that tug will be able to pull me out of this situation.
And now back to Boston Blackie. The body of Walter Peters, smuggler, is fished out of a lake by police. And Boston Blackie is drawn into the case when his name is found on Peters' identification card. Later, Blackie is certain he talks to Peters aboard a tug owned by a gal named Bess, even though Peters is apparently dead. When Peter's body is found missing from the morgue, Blackie is confused, but he knows he has an appointment with the man he met on the tug. With several hours to spare, Blackie and Mary are en route to the tug once more and stop off at the morgue first.
You'd better wait out here, Mary. I'll go into the morgue myself. It won't be a minute.
Oh, Blackie, I don't care how long you take, as long as I'm waiting outside. There is something about a morgue that, well...
Most of the people inside don't seem to mind. Be right with you.
Okay with me.
Oh, hello, Jameson. You on duty here?
Hi, Blackie. I'm still in the harbor squad, just trying to get a lead on the Peters murder.
Oh. Listen, I was in Faraday's office when you called in to say that the morgue keeper and Walter Peters' body were missing.
Oh, that. Well, they're not missing anymore.
Say that again slower this time.
They're not missing anymore. The morgue attendant had gone out for coffee before I got here. When he came back, he told me where he was and what happened to Peter's body.
What did happen to it?
Well, it was claimed a relative of his, a big gal named Bess something or other, came in for it and took it with her.
Well, that clears that up. Or does it?
Huh?
Never mind. I can't very well explain something to you that I don't know the answer to myself. Thanks, Jameson. Nice seeing you.
Right, Blackie. Sorry you can't stay till something breaks on the Peters case. I got nobody to talk to in here.
You got plenty of people to talk to, only nobody can answer you. So long.
Well, that was fast, Blackie.
Yes, it was. I'm glad I stopped by. I've got some information, even if I don't know what it means. Let's see, if it's 2 o'clock now, I have until 4 to keep my appointment. We're going down to the waterfront, Mary.
Are we? What for, to get a lead on the Peters case?
That's right. If Peters is really dead, I want to know who killed him. If he's alive, I want to know what's going on. And I have an idea one person can give me all that information. A girl named Bess.
Faraday.
Faraday, this is Blackie.
Blackie, go away, far away. We'll play a game. You get lost, and nobody will look for you. Blackie, don't bother me.
Kid, if you think you've been bothered before, listen to this. Bess is missing.
Bess?
The gal I told you about. The one that owns that tug. Not only is she missing, but the tug is gone, too.
Neither of them are here in my office. Why bother me?
She's the key to this whole case, Faraday. I'm down at the waterfront now. Nobody has seen her or the tug since this morning. Now, I want you to call out the harbor squad and try to find out what happened to her.
But she's the gal who called for Peter's body at the morgue, isn't she?
That's right.
Well, what's making you so sure she's the key to this case?
Well, I've just figured out something. Peters was a smuggler. She ran a tug. This thing's beginning to make sense.
Not to me.
It's making sense, not miracles.
Yeah.
Maybe she and Peters were a team. Don't ask me about the rest of the story. I don't know it yet. But I've got to get back to my apartment to meet the guy that I think is Peters. And I want you to look for Bess.
I'll get down to the harbor right away. Blackie, why is it that as soon as you're mixed up in something, all of a sudden everything is mixed up? Bill, Joe?
Yes, Inspector?
Make sure you don't overlook a thing. Even if you think it's only a log, you see, yell and we'll stop this launch.
Right, Inspector Faraday. That tug is still afloat anywhere. We'll find it.
I don't care if we find the tug. I want to find that gal, Bess. What time is it?
3:30.
In half an hour, Blackie's got a date with a guy he thinks is Peters. And if it turns out to be Peters, you'll be searching for another body. Mine.
This thing is getting me a little wacky, too, Inspector. I don't
Hey, Inspector! There's a body in the water, swimming, on the port side.
Where's that, Bill?
That's the left, Inspector.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. Hey, that's right. There is somebody in the water. It's a dame. Head over that way, Joe.
I'm heading toward her.
She's alive, that's something. Careful, Joe. Don't run her down.
Don't worry.
Whoa, she's a big gal. Better lean over the side with me, Bill. Come
Yeah.
on, Joe. You help us, too. Come on.
Okay, Inspector.
Okay, now. Reach down and help her up. She looks all in. Hey, lady, let's have your hand. That's it. Get ready to grab her other hand, Bill.
Okay.
Joe and I'll pull.
Okay.
Ready?
Right, Inspector.
There you go.
She's really all in, and no kidding, Inspector.
So am I. Put her on the deck. Yeah, that's the idea. She must be conscious, or she couldn't have been swimming.
I'm conscious. All right. You Faraday?
Yeah?
I'm Beth. I got a tugboat. I used to have a tugboat. working out of the harbor. A guy wrecked it, tried to drown me.
We'll get him, Bess. You just lie here and relax. Bill, get some hot coffee and blankets.
Right, Inspector.
So somebody tried to drown you, huh, Bess? Probably somebody who wanted to stop you from telling us who killed Walter Peters. Who was it tried to knock you off, Bess?
Who was it?
Yeah.
It was Walter Peters.
What time is it, Mary?
20 after 4. Hasn't changed more than a minute since the last time you asked me, Blackie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 20 after 4. That guy isn't going to show, no question about that.
We're on everybody's hate parade today, aren't we? Faraday hasn't even called back.
Well, maybe his harbor police haven't found any trace of Bess's tugboat, and he hasn't got anything to tell me about. Faraday's a good cop. If that tugboat is still afloat, he'll find it.
What did he say when you phoned him and told him Bess was missing?
That kind of talk isn't meant for your ears, lady.
Oh, okay.
What time is it?
Oh, Blackie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mary, how do you figure this case? You should have a theory about it. It's so completely wacky, I can't find anything to hold on to.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have a theory. You know,
Oh, maybe that's the guy I had the appointment with. Don't go away, Mary.
Don't worry, I won't.
Hello.
Blackie, this is me. That guy show up?
Not yet, Faraday. Why?
Why? I'll tell you why. Because he isn't going to show up. We just fished your friend Bess out of the harbor.
What?
Tried to drown her, she says. Only I don't believe it.
What do you believe?
I think Bess killed whoever it was that was supposed to meet you. You told me yourself she didn't want you to talk to him. She knocked him off, then faked this swimming business so it would look like he tried to kill her.
You say Bess is safe?
She's in the Willis Hospital. Claims she's suffering from shock, but she's faking. You want to see her?
You bet I do. I think you've got this thing all lopsided, pal, and I'm going to straighten out that case and you at the same time.
This is the room, Blackie. Bess is in there.
Thanks, pal. You're a pal. Come on in.
Yeah.
Hello, Bess.
Hi, Blackie. Glad you're here.
I'm glad somebody is. Blackie, this dame is trying to tell me that Walter Peters tried to drown her just now. Doesn't she know we know he's dead?
Wait a minute, Faraday. Danny Peters is dead. Walter Peters tried to kill me.
Now, that's really wonderful. As if I understood what you were saying.
I can tell you, Faraday. Danny and Walter Peters were twins, right, Bess?
That's right.
They had a smuggling racket going. Danny Peters would get his luggage examined at the customs, get it okayed, disappear for a moment, and Walter Peters would take his place going through the gate, his luggage all fixed up with counterfeit seals.
Good figuring, Blackie. That's how it was done. Walter would walk out with a load of smuggled stuff, and Danny would hide on board the ship until night, when I'd come and take him off in my tug.
Okay. That explains their racket. But whose body did we find in the lake?
Danny Peters' body. Walter killed him and put his own wallet in Danny's pocket so to be found. They had a quarrel. Walter hid out on my tugboat, and I was afraid to say anything to anybody because he threatened to kill me, too.
So it was Walter I talked to on board your tug?
That's right. Oh, I just wanted you to see him, not talk to him. I knew you'd find a way of putting this thing together once you got a look at Walter, Blackie. Only you talked to him. He knew what I was up to, and so he tried to drown me.
Where is he now?
Probably at a little joint near the harbor. Nellie's place.
Nellie's place, eh? That's all I want to know. Hello, Peters.
Oh, it's you, Blackie. Sorry I couldn't get to keep that appointment at your apartment.
I'm not. If you'd come up there, you'd probably have filled me with a pack of lies and got me even more confused. Trying to knock off Bess gave your hand away, but good.
Bess is alive?
And kicking. Kicking all over police headquarters. My friend Faraday wanted to send some cops down to pick you up, but after all the trouble you gave me, I figured I'm entitled to the fun of bringing you in.
You call it fun, eh? What do you call this?
I call that a sucker punch, leading with your right. Here, lad, learn a lesson. And here's a little homework to practice on. Anybody feel the need of any higher education? Smart boys. couple of you help me drag him out of here and into my car. Mr. Peters seems to have petered out.
Blackie, about the only thing in this case I don't understand is why Danny Peters' body was drowned in salt water first and then dumped in a lake.
Well, I coaxed his killer to tell me, Mary. There was a fight on the barge. Walter knocked Danny overboard, and when Bess fished him out, he was dead. Walter wanted that body as far from the harbor as possible, so he carted it to the lake and tossed it in.
Oh, well, there's one more thing I just thought of. How come your name was on the identification card found on that body?
Well, that was to make sure that Faraday was called in on the case so that when the body was found, headquarters in the city would list Walter Peters as dead. Walter knew that my name would bring Faraday on the run. That's why he put the name on his identification card and put it in his brother's pocket.
All of a sudden, I think of more questions. Here's one more. Why did Bess claim the body of the dead man from the morgue?
Well, Walter made her do it, I guess. He was getting a little panicky and didn't want that body around for fear that there was something on it that might lead to him. He hadn't realized the salt water clue we found right away would tip us off that something was screwy. Now, are there any more questions?
No more questions.
That's good. Say, I was just thinking of something. You know, this business of brother killing brother goes all the way back to the Bible.
Yes, I know it does. Cain and Abel.
That's right. And Walter Peters tried to emulate Cain and get away with killing his brother. Only he wasn't able.
Oh, Blackie. Oh.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, a corpse to fit every pocketbook.
Rick?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. Let me sit down. Oh.
Rick, what's the matter? You sounded like your arches just broke.
You got the right idea, baby. Oh, but your geography is cockeyed.
Are you really hurt, Rick?
Now, believe it or not, I was trampled by a herd of horses.
Oh, Rick, you idiot. Now tell me what did happen.
Okay, one horse. He ruined me for life.
You went horseback riding? Oh, I don't believe it.
Yeah, want to see my bull eggs?
You actually did. Uh-oh. Took a girl to get you to ride a horse. But it was some slinky blonde.
No, baby, it was a Palomino. And look, let's get off horses. I've had enough to last me. What's with the early call?
Early? Rick, did you just get in? It's after 11.
I was dreaming of you, baby. You wouldn't have wanted me to stop just to get into the office.
It's probably a whole harem.
Helen, you got to stop that peeking.
You read the morning papers?
They come out in the morning?
Now, you stop that. Did you read them?
Well, didn't have a bet down. Why? You on the society page again?
Oh, much more exciting than that. The police commissioner's house was robbed of $50,000 worth of diamonds last night, and his gardener was murdered.
What?
I thought that would fetch you. Better get a paper. The commissioner's statement's written in blood.
Yeah. And if things don't wind up fast, tomorrow's statement will be in Walt Levinson's blood. It'll be his case.
Now, you stay out of it, Rick. This thief cuts throats.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Are you, Rick? Well, come over tonight, and I'll frighten you at close range. Say 8.
I'll practice my knee knocking so I'll be in good form.
And stay in. No nightclubs.
At the sound of the castanets, Francis can open the door. It'll be me and my knees. See you tonight, baby. Bye.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Just like it says on the door. Come in and close it gently. My Japanese beetle's still asleep.
Asleep?
He's got a better union. Sit down, Mr.
Burton, Phineas Burton.
What can I do for you, Mr. Burton?
Well, I want to hire you if it's agreeable.
Well, for $100 a day in expenses, I'm pretty agreeable.
Well, that's fine. I have a package I want you to deliver to a party in Philadelphia.
You can get a messenger for $5, or if you're hard up, a carrier pigeon for a handful of popcorn. Why a detective?
Well, I'm perfectly capable of judging for myself what I need, Mr. Diamond. Now, here's $300. There will be $200 more for you after you make safe delivery of the package.
Why?
Well, why?
3-letter word meaning why you want to pay me for 5 days when the trip to Philly and back can be done in a few hours.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I simply want you to drop everything else and take this job immediately. And that is my reason for the added payment.
Oh, all right. I'll take your money. Just as soon as you tell me what's in the package, who it goes to, and why it's so important that I take it personally.
I can't tell you that.
Okay, it's your problem. Now, where did I leave my soap chips?
Do you have to know?
Of course. How can I do any washing without soap?
I mean about this package.
Oh, no. I can recommend another agency who will do it for $25 and no questions.
Oh, very well. Mr. Elliott will meet you at the Philadelphia Station Information Desk at 2 o'clock today. I will wire him your description, and he will make the contact. As for the package, it contains some very valuable papers, which Mr. Elliott is afraid his wife will try to intercept.
I see.
He commissioned me to find the best man I could to bring the package to him.
Oh, you must have read my ad.
You'll have to leave immediately. Mr. Elliott is very anxious to get the package. You call me at the Astor when you return, and I'll send over the rest of the money. Good day.
It may be at that.
What?
Forget it. Burton left the package on my desk with the money. He was a thin guy, had a funny pot that made him look as if he'd swallowed a basketball. He pushed it out the door and waddled after it. When a guy insists on throwing money in my lap, I get suspicious. And when I remembered the robbery of the night before, I got that lousy feeling again. Now, paragraph 4, section B, rule A of the Detective's Code of Ethics says, quote, upon receiving money to deliver package, detective must never open same. It is unethical. Yeah, who's ethical? Well, surprise. No wonder basketball had been nervous. At the bottom of the box were 5 pretty little diamonds. About 10 grand worth at a guess. Of course, it may have been that Burton thought diamonds should belong to Diamond, but my bet was on a frame-up. A frame that cost the real heisters 10 grand out of 50. But was aimed to get them a nice picture to fit the frame. Me. Yeah?
Is this Mr. Diamond?
Oh, hello, Burton. Something on your mind?
Oh, I happened to be in the store across the street, and I noticed you hadn't left yet. You will leave right away, won't you?
Just as soon as I arrange things, Phineas.
Well, remember, it takes an hour and a half to get to Philadelphia. I don't want you to be late.
I'll bet you don't.
It was just to make sure. You understand.
Oh, yes. I understand. You can dribble your basketball home now.
I beg your pardon.
Skipper. Bye. Burton's call ended nearly all doubts. I was being framed all right, and the trap required my leaving for Penn Station right away. I dropped the diamonds into what was left of a quart of milk I had for lunch the day before, put the bottle on the floor by the wastebasket. Then I took the package, rewrapped it, and went out to hail a cab. I made one stop at a toy shop, then headed for Penn Station. As I entered, I saw a pair of familiar figures.
Rick. Okay, what's the gag? I got the tip, but even you wouldn't joke about this case.
Now, Walt, I might joke about mass murder, but never about the commissioner being robbed. Is he making speeches yet?
Yeah, that's okay, Shamus. This is one time when you're one diamond too many.
Why, Otis, you're becoming a wit.
Why not?
You're halfway there.
Oh, Lieutenant, he's picking on me again.
You deserve it, Otis. Now shut up. Rick, I know the tip was phony, but the commissioner was there when it came in. I had to act on it.
Tip? Well, don't be smug. I've got one, too. A fifth at Hialeah.
Now, don't start that. It was a tip that you were taking the commissioner's diamonds out of town.
Oh, now, Walt.
And don't now Walt me. I said I knew the tip was phony, but with the commissioner taking scouts all down the line, I didn't want to...
No. Don't apologize, Walt. I know. Come on, Sergeant. Show me a good frisk, and I'll recommend you to all my criminal friends.
Oh. Yeah, he's clean, Lieutenant.
Now, Rick, let's see that package, and then you can go.
This? Oh, no, I can't. It's secret.
Don't play games, Rick, please.
Oh, all right, but it's going to spoil my surprise.
Well, okay. Give me your word it's got nothing to do with this case, and I won't bother to open it.
No, I'm hurt. I absolutely insist that you open the package right now.
But, Rick, you know I trust you.
Lieutenant Levinson, do your duty. My purity must not be suspicioned.
Oh, anything to get this over with.
You were,
What? It's only a pair of dolls.
You were expecting maybe my gallstones?
Oh, dolls. The Shamus plays with dolls.
Better read the tag, Otis, before your ears get any longer and they draft you for a mule team.
Tag? Sure. But what... To my beloved Otis from his Ricky. Oh.
Rick. Now, don't be a grouch, Walt. The other one's for you.
For me? Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Walt. I couldn't resist it. Anyhow, you spoiled my surprise to Otis. It was our anniversary.
What? Our anniversary? We ain't even related.
Oh, you don't remember. Oh, Otis.
Lieutenant, can I go back to traffic? I can't stand much more.
Oh, shut up, Otis. Rick, if we weren't such good friends,
Walt, hey, now you're upset.
Upset? Why should I be upset? Just because two hoods lift 50 grand in ice from the commissioner? Or because it's dumped in my lap with the murder of the gardener? Or that I'm given 24 hours to break the case and then get a tip that leads me to a friend who decides to play games and wreck my sergeant beyond repair? Now, why should I be upset?
Otis, here you are, Lieutenant. But take it easy. That's a second bottle of bicarb today.
Walt, you read an apology and I make it. I'll do better than that. I'll help you if you'll let me.
Well, I can sure use your help, Rick. I haven't got a single lead. You want to look at the corpse first?
May as well. Has he got a record?
No. And the commissioner swears he was honest. Probably stumbled onto the thieves and they had to put him away.
How about the rest of the servants?
They were all out. Commissioner and his wife were at a party. They'd given the entire staff the night off, but I guess perhaps the gardener returned a little early.
Yeah, well, let's get out and take a look at him. I've got a personal interest that makes me want to crack this case.
A client?
Call him an ex-client. I'll explain him later. Come on.
Here he is, Rick.
Nasty cut. How was it made?
Well, it could have been a sharp knife, but it's a safer bet that it was a razor.
Remind me not to go to his barber. What safecracker's got enough nerve to pull his job, Walt?
Well, I got 3 guys that could fit the job, but not one of them has ever been known to carry a weapon of any sort, much less a razor.
Correction. One dealer, that gardener's playing a lousy joke on us.
I suppose this could have been the first time one of them carried a razor.
I don't buy that, neither do you. Give me the names. I want to talk to them. Maybe I can get a lead of some sort.
Sure. Here they are. And please, Rick, call me if you get anything.
If I can find a nickel. Bye. As far as I could see, I had 3 things to match up. 1, the careless barber. 2, the safecracker with nerve enough to rob the police commissioner. And 3, the reason why I was picked as the pigeon. I gave up the idea of hunting for Burton, the guy who came into my office. He was probably a flunky and not worth running down. So I checked the names I got from Walt, grabbed a cab, and headed for the Bronx. The first turned out to be an ex-con trying to go straight by working in a Bronx hash house. The second was likely, but he'd kissed his wife with a beer bottle and spent last night in jail. At the third address, down in Greenwich Village, I met a landlady with gin-loaded tonsils and a cute mustache. She tipped me that my third prospect, Vincent Mayer, might be playing pinochle at Pietro's, which turned out to be a cafe with a 30-foot bar, 3 tables, and a back room. Hey, barkeep.
Yeah. What'd it be, Fred?
Milk, no chaser.
Milk? Who makes it? Oh, you mean like from cows? Never carried the stuff.
Where can I find Vincent Mayer?
Why don't you ask me, handsome?
Wow. Hello, baby.
Now, do I look like a baby?
No.
My name's Jean. What do they call you?
Take your pick. Call me Rick.
Hey, you talk funny. But you're awful nice. Too nice to be hunting for Vince Mayer. He's a bad boy, Rick.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to be a hero. Where is he?
In the back room. There. The guy with the light hair. But be careful.
Thanks, baby. I'll buy you a palace.
80 mil, Joe, 20 clubs, 20 spades, and 40 pinochle.
What? No diamonds?
Hey. Well, look who's here. What do you want, Shamus?
Vince the Iceman, isn't it? Well, now, let's see. Sing Sing, class of 38. Where's your school tie, Vince?
The name is Mr. Mayer to you, Diamond, and privates are not welcome here. It's a closed game.
Yeah. Move on.
Give me a reason.
You want to play dead?
Oh, come on, Vince. You're not going to get upset just because I think you robbed the commissioner? You did, didn't you?
I told my story to the cops.
I'll bet. But you didn't answer my question. And here's another. Who's your barber?
You're asking for it, Diamond.
I was brought up right. Now, let's get off this cat and mouse kick. I want some answers, Vince.
Do you?
That's right, Junior. I do.
All right. Call him, Joe.
Hey, what?
All right, Joe. Stop it. That's enough, Joe. All right, now drag him out in the alley.
Vince, can I,
Yeah, okay. Maybe it'll teach him not to get so nosy. But keep that razor in your pocket.
I will, honest. This is gonna be real fun. Come on, Shamus. Here's where I do some road work on your liver. Here, Mr. Diamond. I only wish my brother could see you.
When I came to, I was curled up around a round metal object I couldn't see, and I felt as if I was smothered in a mountain of cotton, and getting out of it was like trying to shovel sand with a pitchfork. I finally managed to move and wished I hadn't, for a company of Bengal Lancers began target practice on my side. So I quit trying and lay still for a long moment. Then a voice came fizzing through the cotton at me.
Hey, mister, are you alive?
Well, if I'm not, you're an angel, and this is a harp.
Well, I'm sure no angel. And that's the garbage can. So I guess you're not dead.
Matter for debate, Jeannie. Oh, help me up, will you?
Sure. Here. Can you stand?
Practically anything after this. Ooh.
Hey, you're hurt pretty bad. Come on, lean on me. My place isn't far. I'll take you there so you can lie down.
Best offer I've had today. Lead on, Angel.
There. Now, how do you feel?
I never use language like that in front of a lady.
Oh, I'm no lady. I'm a waitress at Pietro's. I heard the noise in the back room. When you didn't come out, I took a look.
Ooh.
Gee, does your head hurt, baby?
Like all my relatives who are inside digging for gold. With luck, I can open my eyes and they won't fall out.
You know, you might have had a lot of fun together if you weren't all banged up like this.
I'll take that remark up with you later, honey. I'm not usually the kind of guy who runs out on pretty girls, but I only wanted to get my hands on the gonif who tried to kick my brains out. So I took Jean's number, filed it under, for later investigation, and stumbled out into the street. My head was clearing, but it was as slow about it as a dummy doing a striptease. Maybe that's why I didn't notice when I came out of the house that I had 2 guys for company.
Hello, Diamond.
Huh?
When Pietro told me Jane had run out, I thought I might find you here. She always goes for guys like you.
Well, she has taste. I'm glad you came around. I have a few things I want to discuss with you and Joe here.
Hold it, Chalmers. Or I'll show you how easy it is to get rid of your troubles.
No, that's a pretty little gun. Aren't you stepping out of character, Vince? You're supposed to be a smart one.
You're getting on my nerves.
Yeah? Well, put the gun away and I'll quiet you down a little.
You want me to mess him up again, Vince?
And what's with you? Come to do your job over again?
I may at that.
Yeah? Well, you got 32 teeth, Sonny. Want to try for none?
Why, you...
I got some questions I'd still like to have answered. Why was I picked as pigeon? Why me?
You're getting a little too smart, Diamond. Now, listen. I know you got wise to Burton, so it figures that you still got the package. Now, I got no reasons to give you $10,000 worth of diamonds. I want them back.
Oh, dandy. I've got big news for you, Buster. You're not going to get them.
Don't make any mistakes, Diamond. I'll use this gun if I have to.
Go eat a tombstone.
Joe.
Yeah, how's your stomach ache?
Wait a minute, Joe. Now, Diamond, look, you can have a choice. You bring the rocks to me at Pietro's in an hour and we'll forget the whole thing. Or don't. And I'll send Joe with a few friends to call on you. And for the last time.
For a few sick minutes, I leaned against the wall, wondering if I wanted to live. One thing I was certain of was that Vince Mayer was never going to get those diamonds back. Or was he? An idea began to percolate in my head to the tune of an old rhyme about a goose and the gander. And I got inspired enough to sit up and forget my aching ribs. When it simmered into a full-scale boil, I grabbed a cab, went back to my office, and got the diamonds out of the milk bottle where I'd hidden them. Then I headed for the village fast. I was soon banging on a door there like a drummer playing Bob.
Well, if it ain't my cripple.
I got the bruises to prove it.
Come on in. Are you really recovered?
What? Oh, no, not that much, Angel.
Then?
I need some answers. What do you know about Vince and Joe?
Not too much. Enough to dislike 'em plenty. That Vince got me canned for leaving Pietro's to take care of you. That's why I'm back home. I know he's a smoothie, and I think he's a big-time jewel thief.
Now, that much I know. How about Joe, the dog-faced boy?
Him, he's just a punk. I think his real name is Fanchi or Franchetti or some such thing.
Franchetti?
Yeah. I don't know why, but they call him Joe the Barber.
Oh, Joe the Barber.
Yeah. Isn't that silly?
If he cuts hair, it isn't. But I'll lay 8-1 this guy works on throats. Thanks, Angel. You've tied up my 3 points.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Vince Mayer lifted 50 grand in ice from the police commissioner last night, and his accomplice, Joe, gave the gardener a shave.
You mean murder?
On the button. The gardener's throat was sliced from life to death. And now, baby, look. How would you like to earn $100?
Sure. Is it legal?
Well, no.
I'll take it.
Now, where is he? Will you tell me? Where's Rick?
I know where I'd like him to be.
I'm worried, Otis. Seriously. Rick is in this thing up to his ears.
You mean he was in on that job?
Don't be stupid, Otis. Of course not. Rick's no crook. But he's mixed up in this case some way, and I'm worried. He should have called me by now.
Gee. Hope he hasn't tangled with that razor guy.
I thought you hated Rick.
Oh, you know I was just talking.
I know. What a mess. Rick in danger, and I can't find him. The commissioner's spouting lava all over the city hall. Why the devil did it have to be the commissioner's house?
You know, it's kind of funny at that. The commissioner himself.
You knucklehead. For 2 cents, I'd... Maybe that's him. Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick.
Rick, where the devil you been?
Taking care of some arrangements.
Arrangements?
Never mind, just listen. I was picked as a pigeon, and some of those diamonds were planted on me this morning.
What?
I've traced your hoods. They're Vince Mayer and Joe the Barber Franchetti. Now, you come to Pietro's in half an hour, and you'll catch him with part of the diamonds on him.
Rick, what is this?
Well, Vince had it figured as a double-barrel gag, Walt. First on the cops by raiding the commissioner's house. Second, by dumping a few of the rocks in my lap and tipping the police so I'd take the rap.
But why you, Rick?
Well, Joe's name, Franchetti. You remember, I sent his brother Tony to Sing Sing a few years back.
Oh.
I knew he had a brother, but until now, Joe stayed out of Manhattan.
I get it. Okay, what's the play?
Well, I'm going to take the package back to Vince. Give it to him in Pietro's. The girlfriend will be raising so much fuss, no one will notice me. Then as Vince and Joe leave, you nail him with the diamonds. And no alibi for having him.
Right. You said half an hour?
In front of Pietro's.
Take a peek, Angel. Through the window. There's my party at the back table. Now, you know what to do.
Yeah. I keep yelling till you get back to me. Right?
As rain. I'll make it a good one.
I got good lungs.
Let's go in. Okay, over to the bar.
Luck, Rick.
There he is now, Joe. I told you he'd show up. Hello, Diamond. You got something for me?
That's right, Vince.
Okay, let's have it. Hey, what's going on over there?
Stop, stupid dame. Yeah, do you want the package or not?
Oh, yeah, give it to me. Come on, Joe. Let's scram out of here before that dame brings the cops.
Yeah. That's an easy way of getting back the 10 grand, ain't it, Vince?
Shut up. Come on. Take it easy now.
Okay.
We're okay now. Let's split up.
Hold it, Vince.
What?
Let's have a look at the package.
The cops!
Levinson, what are you doing
The
here?
package, Vince.
Hey, what are we going to do?
Shut up. You, got a warrant, of course?
Of course. Otis, take the package.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You can't arrest me. I don't even know what's in that package. It was given to me by a friend.
Now, don't use the term so loosely, Vince. Why, Walt, what are you doing here?
Hello, Rick. I've captured a criminal.
No.
Yes, and he was carrying a package of his loot.
Why, I bet it's part of that diamond robbery.
Hey, what is all this? Diamond, you just planted that package on me.
Me? Why, stranger, you're telling a fib. You just know that's downright immoral or something.
This is ridiculous. Lieutenant, he gave me those diamonds and Pietro's not 5 minutes ago. I didn't lift them from the commissioner.
Didn't you, Vince? Why, then I must have made a mistake. You can prove your story, of course.
Sure I can. Bartender saw Diamond slip me the package.
Oh, now, Vince, you think that bartender was going to be watching you when a lovely girl is practically tearing up the joint?
Boss, the dame yelling. She was a plant.
Yeah, but this is a frame-up. Diamond, you can't get away with this.
Please, don't talk to me. I never associate with common criminals.
A frame. You dirty double-crossing copper.
Look out, Rick. He's got a razor.
Oh, my arm.
Now, don't cry, Joe. This is for you.
Wow. What a punch you got, Shamus.
Well, that does it. Come on, Vince. Otis, load that killer into the car and pick up that razor.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Want a lift, Rick?
No thanks, Walt. I'm going to go home freshen up.
Yeah, you look like you could use it.
I left Walt and headed for my apartment, where I grabbed a stomach full of vitamins and planted myself under the hot shower. It felt so good I fell asleep. And if Walt hadn't phoned, I'd have probably become the only man in history to drown in the shower. Walt shocked me wide awake with the news that he was holding a $1,000 reward for me. I gave him my nicest thank you and made a mental note to drop by and give half of it to Jean to make up for her losing her job. Around about 8 o'clock, after I'd taken care of dividing the reward, I steered for 975 Park Avenue, made it with no trouble, and rang the bell to Helen's apartment.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. Miss Asher's expecting you, sir. She's in the library.
Thank you, Francis. How's your health?
My health, sir, is very good, thank you.
Well, now, this may come as a shock. But, Francis, about the money I owe you.
Oh, don't fret about it, sir. We'll tell.
I'm going to pay you what I owe you.
You're going to? Oh, dear. Perhaps I better sit down. Oh, my word.
Oh, there, Francis.
Rick, darling, is that you?
It ain't Tom Swift, baby.
Come on in the library.
Oh, okay. But it'll do you no good, my dove. I'm a cripple, a battle-torn veteran.
Well, I don't want your muscles, Rick. I'm blue, and I want you to sing to me.
Oh, Helen, baby, I don't want to sing. I want
Rick, I'm blue. I need cheering up. Now be nice and sing.
Well, okay, honey. How's this, huh? I can see, no matter how near you'll be, you'll never belong to me, but I can dream, can't I? Can't I pretend that I'm locked in the bed of your embrace? For dreams are just like wine, and I am drunk with mine.
sad affair. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can't I? Can't I adore you? Although we are oceans apart, I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can't I?
Well, there. Still feeling blue, baby?
Oh, Ricky, come here.
Here I am. Oh, now I'm contented. You in my arms, my bills paid off, and my bills... Oh, for Pete's sake, I forgot Francis.
Francis? What are you talking about?
Come with me. I'll show you. Now, there he is. Francis, you all right?
Oh, yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Rick, will you tell me what's going on in my own home?
Well, honey, I paid Francis off, and the shock of having to give back my gun and badge undid him.
Oh, well, are you feeling better, Francis?
Not very much, Miss Asher. It's that badge and license.
Will you miss him that much, Francis?
Well, sir, to be very honest, there's a waitress in a tea shop down the street with whom I've been, if you'll pardon the expression, having a fling.
Francis, you?
Oh, that's not the worst, Miss Asher. I'm afraid I've been a bit of a fraud with her as well. In fact, with several of the waitresses there.
Now, wait. Where does my badge and license enter into it? Did you hock them for crumpets?
Oh, much worse, Mr. Diamond. You see, to all the waitresses of Miss Tuppingham's tea shop, I am Richard Diamond, private detective.
Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Gene Tatum, William Conrad, Tal Avery, and Bob Carroll. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. See the Richard Diamond picture story in the December issue of Movie Stars Parade. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Listen tonight to NBC for a star lineup of entertainment. Every Saturday on NBC, you can hear such stellar programs as Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, Grand Ole Opry, and songs by Morton Downey. There's always a program of interest on NBC, so keep tuned here. Shortcut to Death with Fred McMurray is next on NBC.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Batter up, Johnny.
Who's that?
McGraw.
Oh, as if I didn't know. What's on your mind, Bert?
Dollar Mason. Ever hear of her? Her uncle, Sylvester Mason.
Mason Steel and Iron?
That's the man. Dollar's his favorite niece. About 6 weeks ago, she disappeared.
So?
So, yesterday, a body washed up on Newport Beach not too far from her parents' home.
Darlis?
According to her father.
And you hold a policy on her?
For $25,000, double indemnity.
Ouch. So, why don't you pay it off?
We would have today, except for one thing.
Well, what's that?
Right after Mason identified the body, a man named Dixon showed up and swore it was the body of his daughter.
What?
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Providential Assurance Company, 393 Dewey Avenue, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Mason-Dixon mismatch matter. Expense account item 1, $1.20, taxi from my apartment to the Providential Building. The walls of Bert McGraw's office are covered with pictures of sporting events. And as I entered, Bert was preparing to hang another one.
Oh, Johnny. Well, come in, come in. You ever see this?
Who is it?
Who? Was me, that's who. The day I pitched for the Valdosta Lions. Struck out 10 of the Cherry Pointers that afternoon. Yes, sir.
You win the game for him?
Huh?
I said, did you win the game for him?
Oh. No. Cheating umpire. There. Well, Johnny boy, you ready to join our little team?
I don't know. The body of a girl being found on a beach, Mason identifying it as his daughter, then somebody else showing up.
Henry Dixon.
Yeah, and saying the same thing. Can't the authorities identify her?
Haven't been able to yet.
Neither one of those girls had their fingerprints on record?
Nope.
Well, what about dental work?
Nothing to go on there either.
Oh, brother.
It's not going to be an easy one, Johnny.
How long had the body been in the ocean before it was washed up?
Well, they figure about 6 weeks. You know what that means.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, yes, sir. I see. Uh-huh. Well, if it isn't the Mason girl... Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that's right. Thanks for calling, Captain. That was Captain Miller of the Newport Police.
They find out who she is?
No. So if it is the Mason girl, we're going to have to pay out $50,000 on the double indemnity clause.
You aren't surprised, are you?
No, I didn't think she died from a natural cause. But I didn't think it'd be from a gunshot wound either.
What kind of a gunshot wound?
A 38, right through here.
How old did you say the Mason girl was, Bert?
Oh, around 20. Dixon girl, too. Both of them pretty, full of life. At least they were.
When did the Mason girl disappear?
Oh, about 6 weeks ago.
And the Dixon girl?
Well, she's been missing about 3 months.
Well, one of them's still alive. I'll try to find her. Bert gave me all the information he had on both the Mason and the Dixon families. I took a cab back to my apartment. That's expense account item 2. Item 3, $18.10 transportation, Hartford to Newport, Rhode Island. After checking in at the Ogden Hotel, I called Darla Mason's father, rented a car, and drove out to the Mason home on the beach. I was about to ring the bell when the front door opened.
Hi.
Well, hi.
You must be Johnny Dollar.
That's right.
Come on in. I'm Joan Mason.
Darla's little sister.
Uh-huh. This way, Mr. Dollar. Mother's waiting for you in the den.
Your mother? I thought my appointment was with your...
Oh, my father's indisposed. Besides, Mother's the brains of this family. Of course, if you really want to know about Darla, you ask me.
Maybe I will.
You better. Mr. Dollar's here, Mother.
Thank you, my dear. Come in, please, Mr. Dollar.
See you later, Johnny.
A dreadful mistake my husband made has upset him so. I thought it best to see you myself.
Just what mistake are you referring to, Mrs. Mason?
Well, we've released a statement to the newspapers. I thought you had heard.
No, ma'am, I haven't.
You've made a trip over here for nothing, then.
Oh?
Yes, you see, my husband erred when he identified that body as being our daughter's. It couldn't possibly have been.
Well, I know you're glad of that, Mrs. Mason. But what made Mr. Mason change his mind?
I haven't changed it, Dollar.
George, I thought you were going to stay in your room.
Never mind. Dollar, any questions you want to ask, I'll try to answer them.
Why, George Mason, you've been drinking.
Only enough to take the bad taste out of my mouth, and you know what put it there. Don't look so mixed up, Jenny. I tried going along with you, but I got too weak a stomach. So here I am.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. Listen, Dollar. Soon as they found out that girl had been murdered, my wife here decided it couldn't have been Darla.
It isn't Darla, and you know it.
Only thing I know is that you got a set idea good, proper people don't die nowhere else but in bed. Because this girl died like she did, because she was shot, you tried convincing me she ain't our daughter. Well, I won't hold still for it. That girl's Darla, no matter what that crazy coot Dixon says.
Me,
or what
Mr.
you
Dollar?
say.
Yes, surely.
You hear? You hear me, Jenny? Oh. Doggone woman. I could You're so mad at her. Oh, you want a drink, Dollar?
No, thanks. A little early for me.
Yeah, I guess I've had enough, too. Well, Dollar, no matter what way our girl died, she was a good girl. Never gave me a bit of trouble. Never lied, never ran around like some her age do. Oh, she was a real good girl.
Mr. Mason, the police haven't been able to make a positive identification.
I know that.
Well, would you mind telling me why you're so certain that girl is your daughter?
Oh, of course not. First thing, Darla had no reason to run off. She had everything I could give her. Charge accounts all over the place. Everything money could buy. So she had no reason to leave here like she did.
Where was she last seen?
At the Newport Yacht Club, at the bar. Younger daughter Joan saw Darla talking with a stranger. When she walked out of the club, it was the last anybody ever saw of her.
Well, Mr. Mason, do you have a picture of your daughter that I could borrow for a few days?
Yeah, I might be able to find you one. What do you want with it?
I'm going to try to find her.
You what? Dollar, you...
Or find the Dixon girl.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Well, you might locate Ruth Dixon somewhere.
Do you know the Dixons, Mr. Mason?
No, I never heard of them before this happened.
What about Ruth Dixon? Could Darla have known her?
Oh, of course not.
Are you sure? I mean, isn't it possible that in a small community like this one...
No, it's not possible. Dollar, we're the Masons. Now, maybe that don't mean much to you or to me, but it means an awful lot to my wife. And for the time poor Darla was born, my wife drilled it into her. You understand?
No, I'm not sure that I do.
Well, Darla never mixed with people she thought were beneath her, any more than my wife ever has.
I see.
You don't believe it, you just ask around.
I plan to, Mr. Mason. Mason found a small snapshot of his daughter. I took it and drove back to town. Expense account item 4, 10 cents, one phone call to Henry Dixon. 20 minutes later, I walked through the knee-high weeds that surrounded the Dixon home. Standing on the front porch waiting for me was a tall, thin man.
Afternoon. Mr. Dollar?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm glad to know you. Sit down. It's such a nice day, I thought we could talk out here on the porch.
Fine with me.
Oh, Dollar.
Yeah?
Look, this whole thing hasn't been easy on my wife. Now, I've spent all day convincing her that I was mistaken, that the girl found on the beach isn't our daughter.
You really believe that?
Oh, I do, and so does my wife. And for the first time in days, she's almost her old self again.
Henry?
Oh, on the porch, Lucille. Mr. Dollar's here.
Oh, my. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Oh, Lucille, this is Mr. Dollar.
Oh, pleased to meet you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Dixon.
Well, sit down, Mr. Dollar. Just anywhere.
Oh, Henry built these chairs himself. I wanted to put them in the house, but Ruth, she just wouldn't have it.
Yes, Mr. Dollar. I'm not at all sure why you want to see us. Ruth wasn't insured. We never could afford to take out a policy on her.
Well, we did once for her college fund. You remember, Henry?
Yes, but when I was forced to slow down, we had to cash it in. All except about $1,000, that is.
Back in St. Louis, my husband was a school teacher, Mr. Dollar. A fine one. But the doctors made him give it up because of his heart.
Oh, I see. How long have you folks lived in Newport?
5 years and 4 months.
Mrs. Dixon, I imagine you remember just about everything that happened the day Ruth disappeared, don't you?
Oh, my, yes.
Well, did your daughter seem to be upset or emotionally disturbed in any way?
No more than usual.
Well, Ruth was spoiled, Mr. Dollar. Before Henry had to leave his job, we had the money to buy her nice things. Then, when we didn't have it, well, Ruth just never could get used to seeing her friends in their pretty new dresses.
That's one of the reasons we moved to Newport, to get away from that crowd.
Yes, we hoped she would find some friends on her own,
financial level.
Yes, some friends like that. But she wouldn't change.
Did she know the Mason girl? Or ever talk about her?
No, I can't recall that she did.
Now, wait a minute, Henry. She did once.
Oh, when was that?
Oh, about the middle of March. They were having a dance where Ruth worked. When she got home that night, she told me the Mason girl had been there and how nice her hair had looked.
The Mason girl wasn't nearly as pretty.
Oh, no. Have you ever seen a picture of Ruth, Mr. Dollar?
Well, only the one in the newspapers.
Oh, that doesn't look a thing like Ruth. Excuse me.
Surely. Mr. Dixon, was Ruth happy with her job?
Well, considering how little they pay girls for doing hostess work, she was.
Now, here's a real nice picture of her, Mr. Dollar. You just look at this. Isn't that something?
Sure. Mrs. Dixon, where was this taken?
Why, where she worked. At the Newport Yacht Club.
I borrowed the picture after promising to be careful with it. Then I went back to my hotel. At the desk, I stopped for my key and messages and found one from Captain Miller of the Newport Police. He wanted to see me in his office as soon as possible. It took me about 5 minutes to get there.
Dollar,
Yeah, that's right.
in here. I'm Miller, homicide detail. I'm glad you could...
Mr. Dollar, what wonderful good news.
Jenny, leave the man alone. Well, I didn't expect to find you people here, Mrs. Mason.
No, I'm sure you didn't. And Mr. Mason didn't expect to be here either. Oh, you just wouldn't hold the thought, would you, George? You just wouldn't have faith.
Oh,
You
Jenny.
had our girl dead and buried in her grave.
For heaven's sake. Never see anything so disgusting, Dollar.
But she's not. No, sir. Oh, I'm so thankful, so very
Mrs. Mason, you mean you found her?
They haven't found her yet, Dollar. As a matter
We
of fact...
found proof that she's alive.
What kind of proof?
A slip.
A what?
A little sail. Oh, Mr. Dollar, I'm so excited.
Calm down, Jenny, for heaven's sake.
I'll
What did
calm
you
down
find,
when I'm
Captain?
ready to.
I didn't
Mason,
find it.
not
Mrs.
one
Mason
second
did.
ago.
Well, what is it? What is it? A bill from Kennedy's. That's a department store over in Providence.
Oh, why don't you shut up, woman?
Captain, what's a bill got to do with Darla Mason being alive?
Just this. All the Masons have a charge account at Kennedy's.
Yes.
So today a bill came to the Mason house addressed to Miss Darla Mason.
You hear? You hear?
Mrs. Mason opened it.
Yes.
Darla charged a fur wrap in Kennedy's.
Oh. When?
Just last week.
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. We often hear about people shooting the bull or throwing the bull. We often do it ourselves on occasion. But here's a story about a bull that threw the man instead of the other way around. When Air Force veterinarian Captain Tony Kamalacher was stationed in the Azores, he was asked by a Portuguese veterinarian to diagnose the wound of a young and promising bull that had been gored by another bull. It came from a long line of famous corrida bulls and was considered very valuable. But Captain Kamalacher's diagnosis was not favorable. An operation was needed, and there were no facilities for such a thing, just the young captain's bag of surgical instruments, a few strong field hands to hold the animal down, and Mrs. Kamalacher, who acted as nurse. The operating table was a rocky field under a penetrating drizzle of rain. But Captain Tony Kamalacher couldn't be stopped with mere inconveniences. After giving the bull a dose of tranquilizers and a shot of local anesthetic, he proceeded with surgery. Just as the operation was completed, the bull came to life. With a mighty lurch, it leaped to its feet, throwing the field hands aside like sticks, and, for thanks, immediately charged at the surgeon. But Kamalacher escaped over a nearby stone wall. The bull recovered, and its grateful owner renamed it Kamalacher for its debut in the ring, where, Portuguese style, it is against the law to kill the bull. That's how a simple act of kindness brought about new understanding, a step on the road to freedom, the right of all men, everywhere. Now, Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Mason-Dixon mismatch matter.
After telling me that the Mason girl had used one of her charge accounts just 5 days before the body was discovered on the beach, Captain Miller produced the original sales slip. Written across the bottom of it was the name Darla Mason.
I wish to heaven I could be positive it's really her signature.
You mean you think it's a forgery, Captain?
I don't think anything yet.
Mr. Dollar, you believe it's Darla's signature, don't you?
Well, I haven't anything to compare the signature with, Mrs. Mason.
Mrs. Mason, do you happen to have any of your daughter's legal documents at home, or her driver's license, or anything else that might contain her signature?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
You can order a copy from the Department of Motor Vehicles, Captain.
Yeah, I will.
What do you want it for, Captain?
Well, it's just a matter of form, Mr. Mason. We have to be sure.
But Darla's mother and me, we are sure. And we're the only ones that count.
Well, that's not quite true, Mr. Mason.
What?
Have you forgotten about the Dixons?
Oh, yeah, I guess I did for a minute. Well, you go ahead. Mrs. Mason and me will be at home.
Yes, sir.
You'll let us know as soon as you can, Captain.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Thank you.
Well, Darla, now what?
How far is Providence, Captain?
40 miles. Why?
Well, I don't know about that store over there, but where I came from, before a person could charge on an expensive item like a fur wrap, he'd have to produce some identification.
Unless.
Yeah?
Unless the salesperson recognized him. Or her. What do you think?
It's 3:10 now. If we hurry, we might have time to do a little shopping. We made it in an hour and a half. The first salon at Kennedy's is on the second floor, back, away from the escalator.
I remember her quite well, Mr. Dollar.
And you're sure it was Darla Mason?
Oh, yes, I know, because I was so surprised to see her.
Oh, how's that?
Well, I read the papers, Mr. Dollar. I knew she'd been away.
Had you ever waited on her before, Miss Trumbull?
No, I had not.
Do you remember how she was dressed?
Well, she had on a hat. Gray felt fitted real close to her head, so you couldn't see any of her hair. And, yes, a navy blue dress, raw silk, I believe, and real décolleté.
What?
Low cut, Captain.
Oh.
Did you recognize her when she first walked in, or not until she told you her name?
Well, you men are so picky. I don't remember everything.
I'm sorry. Miss Trimble, I have 2 snapshots here. In a moment, I want you to tell me which of these 2 girls is Darla Mason.
Well, that won't be hard to do.
But first, may I borrow a pair of scissors and a small piece of paper, please?
Certainly. Here you are.
Thanks.
What the devil are you up to, Johnny?
Cutting paper hats. What do you think?
What?
Come over here to the counter. Miss Trimble, if you'll just wait there a second, please.
Yes, whatever you say.
This had better be good.
I think it will be. Now, watch. All right. I put the snapshots on the counter, and on the head of each girl...
Johnny!
One of my little paper hats.
Oh, really? This is ridiculous.
Is it? Take a look.
But Well, I'll be... When did you spot this?
Today, at the Dixon house. Miss Trimble.
Yes, sir?
Would you come over now, please?
Yes, certainly.
All right. Look at the snapshots and tell me which of these ladies bought that fur from you last week.
Why, you've covered up their hair.
You said she wore a hat, didn't you?
Yes, but, well...
Which one of them was it, Miss Trimble?
Well, I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
They look so much alike with their hair covered like that. I'm just not sure.
The Mason girl had worn her hair short in the Italian style. Ruth Dixon, who didn't have the money to spend on beauty parlors, had let hers grow long and full. But both girls had similar features, and apparently I was the only one who had noticed this. Or was I? Captain Miller and I went to the credit department where we compared the signature on the sales slip with Darla Mason's original credit application. After that, well, there was little doubt in our minds as to what had happened. It was almost 7 when I got back to my hotel, took a shower, and stretched out to do a little thinking. Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Hi, yourself. Who is it?
Oh, come on, Johnny. Who are you expecting?
Well...
Don't tell me you've forgotten about our date.
Oh, no. Where shall I meet you, Miss...
I'll meet you. Be right up, Johnny boy.
I wasn't quite dressed when she began pounding on the door. I tucked my shirt in and opened the door.
Hi.
Joni.
Well, who else? Well, don't look so amazed. Invite me in.
Oh, sorry. Come in.
That's more like it.
You don't mind if I leave the door open, do you?
Worried, Johnny?
Oh, no. It's just that I like lots of air.
You're cute.
So are you for a 17-year-old.
18. But
I'm quite sure you are. Now, Joni, before we go out tonight, would you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
I thought you probably would.
Oh, why?
Well, I'm sure everyone in Newport knows about Darla charging that for a rap.
Oh, I see.
What do you want to ask me, Johnny?
It's about the day Darla disappeared.
Yes,
Well, you said she was in the bar with a stranger, right?
that's right.
But you and I, we both know that every stranger who enters the yacht club has to sign a guest book. Correct?
Well, he's given a temporary card.
With the name of the member who invited him to the club also registered in the book.
You're very clever, Mr. Dollar.
Why did you lie to the police and your parents, Joni?
Darla's my sister. I thought maybe someday she'd do the same for me.
Will you tell me who the stranger was? Or shall I go over to the yacht club and start checking their guest book?
I'll tell you.
Yeah?
Would you mind closing that door?
Tell me first.
His name's Peter Hansen.
Who is he?
My mother can answer that. Or my father.
Who is he, Joni?
A tutor. My mother hired him for Darla and me. He moved into our house about 3 months ago. Of course, he didn't stay long.
Where was he from?
I don't really know. But I know how you can find out.
Yeah?
Mother hires all her help from the Castelloni Employment Agency in Providence. If anyone has his home address, they will.
I started calling the Castelloni agency at 8:30 the next morning. Hansen's last known address was in Providence, and half an hour later I was headed toward the highway. It wasn't until I reached the turnpike that I noticed I was being followed by a battered blue sedan. Hansen had moved, but he'd left a forwarding address, and 3 hours and 2 addresses later, I turned down a lonely oyster shell road and stopped. Ahead of me, I could see a small beach cottage, and still behind me, the battered blue sedan.
You make it real easy for a man to follow you, Mr. Dollar.
If I had known it was you, sir, I wouldn't have.
I hope you don't mind my tagging along like this.
Mr. Dixon.
Now, wait. I know what you're going to say. But let me say this first, Mr. Dollar. I've waited around, wondering if it was our girl you would find or the other one for so long. Well, I just couldn't anymore. I had to do something. You understand that, don't you?
Yes, sir, I think I do.
Good. Well, then, you go on about your business, and I won't bother you. You go on up to that house, and I'll wait right here. Go on now.
Yes, sir. I wasn't sure who or what I would find in that beach house, but I was sure no amount of talk could persuade Mr. Dixon to leave until I did. I knocked on the door for a good minute before it finally opened.
Yeah?
Mr. Hansen?
Yeah, what is it?
My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance.
Insurance man. Oh, I thought you... Honey, it's just an insurance salesman. Look, Dollar, even if I had the money, I wouldn't buy any insurance from you. You come around too early.
You didn't let me finish.
Huh?
I'm not a salesman. I'm an investigator.
Oh.
Oh, give it up, Hansen.
No! Honey! Honey!
I'm here.
Pete, don't let him.
You can't stop me, Hansen.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
Come, Pete, come. Pete, no! Oh, Pete. Oh, Pete.
You'll be all right.
Why did you have to find us? Why?
Why did you disappear? You know how much trouble you've caused?
I can read, I know.
It didn't bother you? Your family not knowing whether you were dead or alive?
Not a bit. I'd be happier if they thought I was dead.
Oh, Dolly, you don't mean that.
I proved it, didn't I?
I'm not sure. Why did you disappear?
Because I was bored. Tired and sick of living like my family makes me live.
And how's that?
Come out here. You see those birds?
The seagulls, yeah.
Beautiful, aren't they? You know why?
All right, why?
Because they're free. Because they can live any way they want with no responsibilities, no reputation to worry about. Oh, boy, how I envy them.
Mr. Dollar.
We're around back, sir.
All right, now you tell me something.
Sure.
How'd you know that wasn't me they found on the beach?
Because of that fur wrap you charged at Kennedy's.
But how did... I told them to send the bill here.
They didn't. It went to your house.
Oh, no. Somebody sure goofed.
Yeah, Dollar.
You sure did.
Mr. Dollar, are you all right? I thought... Oh.
Mr. Dixon,
Mr. Dixon?
Yes, darling. He followed me here hoping I'd lead him to his daughter.
Oh. Gee, Mr. Dixon, I'm sorry if there's anything I can do.
My daughter was fine. Decent. But you...
Oh, Mr. Dixon.
After what you did to your parents and to us, making us wonder for so long, not knowing whether it was you or our daughter who was dead. Believe me, I wish it were you.
Like Bert McGraw told me a long time ago, somebody has to handle the rough ones. And for me, this was it. Henry Dixon was in no condition to drive his car, so he rode back with us. And on the way, well, Darla Mason will never forget the things he said to her. Neither will I. As for Ruth Dixon, who murdered her and why, well, that's up to the Newport police. Expense account total, including hotel bill, car rental, and transportation back to Hartford, $319 exactly. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, well, I suddenly found out there was more to this case I just finished. More. The really tough part. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. Written by Charles B. Smith, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Mary Jane Croft, Jeanette Nolan, Gene Tatum, Frank Nelson, Will Wright, Austin Green, and Marvin Miller. Musical supervision is by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Once again, it's time to keep that weekly date with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we?
Come in, Mr. Bell.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, my boy.
How are you feeling after your Christmas holiday?
Remarkably well, thank you, Mr. Bell, considering how extremely hospitable my friends have been. Just a twinge or two of gout to remind me that an old man should treat tawny port with the respect that it deserves.
I know just what you mean, Dr. Watson.
Draw up your usual chair, my boy, and settle yourself down. That's it.
All ready with tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Mr. Bell. And when I was going over my notes on the case just before you arrived, I came across this white feather. It played a prominent part in tonight's adventure.
A white feather? That signifies cowardice, doesn't it?
Yes, it can, Mr. Bell, it can. But this is a very special feather. It was plucked from a white cockerel, and it helped Sherlock Holmes to foil one of the most diabolical plots that we ever encountered. But first, don't you want to have your usual word with our listeners?
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Men, if you want to stand out in the crowd, remember, well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why so many of America's most prosperous and successful men use Kreml hair tonic. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look. It keeps hair neatly in place longer, too. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. Just make this test, men. After you apply Kreml, rub your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or on your hat band. Kreml always gives your hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. At the end of the day, your hair looks just as neatly groomed as when you combed it in the morning. Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the story of the white cockerel?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure took place after Sherlock Holmes had given up his regular practice and retired to his bee farm on the Sussex Downs. I was staying with him there for a few weeks' holiday, and I remember coming down to breakfast one morning to find my old friend, his pipe clenched between his teeth, squatting on a stool, examining the contents of a large metal box at his feet. As he threw back the lid, I could see that the box was half full of papers. Papers tied up with red tape in separate packages. After sorting through them for a few moments, he turned to me and said,
"A box of secrets, my dear Watson. A box of deep, dark secrets."
Are they the records of your early cases, Holmes?
Yes, my boy. These were all done before my biographer had come to glorify me.
I've often wished that I had the notes on them.
So that you might transmute my little adventures into those rather florid stories of yours?
My stories aren't florid. They're factual accounts of what happened.
Oh, don't be hurt, my dear fellow. It's
It's
much too early in the day. Well, Watson, perhaps someday the world will hear of these cases. They're not all successes, but there are some pretty little problems among them.
I'm sure there are.
For example, here's the record of the Tarleton murders. And here's the case of Banbury, the wine merchant.
What happened to him?
He died, Watson, under peculiarly horrible circumstances.
Oh, really?
That case was one of my failures, I'm afraid. Aha! This adventure was really a little recherche. It's a full account of Ricoletti of the clubfoot and his abominable wife.
Yes, I vaguely remember her dreadful woman.
Ghosts from the past, Watson. Ghosts to remind me that my heyday's long past.
Rubbish. I'm quite sure that if a case were to present itself at this moment, you'd be totally unable to resist it.
You're wrong, old chap. Look at this note, derived just before you came downstairs. Mr. Manderby, the local squire, apparently needs my help. And yet I assure you I'm not in the least tempted to give it to him.
May I see it?
Certainly. Yeah.
Let's have a look. Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I need your help desperately. Have the goodness to call on me as soon as convenience permits. Continued theft of chickens may appear to be a small matter. Chickens, good gracious me. But I assure you that there are sinister forces at work. Asking you to catch a chicken thief. Well, really, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. Chickens. Something of a come-down, isn't it?
Well, do you know this, Mr. Manderby?
No. But surely his handwriting gives you a clue to his character.
Well, it's legible and regular. A man of business habits, I should say, and of some force of character.
No, Watson.
Oh, sorry?
Look at his long letters. They hardly rise above the common herd. That D might be an A, and the L an E. Men of character always differentiate their long letters, however illegibly they may write. There's vacillation in his K's and self-esteem in his capitals.
That's amazing, Holmes.
It's elementary, my dear Watson, and our long association together should remind you of the fact. I'm afraid you're getting rusty.
Well, perhaps you're getting rusty too, Holmes, and since the sun is shining and this letter comes from a neighbor of yours, it might be rather interesting to...
Call on Mr. Manderby.
Exactly. I'd like to see if your analysis of his character matches the gentleman himself. In any case, Holmes, he may really be in trouble, you know.
Watson, you're like an old war horse hearing a nearly forgotten bugle.
Yeah, I dare say, Holmes. But even for stolen chickens, it's good to be in harness with you again.
When that wistful tone creeps into your voice, I can't refuse you, Watson. Very well. Let's stroll across the downs and investigate the mystery of Mr. Manderby's chickens.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad you and your friend came here so promptly.
It would seem to me, Mr. Manderby, that your wisest course would have been to call in the local police.
I did. And the idiot scoffed at me.
Indeed, Mr. Manderby. Why?
Well, they said if they had to track down all the chicken thieves in these parts, they'd have no time for their more important duties.
I must admit that I can follow their reasoning, sir.
Well, I can't, since they seem to spend most of their time playing skittles in the Star and Garter. The local sergeant appears to have been selected for his complete lack of grey matter. Hasn't one iota of imagination. He's unable to see in what respect this differs from an ordinary chicken theft.
Well, in what way does it differ, Mr. Vanderbilt?
Well, the chicken coops were broken into with considerable ingenuity. The thief could have taken all he could carry. But he stole only one chicken, a white cockerel.
A white cockerel? When did this take place?
Early last evening. That was when I sent my note to you, Mr. Holmes. But in the early hours of this morning, a burglar broke into the house itself.
And what was stolen this time?
Again, the thief took only one object. My daughter's hairbrush.
Does your daughter know of these thefts?
No, I didn't tell her. The child's full enough of peculiar fancies as it is.
A white cockerel and a hairbrush. Mr. Manderby, I came here against my better judgment, but thank heaven I did. Please let me talk to your daughter at once. Unless I'm very much mistaken, there's devil's work afoot.
Alicia's playing in the drawing room. I'll take you in.
I think, if you don't mind, Mr. Manderby, that we would prefer to see her alone.
Rubbish. What could you possibly wish to say to my daughter that you couldn't say in front of me?
Well, since my friend has been kind enough to help you, sir, I think you'd better let him conduct his investigation in his own manner.
Oh, very, very, very well. All sounds unnecessarily mysterious to me. I'll be in my study.
Dreadfully pompous fellow. You were right in your analysis of his character, Holmes. Well, let's go in.
Shh. Listen to the piano, Watson.
What a weird tune.
Yes. An odd, primitive melody to hear in the heart of the English countryside. Very curious.
I'm sorry, Father. Oh, it isn't Father. Who are you, gentlemen?
Miss Manderby, permit me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, my dear?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I knew you lived in the neighborhood. But why are you here?
At your father's request.
Oh, nothing's wrong, is it, Mr. Holmes?
I'm not sure, Miss Manderby. That's why we've come to talk to you.
Oh, may we sit down, my dear?
Oh, yes, of course. Please forgive me.
Thank you, sir.
You play the piano excellently, Miss Manderby. Have you ever thought of concert work?
Concert work? Oh, no, sir. Papa'd never allow it. He needs me here all the time.
You don't see many people here at the house.
No, Dr. Watson. Papa doesn't like me to cultivate any friends. He wishes me to devote all my attention to him.
Extremely selfish and medieval point of view, it would seem to me.
Oh, please, Mr. Holmes, you mustn't say anything against Papa. If he knew that we were talking about him, he'd be furious.
Then let me confine myself to you, Miss Manderby. Do you know of anyone in this neighborhood who might wish you serious harm?
No, I don't. As I told you, I hardly know anyone.
Then why, my dear young lady, are you so obviously terrified of your own shadow?
Please don't ask me that. I haven't even had the courage to tell Papa.
Possibly not, my dear, but Mr. Holmes is here to help you and to protect you. That's why he insisted on our seeing you alone.
Yes, Miss Manderby. And a trouble shared, you know.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I will tell you. I've got to tell someone. Last night I had a ghastly dream. I dreamed that I was in some foreign country, in the jungle. I was tied to a stone slab, and a group of natives danced around me, waving knives. And they were all wearing terrifying masks.
Oh, my dear, it sounds like too much lobster for supper.
Quiet, Watson.
Oh, sorry.
Please continue, Miss Manderby.
All the time I could hear a strange, haunting pipe playing in the background. Sounded like some sort of flute, and there was a drum beating out a slow, rhythmic beat.
The same rhythm that you were playing on the piano as we came in?
Why, yes. It's been haunting me ever since I awakened this morning. It goes like this. Suddenly, Mr. Holmes, I awakened from the nightmare, but I could still hear the melody continuing. I went to the window, and in the moonlight, I saw a tall man walking below.
Could you recognize him?
No, Mr. Holmes. He was disappearing through the shrubbery and his back was turned. But his hands were raised to his mouth. And I could hear the same melody being played on some kind of flute. It was awful, awful.
You haven't told your father about it?
No, Dr. Watson. He wouldn't have believed me. Papa's always accusing me of being fanciful. Oh, but I'm not. Really, I'm not.
Miss Manderby, I'm glad that you've told us this, though I suggest that you continue to keep the incident a secret from your father.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Come on, Watson.
All right, Holmes. Goodbye, my dear, and courage, Miss Manderby. You have friends now.
Good day, gentlemen. And thank you.
Holmes, what the devil's all this about?
When I can answer that question, Watson, the case will be solved. As it is, there's work to be done.
Ah, there you are, Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Manderby, here we are.
Yeah, I hope you found out what's wrong with the lassie. She hasn't been herself today.
A change from her normal self, where you are concerned, might be a benefit, sir.
Yes, indeed. The poor girl seems completely terrified of you, sir.
The problem of my daughter's relationship with her father is no possible concern of yours. I asked you here on a simple matter of detection.
Detection, yes, but far from simple. I warn you, you're in serious danger of the loss of a great deal more than a white cockerel and a hairbrush. Be on your guard, Mr. Manderby. Dr. Watson and I must conduct a little investigation in the village. You may expect a call from us later in the day. Well, Watson, here we are at Larches.
Charming house, but I still don't see quite why we're here.
Because my inquiries uncovered the fact that this is the only house in the neighborhood with relatively new tenants. When something extraordinary happens in the peaceful countryside, look first for a newcomer. The owner's name is Mr. George Shapley. Let's see what information the gentleman can give us.
Listen to that, Holmes. Sounds like a flute.
Yes, Watson. And the melody is the same that Miss Manderby played for us on the piano.
And this house is only a stone's throw away from hers.
Precisely.
Yes, gentlemen.
Mr. Shapley?
Yes?
My name is Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Doctor? What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I'm something of a student of music. We were walking past your house, and I heard what sounded like a flute playing a strange melody.
It seemed to come from the direction of the stables over there.
Oh, that. It's my manservant, Harker. He's a West Indian. Brought him over with me from Trinidad. He's quite a musician, in an amateur sort of way, you know.
I wonder if I might speak to him.
Of course you can, Mr. Holmes. I'll walk you over there.
Thank you. We were thinking of getting up a little entertainment in the village for the church ladies' bazaar. Perhaps your man would consider contributing his services.
You can ask him. He spends 2 or 3 hours a day out here practicing. Harker!
Yes?
Come here a minute.
Yes, Mr. Shapley.
These gentlemen heard you playing and wondered if you'd like to do something for some village concert or other.
Oh, that's flattering.
We're organizing a musical soiree for the church ladies in a few weeks.
Yes, my man, and we'd like you to play for us.
Oh, I'm only an amateur, but I'll be very glad to help, gentlemen.
That instrument you were playing, it had an odd quality. Was it a flute?
Yes, sir, though I doubt if you've ever seen one like it. Look for yourself.
Good Lord. Looks as if it's made of bone.
It is, sir, from a human leg bone.
Really?
It's about 200 years old and originally came from Brazil. It's quite a collector's item.
I'm sure it is. Tell me, Harker, since you're from the West Indies and obviously a lover of music, I presume you're familiar with some of the primitive melodies indigenous to that part of the world. Some of the tribal chants, for instance.
Oh, yes, sir. I know many of them.
Perhaps you'd play some at the concert.
I'd rather not, sir. Primitive chants are dangerous medicine when their evil powers are not appreciated or understood.
I quite agree with you, Harker. Well, I'm much obliged to you, and we shall count on you for the concert. Good day to you both. Come on, Watson.
Good day.
Good day, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
That servant's our man, Holmes. He lives within 2 houses of Miss Manderby, and he plays the flute.
Well, Watson, though I don't think the pattern is remotely as clear as you think, I'll agree that suspicion would seem to focus on the servant Harker. I could even produce another clue that points to it.
You could?
I picked this object from his coat as he turned to you during the conversation. None of you noticed it.
What is it?
Look for yourself, Watson. Here.
Great heavens. It's a feather from a white cockerel. Holmes, I thought you said we were going back to Mr. Manderby's house before the day's over.
We are, Watson.
Why are we back here at your bee farm? It's 8:30 in the evening now.
We shall call on Mr. Manderby before long. My investigations are complete. What luck did you have
Well,
with
I did
yours?
as you told me and made exhaustive inquiries in the village.
With what results?
I couldn't find out much about Mr. Shapley. Nobody knows anything about the man except that he has a foreign manservant and that he paid cash for his house and deposited a large sum of money in the local bank. What did you discover? I see that you've been up to your ears in reference books.
Yes, Watson. Books concerning the peculiarly revolting ceremonies connected with voodooism.
Voodooism? That's black magic.
But flourishing in our English countryside, apparently. A white cockerel is the second finest sacrifice in voodoo magic associated with the West Indian
That
charms.
accounts for the first theft. How about this stolen hairbrush?
In all such magic, the possession of intensely personal objects, particularly human hair, is considered to give great supernatural powers over that person.
Then it's obvious that West Indian servant is trying to get power over Miss Manderby. Holmes, you spoke of a white cockerel being the second finest sacrifice. What is the first?
A human sacrifice. The sacrifice of a young girl.
Great Scott.
And tomorrow night the moon is full. I think that tonight the girl should be safe, though of course we'll go over there at once.
Look, Holmes, the lights of a carriage are coming up your driveway.
And it's no social call. It's driving at a gallop. Come on, Watson.
I have nothing that's happened to Miss Manderby already before we get her.
Who is it? What's wrong?
It's Robert Manderby.
What's happened, Mr. Manderby?
Alicia, my daughter, she's disappeared. The whole neighborhood's searching for her. For heaven's sake, both of you come at once.
We'll find out in a moment what Sherlock Holmes decides to do now. But first, men, why not start today and take better care of the hair you've got? Remember, one of the first requisites of handsome, healthy-looking hair is a hygienic scalp. So why settle for just any hairdressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of a highly specialized hair tonic like Kreml? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why it keeps unruly hair neatly in place longer, with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that cheap, greasy, patent leather look. It never leaves hair feeling sticky, gummy, or dirty. Your hair and scalp always look and feel so clean with Kreml. And if your hair is so dry it breaks and falls when you comb it, start using Kreml at once. Let it make your hair feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. Kreml is also fine to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate the cutaneous circulation of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. So for better groomed hair, a hygienic scalp, use Kreml daily. K-R-E-M-L. Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, what happened next? You and the great Sherlock Holmes drove over to Mr. Manderby's house, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Bell, as fast as the pony and trap could carry us there. When we arrived, Manderby quickly led us to the shrubbery beneath his daughter's window.
Yes, you can see how the fiend got into the house, Mr. Holmes.
By climbing this trellis work. Footprints in the earth leading toward it, but none leaving.
And the man, whoever he was, must have left the house by some other exit.
An amazing deduction, Watson.
There's no need to be sarcastic. Holmes, we should go over to Shapley's house at once. It's obvious that that's where the danger lies.
Before saying that anything is obvious, Watson, I'd like your help in trying an experiment.
Yes, of course, Holmes. Well, what is it?
Try climbing that trellis for me, will you?
You give me all the best jobs, don't you? Let me hand, will you, old fellow?
Here you are. Up you go.
You know, Holmes, it seems to me you're wasting valuable time.
Mr. Manderby, since you asked my help, I suggest you let me handle the case in my own way.
Holmes, I don't think this trellis is going to hold my weight. No. Look out, Holmes! Oh!
Bravo, Watson. Your test has been invaluable.
What do you mean it's been invaluable? I think I've broken my back.
I'm sure you'll survive. Come on, old chap. Get on your feet. We'll go over to Mr. Shapley's house at once. I only hope we're not too late to prevent a tragedy.
coming from the stables, Holmes.
Music, too. Listen.
It's that West Indian playing his devilish chant again.
Faster, Watson.
Look. There's someone standing in the shadows by the harness room there.
It's Mr. Shapley. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank heavens you're here.
What's wrong, Mr. Shapley?
Look in that empty stall there. You can see through the broken plank in the wall. The one where the music's coming from.
Good heavens. Look, Holmes. There's Miss Manderby lying on the floor unconscious.
Yes, with a dead white cockerel beside her, and a fire smoldering in the corner.
And to think that servant of mine's in there playing his filthy music.
I don't see him.
Mr. Holmes, I've got a revolver. I'm going in to get him.
I think we'll come with you, Mr. Shapley.
No. He's my servant. I'll take care of him myself.
After him, Watson. Give me that revolver. Give it to me, I say.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Holmes?
You knocked the revolver right out of his hand.
Pick it up, Watson. I have a profound dislike for seeing murder committed under my very eyes.
Murder? But the potential murderer is Harker, the servant.
Indeed. Then why is his unconscious body lying in the corner there?
It can't be. The music's still playing. That's his flute.
Yes, and it's accompanied by a drum. A remarkable feat even for a man not lying unconscious on the floor. The music is undoubtedly that of a gramophone. You're remarkably quiet, Mr. Harker.
Of course he is. He's unconscious.
My dear Watson, you're overlooking an important fact. It's a case of identity. The West Indian gentleman lying on the floor is the master, Mr. Shapley. This man is the servant, Harker. No, you don't. Grab him, Watson.
I've got him, Holmes.
Let go of me. You can't prove anything.
I can and I will. You'll go to prison for this night's work. Watson, see what may be done to arrive at the others, while I turn this man over to the police. How is Miss Manderby, Watson?
She's going to be all right, Holmes. I took her home to her father's and left instructions for her care. How are you feeling, Shapley?
Fine, thank you, Dr. Watson. But I'm waiting for Mr. Holmes to explain this night's happenings to me.
So am I, as usual.
Then let me analyze this singular affair in its logical progression. I early concluded that you, Mr. Shapley, were the master, and the other man was the servant.
Right, Mr. Holmes, but I didn't know how you knew it.
Your speech and manner suggested nothing else. You reversed roles, I imagine, because it was an easier way to rent a house in the English countryside.
That was the reason, Mr. Holmes. In my previous visits, I've discerned a certain prejudice against foreigners.
That's a shocking thing, but I wouldn't doubt it, Mr. Shapley. You decided to live here for your health, I suppose?
No, Doctor. I came to the English countryside for peace. Peace to conclude my studies on the origin and history of West Indian native music.
I see.
I've been working in close conjunction with Professor Griffiths of the Brighton College of Anthropology. It was he who concerned me to make graphophone records my works with a view to recording them for musical archives.
And your servant saw his advantage. When you decided to change identities, he realized that if he disposed of you, he would be able to continue in his false character as the supposed Mr. Shapley. He could have taken over your large bank balance and retired under yet a third name with the proceeds.
And then he concocted this elaborate plot involving voodoo and native chants, knowing that his master would be suspect.
Precisely. He drugged his master, placed him in the incriminating trap, and then planned to burst in just ahead of us and shoot him.
But, Holmes, the white feather you found on Mr. Shapley's coat.
Undoubtedly planted there.
Mr. Holmes, I still don't see how you knew that my man was responsible.
The first clue was the trellis. It's obvious that you never climbed that. You're heavier than Dr. Watson, and it wouldn't support his weight. Your servant was a small, light man. Obviously, it was he.
Well, I see it all now. And then, of course, when we heard the music while Mr. Shapley was still lying unconscious, it was obvious that the whole thing was a plot. Oh, what a shocking business.
Yes, but I can't tell you how grateful I am to you, gentlemen. You saved my life. Mr. Holmes, I must insist on paying you a handsome fee.
A fee? No, Mr. Shapley. I couldn't dream of accepting one. Some people in my country have been sufficiently inhospitable to a foreigner to make him believe it advisable to change places with his own servant. Presumably, this was done in order to obtain tolerance and peace. Surely the least I can do is to see that his stay on these shores is a tolerable one.
Girls, I imagine most of you are planning to go out to a party or a dance on New Year's Eve, or perhaps just spend a quiet evening with friends. Naturally, you want your hair to look its best. So why not follow this beauty tip from those divinely beautiful Powers models?
We wash our hair with Kreml shampoo. This amazing beautifying shampoo has been especially developed to actually glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair, revealing all its natural glossy luster.
And so many women tell me how wonderful Kreml shampoo is for washing children's hair.
Well, you can readily see why. Because Kreml shampoo is so mild and gentle on the hair. Its luxurious active foam removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
Girls, if only you could see how Powers models' hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights, I'm sure you'd want to try Kreml shampoo right away. You can buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, Mr. Bell, next week I think I'll tell you a story I call the Darlington Substitution Case. It's a strange story of how Holmes saved a prominent British peer from scandal and disgrace by exercising the judgment of Solomon.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Mazarin Stone. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the Darlington Substitution Case. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Yes. 600 on Calabash and a fork. Check.
Yeah?
Yeah.
About 200 on Wise Guy on the first.
Yep.
And Tommy G
Okay.
on the third at Meadow.
Round
Down.
robin, 150 on Mystic
Yes.
on the second, last on the 5. 1,000 on Howard in the 8th to show.
Got it.
Check.
Okay,
Right.
50 on Malloway on the
200
on Calabash
and a 4, right.
I
Got
got
it.
another 100 on
Yep.
Mystic
500 on Tearaway in the 5th.
Yeah.
About time you guys noticed me.
Hey, Carl. Guy at the door has a gun.
It's a stick-up. A mask and a gun usually means a stick-up, boys. Don't any of you move till I say it's okay. Keep those hands up in the air. All except you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Take the money on that table. Brush it into the sack. Come on, hurry.
Better do as he says. You're telling me.
Hurry it up. Come on. Must be 10,000 there. Sucker money, huh?
You're a sucker if you think you're going to live long enough to spend it.
I'll spend it, and I'll be back someday for more. Right, come on, you toss that sack over here.
Okay. Yeah, catch.
Good boy. You didn't try to throw it in my face. And listen, boys, don't any of you try to follow me out of here, or I'll start using this gun.
Tough guy, aren't you? All you mugs think you're tough when you got a gun in your hand.
Sorry to disappoint you, boys, but I have a reputation for being a gentleman, not a mug. Maybe I ought to tell you who I am. So you know I mean it when I say the first guy to follow me out of here, the first to stop a slug.
Yeah. Give us your name, address, and telephone number. We'll give you a tip on a horse someday.
Well, I'm just telling you so you'll know I'll keep my promise about shooting if any of you guys get cute. Yeah. I'm Boston Blackie.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Sit down, Larson. Sit down. Have a peanut.
No, thanks, Haynes. I don't like peanuts.
Too bad. You don't know what you're missing. Well, you like chairs, don't you? Most fat men do. Take one.
Well, if I get much fatter, I'll have to take 2.
Yeah, you will. Nice to see you, Larson. I need cheering up.
Well, they tell me misery loves company. So I thought I'd come up and be miserable with you.
Oh. Your horse room get robbed, too?
Last night. Took $18,000.
Ah, you must be doing pretty well. Sure you won't have a peanut?
No, thanks. I don't like 'em.
That's too bad. You don't know what you're missing.
I know I'm missing $18,000.
And that's not peanuts, huh?
No.
Who held you up? Any idea?
Same fellow who robbed your place.
Oh, Blackie, huh?
Well, he said he was Blackie. But would Boston Blackie really do a stick-up?
Why not?
Oh, he's too smart for a thing like that.
He's not so smart he can find a way to live without eating. He's overboard for charities. That gymnasium he set up for kids must have cost him plenty. And that's only one of the things he's backing.
Let's not worry about Blackie. He always does okay.
Oh, he's getting so big for his boots he thinks he can get away with holding us up because we're not licensed operators. He knows we can't squawk to the police, so he thinks he's safe.
Well, that's really what I come up to see you about. Are we going to let Blackie get away with robbing us?
You kidding? I got plans for Blackie. Big plans. I'll take care of him. Really ought to try a peanut.
No.
You don't know what you're missing.
To whom do I make out this receipt, Mrs. Martin?
To the Manchester Charities, Blackie. And also write, received from Mrs. Clara Martin.
All right. Mrs. Clara Martin. You're sure our organization wants to spend this much, Mrs. Martin?
Yes, we all voted at the same time. We decided you would head the purchasing committee.
I'm very proud you selected me. Even though I have a hunch my friend Mary Wesley talked you into it. I'll work on this right away.
We want to buy this home immediately, Blackie. The need is terribly urgent. Children's homes are miserably crowded. The real estate man said he'd hold the property only until tomorrow midnight.
Good enough. Well, there's your receipt, Mrs. Martin.
Thank you very much, Blackie. And here's the money in this envelope. $20,000.
Oh, you didn't have to bring cash, you know. A certified check would have done just as well.
I didn't know that. This is all very new to me.
Well, it's all right. Mrs. Martin, I'll go out and see about the purchase of that house tomorrow morning.
Fine.
And I'm going to try to get it for less than $20,000, too. I'll phone you tomorrow and let you know how I make out with the real estate agent.
Thank you. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Oh, you won't be nervous with $20,000 in cash in your apartment, will you?
I'll put it in the safe right now and sit up all night long with a shotgun across my knees, Mrs. Martin.
Thank you, Blackie. The children will appreciate what you're doing. Goodbye, Blackie.
Goodbye, Miss Martin. Oh, back again, Mrs. Martin. Come in.
Guess I ain't making an intrusion now, am I, Matt?
Huh? Who are you?
The guy the boss sent up to pay you an anti-sociable call.
A what?
A call with an expression of business. Sorry if this is making an intrusion on you, Blackie. I used my etiquette and stood out in the hall till the old dame departed.
Look, who are you and what do you... Oh. I might have known. With every face like yours, there's a gun. Only the gun is always prettier.
Sure am sorry to do this to you, Blackie. I know it ain't polite to point, especially a gun. But a guy's got to make a livelihood. And...
Never mind the apologies. What do you want?
First, I want to offer you a little friendly tip. The boss don't like the idea of you cutting in on his profits, and especially in such a crude manner.
That's interesting.
It's of great importance to the length of your longevity, Blackie.
Oh?
The boss says you ain't flashing no rod in any of his wagering establishments anymore, or else you ain't living anymore.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I hate to talk to you like this, Blackie, but I'm only working for a livelihood and imparting to you the boss's sentiments. And I'm also taking everything you got to sort of teach you a lesson.
Look, you don't think...
Don't me, Blackie. I sure hate to do this, but
I know. You have to make a livelihood.
Yeah. And I don't want to have to impair your health in doing it. So keep your hands up while I see what's around. It's safe. And open, too.
Nothing but papers in there.
Maybe. Since you were so polite as to have the safe open, I'll be polite and take what's in it. Ah, jewelry. Blackie, you should be ashamed. You were kidding me. And this envelope looks interesting.
Look, that envelope isn't mine. And what's in it is...
Money. United States currency. Thanks, Blackie. You're extremely generous.
Look, take everything else in the apartment, but leave that envelope. That's charity money. It doesn't belong to me.
That's right. It belongs to my boss now.
You take that money
now,
and I'm going to...
Blackie, don't get angry. I don't want to be harsh with you. So let you be likewise with me. So long, Blackie.
Wait a minute. I'm warning you. If you take that money, I'm going to...
Blackie, be nice. Haven't I been nice and polite to you?
You want more of anything, Blackie?
Huh?
The waiter's looking over this way.
No, Jane. So I guess I've had enough for one meal.
You're cute, honey. Not enough for one. You had enough for three.
Well, food's good for the soul.
For everything but the figure.
Nothing wrong with yours, sweetheart. See anything in the shops downtown that was good enough for you?
Oh, lots of things, Blackie, but they were all so expensive.
Oh, so what? They don't cost a lot. They aren't worth anything at all. Here. Here's a couple of $100. Get started with that.
Oh, Blackie, thank you so much. Yeah, I was sure lucky to meet you almost the very day I came to town. You know, after you spoke to me, I still couldn't believe you were Boston Blackie.
Why not?
Well, you look so different from the pictures I've seen in the newspapers.
Oh, those pictures? You don't think I'd let the newspapers get hold of decent pictures of me, do you, baby? I'm not that dumb. Now, look, baby, I got work to do. Suppose you run on downtown, do a little shopping, and then call me at my apartment, huh? You know the phone number?
No, I don't.
Well, I'll write it down for you.
What time should I call?
Late in the afternoon, say about 5.
All right.
Here's the phone number. If there's no answer, look for me here at mealtime. I always eat here at Londo's.
Thanks. What are you going to do today?
Gonna be busy.
Oh, I see. Doing what the papers say you've been doing?
What do you mean?
Well, there were a few hints in the columns this week about you and those horse room robberies.
You don't say.
Mm-hmm. The columns just hinted, Blackie. They didn't come right out and say you were the one.
Well, I didn't see the columns this week. Well, maybe I'll have to catch up on my columns and with a few columnists. Look, don't phone me at 5, baby. You better make it around 7.
Oh, why so late, Blackie?
Well, I have a special job to do this afternoon. A very special reason to get my hands on a lot of money.
The teletype says there's been a horse room holdup, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector Faraday. That's why I phoned you. The flash came in a minute ago, and the details are coming in now.
Yeah?
There's something about Boston Blackie.
Blackie, huh? And he yelled he was robbed last night. What does the teletype say? Never mind, I'll read it. It says, betting room, 1119 Elm Street. Robbed at 3:18 this afternoon by masked and armed bandit who got away with an undetermined amount of cash after killing Joey Hester, bookmaker, of same address. The killer escaped, but his identity is known. Before the killing, he boasted that he was Boston Blackie.
I can't believe it, Inspector Faraday.
You can't, and I don't want to.
Well, there's something crazy here. Blackie himself was robbed last night, wasn't he?
So he said. And when he said he wanted help, I believed him and had the Detective Bureau investigate.
Oh, there's the end of the dispatch, Inspector.
It's the end of more than that, Sergeant. I see what's happened. Blackie couldn't wait for the police to find the man who robbed him. That was charity money he lost, $20,000 of it. So he couldn't wait for us to find it. He had to go out and try to get it back by himself.
And Blackie really did hold up that bookmaker's.
Yeah, and killed that bookie. Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
This is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But get on that teletype and send out a flash to pick up Boston Blackie. Dead or alive.
And now back to Boston Blackie. A thief who boasts he is Boston Blackie successfully robs several bookmaking establishments. Afraid to go to the police for obvious reasons, one bookmaker tries to get even with Blackie by robbing him. In the loot taken from Blackie is $20,000, money belonging to a charity for which Blackie has promised to buy a children's home. Following this, another bookmaker is robbed and a bookie killed. The thief again brags that he is Blackie, and Inspector Faraday orders his men to capture Blackie, dead or alive. As we return to our story, Blackie is about to report on the missing money to the charity organization.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is a report on the purchase of the Manchester Charities Building by Mr. Boston Blackie. One moment, please. One moment. As you know, Boston Blackie has been doing charity work of all kinds on his own, for a great number of years. Now I want him to acquaint you with the work he has done for us. Mr. Boston Blackie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Martin, and ladies and gentlemen. You were generous to give me credit for my interest in charity, but you all know that Mrs. Martin gave me $20,000 of this organization's money with which I was to buy a place for homeless children.
And you did it too, didn't you, Blackie?
No, I am sorry to have to report that I haven't purchased the property.
Blackie, why haven't you bought the home? The man said he had to have the money by midnight tonight. Wasn't the $20,000 enough?
It was quite enough, Mrs. Martin, but I didn't have the money.
But I have a receipt proving I gave it to you.
You did give it to me, Mrs. Martin. I don't deny that. But I don't have the money. It was stolen.
But, Blackie, the police...
The police, Mrs. Martin, don't believe it was stolen from me, I'm sure. In fact, they have other ideas about me. But I have until midnight to buy that house, and I'll have the money by then.
Well, you'd better, or we'll be forced to turn you over to the police.
Don't bother, Mrs. Martin. If I don't recover that money and buy that house, I'll turn myself over to the police.
600 on Queenie in the 60. You nuts, that race was over 10 minutes ago, and Queenie ran out. Hey, Pete.
Yeah.
Pete.
Yeah, Carl?
Come here, Pete. Grab this dough and take it into the boss. It's getting to be too much sleeve lying around loose.
Sure. You're having a nice day with the suckers, huh?
Every day's a good day as long as there are guys who think they can beat the horses. Get that dough into the boss, huh?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I don't mean to be slow, but a lot of money makes me nervous. When I'm nervous, I'm slow.
That's all right.
Excuse me, Mr. Haynes.
Oh, come on in, Pete. Well, take for the day doesn't look bad. Now, have a peanut?
No, thanks, Mr. Haynes. They don't agree with me.
Oh, it's too bad. You don't know what you're missing. Just put the money on the desk here. I'll put it in the safe after I count it. Sure you don't want a peanut?
No, thanks.
Okay. I see where our friend Blackie didn't learn a very good lesson from you, Pete.
Yeah, I heard the bad tidings. He not only took a lot of hard-earned cash, but I understand he left Joey Hester deceased.
Yeah, we'll have to...
Just relax, you two. Nobody's going to get hurt.
Boss, it's a stick-up again. This is getting monotonous, huh?
Yeah, and I know who's behind that mask, too. Our friend Boston Blackie.
Good guess, Haynes. Now I'll just take that
I hate
dough.
to do this to you, Blackie.
Hey, you fool, don't reach for your gun.
Most brave guys are dead, aren't they? Okay, Haynes, now I'll take your money.
Go ahead, take it. Take the whole place if you want to. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, but not you're going where you think.
The phone. I can only manage to get to the telephone.
Operator?
Get me the police.
One moment, please.
23rd Precinct, Sergeant Sweeney.
Sergeant, I've been shot by Boston Blackie.
Hello.
And all my
Hello?
life,
Hello.
tried to be so nice and polite to everybody, too.
You know, Faraday, it seems to me that I'm in this office of yours almost every day. I must like it here.
Blackie, this is not the time to fool around. You're in trouble, and you know it.
Yes, I know it.
And what's worse than that, I know it.
When you know anything, that's news, Faraday. But as usual, you're wrong. I didn't rob those bookies, and I didn't kill anybody. Somebody's impersonating me.
Will you stop trying to be funny?
Faraday, that's the truth. You ought to know it.
Look, Blackie, will you quit acting so innocent? This is tough enough as it is. I don't like any part of it.
Well, I don't either. Especially this part. But, Faraday, I can prove what I'm saying. Give me a few hours' time.
Nothing doing. I've heard that one before.
Please, Faraday, just a few hours.
No.
5 hours.
No.
4.
No.
3.
No, I said.
Well, all right.
Look, I have to go into the next office in a minute.
Go ahead, I don't care.
Well, you better be here when I get back. You understand?
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah, and I want you to understand this, too. If you're not here when I get back, don't forget I can pick you up in, say, 2 hours. And what's more, I will.
Uh-oh, the phone. Okay. Hello.
Hello, Blackie.
Yes?
This is Jane.
Who?
Jane Powers. You told me to call you at 7.
I did?
Blackie, what's the matter with you? Don't you remember?
Well, so much has happened today that I, who'd you say this was?
Jane.
Oh, Jane. Well, why didn't you say so?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Well, the connection must have been bad. I didn't hear you. I was hoping you'd call.
Well, you asked me to.
Oh, that's right, I did.
Oh, I'm glad you remembered something. Yeah, but the funny thing about that paper with your phone number on it, though, the one you gave me in the restaurant today,
Uh-huh.
I thought I wasn't going to be able to call you.
Why not?
I lost the piece of paper, but I got your number from information. Wasn't I smart?
Oh, I'm getting pretty smart myself. Where can I meet you?
Well, do you think it's safe for us to meet? I mean, with the police and...
Well, it isn't safe for me to go wandering around the streets, but I'm not far from the public library.
Will it be safe for us to meet there?
Yes, if we don't meet in the reading room. Tell you what, I'll meet you on the west side of the library between the second and third partition.
All right. At what time?
Between 8 and 9. Between the second and third partition. Jane,
Yes. How did you know my name?
you were supposed to meet Boston Blackie here?
You're not Boston Blackie.
No, I'm not, Jane. That is, not the Boston Blackie you know.
I don't understand.
Well, let's say, Blackie sent me to bring you to him.
Oh, well, in that case, that's different. Where is he? At home or at the restaurant?
Which do you think?
Well, he never wanted me to know where he lived. I've always met him at Londo's restaurant.
Well, let's go then. But first to a telephone.
Telephone? Why?
I have to call a friend. A friend named Faraday.
There's your Boston Blackie.
It's an improvement.
He always eats in this restaurant. He's the man sitting at that second table there by the wall. How did I ever get mixed up like this?
Never mind. You stay here with Faraday, Jane, like a good girl, and nothing will happen to you, just as we promised.
Okay.
Blackie, are you sure you want to go over there and grab that guy alone? I've got the place surrounded by cops. But,
I have a personal interest in this guy, Faraday. And you may be just a little too impersonal about the way you treat a killer. Let me have 2 minutes with him, and then you can have him for the rest of his life.
Go to it.
And that won't be for long, either. Go ahead.
Thanks. Mind if I sit down at your table?
No, go ahead.
Thanks. Rather crowded in here, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. You know, your face is rather familiar. Do I know you?
No.
Oh, but I'm sure I do. I think you know me, too.
Never saw you before.
No? I'll bet you know my name.
Never heard it.
Oh, yes, you have. You've used it.
Huh?
My name is Boston Blackie. That's your name, too, isn't it? I don't fall for the table.
No, but you fall for this.
You mean you will? Oh, yeah, you punk. Come on and get him, Faraday.
Okay.
Everything he has is yours, with the exception of a few dollars, I imagine.
Yeah.
I think he ought to pay his check, even though he's checked out.
Nice mess we're making of that guy's room, Blackie. You think he told the truth when he said the loot was stashed here?
Yep, Faraday. And here it is.
All of it?
Yeah, we'll have to count it. It'll take hours to do it.
Phew, that's some pile of money. The whole wall must be full of it.
And don't forget, 20,000 of it is mine. Would-be Boston Blackie admits he robbed Haynes, the bookie, and killed Pete. And it was Pete who robbed me.
I know you got 20,000 coming, dear. You'll get it. And those kids will get their home, too, huh?
Say, did you ever find out why that guy called himself Boston Blackie?
Yeah, it was in his confession. He planned on leaving town after he was through here. And he thought if he used your name, the bookies themselves would get you if we didn't.
Kind of cute, wasn't he?
Well, that girl of his, that Jane, she was cute.
She was dumb.
Same thing. Cute, dumb.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Faraday.
You wouldn't?
No. For instance, you're not cute.
Miss Williams. I was just telling Casey.
Hello, Annie. What have you got there?
Hi, Ethelbert. Oh, Casey, don't they look good? I just couldn't resist them.
A jar of strawberry preserves. Say, they look just like those my grandmother used to make.
Somebody talking about food?
Well, look, Tony. Don't they look wonderful?
Oh, they sure do. And in a glass jar, too. Oh, smart gal, Annie. See the anchor and the H on the bottom? This jar was made by Anchor Hocking. Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Crime Photographer, brought to you by Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Handkerchief. Joe Paletti's Tavern in the factory district at 11:30 o'clock on a Friday night is almost deserted. Behind the long bar, two white-coated bartenders are busily polishing glasses, while Joe Paletti himself, a jovial-looking fat man, checks his cash register. The street door opens and a huge uniformed policeman enters.
Evening, Joe.
Ah, Lieutenant McHugh.
Hi, Mac.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Bill, Andy. Say, where's your other barkeep tonight, Joe?
Gus? Oh, he was not feel so good. I told him go home and lie down. But he'll be back on the job at 12 o'clock when the rush starts.
This is the night of your big rush, isn't it? Friday's payday at the factory.
Yeah, 5 minutes after 12 o'clock, everyone who's quits work at midnight comes in to cash his paycheck. And buy a drink.
Or a dozen drinks. You got a sweet racket, Joe.
Yeah, to cash these checks is good business. What do you have, Lieutenant?
I'm out of cigars again.
Well, here's your special brand.
Thanks. Say, how much worth of checks you figure on cashing for that factory crowd tonight?
Well, last week was over 16,000. Tonight in my safe upstairs, I got 20,000 bucks.
Well, that's a lot of dough. Too many people know you keep heavy cash on hand these Friday nights. That's dangerous.
Oh, what's dangerous? And I got a first-class safe in my apartments upstairs. And I also got a burglar alarm. Ain't you cops got a precinct station just 1 block away? If anybody tried to stick me up, ain't you going to come and stop him?
You're a hard guy to argue with, Joe.
Because he's got a thick skull, McHugh.
What are you doing here, Snyder?
I just dropped in for a beer.
Snyder, when I pay you off 2 weeks ago, I told you to get out of my place and keep out.
So what? Public place, isn't it? Come on, draw me a beer, Joe.
All right. Bill.
Yeah, boss.
Give this louse a beer. See he pays for it.
Okay.
Your boss don't like me, Bill.
Neither do I. Or anybody else here. Here's your beer.
Thanks. Here's your dough.
Where you working now, Snyder?
I ain't working. Joe Paletti's seen to that.
I ain't recommending no bartender I catch you stealing from my cash register.
I didn't steal. If you could prove I did, you'd have turned me over to the cops.
Joe could have proved it. He just gave you a break, Snyder. You're not decent enough to appreciate it. Now finish your beer and get out of here.
Okay, copper, I'll drink up and get out. Mind if I wipe my mouth off first? How do you guys like this handkerchief I'm using? Pretty classy, huh?
Yeah, it's just like you, Snyder. It's loud, it's cheap, and it's got a lot of yellow in it.
Maybe someday, Joe, you'll be kind of sorry for the raw stuff you pulled on me. But so long. When I see you next, I hope it's in the obituary columns.
He's got a few drinks under his belt, Joe. If he comes back tonight, you better keep an eye on him. You too, Bill. He won't bother the boss, Mac. Well, I've got to get back to the station house. Here's for the cigars, Joe.
Thanks.
So long.
So long. Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Joe?
How's your wife?
Oh, about the same. She doesn't get any better.
She's been sick a long time, huh?
Over a year.
Cost you plenty of money, huh?
Every cent I had.
Look, If I can help any...
Thanks, Joe, but the guy in my job can't borrow dough from... Well, nothing to keep his nose clean. I'll see you later.
So long, Mac.
Good night, Lieutenant. Andy.
Yes?
You bring up plenty lemons?
More than we need, Joe.
Okay. 10 minutes to 12. I go upstairs now and get the money from my safe to cash them paychecks.
When is Gus supposed to get back here, Bill?
12 o'clock, Andy.
I hope he gets here. We need help to handle that factory mob.
Gus won't let us down. I wonder if we shaved enough ice.
Aye, there's plenty. Say, what was that rat Snyder in here for? I was at the far end of the bar when you and the boss and Lieutenant McHugh were talking to him.
Oh, he was just...
What's that?
Gunshots.
Upstairs, where the boss is.
That's his burglar alarm.
Come on.
I'm with you. We're coming, Joe.
The door's locked. We got to break it down.
Let's go, together.
That did it. Hey, look, the safe is open.
Where's Joe?
On the floor.
He's been shot through the head.
That back window's open. The killer busted out there.
Can you see anyone?
No, too dark. But the cops have heard that alarm. They'll get whoever did this.
Andy, I know who did it. What? Come here. Look at that handkerchief on the floor.
Handkerchief?
That's the loud one Ed Snyder had tonight.
All right, now, Bill, if you and Andy will take another pose in front of that door you busted open after you heard the shooting.
Like this, Mr. Casey?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Hey, you get in this shot, too, Gus.
Well, I didn't get here till after poor old Joe was killed, Mr. Casey.
Well, that doesn't matter. You're one of the bartenders. Stand next to Andy, huh?
Okay, all right.
All right, all face the camera now. Hold it. That does it.
You got enough pictures, Casey. Now I want these gentlemen to go on telling me what happened after they found the body.
Well, we told you about all there is to tell, Miss Williams. The cops and Lieutenant McHugh here, they come running up these stairs only about a minute later.
We'd heard the burglar alarm, of course.
Well, how do you figure Paletti pressed that alarm button after he was shot through the head, Lieutenant? Huh?
He fell on the button, Casey. It was next to the safe.
Oh.
But you policemen didn't catch the killer, Lieutenant. He got away through that dark alley with Joe Paletti's $20,000. Is that right?
Yes, but he won't get far with that 20 grand, Miss Williams. That yellow handkerchief Bill found on the floor told us who he is.
Lieutenant Mack, how do you figure Snyder got in here, huh? Bill says Paletti always kept that window locked. Huh?
Well,
this Snyder guy could have come up these front steps. There's two doors at the bottom, one leading into the bar and the other onto the street.
But Paletti wouldn't have let him in the door up here, not Snyder.
Doesn't matter how he got in. Before he got out, he left evidence enough to burn him.
Thanks, Sergeant. We'll go up now and look things over. Come on, you fellas.
Captain Logan, Casey.
Hello, Logan.
What? Casey.
So the big boss of the homicide squad has finally gotten here.
Hiya, Captain.
I might have known you two'd get around to get in my hair. Hello, McHugh.
Glad to see you, Captain. Hello, Doc. Pete.
Get to work, you tech men. There's your corpus delicti, Doc. Lieutenant McHugh, your sergeant downstairs, has given me the general layout. It's open and shut on this guy Snyder, huh?
As far as I'm concerned, there's his handkerchief. Bill, the head bartender here, identifies it, too.
100%.
Not many guys would carry a loud-colored handkerchief like that.
It's a cheap handkerchief, Logan, which means a lot of guys probably carry them.
Casey, you must have all the pictures you need by this time. Go back to your paper with them and don't bother me.
Ann and I have got to stick around for the payoff, pal.
Well, sure. We're waiting for Snyder to be brought in.
All right. Can you tell what caliber bullet killed the guy, Doc?
I can, Captain. There's a 38 caliber slug lying under this chair. I wouldn't touch it, of course, until you homicide guys got here.
I see, Lieutenant. It's a 38, all right.
Caliber you cops use.
Yeah. Police positive says.
Lieutenant Mack.
Yes, Casey?
Where did this guy Snyder carry this handkerchief you saw him use tonight?
You remember, Bill?
Yeah, sure, in his coat, the breast pocket. I remember him tucking it back there.
Huh? Why do you suppose he took it out of his breast pocket and dropped it here? As a definite lead?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Paletti's last act was to yank that wiper out of Snyder's pocket.
That's possible.
Lieutenant, you were in the precinct house when the burglar alarm went off, huh?
No, I was out getting some air around the corner.
Alone?
Yes. Why?
Just wondering.
Nobody ties Snyder up with his handkerchief except you and Bill, Lieutenant.
Say, look here, Captain. You're not getting the wild idea that maybe...
Until I have more than this handkerchief as evidence against Snyder, I'm going to investigate this job from every angle.
But you can't possibly think that
Captain Logan.
Yes, Feldman?
We've got Snyder.
Bring him up here.
This I get pictures of.
Okay, Snyder, get moving. Come on, you.
Okay. You don't have to yank my arm off.
So you're Snyder.
I ain't trying to say any different. Hello, McHugh.
You tried to get away with a little murder tonight, didn't you, Snyder?
The smug who pinched me gave me the idea that's what you'll try to pin on me. Prove it if you can.
Shut up until you're asked to talk.
Yeah, okay, copper.
You made the pinch, Feldman?
Yes, Captain. He was sneaking out of an alley on Chester Street. He started to run, and I had to throw a shot over his head.
Sneaking out of an alley, eh? Started to run.
That don't prove I murdered anyone, McHugh.
Shut up.
Of course, you searched him, Feldman.
First thing, sir. No gun on him and no sign of Joe Paletti's 20 grand. But I found these in his pocket.
30 caliber cartridges, huh?
That's all we need, Captain. Naturally, he threw away the .38 revolver he used to kill Paletti.
I never had any .38 revolver. I picked them cartridges up on the street.
Sure. And I suppose you lost the nice colored handkerchief you had in the bar tonight.
I don't know what you mean, McHugh.
He didn't have any colored handkerchief when I pinched him, Lieutenant.
Is this your handkerchief, Snyder?
Well, No, I never saw that thing before.
We know it's yours.
What have you done with the money you took from Paletti?
I didn't take no money. I didn't kill Paletti.
The truth now will save you a lot of trouble, Snyder.
Well, Okay, I'll tell you what you want to know.
You killed Paletti.
Yeah.
That does it, Casey.
Yeah, that does it.
Now, Snyder, what did you do with the 20 grand you took?
That's the big payoff question, ain't it, Copper? Well, I wanted to pay me something, so you don't get an answer until I see my lawyer.
Take him to headquarters, boys.
Come on, Snyder.
Okay, Copper.
Gonna let him see a lawyer now, Logan?
Why not? He's confessed the murder. And, Casey, did you almost get me on a phony track about Lieutenant McHugh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was all wrong.
100%. Well, see you later, pal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so long.
Come on, Casey, let's get our stuff to the office.
Okay, Annie. Annie, you know, it's funny.
What?
I've got the doggonedest hunch that I wasn't all wrong.
The whole thing is blown up in my face, Casey. Snyder didn't kill Paletti.
Calm down, Logan, and tell me about it.
The lawyer Snyder insisted on seeing came in at noon today with 7 reputable witnesses.
Witnesses to what?
To a perfect alibi. At the time Paletti was shot, between 11:55 and midnight, Snyder was in a restaurant nearly a mile away.
7 reputable witnesses say that. Huh?
They're ready to swear to it.
Well, how does he explain his phony confession?
Claims he had to stall us until he could prove his alibi.
That's pretty thin.
Sure. The truth is that he's a small-time cop hater who was getting a kick out of making us look like saps.
And he says he found those 38 shells and lost his handkerchief.
Yeah. Casey, I figure he did lose that handkerchief. Just outside Paletti's tavern, maybe. Somebody found it, got an idea, and planted it beside Paletti's body.
Any suspects?
I don't like to say this, but... Well, cops sometimes go wrong, Casey. Lieutenant McHugh has been under heavy expense on account of his sick wife, and 20 grand is a lot of dough.
Yeah. Snyder may have given his handkerchief to somebody, Logan.
What do you mean?
Well, if suspicions hadn't immediately centered on Snyder last night, everybody in the vicinity of Paletti's Tavern would have been a suspect, huh?
Yeah?
Anybody who couldn't furnish an on-the-spot alibi might have been searched for the murder gun and that dough.
Yeah.
When Snyder was pinched and made his phony confession, he gave the killer plenty of time to get the stolen money under cover.
Snyder and the killer were working together.
That's my guess.
I think it's the right one. I'll have another talk with that rat Snyder.
No, pal. Don't. Let him go.
Let him go?
Yeah. With the idea that he's gotten away with it. But tail him, Logan, day and night. Until he leads you to his partner, the guy who has that 20 grand.
Okay, Casey, we'll try it your way. But your way had better pay off.
Let's pause right here. We'll return to Casey, crime photographer, in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now we rejoin Casey, crime photographer, and the conclusion of The Handkerchief.
Good night, Mrs. Wheelbreaker. The strangest darn people come in here sometimes.
Yeah, well, don't look at us when you say that, pal.
Casey, hello, Miss Williams.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Say, I've been wondering when you two would come in. Anything new on that Paletti murder?
No, not yet, Ethelbert.
You know, I take a personal interest in that case, being as how it happened to a bartender, a brother professional, as you might say. Captain Logan's detectives have been shadowing that Snyder guy for 3 days now.
They sure have. They know what he's done every single
If
minute.
he hasn't made or received any phone calls or made contact with anyone who might be a logical suspect. Or at least he hadn't up to noon today when Logan showed us the latest report on him.
It's nearly 6 o'clock. Maybe something's happened since.
Logan would have let me know if it had.
Maybe your idea about Snyder was wrong, Casey.
Listen, that's what I'm hearing from Logan. Now, don't you start pulling it. Give the idea a little time, huh?
Well, gee, I didn't mean... Oh, Walter, will you...
Never mind, Ethelbert, never mind. I'll get it. It's probably from me anyhow. Excuse me, Annie.
Sure.
Blue note.
That you, Casey?
Yeah. I thought it might be you, Logan. Anything new?
Get into that jalopy of yours and come to Spring Road off 200th Street as soon as you can make it.
Well, there's nothing but woods out there.
Oh, yes, there is. There's something I want you to see, smart guy.
What's that?
The dead body of Snyder.
There's all that's left of him, Casey, in that ditch.
Shot through the head.
Yeah, twice, with a .38 revolver, as Paletti was shot. Snyder had been dead over an hour when he was found here.
Well, then that means that the detectives who were watching
He
him...
gave him the slip, Miss Williams. I wanted to keep this rat at headquarters and sweat the truth out of him, Casey. Instead, I listened to you. You see the result?
Yeah. You mind giving us some of the details, Logan?
I'd be happy to tell you all I know. You may have another bright idea.
Don't rub it in, huh?
I'm sorry. This is my fault, not yours.
Huh? Say, Logan.
I hope you'll have an idea to give me a different idea than I have.
Hey, pal, are you sick?
Here's what happened. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, Snyder was walking up Crosley Street with one of my guys behind him when he suddenly hopped into a Ford sedan, parked at the curb, and got away.
Huh?
Another guy was at the wheel all ready to go. I think the driver of that sedan was Snyder's partner in the Paletti murder. I'm still riding with your theory about that.
And he killed Snyder because...
He didn't want to share that 20 grand with him. He wanted it all.
Or because he knew Snyder was being trailed. Snyder was dangerous to him.
Yeah, that fits, too.
Obviously, he and Snyder met by appointment, Logan. Snyder expected him to be waiting in a car at that time and in that place.
Sure.
Well, then your killer is someone Snyder talked to since you turned him loose.
Yep.
You checked on everyone Snyder talked to?
Yeah. There hasn't been a logical suspect in the bunch, Casey, until today.
You mean he talked to somebody today?
Yeah. Several hours before he got into that sedan.
Who?
Lieutenant McHugh.
McHugh?
Captain Logan.
From the first, I've figured McHugh might have killed Paletti, but I've never really believed he did.
You believe it now?
He needed that dough, Casey, all of it, for a sick wife. He's a cop. Paletti would have opened that upstairs door for him. I've known Mac a long time. He's been a good guy and a good cop.
Logan, where did he and Snyder talk today?
Outside of Paletti's tavern.
Paletti's tavern?
Yeah. Snyder had the nerve to go in there and ask for a drink. That's all he had a chance to do. One of the bartenders grabbed him and threw him out of the joint. Lieutenant McHugh came along just then and helped him out of the gutter.
And then they talked.
Yeah, for 2 or 3 minutes, walking up the street together. Then McHugh went off duty soon afterwards, and he didn't go home. He could have met Snyder in that sedan. It looks like McHugh all the way, Casey.
How close was your detective when Snyder was given the bum's rush from Poletti?
Oh, he'd only just followed him inside the joint. It happened that fast.
Which bartender gave Snyder that rush act?
It was Andy.
Oh, Andy.
Who was in the bar downstairs when Poletti was killed upstairs.
He couldn't have been Snyder's partner.
Oh. Your man sure it was Andy, huh?
Well, he didn't have time to ask for names, but the description he gave me is Andy's tall with dark hair.
Well, Bill is tall, but he's bald.
Well, Gus has dark hair. Oh, but he isn't tall. Say, your guy got only a quick look at that bartender.
Yeah, but he couldn't be wrong about it.
Wait a minute, Logan. A medium-sized guy looks tall when you see him beside a very short guy. Snyder was a shrimp, and Gus hauling him around with a collar would look like a 6-footer.
But Gus!
Poletti would have unlocked that upstairs door for Gus, Logan. He was a trusted employee. And Gus didn't report for work until after Poletti was killed.
Casey, you're right. Let's get Gus and go to work on it.
He's a tough cookie, Logan. You'll never break him.
I'll make him talk.
I don't think you will. Look, Logan, can I stick my neck out again?
Casey, I'll listen to anything now.
All right. We'll take Gus for a little ride.
A ride?
Yeah. But not in a police car this time. We'll use my jalopy.
Where are you guys driving me to? You said you were taking me to headquarters. Hey, we're way out in the country.
We changed our minds about headquarters, Gus.
What do you mean?
Too many people hang around down there.
Where are you taking me?
Just take it easy, sucker.
Look, you're a cop, Captain Logan. You can't kid me into thinking that
We know you got that 20 grand, Gus.
I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, that's what you told us.
It's what I'll go on telling you.
This is a nice deserted spot, Logan.
Yeah, a perfect spot, Casey.
Shall I stop here?
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, what are you going to do here?
Just talk. For a while.
Step out of the car, Gus.
No,
Step out.
Hey, why are you pulling that gun? You can't bluff me. I ain't afraid.
What have you done with the money you stole from Poletti?
I told you.
What have you done with that dough?
I ain't got it.
We want that 20 grand, Gus.
And we're going to have it.
Hey. I'm getting a picture now. You two came to my hotel room alone. You bring me out here alone. I get it now. You two are working together.
Logan and I do a lot of work together, Gus.
So that's it. You want that dough for yourselves.
Where is it?
I ain't talking.
We'll see about that. Here, Casey, hold my gun on this mug
Sure,
while
pal, I will.
Oh, you don't. You dropped the gun.
Get it.
No, I got it. Easy. Stick up your hands, you lousy. Stick them up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the scat. You two saps should have stayed honest. You ain't got the brains for fast stuff. So you thought you'd hijack my 20 grand.
Listen, Gus, you're in the racket. You know how guys have to figure. If you'd been nice and told us where to find that dough.
Sure, Gus. We'd have been nice.
So now I'll be nice to you. Tell you where to find it. It's buried under a flower bed on my old man's grave in Oakwood Cemetery. I buried the gat I used to kill Poletti and Snyder there, too.
That was smart.
Yeah. I think of little things like that. Just like you mugs thought of bringing me to this deserted spot. In a car that I'll drive away. Alone.
Gus, you're not going to...
No, Gus.
You get it between the eyes like Snyder and Poletti. Now! What the...
Something the matter, Gus?
This gun is empty.
Uh-huh. That's another little thing we thought of.
Oh, you double-crossed me.
Thanks for the confession, Gus. Come on.
Now we're really going to headquarters.
Right. And then, Casey, you and I have got something to do with the Blue Note.
What's that, Logan?
I'll tell you on the way about it.
So you cops found that 20 grand and the murder gun just where Gus said it was. Hey, Captain Logan?
That's right, Ethelbert.
Yeah. Gus figured he had no reason to lie to a pair of dead pigeons, as he figured Logan and me to be.
Well, I'm certainly glad that a disgrace to the bartending profession like he was is going to get what he deserves. Hey, by the way, Captain, what brings you here to the Blue Note tonight?
Ethelbert, Casey and I want a box of the best cigars you have in the place.
Yeah, we want you to send them to Lieutenant McHugh, Ethelbert. Here's his address here.
Well, sure, but Casey, why are you and Captain Logan, head of the homicide department, sending cigars to a cop?
Well, you see, that is...
It's just... you see, McHugh likes to smoke cigars.
Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and stars Stotts Cotsworth as Casey. It is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Casey created by George Harmon Cox. Our cast features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne, John Gibson as Ethelbert, Bernard Lenrow as Logan, and the Blue Note pianist is Herman Chittison. The original music is by Archie Blyer. Crime Photographer is brought to you by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees. Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Suspense. In the finest homes and restaurants where distinguished hospitality is a gracious tradition, the choice in wines is C-R-E-S-T-A, B-L-A-N-C-A, Cresta Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Yes, the best serve Cresta Blanca. And whatever the occasion, there's a magnificent Cresta Blanca California wine to bring rare pleasure to every discriminating taste. That's why, for gracious dining this holiday weekend, the smart hostess offers her guests distinguished Cresta Blanca wines from the finest of the vines. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, for Roma Wines, that's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines for your everyday pleasure, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California present Alan Baxter as star of a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear. Alan Baxter in Money Talks, a remarkable tale of suspense.
I had my credentials and letters of recommendation in my hand, was wearing the dark blue with a conservative pinstripe and the Van Heusen collar with a knit tie, and was showing it all off to Mr. Purley. Mr. Purley was one of a mere 8 vice presidents of the Bankers Industrial Trust Company. He had a big, shiny desk with nothing on it and a kind of a mind that went right along with it. He was my meat.
Well, Mr. Goff, of course the bank does occasionally have openings for the right kind of man.
Well, I don't like to blow my own horn, Mr. Purley, but...
have you had any previous experience in banking, Mr. Goff?
No, sir, I haven't, but, there's this.
Yes. So you're a graduate of the Harvard Business School?
Yes, sir. Investment banking was my field.
Well, I must say, Mr. Goff, your grades there were exceptional, most exceptional.
I worked hard, Mr. Purley. Banking was my first love, you might say, ever since I can remember. It's always been more than just a business to me. It's been, well, I suppose you could call it an ideal, a sacred trust, and the best tradition of our financial and national institutions. I guess that sounds a little romantic.
No, not at all, Mr. Goff, not at all. I see you graduated 4 years ago, Mr. Goff. Now, during the past 4 years?
Well, you know how it's been with everybody the last 4 years.
Oh, of course. I didn't see you wearing any veterans insignia.
I don't like to be ostentatious about it, Mr. Purley.
Oh, yes. Do you understand, Mr. Goff, that you'd have to start in a rather minor capacity?
Oh, I'm not worried about that, sir. Frankly, Mr. Purley, I'm ambitious. And without being conceited, I'm confident I can make my mark with Bankers Industrial. You'll give me a chance.
I like your attitude, Mr. Goff. You come in tomorrow morning. I think we can work something out.
Thank you, Mr. Purley. This is a day I'll never forget. I think I can safely predict that you won't either. I gave him the old do-or-die, look-him-straight in the eye handshake, and he left. That was more than 2 years ago. The whole thing was phony as an $8 bill, all but the part about ambition. There was nothing phony about that. I was going to make my mark with the Bankers Industrial, all right. About $100,000 worth. You probably know how a bank works, the bookkeeping, I mean. All day long, the tellers pay it out and take it in, and then at 3 o'clock, the bank closes. Only that's when the work really begins. Because then the tellers have to hand over their checks and receipts and statements of cash on hand to girls, you see, running those big calculating machines. When it's all over, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth in a big bank like this one, it has to balance out to the last penny. I mean penny. That's where Anita Willoughby came in. She was young and demure-looking, but sort of intense, too, if you know what I mean. She looked like just what the doctor ordered. Of course, I couldn't start anything in the bank. Banks are poison on office romances. You'll see why after a while. But a couple of weeks of little attentions, and I was ready. It just happened that I was looking into the window of a men's furnishing store. She was passing by on her way home. I was lighting a cigarette, and it just happened. I turned suddenly, and of course, it just happened. I bumped right into her.
Oh.
Why, Miss Willoughby. Oh, I am sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Goff. It just startled me a little.
It's terribly clumsy of me. You on your way home? Going my way?
I don't know. What is your way, Mr. Goff?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was just going down here a couple of blocks to where I left my car. You have a car, Miss Willoughby?
No, unfortunately, I don't.
Well, then, perhaps I could give you a lift, Miss Willoughby.
Perhaps you could, Mr. Goff.
Well, we wound up having dinner. It went on from there. After the first 10 minutes, I knew that demure act was strictly something for Mr. Purley and the adding machine. Anita Willoughby was smart. She'd been around and she knew the score. In a way, I was glad of this because it would take less sales talk later on. But in another way, it was too bad, really. It was too bad because I was going to have to kill her.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Alan Baxter in Money Talks. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma California Wines. Those better-tasting wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. Speaking of enjoyment, here's a practical hint from Roma to make your holiday weekend cool and comfortable. Whether you're planning a trip to the country, a gay picnic at the beach, or a quiet rest at home, keep cooler with refreshing Roma wine and soda. Simply half-filled glasses with Roma Burgundy, Roma Sauterne, or your favorite Roma wine. Fill up with ice and soda, sweeten to taste, and garnish with a fragrant sprig of mint or colorful fruit slices. You'll find delicious Roma wine and soda America's smartest way to cool off. A wonderful way to say welcome when friends drop in. A marvelous thirst quencher anytime. To beat the heat, you can't beat refreshing Roma wine and soda iced. Made with better-tasting Roma wine from America's greatest reserves of fine wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our New York soundstage Alan Baxter in Money Talks, A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
If you're cool-headed and cold-blooded, if you have a plan, if there's something you really want, all the laws and locks in the world won't stop you from latching onto it. That's what I'd always figured, and that's what I'd figured now. That's why I sold 2 years of my life to a bank for a lousy $60 a week. That's why I made the play for Anita. That's why I was going to have to kill Anita. But before that, there was a lot of other ground I had to cover with Anita. I spent 6 months more covering it, and then I was ready. We were having dinner at a quiet little place we used to go to, and Anita was happy as a lark. I was bearing down hard on an act I'd been working up all week.
What's the matter, Cliff?
No, I don't know.
Oh, come on. You've been moody like this for days. What's on your mind?
Well, it's about us, I guess.
Well, what about us?
Well, I don't know. When I first started to work in that salt mine 2 years ago, I thought I was going to set the world on fire. But now...
What's all this got to do with us, Cliff?
Well, what kind of a life is it to look forward to? 2 years and I'm third assistant cashier. Maybe in 10 years I'll even get to be first cashier. So what?
Well, you didn't expect them to make you majority stockholder, did you? Or if you did, you shouldn't have.
Honey, I wish we could get away from here. Go places, see things, have fun.
So do I, Cliff.
Yeah, but on what?
Well, maybe in 10 years or so, when you are first cashier.
All right, laugh at me. I got it coming.
It's a job, that's all, Cliff. That's the way most jobs are.
But it's not the kind of job you want your husband to have, is it?
My husband?
What do you think I've been talking about all this time? What's the use if we can't look forward to getting married and having some fun, some romance, some glamour in our lives?
Well, it's a funny proposal, Cliff, but I like what it says.
Yeah, but if some guy with $100,000 came along, I can't blame you.
I'd rather have you with my 100,000, Cliff.
Darling, why can't we have both? Where's the justice in it? When I think of the millions in cash money that's gone through my hands in the past 2 years, and what have I got?
Doesn't it make you feel funny sometimes, Cliff?
What?
Handling all that money.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I can almost hear it talking to me.
So can I.
You too, huh? Listen, Nita. Did you ever get to thinking how you could get that 100,000?
Of course I have. But I never thought of a way it'd work.
Suppose you had. Suppose there was one.
Listen, Cliff. I've got no scruples. You only live once. But I'm allergic to penitentiaries.
I asked you a question.
You mean a way that was absolutely certain? Guaranteed safe?
Yeah.
I'd buy it.
Ah. Listen, baby, you know what's the matter with all those guys that try to clip a bank? They're not dishonest. No, I mean it. Look what happens. What always happens. The guy's hard up, or he's got a tip in the market or the races or something, and he dips into the till. Yeah. And after a while, he takes a little more and then a little more, but he always figures he's going to pay it back. He covers it up with a lot of fancy bookkeeping. Till along comes some auditor that's a little smarter than he is, and bluey, the big vacation, the long-term lease. All because the guy is fundamentally honest.
Well, you can't win, I guess.
No? Listen, you know the guys that do? The big shots, the presidents, board chairman. When those guys clip a bank, they grab themselves anywhere from $100,000 to a cool $1 million one fine night and blow. You never hear of them again. But you can bet they're sitting pretty somewhere. You know why? Because they were dishonest. They planned it. They'd laugh themselves to death at the idea of paying it back.
Only you're not a big shot, darling.
Listen, they do it all at one clip. They're out of the country before anybody finds out. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure, but they have the chance. You don't.
No. But us, between us, we do.
We?
Listen, Dick Breen, the first cashier, takes his vacation in August. Every Thursday, Jerry Malone II goes over to investment. They're teaching that side of the business. That means that for 2 Thursdays in August, I take his place and consign for cash from the vaults.
But, Cliff...
Wait a minute. And all I have to do is give you a receipt so that when you add it up at the end of the day, we get our balance. Don't you see it?
What kind of a receipt?
Any kind. One of the big payroll receipts will do it.
But how you...
How do I get it? I write it myself. You won't question it.
Oh.
Now, do you get it?
Oh, it's awful risky, Cliff. What about the next day?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. You don't wait for the next day. Do you realize how far from these United States you can get in 18 or 20 hours nowadays? You can get to places where you can live like a king for the rest of your life on $100,000.
The rest of my life, Cliff?
Sure, baby, sure. Why not? Well, what about it?
All right, Cliff. I'll do it.
The first Thursday in August was 6 weeks away, but waiting for them to pass was like living through 6 lifetimes. We went over it again and again, every detail, every possible variation. There's no use saying I wasn't nervous, because I was. A couple of times I even thought Nita and I were being followed in the car. It was that bad. But I managed to keep under control at the bank, and the big day finally rolled around. I waited until about 11:45, just before the noon rush hour, and then I marched over to Mr. Purley's desk, trying to look casual and nonchalant. But this was the worst part. Right here, right now. My hands were sweating and my mouth was dry until I began to be afraid the words would stick in my throat. There was nothing to it, really. It's the kind of things that's done every day in a bank, but not the way I was doing it. Sure, I was scared.
Oh. Hello, Cliff. What is it?
You want to countersign this for me, Mr. Purley? $104,000.
Cash?
Yeah, Eastern Chemical. They want us to get their payroll together on Thursdays after this. Some kind of new accounting system over there.
Oh. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Purley. There it was, just as simple as that. After all those weeks of worry and jumpy nerves, there it was. I went to the vault and drew the cash, and the worst was over. I came out on the floor again. The noon crowds are beginning to line up in front of the windows, keeping everybody on the jump and minding their own business. I took over Harrison's cage, same as I always did at the lunch hour, and I don't think he even noticed the canvas bag I was carrying. It's that usual. After he left, I simply took a minute to transfer the cash from the bag into my own briefcase, and that was that. When he came back, I strolled over to Anita's machine with the Eastern Chemical receipt that I'd made up the night before. Oh, Miss Willoughby.
Yes, Mr. Goff.
Eastern Chemical has changed their payroll day to Thursday. Here's the receipt. Don't forget to include it in your tally.
Yes, Mr. Goff.
There was nothing to do now but sweat it out until 5 o'clock. Went out to lunch myself, but I didn't eat much. I was beginning to get nervous again. Went back to my desk and tried to look busy. But I kept thinking of all the things that could go wrong. Purley happened to call Eastern Chemical on some other business. But if it turned out to be one of those days that come about twice a year when you can't get a balance and you can't find the error and everybody has to go over every transaction of the day until they do, that $104,000 item would stand out like a red flag at a businessman's lunch. I was beginning to think about what I would have to do afterwards, too. But, that wasn't getting me anywhere, and I knew it. Finally, 3 o'clock came, and the bank closed. The gang went to work on their totals, and the girls began to bring me their balance sheets. Nita was the last one.
Here you are, Mr. Goff.
Balance?
Uh-huh. How are the others?
Well, I guess that's all then, Miss Willoughby. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Goff.
Oh, Mr. Purley.
Oh, yes, Cliff. Oh, got your balance?
Yes, sir. All in order, I guess. Here you are.
Uh-huh. All right, Cliff, thank you. Well, going to do a little homework tonight?
Huh?
A pretty bulky briefcase you're taking home there.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I wanted to do a little reading up on that South American situation.
Good boy. Well, good night, Cliff.
Good night, Mr. Purley. Well, I had $100,000 in wonderful, bright green folding money. Driving out of town, I felt edgy and depressed. I even got the idea I was being followed again. I knew what it was all about, of course. It was Anita, what I was going to have to do. I tried to forget it up until now. I tried to kid myself there'd be some other way, but I knew there wasn't. She was smart, too smart. She'd have the little boys in blue after me before I could get to the airport. One thing was for sure. I wasn't splitting that dough with her or anyone else. So it had to be this way. It just had to be. So far, I was pretty sure the idea had never entered her head. I'd let her get the plane tickets to Mexico, although, of course, I had others of my own to Rio. And I told her to meet me at the little shack I had in the country because it would be safer. She'd already arrived when I got there.
Cliff?
It's okay, baby. Are you ready?
Of course, but you're early. Are you sure?
You mean, did I get it? Look at that. What do you think that stuff is, huh? How about that?
So you did. You really did.
Of course I did. Did you think I wouldn't?
Well, Something might have gone wrong, Cliff.
Not with me, baby. Not with me. Have you got that Eastern Chemical receipt? I told you to slip it out of the heap when you got through.
Yeah, I've got it.
Let's see it.
Here.
Huh? Okay. That's all I need.
That's what?
I'm sorry about this, Nita. Honestly. I really am.
Cliff. No.
I got the rope and tied her up and tied a towel over her head, mostly because I didn't want to see her face. And I got out the gasoline and spread about half of it around the room. I took the rest of it down the cellar and poured it in a big shallow pan I had down there. There was a candle set in the middle of the pan, and it came about 3 inches above the level of the gasoline. It would take about 2 hours to burn down. By that time, I'd be in a plane over the Atlantic Ocean. In a way, it was pretty rugged, and I felt sort of bad about it. But you always hear that they suffocate from the smoke before the fire ever gets to them. So I lit the candle, and I got out of there. Well, it was over. It was done with now. And I began to hear it again. All the way down there in the clipper, I could hear that money talking. Maybe I'd get a rancho, one of those cattle outfits with a big hacienda and a couple dozen servants. There's plenty of dough in Argentine beef. Or maybe it'd be oil or nitrates. All I knew for sure was that this 100,000 was only the beginning. With smart operating, I'd roll it up to 1 million before I was 40. In Rio, I registered under my new name of Clarence Gage for the best suite in the best hotel in town and got ready to relax. Next day, I got the Times that they fly down here for the big shots, and there it was on the suburban page. It found Anita, and she'd been identified by jewelry and stuff. It mentioned that she was employed at the Bankers Industrial and hinted she might have been in some trouble there. That was all to the good, and I relaxed even more. And then the next day, I got a very funny feeling. All the way up in the elevator, I felt it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. When I opened my door, I liked it even less.
Mr. Gage?
Yeah? Who are you?
Gorman's the name. Sam Gorman. You and me have got a little business to transact.
Have we? I don't think I know you, Mr. Gorman.
Well, maybe this heater will jog your memory, huh?
Guns never remind me of anything but trouble, and I don't like trouble.
But you got it, Mr. Goff. You got it.
All right. What's the pitch?
You mean this heater doesn't remind you of anything? Like money? About 100 grand? Or somebody named Anita? You got a rotten memory, haven't you?
You're a cop. You're wasting your time.
A cop? I know some guys who get a big kick out of that. No, I'm no cop, Mr. Goff.
Well, let's talk then. What do you want?
Can't you guess, Mr. Goff?
I wouldn't try.
I want the dough, Mr. Goff. The money.
What makes you think you're going to get it?
Well, for one thing, this.
Wouldn't try that again. Gun or no gun.
No?
Cut it out, Sam. I said no rough stuff.
Nita.
Yeah? Well, I owe him at least that much.
Oh, don't be silly, Sam. All we want is the money. Now start looking for it.
Sure, he just tried to fry in gasoline, that's all. No rough stuff.
It'd just make complications with the local police, and you know it. Now stop being jealous and find the money.
Nita, they said... Well, it said in the paper
That little fire at your place? Oh, they found somebody, all right. Just didn't happen to be me.
You don't mean... You didn't deliberately...
Yes, him, will you? I don't think the guy's got much of a sense of humor, should he?
It was somebody Sam didn't like. And nobody that'll be missed.
All right, I've got no sense of humor. Maybe I'm dumb, too. I don't get it.
Well, you see, Cliff, we never did like the idea of leaving the country.
You said it.
But this way, I'm off the hook. We can go back any time we want to, because legally, I'm dead. See?
And may I ask who this we is that suddenly got into the conversation?
Me and Sam, my husband.
Your husband?
That's me.
Mm-hmm. I went to work in the bank for the same reason you did, Cliff. There was going to be a stick-up, and I was going to help from the inside. Only your way seems so much better.
Well, how do you like that?
Yeah. How does it feel, Wonder Boy?
And me trying to tell you how to be dishonest.
There don't have to be any hard feelings, Cliff. At least I don't have any. It was really Sam's fault what happened to me.
What?
Or almost did. He lost you somehow, following you out to the place. We were almost certain that you'd try it, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I still owe him some lumps for that.
100,000 really wasn't enough for both of us.
For 2 bits, I'd give it to him.
Sam, haven't you found that money yet?
No, come on. Where is it, Wonder Boy?
You don't think I have it here, do you?
I do. Look for a brown leather briefcase, Sam. 2 will get you 10. It's all right there.
Yeah? Well, here's the briefcase. Well. I guess Wonder Boy just didn't have much confidence in banks, huh? Not that I blame him.
Well, I guess we better get going.
Listen, Nita, it was a bum deal all the way around.
Uh-huh.
And I'm really
Wasn't
sorry. I'm sorry about that other part, about you, I mean.
I believe it. You even said so. No hard feelings, Cliff.
I think Wonder Boy is leading up to something.
Yeah, I can see you're the intellectual type. All right. How about leaving me a little?
Nuts.
Why not, Sam?
Just 1,000 or so.
What's the use? They won't get him any place, even down here.
Listen, you don't think I'm going to stick around down here now, do you? I got to get back to the States and make another pitch.
Give him the money, Sam. 1,000. And, Cliff.
Yeah?
I'd be a little careful about going back to the States if I were you.
Sure. That goes double, Nita.
What does?
About being careful.
I don't get it.
You will. When that money begins to talk. Talk about honor among thieves. But it could have been worse. I'd only lost 2 years of my life, not all of it. So a month later, I was out on the West Coast, credentials, dark blue pinstripe, Van Heusen and all, and this time the sucker was a Mr. Ambrose.
Uh-huh. Well, your record at the business school is certainly impressive, Mr. Gage.
Well, I worked hard, Mr. Ambrose. Mm-hmm. Banking has always seemed more than just a business to me. It's been, well, an ideal, a sacred trust, and the best tradition of our financial and national institutions.
Ah, you've got the right spirit, Mr. Gage. Come in tomorrow morning, and I think we can work something out.
So it all began all over again. Only about 3 months later, there was a little man in a derby hat standing in line in front of my window, and his business was strictly personal.
Hey, Clarence Gage?
Yes, that's right.
Can we have a little private talk?
Well, I guess... Oh, can you take over for me a minute, Harry?
And it may be for a little bit longer than a minute.
Well, now, what can I do for you, Mr.
He used to work under the name of Clifford Goff on the East Coast.
Oh.
Yeah. Headquarters.
Listen, you got me all wrong on that. I didn't have anything to do with it. What would I be working here for if I had that kind of dough? I can prove to you I never got a cent.
Now, wait a minute. You knew the girl, didn't you?
Sure. When I heard what had happened, well, I'd been going around with her, and I got scared, that's all.
Yeah, I bet you did. Well, she's dead.
Anita? Oh, no, she's not dead. It was another girl that...
Get your coat, Mr. Goff. You're under arrest for attempted murder and grand larceny.
Well, it's a funny thing what happens to people when they hear that money begin to talk. I guess Anita finally heard it, too, before she died. You see, Sam Gorman had started a big gambling joint in Las Vegas, and it was held up, and he was killed. There was a girl with him that was killed, too, Anita. But before she died, she talked plenty, told him everything. Well, she won't talk anymore, but that money will. Wonder who that money is talking to now.
In just a moment, we will bring you Alan Baxter, tonight's star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. When you enjoy your favorite Roma wine, you taste the rich reward of nature's treasure. Selected grapes pressed at the peak of taste goodness, then guided unhurriedly with the ancient skill of Roma master vintners and winemaking resources unmatched in America to taste perfection. These Roma wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before. And from these, the world's greatest wine reserves, Roma later selects for your pleasure. This holiday weekend, when entertaining friends, serve Roma California wines. Yes, for a grand and glorious Fourth, enjoy better tasting amber Roma sherry, ruby red Roma port, or Golden Roma Muscatel. And you enjoy America's favorite wines, now at lowest prices in years.
This is Alan Baxter. It was a great pleasure to appear on tonight's broadcast of Suspense. Next week, Suspense will again originate from New York, when Roma Wines will bring you one of the most provocative and glamorous actresses in America, Miss Gloria Swanson. Good night.
Tonight's suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Miss Gloria Swanson as star of Suspense. Produced for Shenley by William Spear. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Perfect Maid Murder Case. The scene opens in one of New York's most fabulous mansions, the home of Raymond Colby. And we see a young woman about to leave. Her hand is on the knob of the front door when she is interrupted by a maid whom we hear saying the words that lead to a gruesome, fantastic murder.
Excuse me, Miss Laura. Can I see you a moment before you go? I haven't any time now, Fanny. But this is important, Miss Laura. Terrible important. Well, what is it then? I want to give my notice, Mum.
Your notice? You mean you're leaving? Why, I thought you were a fixture in this house, Fanny.
But that's just it, Mum. I am a fixture here.
Then what's this talk about giving notice? What's wrong? If it's more wages...
Oh, it's not that, Mum. It's that...
Yes?
It's that I'm going to marry your father.
Your what?
Going to marry your father, that's what. Oh, well, it don't seem to set very well with you, but...
Are you completely and utterly mad? This is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, it is it? Well, let me tell you, I'm as good as you are.
Pack up your things and get out of this house as fast as you can.
I'm not packing, and I'm not leaving. I'm marrying into this house. Just put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Get out instantly, I say.
I'm not going any further than my own room. You'll find me there if you want to be coming up later and telling me you're sorry. Ta-ta, dearie.
John! John, come here! John!
Don't shout, Laura. I heard it all. Great heavens, what a mess.
We can't let Father do this. He's gone mad. Ooh, that cheap, terrible creature.
I tell you, Laura, hysterics won't help. Besides, we don't want to wake the old man up and get him on our necks. We've got to think fast.
But what are we going to do? What can we do? Oh, this is too dreadful.
Listen, Laura, listen.
Yes?
You stay right here, Laura, and watch every door. Be as loud as you can if anybody comes.
You mean Father or that horrible Fanny?
Anybody. I've got the combination to Father's safe.
His safe? What are you going to do, John?
I know he keeps his will there. That's the first thing to do. He may have changed it in Fanny's favor. If he did, I'll burn it up.
And sometime later, we hear the Commissioner of Police assigning another famous murder case to the astute and feared Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces and disguises.
Oh, here you are, Chameleon. A murder in Park Avenue.
Oh, top draw case, eh, Commissioner?
Well, that's for you to decide, old man. The murder occurred in the Raymond Colby house.
You mean the mysteriously rich Raymond Colby's been killed?
No, not Colby himself, Chameleon. A maid in his house. A girl named Fanny Bilkins. Throat slashed open. Better get out there.
Righto, Commissioner. I'll take Detective Dave Arnold with me. Oh, here you are, Dave.
Yes, sir.
You come with me, please. Bye, Commissioner.
I suppose the case we're on is that parlor-maid murder at Raymond Colby's house.
Yes, that's it, Dave.
I guess it'll be one of those jobs where the chauffeur killed some poor girl because he was in love with her and caught the butler getting away with it.
I've no idea, Dave. Let's get the car and buzz out there. Well, personally, I'd be more interested if old Colby himself was the victim. I hear he's a queer character, the absent-minded professor type. He invented something somewhere that made him fabulously rich.
Here's the house, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, with a very pretty girl already holding the door open. Come ahead.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. You are from the police, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Chameleon. This is Detective Arnold. And you are...
I'm Laura Colby. Come in, Mr. Chameleon.
Thank you.
I'm rather surprised to see you here.
Surprised, Miss Laura? Why?
We didn't expect to see such a famous detective as you on an unimportant case like this.
Murder is always important.
Judy O'Grady or the judge's lady? I see.
I understand the girl who was murdered was a housemaid in your father's house, Miss Laura. Do you know anything about her?
Practically nothing, Mr. Chameleon, except that she was a perfect maid, really marvelous, and that she had perfectly wonderful references when she came.
When was that?
Oh, I don't really remember. A couple of years ago. You know how those things are.
Who found her body? One of the other help in the house, I suppose.
No, as a matter of fact, my father did. He and my brother John, that is.
Yes?
Well, what actually happened was that one of the other servants, our cook, became annoyed when Fanny didn't turn up to serve breakfast this morning. She thought she'd overslept. But when she knocked on Fanny's door and she didn't answer, she became alarmed and called my father.
So he and your brother went up there?
And when they opened the door, they found her dead. Father was very much upset, and so was my brother.
Odd that the cook didn't open the door herself when she got no answer to her knock.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. Oh, but I'm sure the cook wouldn't have killed her just because Fanny overslept.
No, scarcely, Miss Laura. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
You go to the kitchen and talk to that cook. Find out what you can.
I'm sure Cook can't tell you any more than I have, Mr. Chameleon.
One never knows, Miss Laura. She may be concealing something from you.
I'll talk to the cook now, Mr. Chameleon.
I don't. In the meanwhile, Miss Laura, perhaps your father or your brother will take me up to see the murdered girl's body.
John's in the drawing room, Mr. Chameleon. This door here. Oh, John, this is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Chameleon? Horrible thing, isn't it? But one never knows what will happen with servants these days, does one?
What happened here, however, is a bit out of the usual run. Your sister says that you lead me to the murder room.
Well, of course, Mr. Chameleon. I don't like the job, but just follow me.
Thank you.
Here are the servants' stairs.
By the way, John, do you know anything about the murdered girl? I mean, do you ever notice anything strange about her? Signs of being afraid of something, upset, anything like that?
It's a funny thing, Mr. Chameleon. I never notice any servant particularly. To me, they're just faceless people. All I know is that my sister always said Fanny was the perfect maid. Laura's all in a dither. Says she'll never find another one like her. Oh, but here's her room.
Just about the size of a cell.
What?
Nothing. Poor girl. A horrible sight. Her head is almost severed.
If you're finished with me, Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to get out of here.
Oh, yes, I understand, John. I'm sorry. I forgot that we policemen are more accustomed to sights like this than people like you. Yes, you go back to the drawing room. I'll see you there presently.
Thank you, Mr. Chameleon.
Poor Fanny. Poor child. But if the dead can hear, you'll hear me promising to bring your murderer to the execution chamber.
Mr. Chameleon? Nothing from the cook except what Laura Colby already told us. But get this.
Yes, Dave?
Just as I was talking to the cook, the girl's father came in.
The murdered girl's father, Dave?
Uh-huh. A man named Ed Bilkins. He started accusing everybody of murder. He's pretty wild. I told him to stay put, but you'd talk to him.
Oh, poor devil.
Wait till you get a load of him, Mr. Chameleon. He looks like a bad customer to me. Not so sorry as he acts. But that don't mean I think he killed the girl.
Dave, you call the morgue and have this body picked up. And here is the knife that slashed her throat. You send it in for prints.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
And then hold the murdered girl's father down below. I want to talk to John Colby and his father first. Well, John, feeling a bit more steady now? Forgive me for bringing you back to the murder room.
It's all right, Mr. Chameleon. Took a drink and feel better. Well, this is my father, Raymond Colby. Father, this is Mr. Chameleon.
Huh? Mr. what? Didn't catch the name.
Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Colby.
Police headquarters, you say? John, what's a police officer doing here?
Investigating the murder of your maid, Fanny Bilkins, Mr. Colby.
Oh, to be sure. You know, things slip my memory, sir. And you say your name is,
Chameleon, Mr. Colby. Chameleon.
Unfortunate thing here, Mr. Canston.
Chameleon.
Oh, yes, Chameleon. Last thing I ever expected in my house, murder. Just one of the servants that probably got herself into trouble. Queer lot, servants. Queer lot. Never know about them.
But still human, Mr. Colby. They sing and sigh, laugh and weep, feel happiness and sorrow just like you and me. Only probably suffer more.
Quite right, quite right. I didn't think policemen thought that way, though. Well, what can I do for you?
Tell me any little thing that you might know about the girl who was so inconsiderate as to be murdered in your quiet home. Why do you think, for instance, that she was killed?
I've no idea. Never paid any attention to her, no attention at all. My daughter Laura runs the house. You better ask her.
I did, and she told me just as little as you and your son John have, Mr. Colby. But I'll...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave?
You'd better come downstairs and talk to the man I told you was here. He's got something for you, something plenty hot.
What man, Mr. Chameleon?
After I see him, I'll tell you, John.
He's going to tear this case wide open, John. Wide open.
Tear it open, Detective Arnold? That's ridiculous.
Never mind, son. I fancy it's someone of Fanny's own class, and that it'll all turn out that a grocer's clerk or delivery boy killed Fanny.
Perhaps, Mr. Colby. I'll see you later, Mr. Colby.
John, get Laura in here right away.
What for, Father?
If you don't manage to hold yourself in, you and Laura will find yourselves up on a murder charge. Our Mr. Chameleon's one of the most penetrating men I've ever met. Up to the time you revealed excitement, our story was going down perfectly. Now be careful, my boy. I beg of you. I don't want to see my children convicted of murder.
What did the murdered girl's father tell you, Dave, to make you think he'd break this case wide open?
You better hear it from his own lips, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh?
He's here in the butler's pantry.
Oh, all right, Dave.
Mr. Bilkins, here's Mr. Chameleon. Now tell him what you told me.
It's fair terrible I ever brought my innocent daughter to this country, Mr. Chameleon. That's how she was done in.
What do you mean, Mr. Bilkins? Brought her to this country?
Didn't this here busy tell you, Mr. Chameleon?
Detective Arnold wanted me to hear the story direct from you, Bilkins. Now, let's have it, please.
Fanny and me come from Australia, where we should have stayed. And then she'd never have gone into service in this old duffer's house.
Well, I still don't know what you mean, Bilkins.
What I'm trying to drive home, sir, is that Fanny wouldn't have got herself engaged to marry the old man.
Do you mean to say that your daughter, Fanny, was going to marry Raymond Colby?
I'm not lying when I say it, Mr. Chameleon. I warned her proper about marrying out of her class. But Fanny had got American ideas into her head quick. Wouldn't listen to her father. And it all wound up in her being killed. Butchered like an animal.
Are you certain that your daughter was going to marry this fabulously rich man?
Look here. Here's your wedding license, Mr. Chameleon.
Huh?
She gave it to me, saying Mr. Colby didn't want it round the house, feared his son or daughter might find it. But they must have caught on some other way, sir. And that's why they killed her.
Dave, this is astounding. This license is genuine. Fanny Bilkins, age 24, Raymond Colby, 56.
It's on the up all right, Mr. Chameleon. I had it checked myself.
I'm taking the blame for Fanny's murder on myself, Mr. Chameleon. I'm her father. I should have given her a good thumping and made her leave this house. The likes of her thinking of marrying the likes of him. I always say that everyone stay in his own class.
Mr. Bilkins, come with me.
Where to, sir?
Upstairs to the drawing room, where I think we'll find Mr. Colby and his son, John.
Don't make me face him now, Mr. Chameleon. I can't face my daughter's dirty murderers. I can't do it, sir. I can't.
I understand, Bilkins. You wait here, then. Detective Arnold and I will go up alone.
You're a real gentleman, sir. Thank you. I'll never forget your kindness, sir.
Dave, come along.
If ever I saw one for the book, Mr. Chameleon, this is it.
If it's true, Dave, if it's true.
What? Well, don't you believe it? You saw the marriage license, didn't you?
Yes, indeed, Dave. And I also saw the shifty look in the bereaved Mr. Bilkins' eyes. If I were looking for a babysitter, and it wouldn't be Bilkins. Oh, here's the drawing room now. I expected to find your father and brother here.
They're in Father's study, Mr. Chameleon.
I've just talked to your murdered maid's father.
So they have fathers, too.
Just as you and I, Laura. But tell me.
Yes?
When was your father, Raymond Colby, going to marry Fanny Bilkins?
Oh, I didn't realize detectives on duty kidded people, Mr. Chameleon.
Then you didn't know?
Know what?
You know what. Answer the question.
If you expect me to answer a ridiculous question like that, Mr. Chameleon... Are you serious? Imagine Father marrying a housemaid. It's too silly.
At the door to the study, Laura?
Why, yes. I'll tell Father you want to see him.
Don't trouble, thank you. I'll go in alone. And you stay here. I hope I'm not interrupting, Mr. Colby. Oh. I see you have your safe open. Something lost?
Father has an idea he misplaced his will, Mr. Chameleon.
I'm on the forgetful side, Mr. Chameleon. I'll find it later.
Why not look in the fireplace, Mr. Colby? Wait a second.
In the fireplace, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, John? Yes, here is what is left of your father's will. All but the top burned away, though. Do you mind telling me why you tried to destroy it, John?
My son didn't, Mr. Chameleon. Probably did it myself. I do such utterly stupid things without thinking.
Like arranging to marry your housemaid, Mr. Colby?
What is this, Mr. Chameleon? Father planning to marry that...
That murdered girl, John. Murdered.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, what in heaven's name gives you the idea Father was going to marry her?
This marriage license, John.
Marriage license?
John, I told you before that Mr. Chameleon was a very penetrating man. Trying to deceive him would be unfair to him and us.
Then you were going to marry her, Mr. Colby?
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Chameleon. Well, I really don't know why I took out that marriage license.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't done simply to keep a perfect maid. Come, Mr. Colby, don't you think it's time to stop trying to protect your children?
Why should he try to protect Laura and me, Mr. Chameleon? We didn't kill that girl.
In my entire experience, I've never met with a clearer motive for murder. Never. Dave?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
What do we do, arrest John and Laura?
No, not now, Dave. Bring the murdered girl's father in here immediately, and then we'll...
That's what I came up here to tell you, Mr. Chameleon. Bilkins slipped out of the house while I went into the kitchen to get a drink of water.
What?
I sent out a general alarm for him.
Have this house guarded, Dave. And get this straight, Mr. Colby. If either your son or daughter attempts to leave here, they'll be taken in on suspicion of willful murder.
Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case. Fanny Bilkins has been viciously murdered in the home of wealthy Raymond Colby, where she worked as a housemaid. Mr. Chameleon has discovered that Colby had planned to marry Fanny in spite of the bitter protests of his son John and his daughter Laura. During the investigation, the murdered girl's father, Edward Bilkins, has disappeared from the Colby home. But an hour later, when Mr. Chameleon impatiently paces his office at headquarters, he suddenly finds that no general alarm was required to bring in Bilkins. For a strange surprise awaits him as Detective Dave Arnold rushes into his office saying,
Mr. Chameleon, they just brought in Fanny Bilkins' father in an ambulance.
In an ambulance, Dave?
He's got a knife cut straight down his left cheek. Didn't miss his throat by half an inch. But the ambulance doc patched him up on the way in, and now he's squawking loud to see you. He says...
Get him in here, Dave.
Come in, Bilkins.
Bilkins, what happened? Who tried to get you? Now get down to the point without wasting words.
Very good, sir. But it was a near one. Not satisfied with cruelly murdering my daughter, Fanny.
Who?
Raymond Colby. Well, I mean his son, John. But the fact is, I don't know for sure.
Where did the attack take place, Bilkins?
In the old duffer's study, that's where.
What were you doing there?
Nothing, sir, nothing. Just nosing around.
It won't do, Bilkins. Out with it.
Mr. Chameleon, here's a bag the boys took off Bilkins on the way in.
Give it to me, Mr. Copper. I never seen it before. Fanny gave it to me.
Looks like about $500,000 in jewels, Bilkins. And they look familiar. Very familiar.
But I don't know anything about them.
Dave, put Bilkins on detention. I got the answer to this case.
Look here, Chameleon, I got rights. Those jewels were planted on
Come along,
me.
Bilkins. Killed your own daughter, did you? I'll be right back, Mr. Chameleon.
Right on. Hello?
Mr. Chameleon, this is John Colby.
Yes?
Most of my dead mother's jewelry has been stolen.
Who discovered the loss, John?
Our butler did. Caught the robber in the act, but he got away. Can you come out here right away?
Not just now, John. You said only part of your mother's jewelry was stolen?
The butler came in the room just in time to save the rest.
I have got the stolen jewels, John. And the robber, too.
You've got the jewels and the robber both?
I'm pretty positive I have, John. But I want to make sure before I definitely charge the man that we're holding.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
Instead of coming myself, John, I'm going to send one of our expert jewel men out there. And he'll bring the jewels I have here out, too, for identification.
I wish you'd come yourself, Mr. Chameleon, instead of... What's that, Father? All right, I'll ask Mr. Chameleon. Sorry, Mr. Chameleon, but Father suggests...
Yes?
Father's worried about anybody coming but you, Mr. Chameleon. So is my sister, Laura. Can't you come yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm not a jewel expert. I'm sending our head man, Pierre-Antoine, out right away. And then I'll follow later. Goodbye, John.
What's all that about, Mr. Chameleon? Are you going out to Colby's in disguise?
Right you are, Dave. Disguised as Pierre-Antoine, the police department's chief man on jewels. Now, you will come with me. And the instant we get there and you introduce me, arrest John and Laura Colby on my orders.
Well, orders are orders, but I don't get you, Mr. Chameleon. Why not pinch them and be done with it?
Because I need the evidence I think their father, Raymond Colby, will give me, Dave.
And so, a little later, we find Detective Arnold with Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Pierre-Antoine at the murder house, as Dave Arnold says.
Evening, everybody. This gentleman is the police department's jewel expert. Mr. Chameleon sent him out.
Pierre-Antoine at your service. You Mr. Raymond Colby, monsieur?
Yes, Mr. Antoine. This is my daughter, Laura.
Mademoiselle.
How do you do?
And my son, John.
Monsieur Jean. May we all sit down? Or perhaps you, Mademoiselle Laura, will be so kind as to bring the remaining jewels from the robbery for me to see?
Sorry, Monsieur Antoine, but Mr. Chameleon ordered me to arrest this lady and her brother and bring them back to headquarters.
That is absurd, Detective Arnold. Surely Mr. Chameleon is making a mistake.
Mr. Chameleon is a fool.
We won't go, Laura. Detective Arnold can't arrest us without a warrant.
Here's the warrant, John. Better come quietly.
John, you can only cause yourself and Laura trouble by not going with Detective Arnold.
But, Father...
You've got the right idea, Mr. Colby. Now, come on, John and Laura. No point getting tough about it.
My compliment to Mr. Chameleon, Detective Arnold. And be good enough to express my opinion that he is making a most stupid blunder. Arresting two such charming young people.
Stupid or not, I'm taking them, Monsieur Antoine. Good night.
Good night. Oh, a dreadful contretemps, Monsieur Colby. I thought better of that chameleon. But there is your police mind.
Mr. Antoine, did you bring the jewels recovered from the man who robbed my safe?
In this very bag, Monsieur Colby. The robber was the father of the housemaid murdered here today. Your fiancée, I'm told.
Hand over those jewels, chameleon.
What?
Shut up, chameleon. I'm doing the talking now. Give me that bag, quick. They're the only evidence you've got that I killed that infernal housemaid, Fanny Bilkins. Now, let's have them.
When I take you in, Raymond Colby, it'll be for 2 murders. But, anyway, here are the jewels.
You're not taking me in.
No?
By the time they find your body, chameleon, I'll be out of the country. Got any last wishes, cop?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to tell you how I caught up with you, Raymond Colby.
I'm interested, but hold your gab to 3 minutes.
Through a careful study of police records extending from New York to Sydney, Australia. You murdered the woman who owned those jewels, Lady Ashton Burl, in Australia 5 years ago.
That's past history, chameleon, but suppose I did.
The one living man who knew you did was your murdered housemaid's father, a petty criminal named Ed Bilkins. And he followed you here, forced you to hire his daughter Fanny as a maid in your house, and then blackmailed you into a promise to marry her with your mysteriously and criminally acquired wealth.
Anything else, Chameleon? You've got 30 seconds left.
Only this, Raymond. Don't move, Colby. You hear me, Colby? I said don't move. That's odd. He doesn't answer. Colby? What? Oh, why did I have to become a policeman? Police headquarters? This is Chameleon. Connect me with Detective Arnold, please. Dave? Listen, Dave. Send the dead wagon out, please. Yes, the dead wagon. Well, I'm afraid I killed a man. Yes, the murder of Fanny Bilkins. I hit a fatal spot by mistake. I know, Dave, it's all in the line of duty, but still...
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. The members of our cast join with our sponsors in wishing all their listeners a Merry Christmas. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thanks for everything, boss. Maybe I can repay the favor sometime. Maybe I can do something for you, like cutting your throat.
WOR presents the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. Tonight's adventure, The Corpse Meets a Deadline. Leonidas Witherall is the New England schoolmaster who looks like Shakespeare and is always getting mixed up in murders. At the moment, Mr. Witherall has gone to the city desk of the Dalton Herald. It's a very urgent mission on behalf of his housekeeper, Mrs. Mullet, and Leonidas, along with Mrs. M., is explaining it to the Herald's editor, Mr. Forrest.
You see, Forrest...
yes, Leonidas?
Mrs. Mullet here is... what's your title, Mrs. Mullet?
I'm Director of Public Relations for the Dalton's Ladies' Aid and Get-Together Society, early Wednesday afternoon group, Section 2.
Leaving on track 7?
And our group's holding a special meeting tomorrow.
They're having a guest lecturer, Forrest.
Oh, really? Who is it?
We're having Mrs. Hildegard Fish, who wrote South American Question Mark and Balkan Riddle. She's going to speak on Russia, Russia. What does it mean?
Completely baffled, isn't she?
And you want us to mention it in the Herald, huh?
Mention it?
Well, if you could eliminate the news about General Eisenhower and General Patton and just turn, say, 10 columns over to Mrs. Mullet's group, Forrest.
Aside from Mrs. Fish, we're having an election and our spring tea dance. Going to be a big day.
All right, Mrs. Mullet. We'll see that you get all the space you deserve.
How's that, Mrs. Mullet? I told you we could persuade Mr. Forrest.
Persuade him? Why, he should be glad. I'm giving him a scoop.
Oh, I am, Mrs. Mullet. We don't often get a break like this.
There you are, Forrest.
Mr. Bennett.
Hello, Mr. Bennett.
Forrest, you're a stupid, irresponsible, cheap, yellow journalist.
Now, look, Bennett, all I did...
Look at this paper of yours. Look at that picture. On the front page, too. I told you not to print that horrible picture of my daughter.
There's no harm in that.
Running this picture of that rotten gambling den with all those crooks, and there at the table, my daughter.
I can't help it if your daughter visits gambling joints, Bennett.
The girl's just 18 years old. She went out on a date. She's no idea where they were going.
Just the same, she was there.
She wanted to leave the minute they got to that evil, iniquitous
But
place.
she didn't leave. The cops came in and our man got the picture. It's not our fault that she's in it.
Well, Forrest, I told you yesterday not to print it.
Sorry, Bennett. It was the only shot we had, and a good one, too.
You've ruined my daughter's reputation. You've disgraced her.
Oh, don't be such a blue-nose, Bennett. Now, if you don't mind, I'm busy. I've got an edition to get out.
I ought to thrash you, Forrest. I ought to treat you the way my grandfather handled a smart aleck newspaper man out west. He got a horsewhip, and he whipped that editor within an inch of his life.
If you don't watch your tongue, Bennett, I'll have you thrown out of this office.
Oh, you wouldn't dare.
No, Mr. Bennett. I don't want to interfere, but perhaps if you'd cool off...
You keep your beard out of this, Witherall.
And you mind your tongue, Mr. Bennett.
Forrest, you filthy...
Get away from this desk, Bennett.
Just let me get my hands on your throat, Forrest.
Mr. Bennett,
I'm going to show you.
Let go of me,
Mr. Bennett, take your hands off.
I won't.
You let go of him, Mr. Bennett, before
Come
I
on,
crown
Mr.
you.
Bennett, or I'll...
All right. All right. You crazy fool. Get out of here. I warn you.
All right, Forrest, I'm getting out now. But this isn't the end of it.
Go on.
I'll see that justice is done, Forrest. I'll see that you're taken care of, no matter how far I have to go.
Looks as though Mr. Bennett's going to be a very serious problem, Forrest.
Oh, him, Leonidas? No, I'm used to that.
He seems to be extremely excitable.
No, you've got him all wrong. Sure, he'll rave and rant for a while, write letters, and then he'll calm down.
Well, I hope so. It doesn't seem as trivial as that, though. I know Bennett. He's a very headstrong old gentleman. And your printing that picture has defiled his little child's good name.
Oh, forget it, Leonidas. Oh, come on. I don't often have you down here. Suppose I show you and Mrs. Mullet around the place. Feel like touring the plant?
Oh, I'd love to.
Lead on, Macduff.
I'd like to see the room where the news tickers are. Mr. Mullet knew a lot about news, you know. He had a definition of news, Mr. Witherall.
Was it by any chance about a dog?
Well, that's right. He said that when a dog bites a man, that's not news. But when a man bites a dog...
Tell me,
Yes?
anyone ever take a good bite out of Mr. Mullet?
Well, how did you know?
These are the linotype machines, Leonidas.
Oh, well, quite a formidable array of them, Forrest.
Yeah.
Could we go over to one of them and get a closer look?
Oh, sure. Come on. Pat Welch over there will explain his machine to you. Pat.
Yes, Mr. Forrest?
Let up a second, Pat. We have visitors. This is Mr. Witherall and Mrs. Mullet.
How do you
How do you do?
Pat here was once a publisher himself.
No, really?
Yes, but I don't talk about it much.
Pat had an unpleasant experience. Lost his paper. It was very sad, Leonidas. Terribly sad.
The machines work like a big typewriter, you see. You push the keys and they cut letters on what we call lead slugs.
Yes, Pat had big ideas once, but he had to learn.
The lead isn't wasted. After we print the paper, it's melted down again.
Of course, lots of us have to learn. We all make mistakes.
It's evident, Forrest, that Pat would rather not talk about his old career. Now, where do you melt down the lead?
Oh, we have it in those big cauldrons. You see them on the platform up there? They're right over your head.
Oh, yes.
You see the steam coming off? Well, that's piping hot lead in that cauldron, boiling like noodle soup.
Ah, noodle soup. Get that, Mrs.
Yes.
Mullet?
Well, the slugs are melted right in there, you see, and then we cool it and feed it down to the machines.
Well, where are the presses? That's another thing I want to see.
Oh, we'll go there now. We're running an edition, so you'll see the whole works.
Running an edition? Well, shouldn't you do something first about my story, the ladies' literary group?
Oh, yes, Forrest. Mrs. Mullet would like you to stop the presses for it.
Oh, we'll get it in the next edition, Mrs. Mullet. I'll put our top reporter on the job. Jackie Bigelow, the minute I get back upstairs. Jackie's our best man, you know. We'll do your story full justice.
You sent for me, Mr. Forrest?
Yes, Jackie. I just left Leonidas Witherall. He had some woman with him, a Mrs. Mullet.
Mullet? Yeah, I know her. Sort of a neighborhood housekeeper up around the Birch Hill section.
Yes, well, she's having a taffy pull for a ladies' club. Get one of the kids out front to call it Witherall. Get the whole story. Write a couple of sticks for the 3-star.
All right.
That's all, Jackie. You can go.
That's all as far as you're concerned, Forrest, yes, but I want to do a little talking. This is just as good a time as any.
Well, hurry up. I've got a desk full of copy here.
Uh-huh. You know what it's about? It's about a phone conversation you had with Cosmopolitan Syndicate.
Oh, that wasn't anything.
Oh, that wasn't anything, huh? I worked for 6 months to get Cosmopolitan to make me that offer.
You wouldn't have enjoyed being a foreign correspondent, Jackie, especially in Chungking. It's tough grind. Thankless.
I wouldn't, huh? That just happens to be why I got into this newspaper racket. All my life I've wanted to be a foreign correspondent. You knew that.
They asked me for a frank opinion, Jackie. I told them I thought you were a pretty fair reporter.
Don't lie to me, Forrest. You told them I was a punk reporter. I found out. You did that for one reason. Because you're naturally a louse.
What an imagination you've got, Jackie.
You didn't want to lose a good man yourself. These days, that's tough, isn't it?
Will you cut it?
I couldn't get into this man's war the regular way. The Army turned me down. You knew that, too. You knew I'd been eating my heart out covering this small-town junk. While just a little way down the railroad tracks, the whole bloody world's on fire.
Still the philosophy.
You killed my chance, Forrest. I'll never get out of this town now. It might be a year, 2 years, maybe forever. That was my one big chance, and you fixed it so I'd miss the boat.
Lay off, Jackie.
I'm going to...
You heard me. Lay off. City desk, Forrest. Uh-huh. Yeah? Yeah, okay. Right. Get into that jalopy of yours and beat it over to the Perkins shipyard. It's burning up. 3 alarms have gone out.
Okay, I'm on my way. And thanks, Forrest. Thanks for everything. Maybe I can do something for you sometime. Like cutting your throat.
What can I do for you, Mr. Bennett?
I've come here to your place, Mr. Witherall, to apologize for my behavior this morning at the Herald office.
It was deplorable, Mr. Bennett. But, of course, you felt printing that picture of your daughter was very embarrassing.
That's just the point. I wanted to apologize to you, but I certainly don't intend to retract anything I said to Forrest. In fact, I want your help.
Really, Mr. Bennett? Isn't this much ado about nothing? As the poet said, you have too much respect upon the world. They lose it that do buy it with much care.
And Mr. Witherall, I realize that legally I haven't a leg to stand on. So I decided the best thing to do is to blacklist that newspaper.
Mr. Bennett, I hardly think your personal grudge against Mr. Forrest justifies organizing a huge boycott.
Oh, but it does. That man has to learn that tactics like his won't be tolerated in Dalton.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Witherall. And yours, Mr. Bennett.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Muller.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witherall, about blacklisting the Herald. If a group of prominent citizens of Dalton, led by you and me...
Grasshoppers, listen to those fire engines go. See them through the window?
You'll have to excuse Mrs. Mullet. She's an enthusiast.
Engine number 5, that's Hank McCarthy. Number 3, well, that's Jimmy. Gracious, they're all out. I'll bet it's 3 alarms at least. Oh, dear, I wish I was gone. I could swing a mean hose myself, you know.
Get your number 2 hose out. Move the ladder over. It's too close to the other building. Come on. Get the lead out of your pants. Well, if it ain't the Herald Star reporter. Hiya, Jackie.
Hello, Chief. Well, it's a nice little blaze you got.
Yeah, it's on it, Jackie. But we'll have it licked soon.
Anybody got any idea about how it started?
That's what has us wondering, Jackie. It looks phony.
You mean it wasn't an accident?
Well, now, I don't want to be quoted as saying I'm positive. But I wouldn't be surprised if this shipyard's burning because of saboteurs.
No kidding. Saboteurs.
Yeah, I said I'm not positive, Jackie. But we suspect it.
Thanks, Chief. I gotta go call the desk. Brother, sabotage in little old Dalton. Me for that telephone.
Well, what is this today, Pat? Everybody's after me for something. Now, what do you want?
Forrest,
Yes?
this morning when you brought Witherall down to the linotype department, you sort of went out of your way to take a couple of pot shots at me.
Oh, about the way you once owned a paper, Pat? Well, just struck me as a funny story. Little sidelight on one of my employees.
You like that idea, don't you, that I'm just one of your employees now?
Pat, in San Francisco 10 years ago, when you started a paper that you said would put mine out of business, I warned you. I said not to try it.
Because you wanted to be the boss of the whole show, huh? You weren't making enough money. You had to squeeze the life out of any paper that tried to get started in the same town.
I was just meeting competition, Pat.
Yeah, by having my delivery boys beaten up in dark alleys. By sideswiping my trucks so the 2 of my drivers spent a year in the hospital. By knocking over any stand that carried my papers. And by breaking that poor Italian peddler's neck.
That was just an accident, Pat.
Sure, that's what the police called it. But I've got another version. I know you've got blood on your hands, Forrest. And you wrecked me. I lost every penny I had trying to buck you.
I told you then, don't try it. Remember?
All I remember is that you're a crooked chiseler who ruined my business. You're a gangster and a killer, and I'd...
Yes?
Forrest, this is Jackie Bigelow. I'm at the Perkins shipyard.
Yeah, what have you got?
Better hold the 3-star for a replate. This ain't no ordinary fire. Looks like sabotage.
Sabotage?
What's he saying? Sabotage at the shipyard?
You stay there, Jackie. Get busy. Dig up everything you can. Don't lose touch with me. Now, give me the details of what you know. City desk, Forrest.
Boss, this is the press room. Number 3 and 4 presses just broke down.
Broke down? Now? Oh, me with a replate on that sabotage story of all that condemned... Why can't you guys fix it?
Well, nobody down here, boss. They're all out for lunch.
Wow.
Besides, it's something very screwy. Usually I can fix it myself, but I can't figure out what's wrong this time.
That would happen now. Ye gods, what kind of a day is this? Everything's going wrong.
You better hurry, boss. Sorry, but I'm afraid you'll have to take a look at it yourself.
Okay, I'm on my way down. This business will drive me nuts. Nuts! What's wrong with these presses? Where is everybody? What do I pay people for? The presses are bollocksed up and there's nobody here of all that... Hey, what are you doing up there? Come down off that platform. Get away from those cauldrons. There's hot lead in there. Are you crazy? Don't push them over. Don't.
I'll answer it, Mr. Witherall.
Mrs. Mullet, is Mr. Witherall in?
Why, yes, Mr. Bennett.
Another visit, Mr. Bennett? You're quite determined about the Herald, aren't you?
Mr. Witherall, something's happened, something horrifying.
Oh, what is it?
It's Forrest.
Oh, has the editor printed another inflammatory picture?
No, it isn't that. Forrest is dead.
Really?
He's been murdered. It's all over town.
It is, and I didn't know it.
You must be slipping, Mrs. Mullet.
Of course, since he's dead, well, you know the consequences.
Sure, they'll have to turn in his ration book to the OPA.
How did he die, Mr. Bennett?
Well, in a pretty gruesome way. He was evidently trapped. He was alone in the press room when the killer dumped one of those huge kettles of boiling lead over him.
Say, that's a new one.
And the body was found in the press room?
No, the murderer took the body and dumped it down a chute, the chute where the papers come off the press and roll out onto the delivery trucks. And just a little while ago, the body came rolling down the chute along with the newspapers.
Mr. Bennett, why have you come here to tell me about this?
Well, I know you've been mixed up in murders, Mr. Witherall, and that you've been rather successful at solving them.
Yes, and I heard you threatening Forrest. You weren't by any chance near the Herald building at the time of the murder.
Heaven help me, I was in the building.
But you know nothing about the murder, of course.
Absolutely. I've never been in the Herald press room in my life. I don't know a thing about kettles of hot lead or delivery chutes.
You'd have a little difficulty, Mr. Bennett, proving that.
I realize that. That's why I'm here, Mr. Witherall. Would you represent me?
Well, frankly, Mr. Bennett, I don't represent anyone. If you think my looking into the story might clarify it or speed the solution...
That's all I ask. I want you to come to the Herald office now and get at the truth.
We're going to look into the murder, huh? I'll get to the bottom of this. Where's my hat? Where's my coat?
Yes, and don't forget your bloodhound. So, you see, Sergeant McCobble, Mr. Bennett claims he knows nothing about Mr. Forrest's death.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes, Sergeant?
You admit that you were here in the Herald building at 3:30, huh? When Forrest's body came down that chute?
That's right, Sergeant. But I had nothing to do with it.
What were you doing here, Mr. Bennett?
Well, I was on the street floor. I decided to come back and demand that Forrest print an explanation, an apology for printing my daughter's picture.
But you never got up here to the city desk, Mr. Bennett?
No, Mr. Witherall. I changed my mind and I left.
Now, you see, Shakespeare, you can't expect me to believe stories like that, can you? Wait till you hear the fairy tale that linotyper's got. Yeah, boy, it's a dilly.
Don't mind Sergeant McCobble, Mr. Bennett. They figured morale in the police force was too high, so they took him in.
Ah, Mrs. Mullet's in again. She's the only overage destroyer that never got to Britain.
What's that?
Tut. Now, isn't that the linotyper coming now, Sergeant McCobble?
That's the guy, Shakespeare. Name's Pat Welch. Over here, Pat.
Sergeant, I told you my story once.
I want Mr. Witherall to hear it, Pat. Get this, Shakespeare. It's a honey.
Well, I work in the linotype department. I came up here to Forrest's office to talk about the next edition. Then Jackie Bigelow, the reporter, telephoned from the shipyard while I was in Forrest's room. Then I left him and went downstairs. That was, about 3:15, I think.
You're rather definite about the time, Pat.
Yes, I looked at the clock when I got back to the linotype department. Then I got a telephone call saying my mother was sick.
You see what I mean, Shakespeare? About fairy tales? Why didn't you go the whole hog, Pat? Say that you had to leave because your grandmother died. Or did you pull that one to get to a ball game?
That's the truth, Sergeant. I swear it.
That your whole story, Pat?
No. As soon as I heard about my mother, I ran to the elevator to get home. But I got stuck inside.
I presume the elevator operator can confirm that.
No. It's a self-starting elevator. There isn't any operator. But it's stuck. The superintendent will swear to that. It hasn't been fixed yet.
I've got a little nephew, Pat. He's 4 years old. The kid could make up a better story than you've got.
Pretty sure of yourself, ain't you, Sarge?
Now, look, Mrs. Mullet. It's time for spring cleaning. Why don't you go home and rearrange the dirt?
No. Suppose we save the second-hand wit for amateur night and get on with finding the sparrow that killed Cock Robin. Pat, where's the main switchboard?
Downstairs.
Going down there, Shakespeare?
If you'll excuse me, Sergeant, yes. It's possible that the phone girl can confirm whether or not Pat received a call after 3 this afternoon.
Okay, go on. I'll wait here.
Look, Mr. Witherall, you said you'd help me. Now you're wandering off to corroborate this man Welsh's story.
Mr. Bennett, our objective was the truth. Remember?
Dalton Harold, good afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Forrest is out. He's getting a fitting for a wooden suit. Yeah, somebody didn't like his face, so they pushed him into
beg
that.
your pardon. I understand your name is Ruth.
That's right. Jeepers, if you don't look like, what's his name, Shakespeare.
If I could only write like him, too. But my name is only Witherall, Ruth.
Oh, that's it. You're from Meredith Academy.
Yes. I'm curious about what happened earlier this afternoon to, what's-his-name, Forrest.
Oh, that. Gee, Pat Welch is in a fix, huh? Everybody knows him and Forrest hated each other's guts, if you'll pardon the expression.
Ruth, was there a phone call for Pat this afternoon?
Oh, yeah, about 3 o'clock. I don't know who it was from. I only ask who's calling when they ask for an executive. Oh, ain't it a shame? Patty's such a sweet guy. And Forrest, if you'll pardon the expression, was a high-class stinker.
We must have you address our English literature classes at Meredith sometime, Ruth. The tragedy of illiteracy might be the subject.
Oh, gee, I'd be only too happy.
With you as Exhibit A.
Hi, Mr. Witherall. Well, what are you doing here? Hi, Ruthie, baby. Man, oh, man, what a fire I've been to. I'm knocked out.
Oh, get ready for a Lulu, Jackie boy.
Why, what's up?
Well, while you were at the fire, somebody gave Forrest a bath with a bucket of that lead in the press room and then sent the corpse roller coastering down the delivery chute. Cute, ain't it?
No kidding.
That's it, Jack. The police are upstairs now.
Hallelujah. Forrest knocked off? Boy, this is my lucky day. I get a terrific story, and on top of that, somebody puts Forrest where he belongs. Who did it, huh? They know?
Sergeant McCobble's upstairs now with Pat Welch and Mr. Bennett. They're the most likely candidates for the honor at the moment.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go on up there. This I got to see.
All right, Jack, we can...
No, wait a minute. Not that way, Mr. Witherall. Up the stairs. The elevator's broken. See ya, Ruthie.
Okay. Bye, Mr. Witherall.
Toodle-you, Ruthie. Come out to Meredith sometime. As the students say, you'll be hotter than a $2 pistol, if you'll pardon the expression.
Now, Jack, you say Forrest cheated Pat here out of a newspaper, huh? Put him out of business?
Yeah, that was the deal, McCobble. It was in Frisco about 10 years ago. I'm sorry, Pat, but a fact's a fact.
I'm not worried, Jackie. A man that's innocent doesn't have anything to worry about.
Yes, as the bard wrote, truth is truth to the end of reckoning.
Sergeant, aside from the fact that I happened to be in the building, you haven't a scrap of tangible evidence against me.
But when it comes to motive, Mr. Bennett, you did have a violent argument with Mr. Forrest about that picture of your daughter.
Since when do you convict people on that kind of evidence?
We'll get all the evidence soon enough.
Give the sergeant a chance, Mr. Bennett. He'll learn. Won't you, squeaky shoes?
Mrs. Mullet, don't stand there with your teeth in your mouth. Why don't you...
Easy.
Talking about motives, Jack, I happen to know that Forrest cut you out of the job you wanted, working for that syndicate in Chungking, and I also know what it meant to you.
Sure, that's right. Oh, I'm not sorry he's dead. I'll bet everybody in the building had a motive for wiping out that lug.
Oh, what happened to your wrist, Jack?
Oh, the bandage? I burned myself at the fire. Now, the chief will back me up on that. I was poking in the ruins for sabotage evidence.
You've been at the fire since that first call came in about it, Jack?
Yeah, been there all the time. I telephoned Forrest from there. Anybody will tell you that.
You left the moment the news flash came in?
Yeah, about 3 o'clock it was.
Pat, you saw Mr. Forrest alive in his office when Jack telephoned?
I did.
After Jack called about the sabotage development, Pat, you went back to the linotype, as I understand it.
That's right.
When you did, you looked at the clock, and it was 3:15.
Uh-huh.
Then you received a call from that your mother was ill. You dashed for the elevator, but it broke down while you were inside.
I told you the super will confirm that.
Therefore, the elevator broke down roughly about 3:20.
That's about it.
It's very interesting.
What's the angle, Shakespeare?
Now, Jack, you say you've been at the fire since a few minutes past 3, and we know that the elevator broke down about 3:20.
Get to the point, Mr. Witherell.
Yeah, what's this all about?
Jack, it's about the fact you're supposed to have been at the fire since shortly after 3, long before the elevator broke down. Yet when I met you downstairs with Ruth, you remarked quite casually that we should take the stairway because the elevator didn't work. How did you know that, Jack?
Why,
Sounds like a payoff question to me, Jack.
One of the truckmen outside on my way in, he told me, just before I found you at the switchboard.
Really, Jack? I suppose you'd be willing also to submit your wrist to a medical examination?
My wrist? Wrist? Why, certainly I will. Why?
Why? Because, Jack, I think you burned your wrist while dumping the cauldron of hot lead over Forrest. As you know, a medical examination will reveal whether that burn was caused by flames or if there are traces of lead in it.
I'll have another cup of coffee, Shakespeare. Then I'll be meandering home. You figure Jack went straight to the fire, huh?
Yes, McCobble. He stayed there long enough to establish his presence. Then he raced back unseen to the neighborhood of the Herald. He called up Forrest from downstairs with the sabotage story, creating the impression that he was still at the fire.
I get it. Then he buzzed Pat Welch, probably using a phony voice to tell him the lie about his mother being sick.
Yes, that got Welch out of the way.
Yeah.
And gave Welch a very weak excuse, too. Then Jack monkey-wrenched the presses, forcing Forrest to go down to the press room, where he was killed. The whole affair couldn't have taken more than a few minutes. Then Jack went dashing back to the fire.
He'd gotten away with it, too, if he hadn't pulled that boner in front of you about the elevator.
Yes, there was that. And the wrist burn.
Shakespeare, how did you know the wrist burn could be analyzed for traces of hot lead? I never knew that.
Sergeant, shall I confess something to you? Neither did I.
What?
It sounded like such a good idea at the time.
Oh, you faker.
Rather neat, eh? Worked beautifully, too. Jack might never have confessed. You know, I think my students at Meredith have given me a superb training in the art of what they call manufacturing applesauce.
Yeah, well, applesauce or not, Shakespeare, we caught that killer, and that's what counts. Those murderers can't get to the chair fast enough for me. As a matter of fact, considering what kind of a man that newspaper editor was, he deserved to get wiped out, too.
Probably, Sergeant. There's no doubt that society's transgressors must be punished. Yet, we mustn't make quick, violent judgments. We must always remember what the gentleman I'm supposed to resemble once wrote about mercy, when he said, "It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives, and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest in the mightiest. It becomes the throned monarch better than his crown. His scepter shows the force of temporal power, the attribute of awe and majesty, wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. But mercy is above this sceptred sway. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings. It is an attribute of God himself. And earthly power doth then show likest God's, when mercy seasons justice."
WOR has presented the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. Mrs. Mullet is played by Ethel Ramey, Sergeant McCobble by Jack McBride. The character of Leonidas Witherall is from the mystery novels by Alice Tilton. The radio script is written by Howard Merrill, and the program is under the direction of Roger Bauer. Next week, Leonidas meets a very interesting hitchhiker, doesn't he, Mr. Hamden?
Oh, yes. Leonidas is driving along the highway when he meets a young lady who asks him for a hitch. And a very informative young lady she is, too. In fact, before long, Leonidas is receiving a very practical lesson in how to win friends and influence homicidal maniacs. We hope you'll be listening next Sunday at 7, and until then, good night.
Listen again next Sunday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Wartime for The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. This program came to you from the studios of WOR in New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.